reborn again? And this time, it is not merely Chen Gou who has returned to life. Will Shen Youchu and Xiao Rongyu find happiness in this lifetime? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. Chapter 1. The Unexpected Tenderness. Chen Hansheng took a deep breath, suppressing the glimmer of tears at the corner of his eye as he pressed down on the accelerator and gradually drove away. However, on a road where the phoenix trees flourished and petals danced in the breeze, he suddenly turned his head and exclaimed, "Hey, what's the matter?" In the back seat, Shen Youchu and Xiao Rongyu both looked up, puzzled by Chen Hansheng's sudden outburst. "Well, we should have a second child," Chen Hansheng declared loudly, with a voice that resonated through the air. The back seat fell into an abrupt silence. Outside, the cacophony of traffic and the bustling crowd blurred into the background, and amidst the wind, Chen Hansheng seemed to hear two faint hums. In Sudong province, in a villa within the splendid Jinjitang city, the lights gleamed brightly, and laughter filled the air, creating an atmosphere akin to a festive celebration. In the kitchen, Bian Shishir and Wang Zibo worked in perfect harmony, skillfully preparing a variety of exquisite dishes. Shen Ningning, a student at a prominent provincial university, assisted them, and the trio shared laughter, the aroma of delectable food mingling with a warm ambience. In the living room, the representative of feminism, Hu Lanyu, and Feng Xiao Jin Yangming from room 602 sat at opposite ends of the sofa, engaged in a fervent debate. Dong seated beside Jin Yangming, watched their lively exchange, unable to contain her laughter, which occasionally interrupted their spirited argument. In another bedroom, a medley of boredom, frustration, and desire filled the air. Chen Zijing, Chen Zipei, and Wang Yi, the three youngest children, sat at the desk, intimidated by the authority of teacher, who, reluctantly scribbling away at their holiday assignments. They occasionally exchanged furtive glances, their eyes brimming with helplessness and a yearning for play. Meanwhile, in yet another bedroom, a rather irritating voice rang out. TSK, you two are utterly pathetic, winning only 1 out of 16 games against me. And that was with me going easy on you. How lonely it is to be invincible. The now prosperous Chen Hansheng, adorned with the titles of the wealthiest man in Sudong province, an exemplary entrepreneur, a renowned figure in international e-commerce, and a pioneer of patriotism, gazed arrogantly at the two stunning women before him. Though Xiao Rongyu was now 35, time seemed to have favored her, leaving few traces upon her visage. At this moment, her delicate brows knitted in frustration. She shot a defiant glare at the brazen Chen Hansheng, her perfect oval face subtly hinting at a touch of pride, her exquisite dimples teasingly visible, prompting an involuntary smile from him. On the other side, Shen Youchu's cheeks flushed slightly, her captivating yet innocent peach blossom eyes reflecting a hint of guilt. She turned to Xiao Rongyu and bashfully said, "I'm sorry, Rongyu. I'm just too slow. I've been holding you back." Even as a 35-year-old mother, her shy nature seemed ingrained in her very being, impossible to shed. "Youchu, how can you blame yourself? You've only been learning for a few years. There's no way we could possibly match this scoundrel." As Xiao Rongyu gently consoled Shen Youchu, she redirected her ire towards Chen Hansheng. "Don't think that just because it's your birthday, you can bully us. Do you believe that tonight, Youchu and I will not let you into the room, and you'll have to sleep alone with Dandan?" Woof, woof. Outside, the now-grown Dandan seemed to have overheard their conversation and let out two timely barks. Dandan was the dog that Shen Youchu had raised back in her hometown in Sichuan. The village began to undergo demolition. Shen Youchu's uncle, who was also Shen Rui's father, brought Dandan and the big cat along when he moved to Jianya. Xiao Rongyu's words made Shen Youchu's oval face flush even deeper. Yet for Chen Hansheng, this was undeniably a decisive blow. He immediately shifted his demeanor, conceding, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hidden my cards. I surrender." With that, he raised his hands high, adopting a posture of submission. Only in the presence of Xiao Rongyu and Shen Youchu did this man, revered by countless university students and young people as boss, who wielded unrivaled influence and wealth and was known for his domineering ways, transform into a henpecked husband. Chen Hansheng lifted his hand and gently pinched Shen Youchu's cheek, playfully reassuring her, "It's not that you're not good at this. It's just that I have reached a level of invincibility. After all, I was the gambling king of room 602 back in my university days, and even Zhongtou and the others fell victim to my prowess." He began to boast again. Shen Youchu pouted, casting a reproachful glance at the man who once occupied her entire world and now shared it with their children. In a soft voice, she murmured, "You scoundrel." She would never utter profanities. The term scoundrel was perhaps the extent of her expression of discontent. Meanwhile, outside, the stars twinkled in the night sky, creating a beautiful spectacle. The luminous moon hung lazily in the heavens, casting enchanting beams of light that unabashedly infiltrated the bedroom. This harmonious and warm atmosphere gradually softened Chen Hansheng's initially arrogant expression. Bathed in the moonlight, A deep memory seemed to stir within his once imperious gaze. He shook his slightly dizzy head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts, ultimately regaining focus. Both women keenly sensed this subtle shift. Xiao Rongyu appeared slightly puzzled, while Shen Youchu, filled with anxiety, tightly grasped one of Chen Hanqing's large hands, remorsefully asking, "What's wrong? Xiao Chen? I didn't mean to imply anything bad about you. I just—" Before she could finish her explanation, Chen Hanqing suddenly leaned forward, enveloping both Shen Youchu and Xiao Rongyu in a tight embrace. He was unaware of what had come over him, as if struck by a sudden wave of emotion, prompting this unanticipated gesture. "Xiao Chen, what's the matter?" The two women simultaneously voiced the same question. In that moment, Chen Hanqing profoundly relished and cherished this precious time. He understood all too well the immense hurt that the two beloved women had endured due to the tumultuous events of the past few years. Yet despite everything, they had gifted him with 2 children and continued to love him unwaveringly. "That I may be a rogue, but I am also the husband of these 2 women before me, the father of Zijing and Zipei." Perhaps a person's realization comes in a fleeting moment, possibly just a transient emotional surge, or perhaps a complete awakening, but this encapsulated the truest reflection of his heart at that very moment, that nothing's wrong. In fact, the one who should apologize is me. Chen Hanqing suddenly became sentimental. "In the past, I have done so many things that hurt you. Yet you have always stood by my side, that I truly thank you." His heartfelt words astonished and moved the 2 women. This was a sensitive topic among the 3 of them, one that had been meticulously avoided, whether by the Xiaoyu faction or the Yangchu faction. However, at this moment, Chen Hanqing's declaration allowed them to genuinely perceive the sincerity and transformation of this man. Unconsciously, their arms enveloped him, and this tender scene lingered for a full minute. Maintaining this position, Chen Hanqing eventually felt a twinge of discomfort in his waist and gently released the 2. He sensed the warmth of a few tears tracing down his back. Turning to the 2 women, he revealed a smile imbued with utmost tenderness. Xiao Rongyu and Shen Youchu also realized that the man they had adored for over a decade seemed to have truly changed. With tears glistening in their eyes, their lips could not help but curve in a faint smiles. "Chen Gou, why do you make me cry? I despise you." In that moment, Xiao Rongyu felt as if she had been transported back to years ago, to the days when she clung to Chen Hanqing, unable to refrain from calling out the long-forgotten nickname Chen Gou. In contrast to Xiao Rongyu's sentimentality, the gentle Shen Youchu remained silent, gazing at Chen Hanqing. Her doe-like eyes, still as enchanting and endearing as ever, sparkled with a captivating charm. In truth, she had never truly hated or blamed Chen Hanqing. She merely felt a sense of injustice, hurt by his past deceptions and the secret replacement of her child. Yet, she understood that this man before her genuinely cared for her, despite his selfishness. Everything he had done was aimed at ensuring a happy life for Zijing, Zipei, and the 2 of them together. At this moment, it seemed as though the final shackles left by their tumultuous past quietly began to crack. In the next instant, they instinctively embraced him once more, tightly. Chapter 2. Happy 35th birthday. Time slipped away imperceptibly, and Chen Hanqing seemed to recall something, as if he had resolved upon a certain decision. Releasing the 2 women, he spoke, somewhat relieved yet hesitant. "Actually, I harbor a secret, a very significant secret." Shen Hanhai silently awaited his next words, while Xiao Rongyu, driven by curiosity, instinctively inquired, "What else are you concealing from us?" Her gaze feigned a fierce demeanor as she fixed her eyes on Chen Hanqing, reminiscent of the little fish she once was. With a sigh, Chen Hanqing looked out at the softly glowing silver moon, memories flooding his mind, filling his heart with a profound sense of melancholy. "Actually, brother, sisters, I'm here." The sudden interruption of this voice cut off his impending revelation. Chen Hanqing slapped his forehead in exasperation, cursing, "Damn it, Chunlan, could you keep your voice down for once? Were it not for the children next door, he would have certainly unleashed a torrent of colorful language." Before he could even see her, he recognized the voice belonged to his boisterous cousin, Princess Chunlan, who was followed closely by Nie Xiaoyu, the diligent secretary to Boss Chun. Currently, she was the full-time secretary at Guokao Corporation, second only to the boss himself. Upon hearing Chen Hanqing's immediate scolding, Chunlan's previously carefree expression turned serious in an instant. She raised her hands, placing them on her hips, and pointed at Chen Hanqing, demanding, "Why are you cursing at me?" "Cursing you? What the hell? I ought to beat you up." Chen Hanqing met her gaze without any mercy. Having finally found a moment to confide in Shen Hanhai and Xiao Rongyu, only to be interrupted by his scatterbrained sister. "I came here with good intentions to celebrate your birthday, and you dare to curse at me. Do you believe I will just walk out and never speak to you again? Chun Lan, ever the lively character, paused for dramatic effect, prompting laughter from the others in the living room. Go ahead, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Chen Hansheng showed no leniency toward his sister, calling out, from now on, don't come to me asking for pocket money. I hereby declare your title as Princess null and void. Brother, I was just joking. Today is your birthday. Don't get too worked up. Chen Lan quickly switched to a more amiable expression. Don't take it out on pocket money. Chen Hansheng silently cursed his scatterbrained cousin. To keep Chen Lan in check, he realized he could only threaten her with the allure of pocket money. Seeing that Chen Lan had quieted down, Xiao behind her also stifled her laughter and offered her best wishes. Minister Chen, happy birthday? Oh, the interruption had clearly vexed Chen Hansheng, and he responded to the sincere greeting with mere indifference. He glanced around the living room, noting that everyone had gathered before turning to Shen Youchu and Xiao Rongyu. It was evident that they were still waiting for the secret he had nearly disclosed. But with Chen Lan's presence, he could no longer speak freely. With a mischievous smirk, he teased, whoever accompanies me to bed tonight will hear my secret first. Haha. You better believe I'll make you sleep in the doghouse tonight. Xiao Rongyu retorted fiercely, throwing a cushion towards Chen Hansheng, who effortlessly dodged and sent the pillow bouncing back with a twist of his body. Meanwhile, Shen Hanhai remained composed, shyly responding with a simple "oh." It wasn't that she wasn't curious. It was just her nature. Even back in college, she had yearned to know but never expressed it, preferring to wait for Chen Hansheng to speak when he was ready. All right then, tonight I'll make an exception and reveal my secrets to both of you. Rest assured, neither of you will escape, Chen Hansheng declared before suddenly dashing out. Hey! Xiao Rongyu began to retaliate, but Chen Hansheng had already vanished. She let out a deep breath and glanced at the smiling Shen Youchu, unable to suppress a wry smile. Youchu, no wonder Xiao Chen calls you Hanhai. You really are a bit simple-minded. Oh, Shen Hanhai, still pouting, remained oblivious to the teasing reference as Xiao Rongyu exited the bedroom. Where am I simple-minded? She asked. Fine, I'll go visit Shang Yin tomorrow, Xiao Rongyu remarked. Got it, thanks, Tigu, Shen Hanhai replied. Hey, Jing Jieyu. Ah, Lao Chao. There's no need to be so polite with me. Hey, Lao Yang. What the hell are you doing again? Lao Dai, you mother. Empress Dowager. You and Lao Chun. On the balcony of the living room, Chen Hansheng patiently responded to everyone. Luo Xian, Zheng Guani, Shang Yinyin, Kong Jing, Chao Jinda, Cui Jifeng, Yang Shichao, Li Jinnan, Dai Zhenyo, Liang Taiho, Lao Chun, and Xiao Hongwei, among many others, were present. Not to mention the various tycoons and dignitaries he regularly mingled with. In essence, merely making phone calls consumed over half an hour of his time. Some were even brief text replies. If he had to respond to each one individually, it seemed he might as well skip dinner tonight. Brother, you really are a busy person. Hurry up. I'm starving. You'll be heartbroken if I waste away. Stop. Chen Lan, can we have a bit of dignity here? Do you think I'm worried about your starving self? Chen Lan. Chen Hansheng mercilessly interrupted her incessant chatter. This sister of his had more energy than a workhorse. All right, Xiao Chun, it's time to eat. Today, you are the star. We can only eat after you've eaten, Wang Zibo said, looking at his childhood friend with mock annoyance. Hey, Wang Zibo, what is wrong with what I said? Chen Hansheng shot him a look of disbelief. What is wrong with what I said? Wang Zibo scratched his head in confusion. Since when am I not the star? You scoundrel. I knew you had no good intentions. Wang Zibo shot back, ignoring him afterward. However, Bien Sure, ever the protective friend, was not pleased. Knowing she couldn't outwit Chen Hansheng, she turned to her close friend for assistance, silently pleading. Xiao Rongyu, your Chen Hansheng is bullying my Wang Zibo again. Having been friends for so many years, Xiao Rongyu understood Bien Sure's unspoken plea. Cough. She merely coughed lightly, and the ever-arrogant Chen Hansheng immediately fell silent. There was no other choice. He still hoped to hit a home run tonight. Chen Hansheng returned to the space between Xiao Rongyu and Shen Youchu, which they had intentionally left for him. Shen Youchu dutifully handed him a glass of wine, which he accepted with ease. My loyal subjects, today you celebrate my birthday. Therefore, I shall raise a toast to you all. He concluded by mimicking an ancient ruler, covering his cup with his hand and downing it in one swift motion. That rascal Xiao Chun is truly flamboyant. My brother's such a show-off. Many thoughts crossed the minds of those present, and yet they could not help but burst into genuine laughter. They too raised their glasses, and with the exception of the young Chen Zijing, Chen Zipei, and Wang Yi, even Ning poured herself a drink. Xiao Chun, Chen Hansheng, Minister Chun, Xia Tian Yi. Brother, fourth brother. Agu, Daddy, Godfather. In a moment, a chorus of voices erupted, calling out the names. Xiao Rongyu, Shen Youchu, Wang Zibo, Hu Linyu, Bian Shi, Nie Xiaoyu, Dong Chen Lan, Jin Yangming, Xiao Aining, Chen Zijing, Chen Zipei, and Wang Yi. The 13 of them, united in a jubilant celebration, joyously exclaimed, "Happy 35th birthday!" Chapter 3. An unexpected turn of events. That evening, the atmosphere was filled with delight, particularly for Chen Hansheng. His rebirth not only remedied the regrets of his past life, but also granted him the love of his cherished one and the treasures of friendship. Moreover, he was blessed with 2 children. Having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, he found himself slightly inebriated. The night streets shimmered with vibrant neon lights, and the city's lively hustle and bustle framed the silhouettes of the 3 as they strolled. Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched long, drawing the curious glances of passers-by, their gaze almost magnetically drawn to the trio. Firstly, Shen Youchu and Xiao Rongyu were simply too captivating, each embodying a distinct style, yet both exuding immense beauty. Although Chen Hansheng was not conventionally handsome, he stood as a paragon of youth, an idol revered by the younger generation. It was rare to find someone unfamiliar with this perennial figure, who frequently topped the heroine-rich list. Among the youth on the streets, 2 or 3 out of 10 donned the iconic K-brand clothing, as it represented not merely fashion but also pride and homage to the domineering character of their leader and a spirit of patriotism. One could not deny that his fame, once cultivated in the land of the K, was a serendipitous boon. You were advised to drink less, and now look at you, stumbling about. You made us both your crutches. Xiao Yu complained disdainfully, while supporting Chen Hansheng. On the other side, Shen Hanhai intermittently patted Chen Hansheng's back, attempting to ease his discomfort. This evening, everyone had partaken in considerable libations, and, at the suggestion of the group, they decided to take a stroll for some fresh air. However, no one wished to play the role of the third wheel, leading to the division of the group into 5 pairs. Hu Linyu, Nie Xiaoyu, and Chen Lan formed one trio, Dong and Jin Yangming another, Wang Zibo and Bian Shi yet another, while Chen Hansheng, Shen Youchu, and Xiao Rongyu made a group. And poor Shen Ningning remained at home, assisting 3 children with their homework. The trio of Chen Hansheng was headed toward Shitsi Bridge, a locale known for its pleasant ambience, and the possibility of encountering the couple Feng Gou and Shen Rui at a nearby milk tea shop, although it was already past 10 in the evening. The area around Shitsi Bridge was still bustling with activity, filled with couples and university students. As they approached the entrance of the milk tea shop, they were greeted by Feng Gou's cheerful call. "Brother-in-law, Sister Xia, Sister Xiaoyu, what brings you here?" Feng Gou greeted them warmly, his gaze settling upon Chen Hansheng. "Oh, brother-in-law seems a bit tipsy." Feng Gou and Shen Rui were well aware of the intricate relationships among the trio, having seen Xiao Rongyu on numerous occasions. Though it was rare to witness the 3 together like this. "Could you make a glass of lemonade for your brother-in-law? He seems to have overindulged tonight," Shen Youchu suggested, originally intending to do it herself, but finding it challenging to carry Chen Hansheng. Shortly after, Shen Rui returned with a suitably tempered glass of lemonade. "Brother-in-law, Sister Xiaoyu," she greeted them before preparing 2 cups of strawberry coconut drink for the 2 ladies and joining Feng Gou in the busy task of making milk tea. After a while, Chen Hansheng appeared to regain some clarity. Observing the throngs of customers and the multitude of orders, he turned to Shen Youchu and inquired, "How much profit are Feng Gou and his wife making these days? Together, they probably earn around 30,000 a month. For specifics, you should ask Linyu," Shen Youchu replied, though she was not entirely certain herself. Following Chen Hansheng, Financial matters had never been her focus, as she was also responsible for Chen Zijing and Chen Zipei. Most of the milk tea shop's management was in Hu Linyu's capable hands, though she was aware of some significant events and figures. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Hansheng remarked, "Oh, over 30,000 is certainly sufficient for them." He suddenly recalled, "By the way, I heard from Feng Gui that your great-uncle is returning to the village soon?" "Yes." Shen Youchu nodded gently. He mentioned that his area will be demolished in less than a week, so he wants to check if there's anything of use left. Aining's mother is also coming to see her. Aining's mother is coming too? Is she planning to settle in Jianya? Chen Hansheng quipped casually. What about her current husband? Is he running away as well? He casually posed several questions, to which Shen Youchu pouted, feigning annoyance. No, Aining's mother and her husband are doing well. After the demolition, they moved to the town. This trip is merely a visit to see Aining. How can you say that? Xiao Rongyu interjected, not as lenient with Chen Hansheng. She pinched his side, twisting it painfully, causing him to grimace. You show no respect for your elders, still acting so childishly at over 30. That's not quite fair. I consider Aining as my own daughter, so I am of the same generation as her mother. How can you say I lack respect? Chen Hansheng argued earnestly, albeit nonsensically. Ironically, Xiao Rongyu found herself momentarily speechless, for while his reasoning was awkward, it bore a semblance of truth. Ugh, you are just being unreasonable. Xiao Rongyu, recognizing she could not win this argument, turned her head away, her innate pride undiminished even at 35. As they walked along the broad road, Chen Hansheng no longer leaned on the two women, his hands tucked into his pockets, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, maintaining his carefree demeanor. The milk tea shop closed promptly at midnight, and the trio departed at 11:30, heading toward Tianjing Mountain Community, where Liang Taiho and Old Shen resided. Given his resources, arranging a villa for the elderly couple would have been effortless, but they had declined, claiming it was too large for just the two of them, preferring the moderate size of Tianjing Mountain Community. This area belonged to the older district, currently undergoing road repairs and the installation of streetlights, resulting in a somewhat dim atmosphere. As they approached a corner, an oppressive sensation suddenly enveloped them, and a blinding light surged toward them, inducing a wave of dizziness as they instinctively shielded their eyes. However, Chen Hansheng's heart raced. He was all too familiar with this scenario. The oncoming light continued to approach, albeit at a reduced speed. Yet the braking distance of such a large vehicle was still at least 50 meters. Chen Hansheng could evade it swiftly. Yet, Shen Youchu and Xiao Rongyu, unaccustomed to the abrupt glare, were slow to react. He could save one of them, but the other would inevitably be struck. Time was of the essence. He had no luxury for contemplation and instinctively devised a strategy. In an instant, he swiftly wrapped his left arm around Xiao Rongyu, clasping Shen Youchu with his right, pulling them as close to his body as possible. With a determined resolve, he pushed off the ground and twisted his body. At that moment, the blinding white light faded from his view, replaced by darkness, their shadows. Bang! A series of muffled thuds reverberated through the air. The three individuals were propelled forward several meters, with Shen Youchu and Xiao Rongyu feeling as though an immense force had hurled them away, leaving them in a state of discomfort as if their bodies were on the verge of disintegration. A sensation of dizziness relentlessly encroached upon their senses. Yet, amidst the chaos, they distinctly perceived that Chen Hansheng's forehead and cheeks were damp. A sharp, metallic scent of blood invaded their nostrils, jolting their minds into clarity. Chapter 4. Reborn Again. The two women cast their gaze upon Chen Hansheng, who lay beneath them, his shirt torn open at the back by the violent impact. His once pristine white t-shirt was now drenched in crimson, and blood continued to spill from the corners of his mouth, pooling on the inky asphalt beneath. Xiao Chen, are you all right? Xiao Chen. Their startled cries reached his ears, and though he wished to respond, each attempt was met only with more blood escaping his lips. His gaze a mixture of confusion and an unexplainable sense of acceptance. Why the hell am I in another accident? He thought, utterly speechless. Xiao Rongyu and Shan Han were weeping freely, desperately trying to support him while wiping away the blood that trickled from his mouth. Xiao Chen, please don't scare me. Wake up. Chen Hansheng, you must wake up. Don't ignore me. They continued to call out, fully aware that Chen Hansheng had just shielded them from the brunt of the impact, leaving him unconscious. Both women felt their heads spinning, but they forced their eyes open, only to succumb to their dizziness moments later, collapsing onto Chen Hansheng's shoulder. "Are you three all right?" "Yes, yes. Ivy already called for help." "Hold on." This unexpected calamity caught everyone off guard, no one anticipating such an event. "By the way, where are you planning to go next?" "You must have another drink with me." "Yin Yin, you look rather lovely today." "Old Four, why is your tolerance so poor today?" In a bustling eatery near Keida in Jiangling University Town, Chen Hansheng hazily recognized Yang Shichao's voice and wondered why he was in Jianya. Could he have come specifically to celebrate his birthday? He slowly opened his eyes, cautiously shifting his body. Why doesn't he hurt anymore? Have I cultivated an indestructible body? With that thought, Chen Hansheng gradually increased his movements, even twisting his waist, his gaze falling upon Yang Shichao and Guo Xiaoqiang, astonished. "Old Guo is here too? Wait, where are Xiao Han and Xiao Rongyu?" His previously cloudy eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity as he surveyed his surroundings. He spotted classmates like Shang Yinyin, Jin Yangming, Tan Min, Dai Jinyo, and Li Jinan from Public Administration Class 2. Realizing something, he instinctively turned to Yang Shichao beside him and asked, "Where is Shun Youchu?" "Huh?" Yang Shichao paused, taken aback. "Old Four, why do you suddenly mention her?" Chen Hansheng frowned in impatience. "I'm asking where she is." His thoughts were muddled, and under the influence of alcohol, he instinctively shouted, drawing the attention of nearby classmates. "Have you had too much to drink? Why are you yelling at me?" Yang Shichao remarked, playfully punching Chen Hansheng on the shoulder. After 4 years of camaraderie, he didn't take offense, assuming Chen Hansheng was simply intoxicated. But at that moment, Chen Hansheng was utterly bewildered. What in the world is happening? Am I really reborn again? He glanced around, recognizing that the memories here intertwined with those of his first life. Today marked the graduation ceremony of his first life. Goodness, could it be that I truly have been reborn? I never wished for such a thing. At this moment, Chen Hansheng felt on the verge of collapse. His character was such that he nearly cried. After all, he had painstakingly achieved a prestigious social status, endured 2 hellish trials, and finally realized a harmonious life with both Xiao Rongyu and Shen Hanan. And now, was he to relive all of it again, including his 3 adorable daughters, as well as his junior sister, Tigu, Shang Yinyan, and Jingjia? Damn it! Just as he was about to mentally curse his fate, he noticed a sudden stillness enveloping the private room. Even the sound of breathing became faintly audible. Confused, Chen Hansheng followed everyone's gaze towards the door. There, he beheld an all-too-familiar silhouette. Amidst the crowd, a girl clad in a simple knee-length chiffon dress drew everyone's attention. The dress, slightly ill-fitting, could not conceal her porcelain-like skin. Her naturally wavy long hair cascaded down her back, and she stood gracefully in dark silver stilettos, her face radiant like a peach blossom. Her flawless figure, combined with enchanting eyes, captivated the attention of all present, both male and female. As she turned, the crowd recognized her instantly. It was Shun Youchu. In this life, at this moment, the most beautiful girl from the class of 2002 at the Finance Institute finally stood before everyone. However, Chen Hansheng observed a peculiar difference. While Shen Youchu appeared nearly identical to her past self, the expression on her face was no longer that of confusion and shyness, but rather one of excitement. Indeed, pure exhilaration. Chen Hansheng's mind was still in a haze, unable to grasp the situation. The onlookers were astonished to see the ethereal Shen Youchu in tears, with droplets cascading down her exquisitely shaped face, igniting a fierce protective instinct in the male attendees. Chen Hansheng found himself unable to tear his gaze away from her mesmerizing eyes, and inexplicably, he stood up, taking a few steps closer to Shen Youchu, closing the distance to merely 3 meters. His movement caught everyone's attention. Jin Yangming attempted to pull him back, but he shrugged him off. As their eyes locked, a flicker of understanding passed between them. Chen Hansheng's lips parted slightly, yet no words emerged, his gaze brimming with tenderness. Shen Youchu seemed to sense something as well. Her body trembled, her hands clenched tightly, but her enchanting eyes remained fixed on him. She took 2 steps forward, reducing the distance to less than a meter. "How about you be my girlfriend?" With those words, the room erupted in chaos. Although outwardly silent, the attendees regarded Chen Hansheng with a mixture of incredulity and curiosity. After 4 years of minimal interaction, was it truly a mere infatuation upon seeing her true form at graduation? It would be astonishing if Shen Youchu agreed. Such was the prevailing sentiment, prompting the representative of women's rights, Rongyu, to rise once more. "Chen Hansheng, you often joke around, but this is Youchu," she asked, frightened to tears. Rongyu stood up in defense of her friend. "You know her temperament. Do you think it's appropriate to make such jokes? Besides, with her beauty, do you think you're some kind of emperor, expecting anyone to simply agree to be your girlfriend?" The familiar voice and tone resonated within him. Indeed, whether in this life or the last, Rongyu remained the same. How can this silly Rongyu always be around? Chen Hansheng silently cursed. "I already have Shen Han and Xiao Rongyu. Moreover, your looks and figure don't quite measure up." Upon encountering an acquaintance from a past life, he felt an inexplicable sensation within. However, he could only mutter such thoughts to himself at present. Chapter 5. Has Shen Youchu reincarnated too? Yang Xiao, Old Fourth. Stop joking around and come back. Guo Xiaoqiang. Indeed, Old Fourth, you two share no emotional bond. I haven't seen you speak to her throughout our 4 years in university. Jin Yangming. Fourth brother, please show some respect for the young lady. As the legal pioneer of room 602, I have the right to demand that you accept the just consequences. Tan Min, fellow villager, you cannot just pursue Youchu relentlessly simply because she is beautiful. If you intend to court her, you must present some sincerity. They all perceived Chen Hansheng as having approached Shen Youchu merely to flirt, especially considering how he had behaved in their previous 4 years. He would tease pretty girls, yet maintained a firm sense of principles and loyalty, which endeared him to the girls, making them fond of such a disposition. This was one of the reasons Chen Hansheng thrived among the female circle in his past life. With such charm, he could navigate society with ease and showcase his talents. "Are you Xiao Chen?" Shen Youchu, standing but a step away from Chen Hansheng, said tearfully. She seemed to be confirming something. Chen Hansheng's earlier suggestion for her to be his girlfriend echoed in her mind, also serving as a confirmation of her innermost speculation. At this moment, Chen Hansheng wore a gentle smile, gazing at Shen Youchu and saying, "This time, you haven't eaten 2 pieces of green vegetables. So you shouldn't have any reason to reject me, right?" Their cryptic exchange left those around them bewildered, particularly as they noticed Shen Youchu had referred to Chen Hansheng as Xiao Chen. This term of endearment was so intimate that it felt as though they were indeed a couple. If Chen Hansheng had called Shen Youchu Xiao Shen, it could be interpreted as flirtation, yet the affectionate Xiao Chen had originated from Shen Youchu herself. What could he possibly mean by saying she had no reason to refuse him this time? Unbeknownst to them, this was a cherished memory shared uniquely between Chen Hansheng and Shen Youchu. Upon hearing his response, Shen Youchu could no longer contain her emotions. Despite the mere meters separating them, she dashed toward Chen Hansheng, collapsing into his broad embrace. The two held each other tightly, enveloped in silence. In that moment, Chen Hansheng realized that Shen Youchu had indeed reincarnated. The air was so still that even the sound of breathing was absent, save for Shen Youchu's muffled sobs. This scene lingered for quite a while, with dozens of college students rendered mute, quietly observing the pair in the center of the room. "Shen Youchu, are you a pig?" Chen Hansheng gently stroked her head. "I'm not." "Then what are you?" After a brief hesitation, Shen Youchu summoned her courage to declare, I am your wife." At the utterance of this word, her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a summer watermelon, as she buried her head deeper. The term wife even surprised Chen Hansheng. After all, they had a child in their previous life, making the designation fitting. However, with so many classmates present, and especially given Shen Youchu's character, merely calling herself his girlfriend would have sufficed, but that was merely Chen Hansheng's perspective. Shen Youchu had deliberated extensively and fought through countless internal conflicts before speaking those words. Having borne a child for him, she felt justified in claiming the title of his wife. Though they had not obtained a marriage certificate or held a wedding, It was an undeniable reality. Recently, she had come to understand this truth. Chen Hansheng had shielded her from a truck, and she recognized that he could have evaded it. Yet, he had chosen to endure the brunt of it alone to protect her and Xiao Rongyu. Shen Youchu was acutely aware of her own vulnerability. Had the truck collided with her, even if she survived, she would likely face lifelong disability. Her mother-in-law had once imparted wisdom. True couples endure trials and face life and death together. If one day you encounter a man willing to sacrifice everything, even his life, for you, then you are indeed a true couple. At that moment, she could think of nothing else. All she knew was that Xiao Chan was the man willing to give his life for her, and that was enough. The word wife astonished not only Chen Hansheng, but also their peers. They could no longer maintain their composure, and a cacophony of discussions erupted, akin to a flood. All centered around the two of them. Had Chen Hansheng successfully confessed? When had they become a couple? Was this really Shen Youchu? How could she claim to be Chen Hansheng's wife? They had hardly spoken throughout their 4 years of college. How had they inexplicably ended up together? Listening to the rising tide of speculation, Chen Hansheng's mind raced as he sought to provide everyone with an explanation. The other occupants of room 602 were casting puzzled glances in his direction, and all their classmates regarded them similarly. He gently patted Shen Youchu's back, and she slowly released her embrace, stepping aside while firmly grasping Chen Hansheng's left thumb with her right hand. This detail did not escape the notice of those present. They understood that Shen Youchu was likely very dependent on Chen Hansheng. Together, they faced their nearly 40 classmates. Ahem, actually, Shen Youchu and I have been together for quite some time, Chen Hansheng stated with utmost seriousness. However, she had to prepare for her graduate exams. So we agreed to keep our relationship private until graduation day. That is how it is. After speaking, Chen Hansheng chuckled, a genuine smile illuminating his face. Fortunately, this reincarnation had brought Shen Hanhen along for the ride, making his current life considerably easier. Since Shen Hanhen had also been reborn, what about Xiao? With that thought, he felt a surge of excitement, but surrounded by Shen Youchu and their classmates, he had to temporarily set that thought aside. The classmates from Public Administration Class 2 found it difficult to accept this revelation, not for any other reason, but that it felt too sudden, and the two were such polar opposites. One was a boisterous, reckless rogue, while the other was a shy individual who would blush even when speaking to the cafeteria staff. They seemed utterly mismatched. However, as time passed, they gradually began to accept this reality. Sensing the opportune moment, Chen Hansheng leaned closer to Shen Youchu's ear and whispered, "I imagine everyone is quite curious. Why don't you head over to the girls and explain things to them?" After a moment's thought, he added, "Be sure not to mention our reincarnation. I'll return to the boys and clarify as well. If they ask when we started dating, just say it was during the second semester of our senior year." "Understood," Shen Youchu obediently replied. To onlookers, it appeared as though they were playfully flaunting their affection. Chen Hansheng whispered sweet nothings into Shen Youchu's ear, who then nodded obediently in agreement, resembling a couple deeply in love after years together. Chapter 6. Astonishing Everyone. The two separated to their respective tables, the boys and girls alike, as if they were under scrutiny in an interview, with questions at the dining table ceaselessly flowing. Among the boys, table 602 exhibited the most fervor, collectively curious about how Chen Hansheng had won Shen Youchu's heart. The girls, too, were similarly inquisitive, their inquiries revolving around, "How did you meet? How did you and Chen Hansheng become a couple? How long have you been together? Why didn't you tell us?" Poor little Hanbao stammered in response, I met Xiao Chun at the beginning of the school year, but we only confirmed our relationship in the second half of our senior year. She was never one to lie, especially not in front of her university classmates. Revealing this much was already her limit. Anything beyond that would likely be met with disbelief. Should she confess, Xiao Chun and I were together in our past life, and I even bore him a daughter? In contrast to Shen Youchu, Chen Hansheng navigated the inquiries with much more ease. "I met Shen Youchu in the second half of our senior year, and, mind you, it wasn't I who pursued her, it was she who pursued me." As he reminisced about past events, he recounted, initially, she visited the hospital due to some discomfort, only to be misdiagnosed with cancer. Out of goodwill, I comforted her, accompanied her for meals and chats, and eventually took her to the movies. In the end, we discovered that she had simply received the wrong test results. Following that incident, she launched a series of relentless advances towards me. What kind of advances? All the boys leaned in with rapt attention, while even the girls at the adjacent table fell silent, listening intently to Chen Hanxing's voice filling the private room. My mind seems a bit muddled lately. I need to keep talking to remember. Before he could elaborate further, Jin Yangming, unable to contain his impatience, pulled out a Zhonghua cigarette and lit it for him, urging, "Come on, hurry up and tell us." "All right, I shall continue." Chen Hanxing accepted the cigarette, taking a deep drag before casting a glance at Shen Youchu. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, resembling a ripe peach, as she shyly lowered her head, tinged with a hint of guilt. Shen Youchu understood that this was the story about the hospital's misdiagnosis and her initial intention to break up with Chen Hanxing, albeit with a slight modification. However, her affection and reliance on him remained unspoken. This brings us to a lengthy tale. Once she learned that she had not, in fact, been diagnosed with cancer, she was overjoyed. Nevertheless, my charm had ensnared her. She confessed that after spending these days with me, she had developed feelings and wished to enter a relationship. Chen Hanxing spun his tale with a blend of truth and fabrication, speaking to his fellow classmates with ease. At that time, I did not agree, and she began bringing me breakfast, occasionally sneaking into my dorm to walk me back, persistently asking me to accompany her to the library to study, insisting that I must not abandon her. As you all know, I have a soft heart, and eventually, I relented. After finishing his narrative, he exhaled a smoke ring, maintaining a serious demeanor, leaving his classmates somewhat incredulous yet compelled to believe. The girls collectively turned to Shen Youchu, seemingly inquiring, "Is this true? Who Lin, who in the past life had been Shen Youchu's closest friend, boldly questioned, "Youchu, is that how it really went?" She thumped her chest, which had grown from freshman year to senior year, and fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen Hanxing. "If Chen Hanxing ever harasses or threatens you into being with him, you must tell us. We will protect you." Chen Hanxing, unfazed by Hu Linyu's interjections, feigned ignorance and glanced at the ceiling nonchalantly. "No, that's not true. Xiao Chun is speaking nothing but the truth." Her character was such that she was utterly compliant with Chen Hanxing. Moreover, she felt that this was more or less accurate. After all, she had proposed breaking up due to a misunderstanding, and upon realizing it was a misdiagnosis, she had earnestly sought to rekindle their relationship. Who would have thought? "Fourth brother, you are quite impressive. I always thought the most beautiful girls in our class of 02 were Shang Yin or Bai Yongshan. It turns out you were hiding Shen Youchu all along." Jin Yangming patted Chen Hanxing's shoulder, a tinge of envy in his voice. "Stay humble." Chen Hanxing raised his right hand, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. "Damn, fourth brother is showing off again," Guo Xiaoqiang muttered under his breath. "Then I wish you and Youchu a lifetime of happiness and early parenthood." In the circle of girls from his past life, Tan Min was the most familiar with Chen Hanxing. Thus, she was among the first to respond, followed by others in the private room, extending their congratulations to the couple. Sigh. Chen Hanxing internally lamented, "Oh, fellow countrymen, had it not been for my reincarnation, Zi Pei would already be in her teens. Rest assured, Linyu, Xiao Chun treats me extraordinarily well, and as long as I am by his side, I am thoroughly content." Shen Youchu felt a strange sensation wash over her. Hu Linyu should be one of the most understanding individuals regarding her relationship with Chen Hanxing, yet now she found herself needing to explain slowly. Perhaps this was a drawback of reincarnation. "But you are. All right, since you say so, if I continue, you might accuse me of sowing discord. Chen Hanxing, if you ever dare to bully Youchu, I will not spare you." Hu Linyu turned and shook her chubby fist at Chen Hanxing. "Uft, Shen Youchu is mine." Chen Hanxing retorted, "I can bully her however I please." "What? Do you want to be a third wheel?" Although Hu Linyu's relationship with him was not as close as in their past life, it did not hinder him from teasing her. "You are," Hu Linyu exclaimed in exasperation, scratching her head. "Youchu, if you ever find yourself bullied, remember to seek me out." Laughter erupted as the banter between Hu Linyu and Chen Hanxing amused everyone around them. "Phew, Finally leaving, I can't believe I attended 3 senior graduation ceremonies. What a bizarre experience. Chen Hansheng complained to Shun Youchu beside him. Oh, I also seem to have made an error. Shouldn't it be 2 times? Shen Youchu inquired, puzzled. It should be 2 times for this life and the last. Where does the 3rd come from? Chen Hansheng had inadvertently let slip, yet he had no intention of concealing the truth. After all, Shen Youchu had also experienced reincarnation. She would likely accept his additional rebirth. Wait a moment. I want to check on Xiao Yuer's situation. Since you have reincarnated, Xiao Yuer's circumstances should be more or less the same. As he spoke, he pulled out a mobile phone, the latest Nokia N91 from 2005. His family was reasonably well off, and although he hadn't achieved the same level of success in his first life as in the second, he had still saved a considerable amount. Having founded a small gaming company in the second half of his junior year, creating several online games such as Gamoku, Tetris, Link, and Don't Step on the White Blocks. Having earned a modest sum, he found himself, upon graduating from university, with a fortune nearing 1,500,000. In this era, such wealth could be deemed the mark of a small fortune. This is the benefit of the independent thinking and practical skills that old Chun had instilled in him since childhood. Upon unlocking his phone, he noticed 6 missed calls, all from Xiao Rongyu. He had silenced his phone during his time at the food stall, and coupled with his rebirth, he had been oblivious to the notifications. Hello, little fish? In Chapter 7, all is revealed. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? The voice on the other end, Xiao Rongyu, seemed to stutter, a realization that filled Chen Hansheng with exhilaration. He was now certain that Xiao Rongyu had also been reborn. Firstly, in his previous life, after graduation, she had not reached out to him, yet this time, she called 6 times. Secondly, Xiao Rongyu was not Shen Youchu. She would never stammer due to shyness. This stuttering must stem from anxiety and fear, and if he failed to recognize that, it would indeed be a disservice to the very concept of rebirth. Even Shen Youchu, who was beside him, began to sense something amiss. Little fish, what's wrong? Why are you stuttering? He feigned nonchalance, responding, Is there something you need? Oh no. What should I do now that I've been reborn? How will I explain this to Xiao Chen? Will he even believe me? On the other end of the line, Xiao Rongyu was almost pulling her hair out in frustration. She was currently in her dormitory at Dongda University in the Jiangling campus. I must find Xiao Chen first. No matter what, the only solace she found was that Chen Hansheng seemed unscathed. Since she was fine, surely Xiao Chen was too. It felt as though, in her previous life, she had faced a formidable challenge, but due to a car accident, she had failed and was now back at the starting point, ready to face it again, fully healed, akin to a character in a video game like Super Mario. Why the silence? Chen Hansheng urged playfully, If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I need to take my girlfriend shopping. This statement stunned Xiao Rongyu, her mind racing. What? Since when do you have a girlfriend? Didn't you break up with Luo Shimi? Indeed, I ended things with Luo Xian a long time ago. My current girlfriend is not her. Guess who? Chen Hansheng teased. Why? Xiao Rongyu stuttered, at a loss for words. Seeing that the jest had gone on long enough, he decided to relent. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Little fish, come downstairs. I'll meet you at your dorm. After all, while it may be amusing to toy with one's partner, it was crucial to resolve the pressing matters at hand first. After hanging up, Shen Youchu looked at Chen Hansheng with a playful reproach. Why are you bullying Rongyu again? Chen Hansheng smiled and offered no explanation, instead pinching Shen Youchu's cheek affectionately. Let us head to Dongda to pick up little fish. I reckon you haven't been to this side of Dongda much. At this moment, Chen Hansheng's demeanor towards the girl was filled with tenderness, warming Shen Youchu's heart. After a brief acknowledgement, she took his hand, and together they walked towards Dongda. After approximately 10 minutes, they spotted Xiao Rongyu emerging from the school gates. Upon noticing them, her delicate face first displayed tension, followed by confusion, and then delight. Xiao Rongyu seemed to grasp something. Initially, she had been anxious about Chen Hansheng finding a new girlfriend, but upon seeing that the girlfriend was Shen Youchu, she realized that all 3 of them had been reborn. There are too many people here. Let us find a quieter place to talk. Chen Hansheng gestured to the 2 girls. Thus, the trio strolled back to the food stall they had visited earlier. Chen Hanxiang recalled that he now owned a car in this life, identical to his first car in the previous life, a small red Xiao. He gently caressed the vehicle's exterior, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Ah, little Li, look how well I treat you. You receive my first every time. In the back seat, Xiao, Rongyu, and Shen Youchu were engaged in hushed conversation. And Chen Hanxiang didn't he need to listen closely to know it was merely an exchange of thoughts about their rebirth. After a short journey, they arrived at Tianjing Mountain Community on Tianyuan East Road. Shen Youchu and Chen Hanxiang were quite familiar with this area, though this time, they were not in apartment 3201, but rather 1403. Upon entering the building, as he surveyed the rather simple decor, Chen Hanxiang's memories from his first life began to resurface. This was where he had moved to during his junior year, purchasing the second-hand apartment for just over 200,000. Xiao, Rongyu, and Shen Youchu surveyed their surroundings, seemingly evaluating the quality of the man's dwelling in this life. The three settled onto the couch, and finally, Xiao Rongyu could no longer contain herself, her fair face reflecting urgency as she asked, "How did we all end up being reborn?" Shen Youchu also turned her gaze towards Chen Hanxiang, puzzled. "Honestly, I do not know why we have been reborn," he replied, "but I can share a secret with you, a secret I have kept from you for 2 lifetimes." The two girls exchanged glances before focusing on Chen Hanxiang. "This isn't my first rebirth," he began, causing both to gasp in astonishment. "What, Xiao Chun, are you saying?" "Indeed, this is my second rebirth," Chen Hanxiang confirmed with a nod. The girls were momentarily stunned. However, as Chen Hanxiang had suspected, having experienced rebirth once already, the notion of second rebirth was not as shocking to them. Shen Youchu, still somewhat dazed, gazed at him, while Xiao Rongyu jumped in with a question. "Are you saying that in your previous life, you had already been reborn?" "Yes, precisely," Chen Hanxiang affirmed. "Now, all you need to do is listen, and I will share every secret with you. In my first life, I lived quite aimlessly. I had amassed a fortune of billions. Yet I was utterly alone, having reached the age of 35 without companionship." He set the stage with a narrative. "One day, while negotiating a business deal, I was about to return to Hongcheng to see old Chen and Lady Liang when I was involved in a car accident." "Another car accident?" Xiao Rongyu blurted out instinctively. "Yes, a car accident," Chen Hanxing recounted, shuddering at the memory. "When I awoke in a daze, Wang Zibo was beside me, encouraging me not to succumb to despair over my failed confession to you during that year of high school graduation." He turned to Xiao Rongyu, asking, "Do you remember when you appeared before me and I claimed not to know you? In truth, I hadn't seen you in nearly a decade. How could I possibly recognize you immediately? Ah, now I understand why you treated me that way," Xiao Rongyu exclaimed, her realization dawning. Chen Hanxing understood her occasional interruptions. After all, such matters were profoundly surreal. Perhaps it was the effect of being reborn into a body in its 20s. But Xiao Rongyu was increasingly resembling the lively and sweet girl he had fallen for in the past. Chapter 8. May all love find its way back together. As I arrived at the University of Finance and Economics, encountering you once more evoked a particular memory, Chen Hanxing remarked, directing his gaze towards Shen Youchu. "Oh," Shen Youchu responded, her expression one of confusion as she looked at Chen Hanxing. "In truth, this is also one of the reasons I must achieve the dual fulfillment method in this life," he stated candidly. The mere mention of the dual fulfillment method caused both women to tense up, casting anxious looks at Chen Hanxing. Although the two had completely forgiven him, a trace of resentment lingered in their hearts, a natural human sentiment. Both women turned their eyes towards Chen Hanxing, curiosity and apprehension evident in their expressions. In reality, the concept of the dual fulfillment method had been in my plans since shortly after my rebirth. In my previous life, after my unsuccessful confession to Xiao in our senior year of high school, I lost all patience. Upon entering the university in my sophomore year, I met Luo Xian and soon recognized her affections for me. Under her pursuit, we quickly became a couple. As he spoke, he keenly observed the expressions of the two girls. Xiao Rongyu was not overly surprised, as her memories from this life had already informed her of the events. Shen Youchu, while somewhat astonished, listened intently, Chen Hansheng continued. It was precisely because I was with Luo Xian that Xiao went to America after graduation. Even after you learned of my breakup with Luo Xian, you did not return to me, for you were unwilling to acknowledge your feelings for me. You lived alone in America for nearly a decade, during which you never sought another partner, for your heart had always belonged to me. His words plunged Xiao Rongyu into silence as well. She understood her own nature. Upon learning of Chen Hansheng's infidelity in her past life, she would rather live alone in America than accept Shen Youchu, let alone pursue another man. In this life, her heart truly harbored only one man, Chen Hansheng. And as for Shen Youchu, within the recesses of his memories from the first life, he inhaled deeply, his expression grave. During those 4 years of university, you subsisted solely on steamed buns and free seaweed egg drop soup, while juggling multiple part-time jobs. Shortly after being admitted to the graduate program at Jianye University, you succumbed to severe malnutrition and ultimately passed away unexpectedly. This revelation startled Shen Youchu, and even Xiao Rongyu felt a shiver of fear at his words. Thus, during the early days of the semester, seizing the opportunity to run for class president with Xiao, who, I bought you lunch, peeled shrimp for you, and took you out for hot pot, all to gradually restore your health. With a long exhale, Chen Hansheng concluded recounting the experiences of the two women in their past lives. Xiao Chen, thank you. Shen Youchu spoke little, tears streaming silently down her cheeks as she clutched Chen Hansheng's wrist, her eyes brimming with affection and gratitude. Xiao Rongyu mirrored her sentiment, though her gaze held an added hint of shame. Now you understand why I must achieve the dual fulfillment method, right? Both women nodded through their tears in response to Chen Hansheng. Though I cannot claim to be a good person, you are the most important individuals in my life. He spoke with a tenderness in his voice. He turned to Xiao Rongyu. You, Xiao, you are my white moonlight. I shall no longer allow you to suffer alone in America. Then he looked at Shen Youchu. You, Shen Hanins, my treasure girl, I shall not permit you to leave this beautiful world due to that wretched malnutrition, nor depart from me. It was for this reason that he established Rocket 101 at the university and founded Guoco Electronics. He needed to amass sufficient wealth and attain a high enough status to protect both women from the imminent chaos that could erupt at any moment. Fortunately, fate was kind to him. He successfully navigated through 2 tumultuous situations. The room was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chen Hansheng understood that they needed time to digest the weight of these revelations. Thus, he suppressed his impatience and patiently awaited their responses, his demeanor radiating warmth and understanding. This time, it was Shen Youchu who first regained her composure, her tears flowing like a torrential flood. In that moment, her love and reliance on Chen Hansheng reached their zenith. Xiao Rongyu watched them, devoid of any jealousy, only feeling remorse, reflecting on the turmoil of their past lives. She trembled as she spoke. Chen Gou, why didn't you tell us sooner? At that moment, she felt unworthy of his love. Chen Hansheng had borne immense pressure for both her and Shen Youchu, facing the ire and resentment of others. Each time chaos erupted, her stubbornness only added to the burdens he had to carry. She found it unfathomable to imagine the magnitude of the pressure he had endured, nor dare to ponder how he had persevered through such dire circumstances. Why didn't you speak up earlier? Xiao Rongyu repeated, her voice quivering, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. Despite possessing the psychological maturity of a woman in her 30s, she cried like a child. How could this be your fault? Chen Hansheng gently patted Xiao Rongyu's back. In truth, I had my own selfish motives, and even if I had spoken up back then, you might not have believed me. Had it not been for this unexpected turn of events, the 3 of us experiencing rebirth, you would have found it hard to trust my words, for rebirth is a concept too extraordinary. With one arm around Shen Hanin's and the other around Xiao Rongyu, he allowed their tears to soak his clothing. Sensing their emotions, he mused inwardly. It appears that the dual fulfillment method has indeed been fully realized. He chuckled softly, thinking how they resembled 2 children. Having lived an extra lifetime, he felt he could easily be their father, if only they could address him as father like Shang Yin did. At this thought, he couldn't help but smile foolishly, almost drooling. However, he quickly dismissed that notion, recognizing its impossibility, for they were his wives, not mistresses like Shang Yinyan. Reminded of his own daughter, he pondered further. Shang Yinyan's garment factory must have gone bankrupt by now. During the previous gathering, the outfit she wore was no luxury brand, and her makeup was understated, resembling a typical university student. Zibo was soon to be deployed to Iraq, while Nie Xiaoyu should still be in Jianya along with his mother-in-law, and Ning, Bian Shir, Hu Linyu, Chun Lan, Xiao Jin, and Donger. A multitude of familiar faces flooded his mind. With Xiao Rongyu and Shen Youchu also reborn in this life, he felt no lingering worries. All that remained was for him, Chun Hansheng, to bring solace to the world. He silently wished, may all love in this life find its completeness. Chapter 9. 3 Lifetimes, 3 Worlds. Minutes later, the two women had cried all their tears, leaving only soft sobs in their wake. They gradually released their hold on Chen Hansheng, whose once white short sleeves were now nearly soaked through, resembling a garment splashed with water, albeit salty. Damn, women really are made of water. My shirt is almost a tear garment, he thought. Wait here for a moment. I'll go change, he said, tugging at his shirt with a serious expression. And another thing, stop right there. If you truly want to cry, I will let you weep to your heart's content in bed tonight. Having lived with Chen Hansheng for so long, even the innocent Shen Youchu understood the implications of his words, lowering her head shyly once more. While Xiao Rongyu blushed for the rarest of moments. Rascal, she exclaimed, laughter punctuating the air. Chen Hansheng chuckled softly. Do you think the 3 of us have experienced our own version of 3 lives, 3 worlds? As he changed his clothes, he recalled the immensely popular drama 3 Lives. 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms, set to premiere in 2018, where the female lead by Qian and male lead Yihua traverse 3 lifetimes filled with love and conflict before ultimately uniting. Surely, his own experiences were not far removed from the tale depicted in the series. The 2 girls nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. Xiao Chun, I have my graduation ceremony tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Xiao Rongyu suddenly recalled this matter and inquired. Of course. Chen Hansheng teased, but Xiao Yu, that sounds somewhat uncharacteristic of you. Xiao Rongyu momentarily did not grasp his meaning, but soon realized. The former proud Xiao Yu would have typically issued a command rather than a request, saying, Xiao Chun, remember to accompany me to my graduation ceremony tomorrow. Presently, however, she was momentarily subdued, driven by a sense of guilt towards Chen Hansheng. He refrained from pressing her further, recognizing that this behavior was merely temporary. After all, Xiao Rongyu was already 30 years old before her rebirth. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. Her proud nature was deeply ingrained and unlikely to change. After a moment, Chen Hansheng suddenly flashed a mischievous smile and turned to Shen Youchu and Xiao Rongyu. How about you two keep me company tonight? He proposed, raising both hands in a rather lewd gesture. Rest assured, I merely intend to hold you both while sleeping, nothing more. Don't be so shameless. Xiao Rongyu shot him a glare and turned to Shen Youchu, saying, Youchu, Xiao Chun is accompanying me tomorrow, so you stay here for now. I'm heading back to school. As she finished speaking, she made to leave, but was promptly halted by Chen Hansheng's voice. Stop. Chen Hansheng approached her with a serious expression, swiftly raising his left hand to press against the door beside her head. Executing the move with an undeniable air of authority, a wall slam. It's already 11 o'clock. The dormitory doors are locked. Chen Hansheng grinned. This apartment has 2 bedrooms. You can go to the other one. He assumed Xiao Rongyu would not refuse. Well, all right then, she conceded. But you'd better behave, and Youchu. Keep an eye on him tonight. Don't let him sneak out in the middle of the night. With that, she slipped away from his wall slam and hurried into the 2nd bedroom, locking the door behind her. Chen Hansheng shook his head in exasperation and turned to Shen Youchu. Am I really that frightening? Shen Youchu said nothing, merely gazing softly at him with her gentle peach blossom eyes. He stepped closer and swept her into a princess carry, inhaling her fragrance and instantly losing himself in desire. Upon reaching the bedroom, he gently placed Shen Youchu on the bed. The soft, warm light cascaded like a delicate veil, tenderly illuminating her bashful oval face. In the warm glow, her cheeks bore a faint blush, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring, charming and enchanting. She pulled the blanket over herself, covering half her face, revealing only her innocent yet alluring peach blossom eyes, which were fixed intently on Chen Hansheng as he had just shed his recently donned black short sleeves. Though she had seen his body countless times before, she felt her cheeks heat up with shyness each time. "Can you turn off the lights?" Shen Youchu asked timidly. "TCH, so dramatic," Chen Hansheng muttered under his breath, though he complied and switched off the lights. In the pitch-black room, only the faint moonlight seeping through the window provided a dim illumination, barely outlining their features, allowing them to discern one another's presence. "Huh, why do you seem like a shy maiden?" Chen Hansheng teased, gently pinching her cheek. I'm scared," she replied bashfully. Chen Hansheng felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. After all, they were already an old married couple. What was there to fear? Damn it, how could I have forgotten? He suddenly realized, struck by a wave of realization. Although he had lost count of the mischief he had engaged in with Shen Youchu, this was her first time in this life. Damn it, I need to wash the sheets. After a night passed, Chen Hansheng gazed at the peacefully sleeping Shen Youchu, then glanced at the balcony where the sheets had been washed but still bore traces of blood. He couldn't help but muse. Does this mean I have 4 wives now? 2 silly girls? 2 Xiao, yes? His reverie was abruptly interrupted by a call from Xiao. "Hello, what's up?" Xiao, having an early class at 8, had taken a taxi back to school around 7. By the time Chen Hansheng woke up, it was already 9 o'clock, and Shen Youchu, who usually woke up early, was still asleep, a testament to the intensity of the previous night. "Xiao Chun, the graduation ceremony starts at 4 this afternoon, so remember to come early." Came her familiar tone. "All right, I'll try to make it early. What did you have for breakfast?" "How can you even ask?" Xiao Rongyu replied, somewhat exasperated. "I barely had time for breakfast. I rushed back to the dorm, put on some light makeup, and it was already 7:50. Thankfully, the teaching building isn't far from the dorm, or I would have been late for the first time in my life, and that would have been your fault." "How is that my fault?" Chen Hansheng protested, feeling wronged. "It's almost the graduation ceremony. Why are you even having class?" "You would understand," Xiao Rongyu explained. "With graduation approaching, the last class is meant for everyone to share their thoughts and reflect on 4 years of university life. It's a significant conclusion to our college journey." Chapter 10. The King of Song and Jianya, Chun Ingjun. After spending nearly 20 minutes on the phone with Xiao, it was nearing 9:30. Feeling a bit hungry, he casually closed the door to the bedroom where Shen Youchu was sleeping and headed to the kitchen. He rummaged through the fridge and found potatoes, eggs, cucumbers, and a chicken leg. "I can't help but feel happy for you, little silly girl, for being able to enjoy breakfast prepared by the handsome chef Chun Ingjun from Sudong province," Chen Hansheng thought to himself. As he chopped the potatoes and chicken, he hummed Jake Chow's The Longest Movie, embodying the essence of a domestic chef. "Just give me 2 more minutes. Let me freeze this memory. Don't let the tears melt it. Your makeup is ruined. How am I supposed to remember? Just remember to tell me to forget." He felt quite proud of his singing, secretly dubbing himself the King of Song in Jianya. His daydreaming did not hinder his cooking. Within half an hour, he had prepared potato curry chicken and stir-fried cucumbers with eggs. Although he was a bitter rogue, he was quite adept at household chores, which are usually handled by Shen Youchu. Today, he decided to treat this little silly girl. As the clock approached 10, Chen Hansheng placed the freshly cooked dishes on the dining table while Shen Youchu was in the bathroom, hand-washing her tear-soaked clothes from the previous day. Chen Hansheng watched her, and she noticed his gaze. Turning his head, he beheld a delicate oval face adorned with an unmistakable, gentle smile. As midday approached, the radiant sunlight filtered through the living room window, playfully casting its glow upon Chen Hansheng's face. Despite the absence of any strikingly handsome features, Shen Youchu's heart raced with an uncontrollable thrum. This tranquil existence, unperturbed by the clamor of the world and free from the entanglements of complexity, was precisely what she yearned for deep within her soul. Simple, unpretentious, and devoid of any pretense. "Oh, the little sloth has risen." Shen Youchu blushed at the remark, promptly turning her attention back to washing clothes. Observing her demeanor, Chen Hansheng couldn't help but chuckle. "Come and eat first." "Understood." Shen Youchu replied obediently. Chen Hanxing spent the entire afternoon in her company, lounging on the sofa, watching television, and occasionally playfully pinching her cheeks, sometimes even pinching a bit too hard, leaving a stark white imprint on her already rosy complexion. Shen Youchu did not shy away, allowing him to tease her, her eyes brimming with tenderness and acceptance. It was not until precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Chen Hanxing drove his car towards Rongju's university, Dongda. Upon his arrival, he spotted Rongju and several of her dorm mates carrying various items as they entered the campus. Among them was a familiar face, Su Jishi, the girl with tiger teeth, whom he had known in a past life. Rongju instantly recognized the tallest figure in the crowd, her eyes sparkling with delight as she hurried over, affectionately linking her arm with his and promptly thrusting a bulging bag of snacks into his hands. One of the girls nearby, witnessing such a display of intimacy, curiously approached and inquired, "Xiao, is this your boyfriend you mentioned this morning?" "Hello, ladies. Good afternoon," Chen Hanxing interjected smoothly, introducing himself with practiced ease. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am from a nearby financial university, just like you all, a recent graduate. You may call me Chen Ingjun or Ingjun Ge." His self-introduction elicited laughter from the other girls. "Xiao, your boyfriend is quite amusing. No wonder you were swept away," Su Jishi teased. Another girl chimed in, "Ingjun Ge, how did you manage to win over our campus beauty, Rongyu?" At this, Chen Hanxing smiled broadly, about to jest that it was actually the campus beauty who pursued him. But his expression quickly sobered as Rongyu pinched him at the waist. His lips twitched. How could he forget that she was the epitome of its tsundere? "Well, Rongyu and I were high school classmates. I pursued her from the first year until her senior year before finally winning her over." His words were a mix of truth and embellishment, yet they pleased Rongyu nonetheless. "At least you are perceptive," she whispered playfully into his ear, shedding her earlier obedient demeanor and returning to her proud, spirited self, a transformation that was undoubtedly influenced by Chen Hanxing's encouragement the previous night. After delivering the snacks to their dormitory, Chen Hanxing found himself idly exhaling smoke outside. Shortly thereafter, the group of 6 girls and 1 boy, made their way to a nearby bustling eatery, comparable in ambience to the one Chen had visited the previous day. "Xiao, you're here." A boy sporting black-framed glasses and his side part approached, greeting Rongyu before his gaze shifted to Chen Hanxing, who was still linked to Rongju's arm. And this classmate is..." His awkwardness was palpable, yet he quickly regained composure, directing his attention to Chen Hanxing. "This is my boyfriend," Rongyu announced before Chen could utter a word, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Rongyu was the center of attention, a figure admired by at least 60 to 70% of the boys in her class, all of whom had either confessed their feelings or expressed their admiration on the Dongda BBS. As she entered, several boys had already cast curious glances in their direction. Rongju's voice, crisp and clear, reached their ears as she mentioned boyfriend. They scrutinized Chen Hanxing, collectively concluding that he appeared to be a bit of a rogue. His swaggering gait, casual t-shirt, towering stature, and the air of arrogance and rebelliousness about him, compounded by the toothpick dangling from his mouth, all contributed to this impression. Several girls from the class flocked to Rongyu, also sizing up Chen Hanxing. He continued with his usual self-introduction, prompting giggles from the surrounding girls. However, the boys felt a prick of annoyance, as if their younger sister was being flirted with by an outsider. Yet, none were foolish enough to make a scene, choosing instead to remain seated, smoking and chatting among themselves. This gathering lacked any remarkable conflicts or peculiarities. Only in the realm of online novels would such trivial pursuits lead to provocations. Real life had no room for such foolishness. "By the way, Xiao Chen, my dad will be picking me up later," Rongyu mentioned. "Huh? Why is your dad coming?" Chen Hanxing instinctively referred to Hongwei as dad, a habit formed from a past life where he had long addressed him as such since Chen Zijing's birth. It was primarily because Rongyu herself did not react, having grown accustomed to this form of address over the years. "My dad knows I have my graduation ceremony today. I informed him about it before my rebirth." Rongyu, said with a hint of resignation. Ah, Chen Hanqing nodded. Then I'll grab some food to take back for you. I plan to stay in Jianya for a while, primarily to take Shen Youchu back to Chuanju, and also to focus on developing my career here. Ugh, I'm at a loss. I have to start all over again, he lamented, reflecting on his life's uncertainties. That's how it is, Rongyu agreed. You should bring your mother-in-law and Aining to Jianya as soon as possible. Life in the mountains is quite inconvenient. Having finished discussing Shen Youchu, Rongyu began placing her order. I'd like some sushi, strawberry sundaes, Oreo cookies, Dove chocolate, and remember, the Pringles must be original flavor. When it came to food, Rongyu could easily pass as a connoisseur, given her well-off background and the wealth amassed by the Guo family, which could easily buy an entire food court. Though Chen Hansheng was starting anew this lifetime, he had established a small company. While she was unaware of the exact amount, it was certainly substantial. After all, in any lifetime, Chen Hansheng had amassed considerable wealth, so Rongyu need not worry about financial matters. Even if he chose not to venture into business, both Chen Zhaojun and Liang Meiwan had stable jobs, and after 3 decades of diligent work, their savings would certainly amount to over $1 million. Before long, Chen Hansheng had procured all the snacks Rongyu requested. He returned to the east gate with a cigarette between his lips and a large bag of snacks slung over his shoulder, yet he found no trace of Xiao. Chen Hansheng glanced around, but his search yielded no sign of her. However, he did notice a Santana with a Su-Ji license plate parked in front of the east gate, instantly recognizing it as the vehicle of Xiao Hongwei. Just as he made this connection, the window of the passenger seat rolled down, and Xiao poked her head out, her voice ringing clear and sweet. Xiao Chun, over here. Chen Hansheng promptly extinguished his cigarette and jogged over to the car, offering a greeting. Dad, you really didn't have to come pick up Xiao? I could have taken her back tomorrow. Yes, Dad, Xiao Rongyu replied, accepting the strawberry sundae ice cream from Chen Hansheng and turning to Xiao Hongwei. None of them paid heed to the expression on old Xiao's face at that moment. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongwei in the driver's seat was looking at his daughter with a peculiar gaze, then turned to glance at Chen Hansheng, sitting in the back. After a brief pause, he stuttered, Hansheng, what? What did you just call me? Dad, what's the matter? Chen Hansheng seemed to sense something amiss. How could I have forgotten this detail? I've been reborn. How can I call Xiao Hongwei Dad now? With this realization, an awkward expression washed over his face. Yet, Xiao appeared oblivious, teasingly remarking while enjoying her ice cream. Xiao Chun calls you Dad. What else would he call you? Should he revert to calling you old Xiao, like before? Xiao Hongwei was momentarily bewildered. What did this mean? Was his daughter actually dating this brat, Chen Hansheng? But calling him Dad seemed a bit premature. Clearing his throat, Chen Hansheng felt compelled to give Xiao Rongyu some subtle hints. Otherwise, if this continued, he might inadvertently reveal Chen Zijing. Xiao Rongyu regarded Chen Hansheng with suspicion, then glanced at her father. Suddenly, her ice cream spoon paused mid-air, and she finally sensed the unusual atmosphere. Ha ha, Chen Hansheng chuckled awkwardly, hastily explaining, Uncle Xiao, we were just joking. Xiao and I just confirmed our relationship a few days ago, so I thought I'd adapt a bit early. Even Chen Hansheng, the acclaimed actor, felt a bit out of character, having called Xiao Hongwei Dad for over a decade in his previous life. It took him a moment to adjust. Xiao Rongyu too could only smile brightly to mask the awkwardness, echoing Chen Hansheng's words. Dad, Xiao Chun loves to joke, but we really are together. Having served as a police officer for over a decade, Xiao Hongwei could discern the half-truths in their words, yet he found no other suspicious elements. However, he was certain that his daughter was indeed with Chen Hansheng, as she would never lie to him about such matters. Still, the sudden shift from old Xiao to Dad left him somewhat dazed. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Hongwei spoke solemnly. I won team medal in the affairs of young people. I've watched Hansheng grow up, and I trust him. But let me make one thing clear. If you dare to bully my daughter, I'll let you off easily. His expression was serious. As the news had caught him off guard, he had no time to organize his thoughts and could only convey the essentials. Dad, Uncle Xiao, please don't worry. Chen Hansheng reassured, patting his chest. Xiao will be treated like a princess in my care. If I treat her poorly, you can go find old Chen. At that moment, far away in the port city, Chen Zhaojun sneezed inexplicably. Liang Meiwan, who was watching television beside him, asked with concern, "Are you catching a cold? They say the temperature dropped today, so you should wear more layers back in Jinya." Xiao Hongwei smirked, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Chen Zhaojun. Nonetheless, he had spoken the truth. He genuinely trusted Chen Hansheng, having watched him grow despite his somewhat roguish demeanor. Moreover, now that his daughter had graduated from university, it was indeed time for her to date. Yet, as a doting father, Xiao Hongwei still harbored some reservations. He organized his thoughts and cautioned, "It's still too early to call you dad. You should spend more time together first. Hansheng is now venturing into society. If you encounter insurmountable difficulties, don't hesitate to contact me. If it's within my means, I will lend a hand. And remember to pay attention to Xiao Yuer. Don't let your career overshadow her." After a brief pause, he continued with a warning. "Lastly, Xiao Yuer is preparing for graduate school and will be studying for another 3 years. Don't rush into things, lest it affect her studies." Chen Hansheng understood the implication of this statement, which was essentially a caution against allowing Xiao Rongyu to become pregnant. Xiao Yuer also grasped the meaning, feeling a twinge of guilt, thinking that if it weren't for her rebirth, she might already have a 10-year-old granddaughter by now. After chatting for a while, Xiao Hongwei learned that Chen Hansheng would not be returning to the port city, so he decided to take Xiao Yuer home first. Before leaving, he intended to give Chen Hansheng some money, but was politely declined. Phew, finally got past the dad phase. Now to change the address. I've successfully sent old Xiao on his way. He drove back to the Tianjing mountain community on Tianyuan East Road. Upon opening the door, he inhaled deeply, catching a whiff of fragrant dishes with a hint of spice. Undoubtedly the culinary style of Shen Youchu. Hearing the door open, Shen Youchu quickly approached, retrieving slippers from a shoe cabinet and neatly placing them at Chen Hansheng's feet. This habit had persisted for over a decade. Having been raised with such values by her mother-in-law, she inherently embodied the virtues of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. "Let me guess. You made stir-fried green peppers with shredded potatoes and bamboo shoots with meat today," Chen Hansheng remarked, gazing at Shen Youchu's gentle smile, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "But I don't want to eat those." Shen Youchu felt puzzled. These were all his favorite dishes, after all. Had his taste changed since his rebirth? With this thought, she quickly inquired softly, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll make it for you. No need to cook. Because all I want to eat is you." As he spoke, Chen Hansheng leaned his face closer to Shen Youchu's, unable to resist biting her now rosy cheeks. Shen Han merely pouted at him, realizing he was joking and not truly averse to her cooking, which eased her worries. After being together for over 10 years, she knew Chen Hansheng was hardly picky. "You should eat. It'll get cold if you don't," Shen Youchu reminded, her cheeks flushed. "All right, kiss me and I'll go eat." He leaned in even closer, with no one else around. Shen Youchu felt shy, but still gently pressed her lips to Chen Hansheng's cheek. "Not enough," Chen Hansheng declared, planting a hearty kiss on Shen Youchu's oval face, saying, "See, you have to be as forceful as I am." Shen Youchu lowered her head, her toes shyly nudging against each other. Yet, she obediently followed his cue, leaning in for another kiss, which made a soft sound, though not as loud as the one Chen Hansheng had given her. Only then did Chen Hansheng feel satisfied enough to eat, while Shen Youchu waited for him, joining him for dinner as he hadn't finished his meal yet. Chen Hansheng had initially indulged in some delicacies at Xiao Rongyu's graduation ceremony, deliberately reserving some appetite, as he had anticipated that Shen Han would prepare a sumptuous meal. Consequently, he voraciously consumed a considerable portion of the dishes. Shen Youchu, dining with grace and poise, couldn't help but smile blissfully as she observed Chen Hansheng stuffing his mouth to the brim. Once Chen Hansheng finished, Shen Youchu began to eat more rapidly. However, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, "How are Grandma and Ning doing now?" Shen Youchu paused momentarily, her brows furrowing as she attempted to recall. Her mind was still predominantly filled with memories from her past life, necessitating a concerted effort to recollect the current circumstances. Amused by her expression, Chen Hansheng chuckled gently and playfully admonished her, "Why are you still so simple-minded?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his remark, Shen Youchu quickly regained her composure and pondered the present situation of her grandmother and Ning. "Oh, Ning is in elementary school in town, and Grandma is likely the same as ever, occasionally going up the mountain to gather firewood and cooking at home every day. Let us go back and bring Grandma and a Ning to Jianyi, Chen Hansheng proposed. In a few days, my company will embark on a new project, and I will be quite busy this summer, leaving little time to accompany you. Bringing Grandma and a Ning over will ensure you're not bored. All right. Youchu readily agreed, as she rarely contradicted Chen Hansheng's decisions. To expedite their journey, Chen Hansheng purchased plane tickets that very night and the following afternoon. After lunch, they headed directly to the Youchu airport in Jianyi, flying together. On the plane, however, he encountered a familiar face, someone from his past life, with whom he had some grievances. It was none other than the lowly green tea bitch, Huang Hui, who had caused much mischief during her lifetime and only realized the value of life before her demise. Well, chicken neck brother. I never expected to run into your past girlfriend so swiftly, he mused, lamenting the fact that in this life, he could not use his past liaison with Wang Zibo and Huang Hui as leverage against her. What a pity indeed. Beside him, Youchu also noticed Huang Hui. She did not conceal her emotions or gaze, subtly following Chen Hansheng's line of sight. Coincidentally, Huang Hui sensed Youchu's stare and turned to meet her gaze, resulting in an immediate confrontation. Oh my goodness! Huang Hui marveled silently at Youchu's beauty, thinking to herself, that girl is absolutely stunning. If only I could possess even half of her allure. In stark contrast to Huang Hui's envious thoughts, Youchu, feeling shy, quickly averted her gaze. It wasn't that she was inherently bashful. She simply felt as though she had been caught eavesdropping. Although Wang Zibo is a fool, I still don't want him to be a sycophant again. It's just too humiliating, Chen Hansheng muttered to himself, taking a jab at Wang Zibo. Upon exiting the Shuangliu airport, Chen Hansheng and Youchu took a bus to Daliang Mountain. They arrived in the town around 7 in the evening. In June, twilight descends rather late, and the sun was gently setting, casting its golden rays upon the earth. Youchu softly grasped Chen Hansheng's hand as they strolled side by side along the road. The warm light of the setting sun delicately illuminated their faces, reminiscent of a tender blush that tinged the clouds. Their shadows, elongated by the evening sun, intertwined closely behind them. A gentle breeze rustled the fields of wheat at the roadside, sending wisps of dandelion fluff dancing into the air, crafting a picturesque scene. Chen Hansheng inhaled deeply, marveling. The air here is far fresher than in Jianyi. He halted, closed his eyes, and extended his arms as if to embrace the heavens, envisioning the surrounding natural energies converging upon him, as if he were a reclusive master of the arts. Oh! Youchu was oblivious to her boyfriend's momentary lapse into juvenile enthusiasm, thinking he was merely expressing a simple sentiment. As they followed the small path to Youchu's village, the hour had grown late, nearing 7:30, and the sky was gradually darkening. Ordinarily, the village would be quiet at this hour. However, they discovered a gathering of over 50 individuals at the central square, divided into 2 factions. Chen Hansheng, towering above the crowd, peered into the fray. Upon witnessing the scene, his lips involuntarily curled in anger. Damn it! He released Youchu's hand and pushed through the crowd toward an elderly woman and a young girl. Yet, just as he was about to reach them, he was intercepted by several men, among whom he recognized Feng Gei, the village elder, and Ning's mother. As he attempted to push past them, Youchu's voice rang out urgently, "Shout, Chen! Don't act violently!" Everyone refrained from fighting. It was rare for Youchu to raise her voice, yet she did so with an earnest urgency. Upon hearing Youchu's voice, the crowd parted, recognizing her and realizing that the tall young man was her boyfriend. They promptly stepped aside, muttering apologies. Chen Hansheng, however, had no time to acknowledge them. He turned to Grandma and Ning, asking Grandma, "Ning, how are you? Ning, why are you crying?" But Ning, upon seeing Chen Hansheng for the first time, hid behind her grandmother, too intimidated to respond. "I'm fine," Grandma reassured him, her familiar voice bringing comfort. She turned to her granddaughter, "Little one, you've returned." "Yes, I'm back, Grandma. What's going on?" Youchu inquired anxiously. Chapter 13, Bringing Grandma and Ning, Part 1. Shen Youchu embraced the still-crying Ning, who was now 7 years old and wore 2 adorable horn braids, looking slightly thin but already standing at 1 meter 30. Sniffling, she expressed her grievances. Sister, they're bullying me, falsely accusing me, hitting my face, and they even pushed Grandma down. Boo-hoo. Poor Ning, amid her tears, pointed a trembling finger at a woman among the crowd. Shen Youchu and Chen Hansheng followed her gesture to identify the woman. The woman was stout, with small eyes, a flat nose, and a beauty mark by her mouth, complete with hair. Her frizzy hair only accentuated the age on her already haggard face. Shen Youchu's gaze hardened with hostility. Had this woman physically assaulted her, perhaps her ire would have been less intense, but she had harmed both Grandma and Ning. You little wretch, what is wrong with hitting you? Why can't you behave at school? Learning how to seduce others at such a young age. What a little fox you are. The woman continued her tirade of insults aimed at Ning, but abruptly, her shrill voice fell silent, cut off before she could finish her derogatory remark. A resounding slap echoed, and the woman's face twisted as it turned sharply to the side, her body spinning 360 degrees before collapsing onto the slightly damp earth. The red imprint on her cheek was even larger than her plump face, and as her swollen cheek swelled, she spat out 2 slightly yellowed teeth, feeling dizzy and disoriented, her head rolling back as she lost consciousness. This scene left not only the 20-odd individuals on the opposing side astounded, but also left the inhabitants of Shen Youchu's village utterly speechless. They instinctively touched their own faces, contemplating the potential sting of such a slap if it were delivered upon their own skin. This young man, they silently marveled in their hearts. Meanwhile, Chen Hansheng, the instigator of this chaos, seemed far from appeased. He lunged once more toward the middle-aged woman, only to be intercepted by 4 middle-aged men. However, the tallest among them barely reached 5'7", all of them well into their middle age, while Chen Hansheng was a vigorous youth. Not hesitant to confront a gang of ruffians since his school days, his combat prowess unquestionable. They stood no chance against him, his nearly 6'3" stature steadily advancing toward them. With a forceful shove, he sent 2 of them staggering backward several steps, one of them collapsing onto the ground with a thud. He then delivered a swift kick to the third man's waist, who clutched his back and retreated, leaving the final man paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot, as the others around them quailed in terror. Yet, Chen Hansheng did not press his advantage. His primary target remained the woman. Just as he was about to deliver a decisive blow, he heard Shen Youchu's voice. Do not strike too hard. Her concern was palpable, though not for the woman, but for the potential repercussions Chen Hansheng might face should he injure or even kill her. Understanding her intent, he transformed his fist into an open palm and delivered a sharp slap to the other side of her face, subsequently grasping her with her thinning hair and lifting her with force. At this point, even the bystanders began to plead with him, fearing that Shen Youchu's boyfriend might inadvertently cause a fatal incident. Brother, just teach her a lesson. Don't let a moment of impulse drag you and Youchu into trouble. Many echoed similar sentiments. Yet Chen Hansheng discerned the genuine concern from the villagers of Shen Youchu. The woman now appeared less than human, her face swollen grotesquely like that of a pig, with blood trickling from her nose and mouth, and a patch of her hair had been yanked out. Remember my name, Chen Hansheng, he uttered before ignoring the pleas, approaching Shen Youchu and giving her a reassuring glance, then squatting down to observe Ning cowering behind Shen Youchu. A bittersweet smile crossing his face as he gently beckoned the little girl. Come here, and Ning, rest assured, the bad person has been defeated by your brother. His tone was soft, devoid of the earlier ferocity directed at the middle-aged woman. And Ning was someone he had watched grow since childhood, transitioning from Liangshan to attend university in Jianya. In his past life, he had treated Ning as a daughter and as a devoted father figure. How could he allow her to suffer? And Ning understood that this brother was acting on her behalf. Yet raised in the mountains, she was inherently shy, and witnessing Chen Hansheng's earlier display of force only intensified her fear. And Ning, dear, quickly call your brother. At this moment, Shen Youchu knelt beside Ning, stroking her little head. Though frightened, Ning mustered the courage to weakly utter, brother. Yes, Ning, good girl. Only bad people fear your brother. Do you want to be a bad person? His gaze was exceedingly gentle, a tenderness distinct from that shown to Xiao Yuer and Shen Youchu, akin to paternal affection. Thus far, only Chen Zijing, Chen Zipei, Chen Zining, Wang Yi, and Shen Ningning had been privy to such a gaze, with Ning being the eldest. And despite being Shen Youchu's cousin, she was also his sister, which did not hinder him from cherishing her, as if she were his daughter. I'm not a bad person. They're the bad ones. With tears still glistening in her eyes, she pointed accusingly at the group. Indeed, since Ning is not a bad person, come to your brother's side. Ning, your brother, is the most important person in your sister's life. Do not fear. As your brother said, only the wicked fear him, and he will only strike those who are bad. Go on. Shen Youchu gently nudged Ning toward Chen Hansheng. Your brother is the most important person in your sister's life. And Ning silently repeated Shen Youchu's words, clenching her tiny fist, once again summoning her courage to approach Chen Hansheng. Upon seeing him suddenly raise a hand, she instinctively shut her eyes in fear. However, she soon felt warmth envelop her head. His touch was gentle, his palm substantial yet soothing, a sensation she had experienced long ago, reminiscent of the comfort her father once provided. Children's hearts are fragile. Unable to contain her emotions, she burst into tears, momentarily free from her fear of Chen Hansheng, rushing into his embrace and weeping unabashedly. Chapter 14. Picking up the mother-in-law and Ning, Part 2. This scene evoked profound sorrow in the onlookers, particularly the grandmother, Shen Youchu, and Ning's anxious mother, who joined in the tears. Chen Hansheng tenderly caressed Ning's slightly reddened cheek, then turned his piercing gaze toward the middle-aged woman and her cohorts, his eyes glinting with fierce resolve, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Yet, he quickly diverted his attention back to Ning, speaking in a soft tone. Does it still hurt? No, it doesn't hurt anymore, Ning replied between sobs, wiping her tears away, feeling wronged. Suddenly, she felt herself lifted, discovering that Chen Hansheng had cradled her in his arms, planting a kiss on her cheek, making it seem to outsiders as if he were her father. Your brother kissed you. Shouldn't you return the favor? Chen Hansheng asked with a playful smile. This time, Ning did not hesitate. She pecked his cheek, leaving a mixture of tears and saliva that trickled down his face. Instantly, Ning broke into a smile, unable to resist planting another kiss on his cheek. This heartwarming exchange brought warmth to the hearts of all present, eliciting smiles from everyone. Ning, you're such a good girl. Seeing that Ning's spirits had lifted, Chen Hansheng began to inquire about the events that transpired. Now, Ning, tell your brother what happened today. Why did those bad people come to bully you? Okay, Ning nodded obediently. It all started when that bad aunt's son touched my hand at school. I couldn't push him away, so I accidentally scratched his hand with my pencil. He got angry and said he would make me his little wife, or else he would kick me out of school. As she recounted her tale, the woman attempted to retort, but was silenced by Chen Hansheng's intimidating glare. After I returned home from school, this bad aunt followed me, accusing me of seducing her son, calling me a fox spirit, and demanding my grandmother pay for her son's medical expenses. When my grandmother refused, she pushed her and hit me. Having finished her account, she felt the urge to cry again, but Chen Hansheng swiftly produced a treat from his pocket, presenting it before Ning. Don't cry, look. Your brother brought you some delicious snacks. If you cry again, I might just have to take them away. He jingled the Dove chocolate in his hand. Upon hearing Ning's sobs, they indeed diminished significantly. After grasping the situation, Chen Hansheng handed Ning back to Shen Youchu and turned once more to face the middle-aged woman and her companions. Damn it. It appears my intention to teach you a lesson was not misguided. Is your son a reincarnation of some rogue, starting his mischief at such a tender age? Will he grow up to harass dogs and fornicate with pigs? Chen Hansheng unleashed a torrent of fury. If it comes to that, why don't you personally intervene to fulfill your son's biological needs? As a mother, shouldn't that be your duty? He raged for a full 5 minutes, his anger evidently unquenched, culminating in him spitting at the middle-aged woman. With a fierce glare that swept over the crowd, he raised his voice. You foolish lot. Heed my words. I shall overlook today's incident, but should it happen again, I won't hesitate to desecrate your ancestral graves. Now, get the hell out of my sight." The middle-aged woman, having reached her breaking point, promptly fled upon his command, assisted by two others as they carried her away. Meanwhile, the neighbors accompanying Shen Youchu were still reeling from the encounter, astonished that her boyfriend could not only fight but also hurl insults with such eloquence. One by one, they approached to greet him. "Feng Gue, you stay," Chen Hansheng stated abruptly. "Huh? Oh." Feng Gue was taken aback, not quite comprehending how Chen Hansheng knew his name. However, he refrained from declining and awkwardly inquired, "Brother-in-law, what do you need?" Chen Hansheng turned to glance at Shen Youchu, calmly instructing, "You take your mother-in-law and Ning home first. I have some matters to discuss." "Okay." Shen Youchu nodded obediently, her gaze toward Chen Hansheng imbued with tenderness. "Please return soon. I'll wait for you to have dinner." Chen Hansheng nodded before redirecting his attention to Feng Gue. He lit a cigarette, offering one to Feng Gue, who retrieved a somewhat battered lighter from his pocket to ignite both their smokes. "Who is that woman from earlier?" "I heard from my father. She hails from the town and is quite wealthy." "Oh." Chen Hansheng nodded. "Do you think she might retaliate?" His caution was necessary. He couldn't afford any unforeseen complications that would squander his time. "I think she might," Feng Gue recalled, "because I heard her husband has an older brother, a well-known merchant in town. Lu Ri, right? He is quite affluent and often bullies others." Chen Hansheng mocked. "Lu Ri? I might as well be Lu Xing." "Well, it's not exactly like that. They have some business dealings, sworn brothers or something." Feng Gue replied truthfully. "I see. It seems I must pay the town a visit." Chen Hansheng inquired, "Does your village have bicycles?" Feng Gue eagerly nodded. "Yes, we have one at home." "Good. Go fetch it." Feng Gue wasted no time, sprinting home and returning in under 2 minutes, bicycle in tow. "Brother-in-law, I've got the bike. Let us go to the Lu residence." "Huh?" Feng Gue was utterly perplexed by Chen Hansheng's intentions, wondering if his brother-in-law was walking straight into a trap. "Stop questioning and just do as I say," Chen Hansheng urged impatiently. 10 minutes later, they arrived in town, but Chen Hansheng first stopped at a bank to withdraw some cash. They then proceeded to a self-built house in the town, where he alighted and kicked the iron door without allowing Feng Gue to follow. It appeared a guard dog was present, barking furiously at the commotion outside. "Arg! Arg!" Chen Hansheng, slightly annoyed, mused, "Do you know how terrified that dog at Shen Youchu's house is of me? And here it dares to bark?" Bang! He unceremoniously kicked the door open. The first sight that greeted him was a massive black Tibetan Mastiff. "What the hell? Is it a dog?" Chen Hansheng internally compared the Mastiff's size to that of Wang Zibo. The latter paled in comparison to the imposing creature, thankfully confined within a cage. As for Wang Zibo, he stroked his chin, nodding. Indeed, this Mastiff is about the same size as Wang Zibo. Surprisingly, it bears a resemblance. While he felt a twinge of trepidation toward the Mastiff, he reminded himself that he was here to confront, and he could not show weakness. He beckoned Feng Gue to approach. "Should I go, brother-in-law?" Feng Gue was taken aback, shivering at the sight of the dog baring its teeth. "Look at you." Chen Hansheng scoffed. "Learn to be calm in the face of adversity." "Damn it, I should have brought Wang Zibo along for such occasions." Chapter 15. The Overlap of Past Lives. As he fantasized about a dog leash around his best friend's neck, a gruff male voice interrupted his daydreaming. "Who is there?" Soon, a somewhat gaunt middle-aged man emerged, his shirt straining against his rotund belly, the look on his face suggesting he was not a good person. "Who are you?" The man scrutinized Chen Hansheng and Feng Gue. "Why are you kicking my door?" "My identity is of little consequence." "Are you Lu Ri?" Chen Hansheng arrogantly gestured, mimicking the pretentious dialogue often seen in television dramas. "I am Lu Ri. What do you want?" The middle-aged man replied, patting his ample belly defiantly. His squinty eyes scrutinized the arrogant Chen Hansheng, exuding an air of insolence. "Correct. I have matters to discuss. Aren't you going to invite me in for a chat?" He crossed his arms, rolling his sleeves up to his shoulders, showcasing his muscular arms, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and his leg bouncing perpetually, a picture of bravado. "Why would I invite you in?" Just as Lu Ri was about to retort, Chen Hansheng pulled a thick stack of cash from his bulging pocket. "What the hell?" Lu Ri's eyes widened at the sight of the money. That stack looks like at least 5,000. Before Lu Ri could react further, Chen Hansheng produced an even thicker wad of bills. Seeing the expression on Lu Ri's face, Chen Hansheng ceased pulling out more cash, instead spitting out the half-burnt cigarette onto the ground, a playful smirk gracing his lips. On the way here, he had gleaned some information about Lu Ri from Feng Gui. Lu Ri had made a small fortune in the wholesale cotton business years back and was known as a wealthy merchant in the town. However, this so-called wealth was limited to this small town. According to Feng Gui, Lu Ri had several tens of thousands, which made him quite affluent for this remote locale. Yet, to Chen Hansheng, that amount was negligible when compared to the considerable liquidity his modest company possessed, amounting to over 1.6 million, having withdrawn 15,000 from the bank. He deemed it respectful to carry that amount in front of this rotund man. Observing Lu Ri's reaction, Chen Hansheng scoffed. "So, can I now be invited in for a chat? Ha ha. Please come in, my brother." Lu Ri's demeanor shifted dramatically. With everything settled, the two made their way back to the village. As he made his way home, Feng Gui found himself perplexed by his brother-in-law's actions. Yet he refrained from voicing his inquiries, mindful of his position. However, Chen Hansheng had long since discerned his unspoken curiosity. He patted Feng Gui on the shoulder and asked, "Are you perhaps wondering why I did not simply hand him the money directly, but instead opted to take out even more and delay our collaboration?" Feng Gui, unable to conceal his intrigue, nodded in affirmation. "You are still quite young," Chen continued, "and I have 3 reasons for my approach." He was unbothered by the opportunity to enlighten this promising individual, especially since, in a past life, Feng Gui could be considered a half-relative. First, if I were to give him the money outright, it would create the illusion that we are financially dependent on him for assistance, thereby diminishing our standing. Second, by collaborating with him, we foster a sense of equality or even superiority, which grants us greater leverage in the negotiations to come. And the third point? Feng Gui, thoroughly engrossed, suddenly found the conversation stalling and couldn't help but inquire. The third point, Chen Hansheng deliberately elongated the suspense, is simply that I refuse to suffer a loss. Is it worth the 15,000 I spent for that foolish woman? He scoffed. My partnership with that fellow is mutually beneficial, and this matter can be resolved with minimal effort. Ah, I see. Feng Gui exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Brother-in-law, you truly embody the wisdom of a university graduate. Upon entering the familiar abode of Shen Youchu, they were greeted by the cacophony of barking dogs. Little did the dog realize that its barking would awaken the dormant instincts of Chen Hansheng. "Oh, you dare to bark?" Upon entering the house, he grasped the dog with one hand while playfully flicking its forehead, leaving the creature in a state of mock despair, as if it were destined to become a mere plaything. The occupants had already emerged upon hearing the dog-esque commotion. Little Aining was the first to dash over, wrapping her arms around Chen Hansheng's waist and exclaiming, "Sister, brother is back." Perhaps it was her longing for her father that led her to find a sense of paternal comfort in Chen Hansheng today. Or perhaps it was Shen Youchu's influence, or perhaps both. Regardless, she no longer feared Chen Hansheng. In fact, she found him quite endearing, as if they had known each other for years. Shen Youchu, supporting her mother-in-law, also stepped out of the room. She first helped her mother-in-law settle down before heading to the kitchen to bring out several freshly cooked dishes, having purchased an assortment of meats and vegetables in town. Tonight's dinner was quite lavish, featuring stir-fried ribs, chicken stewed with potatoes, spicy scrambled eggs, and a bottle of homemade mustard greens with chili. Aining inhaled deeply, unable to restrain herself as drool dripped from her mouth. Even the little dog outside, Dandan, wagged its tail eagerly. Only the grandmother remained unfazed, seemingly impervious to external stimuli. During Chen Hansheng's absence in town, Shen Youchu had already briefed her mother-in-law about their circumstances, albeit with some embellishments. She explained that she and Chen Hansheng had harbored mutual affection since their freshman year and had endured various trials before finally coming together. She recounted her misdiagnosis that led to their brief separation and how he had provided her support, allowing her to hold her head high at school, as they studied together in the library. In essence, she wove a tapestry of their past, enhancing Chen Hansheng's image in her mother-in-law's eyes. Moreover, She mentioned that she and Chen Hansheng were already living together. Most importantly, she was not one to fabricate stories, especially not with her mother-in-law. Consequently, at the dining table, the grandmother often cast sidelong glances at the young man her granddaughter had brought home, and judging by the events of the evening, she appeared quite satisfied. Chen Hansheng typically devoured his meals ravenously, but being his first dinner with his mother-in-law, he moderated his pace, occasionally serving morsels of meat to Shen Hanhui and Aining. Shen Ningning ate the fastest. Being a child, her appetite was small, and she was preoccupied with the little dog and the big cat outside, bounding off with a small tin bowl to feed them. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was already 9:30 p.m. He had spent some time on the phone with Xiao, learning that Xiao Hongwei had been inquiring about him intermittently over the past few days, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. However, it was better to be informed early, allowing for better arrangements in the future. Upon returning to the living room, he finally broached the purpose of his visit with his mother-in-law. "Mother, I trust you are aware of some of our circumstances. I own a property in the city, and I wish to bring you and Aining to live with me. The medical facilities and environment in the city are excellent, and given that Aining is now in elementary school, the educational resources available there far surpass those here. Thus, I seek your opinion." His mother-in-law remained silent, simply gazing at him intently. After a lengthy pause, Chen Hansheng suddenly opened the wooden door to the kitchen, pointing towards the dazzling night sky. "The world beyond is rapidly advancing and continually expanding. This village will not remain isolated forever. In a few years, the first telephone line will undoubtedly be installed. When that time comes, this village will no longer be able to conceal itself, and neither will Aining." He shifted his gaze to Aining, who was feeding the dog. How old will Aining be then? Perhaps just a teenager, still in middle school. Rather than passively adapting to change, it would be better to confront it head-on. Shen Youchu has bowed her head for 20 years. Little Aining should not follow suit. Chen Hansheng knelt beside his mother-in-law, gently placing his hands over her knees. "Mother, allow me to share a secret I have never disclosed to anyone. The world can be a tender maiden if one approaches it with a resolute heart. With a person like me to protect you, you need not fear." His mother-in-law regarded Shen Youchu and the returning Aining, one a blossoming beauty, the other a young girl of around 8. Now, as she faced the aging reality of her own life, she beheld Chen Hansheng, whose demeanor was unrestrained and carefree. "If we leave," the rarely vocal mother-in-law finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly, tinged with melancholy and trust, "then I shall rely entirely on you." If they truly departed from the mountains, their future would hinge entirely upon Chen Hansheng. If he treated them well, they would flourish. If he mistreated them, they would suffer. The crux lay in whether Chen Hansheng was trustworthy. "Mother, I am but a mere mortal driven by greed and lust." This scene echoed the past, yet he responded with sincerity. "You know, Shen Youchu could capture my heart for a lifetime merely with her beauty." However, this flippant statement hardly constituted a guarantee. In the end, his mother-in-law, much like in a previous life, chose to place her faith in him. Shen Youchu, who had been silently observing, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Little Chen had acted the same way in a similar scene, uttering the same words, even employing the same tone. He had indeed fulfilled his promises, becoming the villain who protected them, working tirelessly to ensure his mother-in-law and Aining had a home in Jianya and affording Aining a superior education. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Youchu mused, "Though both I and Rongyu have been deceived and hurt by little Chen in the past, his kindness towards us has always been genuine. He would even be willing to sacrifice his life for our sake. Moreover, he deceived us only to save us, to prevent Rongyu from living out her days in solitude, and to ensure that I do not depart from this world due to malnutrition. I have unwavering faith in him." The matter of moving has reached a temporary conclusion. After a meal, Chen Hansheng, in an uncharacteristic display of diligence, began to tidy up the dishes. Within the room, Shen Youchu was comforting Aining, who, having learned of their imminent departure, was reluctantly bidding farewell to her mother. Ultimately, it was Chen Hansheng who reassured her that it was highly probable they would bring her mother to Jianya in the future, which brought her sobs to a halt. Once everything was in order, Shen Youchu shared a room with Chen Hansheng, while Aining stayed with her grandmother. This arrangement was intentional, as the grandmother was aware of the relationship that had blossomed between Shun Youchu and Chen Hansheng, thus providing them with a space for privacy. However, Chen Hansheng did not immediately enter the room. Instead, he stepped outside to call Wang Zibo. After approximately 10 seconds, Wang Zibo's somewhat foolish voice came through the phone. Hello. What is up? Chapter 16. Happy birthday, Shun Hanhui. Hey, brother chicken neck, Chen Hansheng said with a mischievous tone, revealing his purpose. Tomorrow, I have a monumental favor to ask of you, one that you must assist with, whether you wish to or not. What on earth is this monumental task? Wang Zibo asked, irritation evident in his voice. I need you to come to Chuanyu tomorrow. I will pick you up from the airport, and I will cover your travel expenses. Huh? I have to fly? Wang Zibo scratched his head in confusion. But I've never flown before, and that's quite a distance. What do you need me for? Quit the nonsense, Chen Hansheng replied impatiently. This matter pertains to my entire life. If you dare refuse, I will inform Aunt Lu that during your university days, you frequented bars to seek accommodations with women. Come on, you shameless scoundrel. Well, have I ever done such a thing? Brother chicken neck, as long as you help me, I will introduce you to a girlfriend. She is said to be second only in beauty to Xiao. He unleashed two powerful tactics, the first being a fabrication, as Wang Zibo had only once successfully ventured into a hotel with Huang Hui due to Chen Hansheng's assistance in his previous life. The second tactic was, of course, bien sure, though she currently had no knowledge of him, and Xiao was also unaware. He merely promised to introduce her without specifying a time frame. This could be days away or even years. Brother chicken neck, please don't blame me. Even if I didn't need your help, I would still want you to come. Sure enough, upon hearing that his childhood friend was going to introduce a girlfriend, Wang Zibo perked up immediately. However, given his friend's nature, he had reason to remain skeptical. Really? Are you sure you're not messing with me? Zibo, although I've often deceived you in the past, I am absolutely, unequivocally truthful this time, Chen Hansheng declared, swearing an oath. I guarantee that if I deceive you, I will perish amidst a horde of women. All right then, what time should I arrive? In truth, even without the promised introduction, he would still make the trip. Having been childhood friends for over a decade, he could tell that Chen Hansheng was genuinely in need of assistance. The sooner, the better. I'll contact you by phone when the time comes, and I'll be there to pick you up. Also, you need to swing by the city tomorrow. After assigning his childhood friend a task, Chen Hansheng returned to the room and explained to Shen Youchu, I just called Zibo. I'm having him come tomorrow. After all, he accompanied me to see Grandma in my past life, so he should be here this time as well. Oh, Shen Youchu replied, then asked, do you want to soak your feet? Why on earth would I want to soak my feet? Chen Hansheng queried, perplexed. After sitting on a plane for so long and traveling such a distance, your feet must be exhausted. Soaking them will help you relax, Shen Youchu said, looking up at him from her crouched position, speaking frankly. Chen Hansheng nodded, then curiously glanced at his watch, noting the time was 11:58 p.m. Just sit still for a moment. I'll be right back, he instructed before leaving the bedroom. Shen Youchu obediently remained seated without moving. After about a minute, he returned with a basin of warm water. Shen Youchu initially thought he intended to soak his own feet, but Chen Hansheng instead placed the basin at her feet. Don't move, he commanded, halting her instinctive retreat. True to his word, she remained still. 5, 4, 3, 2. As he counted down, when the second hand reached the top, he uttered the long-awaited words, Happy birthday, Shun Hanhui. It was now midnight on June 26th, Shen Youchu's birthday. After a moment, Shen Hanhui finally reacted. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of emotion, her clear, peach blossom eyes reflecting Chen Hansheng's face, her lips curling into a smile of happiness. Ah, you're welcome, Chen Hansheng replied with a grin. Now, give me your feet. Shen Youchu shyly fidgeted. Hand them over. Seeing her hesitation, Chen Hansheng slightly intensified his tone, feigning annoyance. At last, Shen Youchu slowly inched her feet closer to him. The sensation of her delicate, soft feet in his hands was both tender and slightly cool. Despite it being summer, it was not unusual for women to experience a cooler body temperature, especially in their extremities, which are furthest from the heart. Gently, he submerged her small feet into the warm water, gradually massaging the smooth tops, as if speaking to Shen Youchu, yet also to himself. When I was very young, I heard a saying, "What does it mean to be understanding? Is it to sacrifice my own comfort for your happiness?" Chen Hansheng paused momentarily, gazing at Shen Yuchu's exquisite, oval face. After a few seconds, he lowered his head and continued, "I've always pursued what I desire, always prioritizing my own happiness first. I can be quite selfish. Why am I rambling on today?" He exhaled deeply, regaining his composure. "Ultimately, I just want to express my gratitude. Thank you, Shen Youchu." As he continued washing, he noticed a few droplets of water in the basin. Looking up, he realized they were tears from Shen Youchu. Chuckling, he shook his head, then returned to drying her feet. "However, I do recommend you wash your feet more often. They reek." He sniffed his hand, feigning disgust. "They do not stink." At that moment, Shen Youchu felt like the happiest person in the world. Chen Hansheng saw through her inner thoughts, thinking to himself, "I haven't even made my move yet, and you're already smitten. Just wait until tomorrow when I unleash my grand plan." When he finally settled into bed, he glanced at the still-dazed Shen Youchu. "Wow, how did you become even more silly with age? Come here and sleep with your brother." A night of silence passed. When the alarm rudely awakened him the next morning, it was already 7:30 a.m. Shen Youchu was on her way to school with Aining. He noticed his grandmother sitting outside in the sun and approached to greet her. "Grandma," she nodded, but he sensed that after his greeting, she was observing him intently, as if she had something to say. As expected, he squatted down to face her and said, "Grandma, today is Shen Youchu's birthday. I want to give her a surprise, so I would like to." After he concluded his elaborate plan, even his typically composed and serene grandmother cast him a surprised glance, though she quickly regained her tranquility. Meanwhile, Chen Hansheng was not idle. He had already made his way to Shuangliu Airport, where, while in the car, he confirmed Wang Zibo's landing time and subsequently placed a call to Feng Gui. "How did you fare with the task I assigned you yesterday?" Feng Gui replied with a smile, "Rest assured, brother-in-law, everything is in order." "Good. Distribute 100 to each person. Remember, keep it a secret. Do not let your sister find out," Chen Hansheng instructed mysteriously. "You can count on me. Even without your urging, we will keep it under wraps," Feng Gui assured him. "Excellent. When I return to Jianye this time, I shall bring you and your wife along," he added, referring to Shun Rui. Chapter 17. A mysterious surprise. Once all arrangements were completed, he arrived at Shuangliu Airport just as Wang Zibo was landing. Upon contacting Chen Hansheng, it wasn't long before Wang Zibo emerged, burdened with numerous bags. He breathlessly hopped into a taxi and eagerly asked, "Xiao Chun, are you serious about this?" Chen Hansheng chuckled with pride. "Do you still doubt my judgment?" Wang Zibo scoffed. "You said the same when you were with Luo Shimi. Yet that ended in separation. Luo Xian was simply too stubborn. What could I do?" Chen Hansheng retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. "Let us not dwell on her. Are all the items ready?" Yes, Wang Zibo replied, patting his chest. "You can trust me." "Then let us be off," Chen Hansheng instructed the taxi driver. During their journey back to Daliangshan, Wang Zibo occasionally stole glances at his childhood friend, harboring a significant curiosity. What kind of girl could she possibly be? By the time they returned to the village, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Chen Hansheng glanced at his phone, instructed Wang Zibo to hand over several items to Feng Gui, and offered a few reminders before leading Wang Zibo to Shen Youchu's residence. Upon seeing unfamiliar faces, Dandan contemplated barking at them, but upon recognizing Chen Hansheng, it immediately cowered, scampering to rub against his pant leg. "Shoo, go play elsewhere, you little rascal," Chen Hansheng said, nudging the dog aside. Wang Zibo, lacking Chen Hansheng's brusqueness, compassionately pulled out a chicken sausage from his pocket for the pup. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that this was his first visit to Shen Youchu's home in this lifetime, and his initial impression was that it was exceedingly remote and impoverished. Creaking open the door, Shen Youchu emerged to greet the two. However, upon seeing her face, Wang Zibo stood frozen, immediately reminded of a saying, "The mountain need not be high. It is renowned if a deity resides there. The water need not be deep. It is enchanting if a dragon inhabits it." He thought to himself, "Wow, she is indeed comparable to Xiao Yuer." He now comprehended his childhood friend's admiration. "Hello. My name is Wang Zibo," he stammered awkwardly, unable to restrain a fidget. "I'm Xiao Chun's childhood friend. We've known each other since before we were born." Uffed. Chen Hansheng could not stifle his laughter, which only made Wang Zibo more uncomfortable. "Hello, I'm Shen Youchu, Xiao Chen's girlfriend," she introduced herself, having long been familiar with Wang Zibo, thus feeling at ease. Chen Hansheng, observing Wang Zibo's awkward squirming, thought that this boy, with a dancer's spirit, might require some discipline from Bian Shir. Once inside the house, Wang Zibo also spotted Grandma, greeting her naturally this time. "Hello, Grandma." She nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at Chen Hansheng before turning her gaze to Shen Youchu, a blend of affection, pride, and an indescribable emotion swirling within her heart. After some idle chatter, as the clock approached 11 o'clock, Chen Hansheng turned to Wang Zibo and said, "Brother Chicken Neck, let the operation commence." At his words, Wang Zibo promptly lifted himself to leave, holding a small communicator, dialing a number whose recipient he did not disclose. Shen Youchu, puzzled, wondered what plan was unfolding but refrained from inquiring further, confident in Chen Hansheng's decisions, especially now that he had been reborn. Cough. Chen Hansheng cleared his throat, calling out, "Shen Youchu." Oh. Usually, Chen Hansheng addressed her with casual interjections or playful nicknames, so using her full name was quite uncommon. "Shall we play a game together?" he asked with a cheerful demeanor. "Sure," she replied, not surprised. Chen Hansheng had a knack for concocting peculiar yet enjoyable activities, and after years of living together, she had grown accustomed to it. "We're going to play a game called Hide and Seek, where the seeker must wear a specific costume and be blindfolded. Within a designated area, the seeker must catch the others, and anyone caught will join the seeker in the hunt," he explained, presenting the game as something grandiose while assigning Shen Youchu the role of the seeker. As anticipated, she agreed without hesitation. "Now, the first step is to blindfold you. Rui will assist you with the costume shortly," Chen Hansheng instructed. "Okay," she replied, and thus he wrapped a prepared red silk scarf around her eyes, ensuring she could see nothing before excusing himself under the pretense of stepping outside for a smoke. In reality, he was signaling to the three individuals waiting outside. "Zibo, keep an eye on the square. Feng, bring a Ning back. Rui, help your sister change her outfit." After deploying his team, he reiterated, "Go, go, go. Remember, this is not a drill. This is not a drill." In the main hall, Grandma observed the proceedings with a knowing smile, seemingly shedding years as her facial wrinkles appeared to diminish, as if she had been rejuvenated in an instant. She gazed at Shen Youchu, still seated on the bed, blindfolded, a tear of indescribable emotion escaping her eye. "Elder, can you see this?" In the room, Shen Rui had already arrived with a large bag of items for Shen Youchu. "Sister," Shen Youchu greeted. "Rui, you're here." "Yes, brother-in-law asked me to help you change," Shen Rui replied, glancing at the clothes in her hands. "Oh, great." Meanwhile, Feng was furiously pedaling his bicycle, determined to ensure that a Ning would be present for the day's events, as per Chen Hansheng's arrangement. On the other hand, Wang Zibo was meticulously inspecting everything that had been prepared, nodding in satisfaction when he deemed all was in order. No wonder Xiao Chan was doing this. That Shen Youchu was truly stunning, rivaling even Xiao Yuer. Through this brief interaction, he also recognized Shen Youchu's gentle nature. He couldn't help but wonder what the girl Xiao Chen intended to introduce him to looked like. Was she also second only to Xiao Yuer? Meanwhile, Chen Hansheng had changed into a new outfit and arrived at a corner of the square. Just as he was about to light a cigarette, he withdrew his hand. "Damn it, I have to refrain for today." Approximately half an hour later, at this moment, it was 11:30 in the morning when Feng returned with a Ning, who had also changed into her attire. Shen Ning hurriedly approached Chen Hansheng, affectionately grasping his hand. "Brother, where is sister? Your sister will be here shortly, and here is the list I promised you." And Ning extracted a long strip of paper from her pocket, waving it in front of Chen Hansheng's eyes. "Excellent, and Ning, you are truly obedient." Chen Hansheng affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, saying, "Tonight, and Ning can indulge in as much candy as she desires. If Granny scolds you, just tell her it was your brother who allowed it." "All right." Little Ning danced with delight, her adorable antics eliciting hearty laughter from the villagers around them. Chen Sheng exhaled deeply, his heart quietly anticipating this moment he had long awaited. Damn it, this is the first time in 3 lifetimes. Not only Shen but little Yu must not be left out if possible. Chapter 18. This wait across lifetimes. Ghosts are coming. As Chen Sheng was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Shen Ruyi's exclamation, a prearranged signal. The surrounding neighbors fell silent, barely suppressing their breaths, while Shen Youchu, supported by Shen Ruyi, slowly ascended the already constructed high platform. Sister, be careful, there are steps. Alright. Oblivious, Shen had no inkling that she was about to experience one of the most significant moments of her life, genuinely believing they were merely playing a game. The gazes directed at her were filled with awe. Even Sheng could not help but be captivated. At this hour, the sun hung high in the sky, generously showering the earth with its radiant light. The brilliant rays cascaded down like fine strands of golden silk, illuminating the small lake beside the square without reservation. The tranquil surface of the water resembled a vast mirror, capturing the sunlight and reflecting it back in glimmering brilliance, casting rippling patterns upon the ground that seemed to flow like gentle waves. They swayed languidly, as if silently narrating the serenity and beauty of time, adding a touch of vivacity and charm to this realm. The square was adorned with round tables, laden with an array of dishes, and every seat was filled. The villagers, including Granny, Uncle, and several elderly members of the community, occupied the front table. At this moment, Shen Youchu remained at Shen Ruyi's side, awaiting the commencement of the festivities, while Wang Zibo activated the sound system, playing a duet of Only You by Fei Luanhai and Tian Fuzhen. Even the sweetest smile is not yours. Nothing is particularly special. Even the bitterest tears are comforted by you. Another sunny day, as the climax of the song erupted. Shen Youchu felt the hand that Shen Ruyi had been holding suddenly release her, only to be grasped by another hand. She distinctly sensed it was a boy's hand, and, as her body trembled, she instinctively wished to break free, only to realize it was Chen Sheng's hand. Yet, fearing she might be mistaken, she inquired, "Is it you, Xiao, Chen?" Chen Sheng, standing beside her, did not respond but gently untied the blindfold that obscured her eyes. As Shen Youchu slowly opened her eyes, the first sight that greeted her was the neighboring villagers seated below, each round table covered with red cloth, exuding a festive atmosphere. She turned to glance at Chen Sheng, her clear peach blossom eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, Chen Sheng was clad in a fitted white suit, his feet adorned with shiny new black leather shoes. Even his tall stature seemed to possess a certain charm, though his mischievous expression starkly contrasted with his appearance. Shen Youchu could hardly believe her eyes, yet recognized that Chen Sheng was indeed wearing wedding attire. Meanwhile, she herself wore an exquisite headpiece and donned a gown as white as snow, as if she had stepped out from a dreamlike realm. The fabric of her wedding dress was lightweight and soft, delicate as clouds, emanating a pure radiance with every inch. The fitted waist design accentuated her perfect golden ratio figure. Undeniably a wedding gown. She was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Chen Sheng with tear-filled eyes. At that moment, Chen Sheng's gaze was unwaveringly fixed on her. "Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the wedding of my sister and brother." Little Ning jubilantly hopped onto the stage, reading from the paper in her hand to the villagers below. At this instant, even Shen Youchu, despite her innocence, understood what was about to unfold. This is my wedding with Xiao Chen. She had envisioned this scene countless times in her past life, yet due to Chen Sheng's peculiar circumstances, she had not dared to hold any hopes. But today, that dream was truly coming to fruition. The villagers erupted in applause, some audacious enough to whistle in delight. "Thank you all for being here at this special moment. I am the bride's sister, Shen Ning." Following her introduction, a wave of applause surged from the audience. Acting on her brother's instructions, she felt honored to witness this sacred and romantic occasion alongside everyone. "This is my first time hosting a wedding, so please be forgiving if I stumble." Initially timid, the thought of her sister's wedding calmed her nerves, and she continued to read with heartfelt expression from her paper. We often say that a wedding is a naming ceremony. When you stand on the wedding stage, what you're naming is companionship and togetherness. Now, I invite the bride and groom to face each other, hand in hand, gazing tenderly into one another's eyes. Below, please address your beloved friends and family and respond to my question. At this moment, Chen Hansheng and Shen Youchu followed Ning's instructions, standing facing each other, large hands clasped around small ones. Chen Hansheng's gaze was gentle, while Shen Youchu's eyes, brimming with restrained tears, radiated boundless love, attachment, and contentment. For marriage differs from dating. It encompasses many mundane aspects of life, daily trifles, the essentials of living, as well as the significant responsibilities of raising children and caring for the elderly. May I ask you both if you are willing to cherish one another in the days to come, walking hand in hand? Shen Ning stood atop a stool, holding the microphone high between the two. I do. The couple gazed deeply into each other's eyes and responded in perfect harmony. Behind them, Wang Zibo felt a mix of joy for his childhood friend's marriage and a tinge of envy and anticipation. Damn it, Xiao Chen is married, and I don't even have a girlfriend. Now, I would like to invite the groom to speak. Little Ning sweetly handed the microphone to Chen Hansheng. Clearing his throat, he felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. First, I want to thank everyone for attending Shen Youchu's and my wedding. Here, I wish Granny good health and longevity, and I extend my best wishes to all present. He greeted each person seated below before shifting his gaze back to the stunning bride beside him. Lastly, I have something to say to Miss Shen Youchu. Chen Hansheng turned to Shen Youchu. Although I may sometimes be quick to anger and often tease and scold you, I truly, truly like you. Perhaps in the future, I may hurt you or make you feel wronged. But please remember, I, Chen Hansheng, will forever love you. As he finished speaking, Chen Hansheng instinctively looked up at the sky, his eyes blinking from time to time. Unbeknownst to others, the reason behind his actions remained a mystery. However, before him, Shen Youchu clearly discerned the tears welling in Chen Hansheng's eyes. Xiao Chen was reluctant for so many people to witness his sorrow. The audience erupted in applause, while Xiao and Ning took the microphone to continue. Now, let's invite the bride to speak. As Shen Youchu grasped the microphone, her hands trembled, and tears cascaded like relentless rain, pattering down onto the device. Xiao Chen, thank you. She lifted her gaze, her tear-streaked, peach blossom eyes shimmering with sincerity as they met Chen Hansheng's. I am truly grateful to you. From a moment you enter my life, my initial fear transformed into gratitude, which blossomed into affection and ultimately evolved into dependence. At this juncture, I cannot envision my existence without you. The two exchanged a gaze, and for once, Shen Youchu felt no embarrassment. Instead, her heart brimmed with happiness. Silently, her lips moved as she professed her feelings to Chen Hansheng. Today, I want to tell you that I love you dearly. Perhaps it was the familiarity of the crowd, or the significance of this being her wedding with Chen Hansheng, or perhaps a combination of both. But today, she spoke more than ever before. Suddenly, Chen Hansheng bent down on one knee. A rebellious rogue was now offering the deepest love and utmost respect to the girl before him. In this world, few could compel him to bow or kneel. Aside from his elders, only Shen Youchu and his bored little sister at home held such power over him. He placed the wedding ring he had prepared long ago onto Shen Youchu's left ring finger, and she, overwhelmed with emotion, covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. In that moment, they were undeniably blissful, finally arriving at this pivotal moment in their lives, a culmination of lifetimes of waiting. The venue fell into a profound silence. Even the sounds of breathing seemed to vanish. Normally reticent, Shen Youchu spoke more during her wedding with Chen Hansheng than he did, marking her most heartfelt promise to him. The sight of Chen Hansheng kneeling to place the wedding ring on Shen Youchu's finger stirred deep emotions among the guests. And behind the scenes, Wang Zibo was already in tears. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Ning also shed tears, perhaps moved by her sister's tears. After the wedding, the time came for toasts to the groom. As a steadfast ally, Wang Zibo resolutely shielded Chen Hansheng from nearly half of the alcohol. Feng Gui also consumed copious amounts, while the groom, Chen Hansheng, merely felt a slight buzz. However, the after-effects of the alcohol were potent. In the previous life, he had been utterly intoxicated while protecting Chen Gou from drinks. Meanwhile, as the bride, Shen Youchu sat quietly in their bedroom, a radiant smile gracing her exquisitely beautiful oval face, though a hint of nervousness lingered. Everything that transpired today would become an indelible memory for the future. Shen Youchu had never imagined that on her birthday, the typically reckless and domineering man would kneel before her and propose. She waited from noon until after 2 o'clock, yet she bore no complaint. It was only upon hearing her sister's call that she took a rare moment to check her reflection, ensuring her hair was tidy and her makeup intact. "Sis, we're back." Her mother-in-law emerged from the room, leading the bewildered and Ning away. Following closely was Chen Hansheng, along with Fen Gou, who was carrying the already drunken Wang Zhibua. After placing him in another room, Chen Hansheng proceeded to his and Shen Youchu's quarters. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Shen Youchu's flushed face. Her hands tightly clenched into fists, the knuckles whitening from the pressure, trembling slightly. Observing her, Chen Hansheng couldn't suppress a smile, the warmth radiating from his eyes. "Silly girl." "Not silly." Shen Youchu pouted in retort. "Could you please draw the curtains?" As he spoke, Chen Hansheng locked the door from within. Shen Youchu obediently removed her shoes and, after drawing the curtains, sat quietly on the bed, her eyes reflecting shyness and joy. Chen Hansheng approached her, his tone gentle. "Are you happy today?" "I've never been this happy," Shen Youchu replied, feeling that mere words could not encapsulate her joy. So she added, "But you should take off that thing on your head. It's too heavy." Chen Hansheng appeared well-meaning, yet his intentions were layered. "As long as you're happy, you should remove that messy thing from your head. It might get in the way later." "Oh," Shen Youchu bit her lip, a blissful expression gracing her face. "I want to wear it in a photo with you." Chen Hansheng readily agreed. "Sure." Lacking her own phone, she used Chen Hansheng's to take a picture. Just as in the previous life, no matter how the camera was positioned, Shen Youchu's gaze remained solely on Chen Hansheng. Unlike before, they were both adorned in wedding attire today. After the photo, Chen Hansheng, unable to contain his eagerness, offered, "Let me help you take it off." Shen Youchu nodded obediently, hum. Just as she removed the adornment from her head, she felt a firm pair of arms enveloping her from behind. "Xiao, Chen." She knew what was to come next, and summoning her courage from the day's events, she declared, I love you so much." "I love you just as much," he replied. The following morning, as Chen Hansheng opened his eyes, the first sight to greet him was Shen Youchu. Her bright peach blossom eyes fixed upon him without blinking. "What are you doing?" "Just looking at you." Chen Hansheng pressed further. "Why are you looking at me?" "I don't know." Shen Youchu pouted her cherry lips, her voice a mere whisper. "All right." Chen Hansheng found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a phone rang, disrupting their serene moment. Chen Hansheng retrieved his phone, surprised to see it was Luo Xian calling. After much hesitation, he answered, fearing that this infatuated junior might do something reckless. Although he had distanced himself from her, the bonds formed during their 2.5 years at university still tugged at his heart. Yet, Luo Xian's suffocating affection was something he could not accept, especially now that he had Shen Youchu and Xiao Yu in his life. He was determined to avoid any complications in this lifetime. As the call connected, Luo Xian's panicked voice rushed through. "Chen Xiang, where have you been?" "I returned to Gangqing to find you, but Aunt Liang said you were in Jianya." "So, I went to your home there, but you weren't home either. Now I'm at your company, and you're still not here." "Stop. I'm not in Jianya, and we've already broken up. Please, do not search for me anymore," Chen Hansheng resolutely declared, his voice firmer than before. On the other end, a moment of silence was followed by an even more agitated response. "Chen, why are you treating me so harshly now? You claim we've broken up, but I refuse to accept that. I demand you appear before me immediately, or else." Before she could finish her threat, Chen Hansheng abruptly ended the call and blocked her number. He was all too familiar with this routine. It was likely she would follow up with threats of self-harm, such as cutting her wrists, taking sleeping pills, or even jumping off a building. However, from his first life, he had discerned a pattern. If he hung up promptly and did not hear her threats, she would refrain from acting foolishly. Her ultimate aim was merely to coax Chen Hanxing back into a relationship. After all, no one genuinely wishes to depart from this vibrant world. Out of concern, he decided to call Huang Xiaoxia to explain the situation and advise her to keep a watchful eye. Shen Hanan, would you like to hear a story? He suddenly turned to Shen Youchu, who was curled up in her blanket, intending to share his past with Luo Xian. I'm listening, Shen Youchu replied obediently. You see, during my first life, I harbored feelings for a girl named Xiao throughout my 3 years of high school, as you are aware. However, one fateful day after school, I witnessed a delinquent coercing a junior into being his girlfriend. Having been in a foul mood that day, I intervened and ended up confronting the thug, a tale of heroism, if you will. Chen Hansheng began recounting his past. Afterward, the girl developed an affection for him and sought to win his heart in various ways. Hoping to be with him, he was narrating this not only for Shen Hanan, but also for himself. Yet at that time, his heart belonged solely to Xiao, so he did not reciprocate her feelings. It wasn't until after graduation, when he confessed his love for Xiao again, only to be rejected, that he ceased to express his feelings altogether. That junior, in her earnestness, even intentionally misanswered questions on her college entrance exams to come to the university where he was, and eventually, he was touched by her sincerity and they began dating. Shen Hanan nodded attentively as she listened. She was quite attractive and treated me well, but her personality was excessively possessive. Whenever I interacted even slightly with another girl, she would invariably confront that girl afterward to inquire about their relationship. Chen Hanxing glanced at Shen Youchu. But you know my character. I tend to get along well with girls. It would be impossible for me to avoid all contact with them. At this point, Chen Hanxing noticed Shen Youchu subtly nodding in agreement. Yet she possessed an unyielding determination. She had once threatened me with self-harm and even attempted suicide from a building, which I could not tolerate. Ultimately, I had no choice but to break things off with her. Chen Hanxing shook his head with a wry smile, continuing, despite her persistence. One could say she loved me too much. After numerous breakups and reconciliations, I finally reached my breaking point. By the end of my senior year, I officially ended things with her and ceased all contact. You likely know her as Luo Xian. She just called me again, frantically searching for me. Shen Youchu pondered for a moment. But it's not entirely her fault. She simply loved you too much, albeit in an incorrect manner. Ah, so even you can see that. Indeed, her love suffocated me, leading me to feel a desperate urge to escape. Yet, she had accompanied me through a significant part of my university life. Although we broke up, I found it challenging to let go. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, I understand, Shen Youchu replied, earnestly nodding. Thus, when I encountered her again in my second life, I instinctively avoided her. However, I still ended up with her. I suppose I am to blame. Had I not sought her out initially, she wouldn't have drugged me, and, consequently, there wouldn't be that child. He chose to confess today not only because Shen Hanan's affection and dependence on him had reached their zenith, but also because he no longer wished to conceal the truth. He understood that as the child grew, she would inevitably seek out her father, at which point, hiding the truth would be impossible. Do you blame me? He asked Shen Youchu, who appeared momentarily lost in thought. I don't know, but since you mentioned she was the one who drugged you, then it isn't entirely your fault, Shen Youchu said, biting her lip, feeling conflicted. I'm sorry. If you hadn't encountered me, then Chen Hanxing sincerely apologized. But his words were abruptly interrupted by Shen Youchu. No, as you said, if the past version of me hadn't met you, I might have succumbed to malnutrition and left this world. How could I possibly blame you? Shen Youchu exhaled deeply, feeling that as long as Xiao Chen refrained from pursuing other girls, that would suffice. Chen Hansheng understood the stakes involved. Shen Youchu and Xiao Rongyu could accept one another only because of their past arrangement. If another person entered their circle, the fragile balance they had maintained would shatter, plunging them into a tumultuous situation once more. Fortunately, Shen Hanan had now come to accept this reality. However, he pondered what approach to take with Xiao Yu and how to find an appropriate opportunity to address the matter. By the way, how is that child doing? Although Shen Youchu did not blame Chen Hansheng, a sense of unease lingered in her heart, prompting her to inquire about the child. Chen Hansheng sighed in resignation. She is a girl, about the same age as Zijing and Zipei. Her name is Chun Zining, and she should be with Shang Yinyan. She is the child's godmother. Upon hearing Shang Yinyan's name, Shun Youchu was taken aback. Do you plan to have her meet Zijing and Zipei? And what about dad and mom? Are they aware of this child's existence? Shen Youchu's numerous questions stemmed from the significance of the wedding she and Chen Hansheng were to hold that evening. Both my mom and old Chen know about it. Initially, my mom scolded me for an entire afternoon, and both she and old Chen occasionally visit Zining with me. Chen Hansheng spoke with a serious and sincere expression. The child is innocent. I genuinely hope she can coexist harmoniously with Zijing and Zipei. I do not wish for these sisters to become adversaries due to our adult affairs. Shun Youchu tightly clung to Chen Hansheng's arm, feeling utterly dependent on him. While she held some grievances against him, she could not entirely blame him and chose to forgive him. All right, let us not dwell on her. We don't even know if we can return yet. I will do my utmost to avoid Luo Xian in this life, as long as she doesn't pressure me too much. Otherwise, I have no choice. He silently added a condition. Based on his previous life, it was clear that Luo Xian was someone he could not evade entirely. In this life, he merely hoped to avoid having children with her. As for everything else, he could only say he was compelled. Oh, all right. Presently, Shen Youchu was completely under Chen Hansheng's influence. Oh, by the way, I'm feeling a bit hungry. How about you? At this moment, Chen Hansheng needed to divert Shun Hannon's attention to help her gradually move on and ultimately forget the matter. I'm a little hungry too. I'll go boil some egg noodles, Shen Youchu said, preparing to put on her clothes to cook, but Chen Hansheng stopped her. No need. You've had quite a tiring day. I'll handle it. You put on some pajamas, and I'll call you when it's ready. This was his second step to express his love for Shen Hannon. He hurriedly put on his pants, leaving his shirt unbuttoned, and went out. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, he returned with 2 steaming bowls of egg noodles. As he set 2 bowls of noodles upon the windowsill, a hissing sound escaped his lips, and he blew gently upon his palms. Observing this scene, Shun Youchu inferred that he must have burned himself, and with a tender heart, she employed her small hands to cool Chen Hansheng's hands, even blowing softly with her breath. This was his third act of feigned helplessness to elicit concern, a ploy to further showcase his own goodness. In truth, his resilient skin could hardly be scorched by such trivial heat. At this moment, the illustrious movie star Chen Ingjun re-emerged. During their meal, Shun Youchu offered him the egg from her bowl, only to be met with his refusal. You need to replenish your strength. After all, in my past life, I began nurturing your health from your freshman year, and this time I only started after your graduation. For years late. Do you wish to abandon me and depart from this world? He said with genuine seriousness and concern, unlike the previous pretenses. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Hansheng's earnest words, she ceased her insistence and immediately consumed the egg. Her fear of leaving this world was eclipsed only by her dread of leaving Chen Hansheng behind. He then urged her to partake of the egg from his bowl. You should eat this too. I'm just not in the mood for eggs today. They irritate me. With that, he swiftly devoured the remaining noodles and moved his bowl aside, preventing Shun Youchu from reclaiming the egg. Meanwhile, Shun Youchu quietly consumed the egg, feeling warmth in her heart, while Chen Hansheng even took over the dishwashing duties. To mitigate the impact of Luo Xian's incident on her heart, Chen Ingjun had no choice but to temporarily embrace the role of a doting husband. Upon returning to the room, he found Shun Youchu sitting quietly on the Kong, her legs drawn close, her peach blossom eyes fixed on him. Hey! Chen Hansheng suddenly called out to her. I'm here. You're going to Jin University for your postgraduate studies. What if other boys pursue you? He initiated a conversation. I'll say I already have a boyfriend, Shun Youchu replied earnestly. Chen Hansheng pressed on. But what if he persists in trying to woo you away? Then I'll say I'm already married. As she uttered these words, Shun Youchu's shyness was intertwined with a glimmer of determination in her gaze. Chapter 20. Do you prefer domestic or Western? This indeed presented a viable strategy. However, such a rationale might not easily deter them. With a tone tinged with exasperation, Chen Hansheng remarked, After all, you are far too naive. If it were Xiao you were, I wouldn't worry at all. You should simply declare that you are already a mother. But I don't have children in this life yet. Speaking of children, She recalled Chen Zijing and Chen Zipei, her two sisters, and added, "I miss Zijing and Zipei." Sighing in resignation, Chen Ingjun, a devoted father, lamented, "I miss my two precious daughters as well. But alas, why must fate keep forcing me to be reborn and endure this torment?" Shen Youchu could only shake her head in silence, unsure how to respond. Let us not dwell on this. Do you still remember? The two continued their conversation, with Chen Hansheng predominantly steering the topics, while Shen Youchu occasionally shared amusing anecdotes from the past few years. At an unknown hour, Chen Hansheng awoke from his slumber, his eyes blinking open to the dawn's light filtering through the window. He made his way to Wang Zibo's room, discovering his friend still deeply asleep. In truth, Wang Zibo had woken up once during the night, but seeing everyone else asleep, he donned his headphones and watched some educational videos he had downloaded. Not wishing to disturb him, Chen Hansheng quietly closed the door and mischievously fashioned two balls of tissue, stuffing them into Wang Zibo's nostrils. Soon enough, Wang Zibo, struggling for breath, was forced to wake. In a half-asleep haze, he expelled the tissue balls with a sudden exhalation, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he turned to Chen Hansheng, grumbling, "I helped you fend off drinks last night, getting completely wasted, and now you one tea even let me catch up on my sleep? Look at the time. You've slept for 16 hours. Chen Hansheng pointed to his watch in disbelief. "Do you think you're the princess from a fairy tale, needing a prince's kiss to awaken? I didn't sleep for 16 hours. I woke up once, but you were all still asleep, so well, never mind." Wang Zibo almost let slip that he had watched educational videos for over 3 hours, but his talent for deception was nearly non-existent, leaving him at a loss for excuses. However, Chen Hansheng discerned his thoughts and glanced at the MP4 player with the earbuds still resting beside the pillow, stroking his chin with a smirk. "So, did you watch Western or domestic films last night?" It was domestic, I suppose." "Stop trying to pry." Wang Zibo, resigned, chose not to defend himself further, knowing that Chen Hansheng was a childhood friend. In fact, it was Chen Hansheng who had introduced him to educational films in their youth. "All right, Shen Youchu has prepared breakfast for us. Hurry up and don't let my precious heart's intentions go to waste." He gave Wang Zibo a light pat, then settled into a chair with legs crossed, waiting for him. Before long, both made their way to the kitchen table, where Grandma had already finished her meal. Ning was busily eating dumplings while sipping millet porridge, which included an egg. This represented the standard breakfast for an ordinary family, ensuring adequate nutrition. Previously, under Shen Youchu's modest economic circumstances, little Ning would only have half an egg or a small bowl of greens for breakfast, often without any breakfast at all. Chen Hansheng's presence disrupted this pattern, mirroring the past life they shared. Upon seeing them arrive, Shen Youchu brought 2 steaming bowls of porridge to the table. Chen Hansheng had long grown accustomed to this lifestyle, while Wang Zibo scratched his head and offered his thanks. Shen Youchu, ever polite, responded with a gracious "You're welcome." "Good morning, brother." "Good morning, brother Zibo." Shen Ning greeted them, exhibiting her understanding. Chen Hansheng smiled as he wiped a leaf of greens from Ning's mouth, adopting a mock-serious tone. "Little ones are so messy when they eat. How will they ever get married? And you, sister, eat so slowly." He then turned to Shen Youchu. "If it weren't for encountering such a considerate and understanding man as me, you would likely be left without suitors." Shen Youchu blushed, stifling a giggle, while Wang Zibo scoffed dismissively. "You're being quite contradictory. If someone like Shen Youchu couldn't find a partner, our country would be on the brink of a male population crisis." "That is not true." Ning chimed in, defending her sister. "Sister is the most beautiful in our village, and everyone says that even in the big city, many will pursue her." So you're all in cahoots." Chen Hansheng raised an eyebrow at Shen Youchu. "Tell me, do you truly consider yourself unremarkable in appearance?" Setting down her bowl of porridge, Shen Youchu shot him a glance. Pouting slightly as she replied, "I suppose so." "See, even the subject herself admits it." Chen Hansheng beamed with triumph at his adversaries. Thus, breakfast concluded in a harmonious atmosphere, and Shen Youchu prepared to escort Ning to town for school. Chen Hansheng and Wang Zibo were ambling through the village. Just as they were halfway through their leisurely stroll, Chen's phone rang, revealing an unexpected call from the Empress Liang. What directives could she possibly have? Stop your idle chatter. It's a holiday, yet you don't even think of coming home. Do you still regard me as your mother? Liang Meiwan's familiar voice echoed through the line. Chen Sheng distanced the phone from his ear, waiting until the vibrations subsided before resuming the conversation. Mom, I already mentioned that I intend to stay at the company during this break, he patiently elucidated. This is a pivotal time for my career, so there is simply no opportunity to return home. But you can't just stay away entirely, can you? The Empress Liang countered. Also, your uncle Xiao visited us yesterday and conversed with your father for quite a while, subtly mentioning you and Xiao Yu'er. Tell me honestly, are you two in a romantic relationship? Her tone began reproachful, but shifted to excitement at the mention of Xiao Yu'er, prompting Chen Sheng to shake his head in disbelief. It seemed the Empress was poised to defect from the Shen faction to the Xiao Yu faction. He felt compelled to intervene. Such a trend could not be permitted to persist, or how could he ensure fairness in this lifetime? Furthermore, he needed to come clean with his parents and, as in his previous life, facilitate their evolution from the Shen and Xiao factions into the Chen faction. Chapter 21, Daughters-in-Law. Ah, that's about right. Chen Sheng chuckled, shaking his head. I do indeed have feelings for Xiao Yu'er, but please refrain from meddling. We young people have our own plans. Once I wrap up my work at the company this holiday, I'll bring your daughters-in-law to meet you. Goodbye, Mom. I love you. Without waiting for the Empress Liang to continue, he promptly ended the call. Hey, daughters-in-law. In the Haining community of Port City, Liang Meiwan and Chun Zhaojun were exchanging banter. She emphasized the word daughters-in-law, fully aware that her son often spoke whimsically, so she did not dwell on the implications of his words. Oh, you needn't fret over Han Sheng's matters. We should just observe the affairs between the youth. Besides, you know your son's temperament. No amount of talk will alter his mind, so we might as well let nature take its course, old Chen reasoned. However, Xiao Yu'er is indeed a fine girl, and Han Sheng has known her since childhood, so their bond shouldn't be lacking. He maintained his characteristic indifference, which made Liang Meiwan feel as though her husband was more concerned than a courtier fretting over imperial affairs. I say, Chen Zhaojun, is Chen Han Sheng our son together, or is he solely my son? This concerns that rascal's lifelong commitment, Liang Meiwan said, suppressing her irritation. Oh, he mentioned he would bring your daughters-in-law to meet you once he finishes his work at the company, old Chen replied, nearly revealing the word daughters-in-law before catching himself. Uh-huh. Now I see why that rascal calls you old Chen instead of dad. It turns out you aren't his father. Hey. That comment is a bit excessive. What do you mean I'm not his father? Chen Zhaojun retorted, setting down his newspaper to defend himself. The delightful squabbles of middle-aged couples are indeed wondrous. Meanwhile, Rongyu in Port City was experiencing a far more monotonous holiday. During these days off, she had mostly been watching television dramas at home or occasionally chatting with Chen Hansheng on the phone or via QQ. However, today was different, as her high school friends, Xiao and Lu Xiaoming, who had a good rapport, were also back home, and the three of them had planned to visit a newly developed entertainment venue in Port City. Xiao Yu'er, why didn't you invite Chen Hansheng and Wang Zibo? What about that annoying guy, Gao Jiaoyang? Xiao inquired. Typically, when they went out together, Xiao Rongyu would always include Chen Hansheng, and naturally, she wouldn't forget Wang Zibo. As for Gao Jiaoyang, hearing the title of annoying guy simply for being overly pretentious, especially in front of Xiao Rongyu. Notably, even the girls found him somewhat off-putting. Yet, Chen Hansheng always insisted on including him, perhaps to highlight his own charm and humor by juxtaposing it with Gao Jiaoyang's pretentiousness. Nevertheless, the girls maintained their decorum. Despite their slight distaste, they respected the bond forged over 3 years of high school. As their group outings increased, Gao Jiaoyang naturally became a part of their clique. However, today, only Xiao Rongyu was present, prompting Xie Wanqiu's question. Yes. You're not angry with Chen Hansheng again, are you? Lu Xiaoming chimed in. The entire Port City No. 1 high school was aware that Chen Hansheng had pursued Xiao Rongyu throughout their high school years. Though she had not acquiesced, she did not shy away either, often enjoying outings together, which sometimes even sparked jealousy in her. when Chen Hansheng was mentioned. Xiao Rongyu had no intention of concealing anything from her friends, so she smiled, revealing her charming dimples as she spoke. By the way, Wan Xiao and Xiao Meng, I have something to tell you. She gestured for them to lean in closer. I'm already with Xiao Chun. What? The two girls exclaimed in unison, with Lu Xiao Meng eagerly interjecting. How did you suddenly end up with Chen Hansheng? I thought he was dating Luo Shi Mei during university. Xiao Chun broke up with her long ago. We confirmed our relationship just the other day after graduating from our senior year. In truth, she longed to say that she and Xiao Chun had been together for over a decade in their previous life. My goodness, now that he is your boyfriend, he ought to be spending more time with you. This time, it was Xiao Wan Qiu who raised the question, and the two friends were akin to reporters uncovering a sensational scoop, eagerly probing Xiao Rongyu for details. Xiao Rongyu, unperturbed, patiently explained to her friends. Xiao Chun is in Jianyi. Unlike us, he has been focused on building his own business. He started a company during his junior year, and he has already earned around 5 to 1, 6 million. He even bought a building and a car in Jianyi. Speaking of her significant other, she lifted her delicate chin, a hint of pride surfacing as she reveled in the opportunity to boast about Shen Hansheng. However, she was also aware that he was likely at Shen Youchu's home, blissfully unaware that he had married Shen Han. It wasn't that Chen Hansheng intended to keep it from her. Rather, he was planning a wedding for Xiao Rongyu as well, adhering to his principle of fairness. He had long discerned a rule. As long as they did not register their marriage, having 2 weddings or 2 brides in one ceremony was entirely permissible. This theory was what he termed the handsome brother theorem. My goodness, is Chen Hansheng truly that remarkable? He established a company right after graduation and earned 500 to 600,000. Lu Xiao Meng exclaimed, her voice tinged with shock and envy. What rich lady? Xiao Yuer is not the type to be an old, fat, ugly rich woman. She aspires to be Chen Hansheng's affluent wife. Ha, don't tickle me. Xiao Yuer, I take it back. Xiao Wanqiu's words were cut short, as Xiao Rongyu playfully attacked her with tickles. And the 3 girls' joyous camaraderie drew the attention of many in the mall, becoming a delightful spectacle. Achoo! Achoo! In the distant reaches of Liangshan, Chen Hansheng, seated in a chair basking in the sun, inexplicably sneezed twice in quick succession. He instinctively muttered under his breath, "Damn it, who is cursing me behind my back?" Hearing Chen Hansheng's 3rd sneeze, Shen Youchu, who was feeding the kittens and puppies nearby, immediately rose and headed towards the kitchen. Stop. I'm not sick. I just don't know who is cursing me. There is no need to brew Banlan Jin. That stuff tastes horrible. He saw through Shen Youchu's intentions and helplessly added, but I suppose I should go brew a bowl anyway. With that, she strode directly into the kitchen to boil water for the herbal remedy. Meanwhile, Wang Zibo, who was idly smoking, expressed a mix of envy and regret, saying, "Little Chun, Shen Youchu is truly gentle and virtuous, and she is so beautiful too. You've struck gold. But it's a pity that this bowl of Banlan Jin will go to waste. You're simply not going to drink it." Chapter 22, A Pleasant Surprise. Wang Zibo knew Chen Hansheng all too well, when they were young and he had a cold. Even when Liang Meiwan beat him with a rolling pin to force him to take medicine, he wouldn't swallow a drop. What do you mean I've struck gold? Zibo, as a childhood friend, I must solemnly inform you that it is Shen Youchu who has struck gold. His expression was exceedingly serious, as if he were stating an undeniable truth. Your audacity rivals that of a high school student's assignment, Wang Zibo quipped, unbothered by the banter. He genuinely believed that his friend's thick skin had reached new heights. Chen Hansheng shot a glance at Wang Zibo, then closed his eyes to ponder. Without a doubt, Wang Zibo was part of my faction, and now that Xiao Yuer and Shen Youchu also belonged to my camp, it seemed I had to pull that dead girl Chen Lan into the fray as well. Once we dealt with old Chen, dealing with Liang Taiho would be a breeze. After gathering sufficient power, we could swiftly take down Uncle Xiao and Aunt Lu, and the days ahead would surely be delightful. Haimim Zoizi. As he envisioned a glorious future, a bitter and pungent scent wafted through the air, signaling that Shen Youchu had arrived with the proverbial sword of Damocles to assassinate him. Just as he was about to rise and flee, He noticed Shen Youchu standing beside him, holding a bowl of green Banlan gin, staring blankly. "Drink this." "I want tea, drink it." Chen Hansheng hastily shook his head, firmly rejecting her offer. Yet Shen Youchu stood resolutely holding the bowl, her pouting lips adorably defiant, her eyes glimmering with determination. Perhaps this was one of the rare moments she chose not to heed his wishes. Seeing her stand there, reminiscent of her past self, with the unyielding stance of, "If you don't drink, I'll keep holding it," he reluctantly conceded. All right, I'll drink it. You really leave me no choice." Shen Youchu held the bowl to him, her face lighting up with joy as she watched him grimace, as if he were drinking poison. This scene echoed a moment from their previous life when she fed him medicine during the pandemic at Rocket 101. In truth, she had once heard Xiao Rongyu complain about how he never took medicine when he was sick, even when Liang Meiwan scolded and hit him. Whenever she recalled this, it became a cherished memory, as she felt deep down that little Chen treated her better than his own mother. Of course, she recognized that this somewhat childish comparison was not entirely valid, yet illuminated how distinctly Chen Hansheng regarded her. After he managed to finish the bowl of Banlan Jian, Wang Zibo was somewhat taken aback. Little Chen actually drank it. He who never takes medicine actually consumed Banlan Jian. It seems Shen Youchu holds a unique place in his heart. No wonder she is the one who can make him marry so early. Wang Zibo mused, raising an eyebrow in quiet admiration. Ding! At that moment, Chen Hanxing's phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID, which read Su Ning. He recognized Su as a subordinate from his company, a young man of only 30, who graduated from Jian University of Technology and served as the head of both the design and R&D departments. The timing of his call suggested something urgent, and without hesitation, Chen answered. "Hello, old Su, what is the matter?" "Mr. Chen, today a franchisee wants to collaborate with us. They hope we can jointly develop a new game. However, their previous 2 games didn't gain any traction, resulting in severe losses. They are currently short on funds and wish for us to provide a one-time investment of $1 million, assuring us a 21% profit share if we collaborate. Thus, I need to consult you on whether we should take on this partnership." "Oh, it seems they're quite serious about developing this game. 21% profit share is indeed generous. Are they treating us like an investment firm? What type of game is it, and what is its title?" Chen Hansheng found the company intriguing. A 21% profit share seemed modest, yet for a game development company, it was quite substantial. After all, they not only had to provide human resources and technical expertise, but also invest considerable effort and time, while his side needed only to contribute a portion of the funds. Their game is somewhat innovative. It's a phenomenon-level Western fantasy-themed online game, featuring a B system, mentor system, dungeon system, along with various profession skills and equipment forging as its main characteristics. Players can choose professions such as mage or warrior and enhance their combat abilities through monster hunting and questing weight. Is this game called Magic Domain? Chen Hansheng abruptly stood up from his chair. "Huh, Mr. Chen, how did you know?" Su Ning was taken aback, glancing around the office, puzzled. His colleagues wondered why old Su suddenly seemed so animated, questioning if their boss had installed surveillance in the office. "We must collaborate. My excitement is palpable." Magic Domain was undoubtedly one of the most popular online games of 2006 in my past life. Back then, if you entered an internet CAF, you would see mages grinding all night and warriors camping in swamps and islands, battling the Spider Queen for a flying book. This game's uniqueness lay in its lack of convoluted quests. Players could freely choose between monster hunting or PK, making it immensely popular among that generation. "I can't believe they found us and offered a 25% profit share. It feels like a windfall." Mr. Chen, don't you think you should come and take a look at this game? After all, their previous 2 games weren't exactly stellar. Our company's liquid assets total only $62 million. What if we lose our bet? He worried that this game might turn out like the previous 2. Despite the compensation, they would still incur substantial losses, at least around 900,000. However, Chen Hanxing cut him off decisively. "No need for that. We must secure this project," he replied without a moment's hesitation. "I have great confidence in this game. However, don't agree immediately. Give me the contact number of their company's owner, and I will negotiate with them myself." This matter required caution, as it was a pivotal step toward amassing over 10 million in assets before 2007. If anyone discovered his intentions, they would surely scoff at his lofty aspirations. After all, the total assets of his current company barely exceed 3 million. And that figure includes the intrinsic value of the company itself. In reality, his liquid assets amount to less than 170,000. With just over 5 months remaining until 2007, the prospect of multiplying his assets several times, or even tenfold, within such a limited time frame is, from a logical standpoint, akin to chasing a mirage. Yet, Chen Hansheng has always defied logic. Soon, Su Ning sent the other party's phone number via text, and he promptly dialed it, contemplating how to maximize the benefits of this opportunity. "Hello, is this Chairman Chen of Yinjun Company?" A distinctly male voice responded, sounding relatively youthful. The company he referred to, Yinjun, is Chen Hansheng's game development firm, a name he had chosen rather casually, believing that as long as the games were enjoyable, the name mattered little. However, his perspective has evolved. Companies like Tencent and Jiuyo have names that are both innovative and in tune with contemporary trends. Upon returning to Jianya, he intends to rename his company with something unique and refreshing. Chapter 23, In Good Spirits. Hello, I am Chen Hansheng, chairman of Yinjun Company. I have heard about the collaboration from Director Su. I would like to know the current progress of your research and development project and how long it will be until public testing and launch. He was direct and to the point. Ha! Chairman Chen is indeed straightforward. I will not beat around the bush either. The man on the other end chuckled lightly. The game we are developing is currently undergoing internal testing, and we anticipate it will be ready for public testing by early August this year. If the market responds favorably, we could officially launch soon thereafter. That is quite rapid. I can proceed with this collaboration. However, considering that your company has previously released 2 games that were rather underwhelming, I have a personal aversion to the number 1, as it feels too solitary. Therefore, I propose a 23% profit share for this project. If you agree, 140,000 will be promptly transferred. Chen Hansheng stated his terms without hesitation, adhering to his usual straightforward approach. Though the additional 2% in profit sharing may seem trivial, it could translate into millions in the future, potentially reaching the 100 million mark within half a year. The line fell silent as Chen Hansheng understood the other party was contemplating his offer. All right, the man finally conceded. 23% it is. When is Chairman Chen available to meet? We can sign the contract and discuss the future of the gaming industry over a meal. That works, Chen Hansheng mused. Let us meet at the Jianya International Hotel. My schedule is a bit unpredictable over the next few days, but I will have Su Ning keep you informed. Let us not miss this opportunity. Agreed, we won't miss it. The other party seemed taken aback, as he perceived Chen Hansheng's eagerness and perhaps a hint of naivety, interpreting it as overconfidence. 140,000 is a significant investment, and typically, a company owner would inspect such projects. However, the young entrepreneur merely inquired about the release timeline and accepted the deal with a mere 2% increase in profit share. The man found it perplexing, but chose not to dwell on it, as his objective had been achieved. Chen Hansheng, on the other hand, felt a twinge of regret, realizing he might have undersold himself. Had he known the other party would agree so readily, he would have boldly asked for a 30% stake, an amount that could yield 1 million. He calculated that the first year's profits of Moyu would likely be in the range of 2 to 300 million, meaning that 3% would amount to a cool million. This was a surefire investment, leveraging 140,000 to secure tens of millions in returns. With his experience from 2019, he could now view the next 13 years from a divine perspective, a feat closely tied to his inherent capabilities. In his past life, he had initially developed the physical economy centered around Guokao MP4 and Guokao phones, before establishing the Guokao ecological chain through the Guokao community. This time around, he need not rush. He could develop the online economy with his modest company and subsequently create an ecological chain. Ultimately, Chen Hansheng scheduled the contract signing and dinner for the evening after his return to Jianya. He glanced at Wang Zibo, who was petting a small dog, and then at Shen Youchu, who sat quietly at the table, engrossed in her reading. "Hey, are you a bookworm?" Chen Hansheng remarked with a teasing tone. "I'm not," Shen Youchu replied defensively. If you're not, then why are you reading? Don't you know that makes someone like me, who struggles academically, feel quite guilty? It's vacation time. Chen Hansheng expressed his bewilderment at the world of overachievers. Shen Youchu fell silent, unable to muster a retort. She was naturally not very articulate, especially when conversing with Chen Hansheng. Are you hungry? I can make you something to eat. She shifted the conversation, inquiring about his hunger. Wang Zibo, who had been eavesdropping on their exchange, albeit not stealthily, given their proximity, initially thought Shen Youchu was subtly teasing Chen Hansheng. However, upon reflection, he dismissed that notion, recognizing that she was genuinely concerned for her childhood friend. Shen Youchu exemplified the quintessential caring Chinese woman, and surely, no man could resist such warmth. Wang Zibo felt a mix of joy for his friend's choice in a gentle and considerate partner and a pang of sadness. Recalling his own solitary existence during his 4 years at Jianya Polytechnic, where he likely hadn't even held a girl's hand. This kind of interaction was something only Shen Youchu could manage. Had it been someone like Xiao in Chen Hansheng's position, she would have retorted defiantly, "I'm reading. What is it to you?" in a haughty manner, rather than offering to cook. "Ah, Shen, how am I supposed to tease you like this?" Chen Hansheng lamented. "Why do you always pick on me?" Shen Youchu pouted softly. All right, I'm indeed a bit hungry, but let me cook. Your dishes are too spicy for me. Please go pick up Aining and take care of the withdrawal procedures. We'll be heading back to Jianya the day after tomorrow." He lazily stretched and stood up, affectionately ruffling Shen Youchu's hair. "Okay, go ahead. Call me if you need anything." "But I don't have a phone," Shen Youchu said, a touch of shyness in her voice. Chen Hansheng paused momentarily, then quickly realized that during her 4 years at university, Shen Youchu and he had not interacted much. Where would she have gotten a phone? "Next time, let me know earlier when it comes to such matters. As the First Lady of Chairman Chen, how can you not even have a phone? What will I do when I want to reach you?" "I'll get you one when we return to Jianya." Oh, upon hearing Chen Hansheng refer to her as his wife, she felt a surge of joy, her cheeks blooming like ripe apples, rendering her even more alluring under the sunlight. The classic beauty radiated happiness and shyness, her face adorned with a blissful smile. Chen Hansheng, unable to restrain himself, playfully nibbled on her cheek, leaving a faint imprint of his teeth. Wang Zibo, overwhelmed with jealousy, could only vent his frustrations on the dog, giving its head a gentle pat while silently vowing, "That rascal Chen Hansheng promised me he would introduce a beauty second only to Xiao. If he dares deceive me this time, I shall give him a proper lesson." That evening, Chen Hansheng found himself in high spirits, reclining in bed while engrossed in a game of Tetris on his phone, humming a tune. Beside him, Shen Youchu was busy sewing insoles, a task that had long been rendered obsolete by modernity. However, coming from a rural family, Shen Youchu, even during Chen Hansheng's billion-dollar era in his previous life, would still craft a dozen pairs of insoles and knit sweaters and scarves each year. She believed this practice allowed her to save more money while passing the time. Though she initially wished to read, she recalled Chen Hansheng's afternoon remark about being a bookworm, which dampened her enthusiasm. As she meticulously stitched the insoles, her peach blossom eyes occasionally flickered towards Chen Hansheng. Shen Youchu could sense Chen Hansheng's elation, prompting her to smile gently from time to time. Perhaps this was the essence of marriage. In Chapter 24, Little Techniques of Affection Between Spouses, Chen Hansheng, aware of Shen Youchu's occasional glances, set aside his phone, turned onto his side, and gazed intently at Shen Youchu, who was staring back at him. Their eyes met, causing her to blush, while he maintained an unabashed gaze upon her face. An insistent thought nagged at him. Should he impart some useful knowledge to her? Perhaps he could transform her into a valiant dragon rider. After all, while it was pleasurable to hold the reins of power, there was a lack of excitement in it. Shen Youchu, even if given 1,000 hints, would never fathom Chen Hansheng's current thoughts. Had she known, she would likely bury herself under the covers, overwhelmed by embarrassment. The following morning, Chen Hansheng, unusually early, decided to prepare a bowl of steamed egg custard for Shen Youchu. His mother-in-law said nothing, while Wang Zibo praised him for finally having a conscience. Little Aining, perplexed, inquired, "Brother, where is sister?" Clearing his throat, he replied, Your sister is a bit tired from last night, so she'll wake up a little later today. You all eat first. I'll go check on her." With that, he nervously carried the custard to their bedroom, where he found Youchu still asleep, opting not to wake her. After all, it was through coaxing and a bit of intimidation that he had managed to elicit a modicum of initiative from Youchu the previous night. Her inherent nature made such moments of initiative quite rare. He set the custard on the table and sat idly playing with a lighter, occasionally flicking it on. The yellow flame flickered in the dim room like a will-o'-the-wisp. Time passed, and Youchu let out a soft murmur, a sound that often accompanies waking. Unlike the usual stretch and groan he might emit upon awakening, Youchu merely turned over and sat up, her eyes still bleary from sleep. She felt a tad disoriented, recalling how exhausted she had been the previous night. Even the blanket had been tucked around her by Chen Gou. As her awareness sharpened, memories of his gentle teachings from the night before resurfaced. This isn't about learning bad habits. Every couple navigates through such experiences. It's merely a little technique of affection between spouses. If you refuse to learn, does that mean you don't love me? At that moment, her cheeks flushed as she got up, but having been together for over a decade, she felt that whatever Chen Gou suggested was perfectly reasonable. With this thought, she relaxed a bit. Ah, the little sleepyhead is finally awake. Come and savor the nutritious breakfast specially prepared for you by your handsome brother, he said, pulling back the curtains. The first rays of dawn cascaded into the room like a gentle veil, tenderly caressing their faces, reminiscent of nature's soft touch. The golden light, imbued with warmth, subtly penetrated her eyelids, awakening her drowsy consciousness. Her eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings before she slowly opened her eyes, reflecting the morning's brilliance. As if the entire world had awakened alongside her to embrace a brand new day. Youchu picked up the custard, discovering it was still warm. She truly relished Chen Gou's tenderness. The warmth in her hands also warmed her heart. Together, they ventured into the living room, where little Aining was listlessly cradling a kitten, mumbling to himself about who knows what. Wang Zibo was even less noticeable, had it not been for the dog barking nearby. Chen Gou might not have acknowledged his presence at all. His mother-in-law continued her usual routine, quietly seated on a wooden chair, soaking in the sun, resembling a sunflower. Observing this scene, the family appeared quite harmonious. "Xiao Chun, come here for a moment." Wang Zibo suddenly called him over. "Spit it out already, When do you plan to return to Hong Kong?" he asked, revealing his mother's impatience from the previous night. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Gou intended to take Youchu and her family to Jianya, fearing he might be scolded by Lu Yuzhen for returning too late. Hence his urgency in questioning his friend. "When did I say I was going back to Hong Kong?" Chen Gou's response left Wang Zibo momentarily bewildered. "Huh? Don't mess with me. I'm being serious here." He thought Chen Gou was joking, recalling how many times he had been played by him since childhood. "Why would I joke with you?" Chen Gou chuckled. "I plan to take Youchu, Aining, and your mother back to Jianya. Are you kidding me? You didn't mention anything earlier. Using me and then leaving me behind," he exclaimed, slapping Chen Gou on the shoulder to vent his frustration. "Hey now, don't be angry. My clever friend has a plan." Wang Zibo sighed in relief upon hearing this. His childhood friend was always full of clever ideas. "Do you know how to do 3D modeling on a computer?" he unexpectedly asked Wang Zibo. Upon hearing 3D modeling, Wang Zibo's interest peaked. "What are you talking about?" "I'm studying computer science at Jianya Institute of Technology. Do you think I wouldn't know?" "Oh, and what about animation production?" Chen Gou continued, stroking his chin in contemplation, ignoring Wang Zibo's boastful tone. "Well, that's possible too, though it can be a bit troublesome." "Why do you suddenly ask me this?" "It's like this. I'm currently developing a project that urgently requires a team skilled in 3D modeling. This work demands dedication and at least 12 times the effort. After deliberation, I believe no one in our company is suitable for this." He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. "If you're interested, I would like you to be the head of the design and production department for my company's new project. What do you think?" The year is 2006, and soon the first capacitive touchscreen phone, the LG Prada, will be born, followed closely by the emergence of the iPhone and the Meizu M8. which is hailed as the king of domestic phones in 2009. This marks a pivotal moment in time. By then, the era of mobile gaming will unfold, presenting an enormous opportunity. As smartphones become ubiquitous, the development of a mobile game will pave the way for not just Tencent, but also a prominent position for his own company, Youchu. His ambitions have never been confined to mere millions or billions. Rather, he aims to make money merely a numeral in his eyes, necessitating the continuous expansion of his capital. Regardless of the circumstances, strength is the ultimate truth, thus enabling him to attain everything he truly desires. Wang Zibo was momentarily taken aback. Me? Become the chief person in charge? At your company? Isn't that a bit like taking advantage of connections? He said, somewhat sheepishly. If it were any other company, he might have been elated, feeling that his acquired knowledge finally found a purpose, and he secured a job. However, this is Chen Hanqing's company, and he felt an unease, fearing that a misstep might lead to repercussions for Chen's enterprise. Who cares about your connections? Chen Hanqing retorted brusquely. I said I need someone who is wholeheartedly dedicated. The people in the company are merely in it for the money. Who would genuinely work for me? He was direct and unambiguous, though he harbored a desire to assist his childhood friend, not wanting Wang Zibo to end up in Iraq as in their past lives. Nevertheless, he genuinely needed Wang Zibo. While Chen Hanqing regarded Wang Zibo as somewhat foolish and an unadulterated sycophant, he also recognized him as a distinguished graduate from Jianye University of Technology. In 2006, possessing a bachelor's degree still held considerable weight. His expertise was commendable, though he lacked work experience. What Chen valued most, however, was Wang Zibo's heart. As he articulated, his subordinates were just that, subordinates, lacking the dedication Wang Zibo exhibited towards the company. All right, since you've put it that way, I'll give it a try. And I can also move to Jianye. Wang Zibo responded readily, without even inquiring about the salary, the foremost concern for any worker. He understood that despite Chen's penchant for self-deprecation, he was indeed a loyal friend, and after over 20 years of camaraderie, Wang Zibo placed significant trust in him. No problem. I'll handle things with Aunt Lu. You can stay at my company, and we can share a few drinks and indulge in some skewers. A foot massage wouldn't be too bad either. Life would be quite pleasant, wouldn't it? He was about to mention the foot massage, but with Youchu present, he thought better of it, aware that she might not fully grasp the implications, but was nonetheless in a delicate phase of accepting Luo Xian's child. Even the usually unexpressive Wang Zibo seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Clearly, Youchu held a significant place in Chen's heart, enough to warrant such caution in their conversation. Let us discuss this later. I'll call my mom tonight, and you can explain then, he concluded, finding the prospect of chatting and dining with Chen after work quite appealing, although he indeed considered the foot massage before. Let us not waste such a lovely day. Let us head to the supermarket in the city. We're departing soon, so let us splurge a little on some food, he suggested. His proposal received Wang Zibo's support, and Youchu did not object. Only Ning, standing aside, seemed disinterested, knowing she would be leaving in 2 days. Feeling reluctant to part with this place and her mother, Chen Hanqing, sensing her sentiments, crouched down to gently pat Ning's head. Ning, how about we go to the city together? We need to buy plenty of food. As he spoke, he glanced at the elder lady ahead and whispered to Ning, I'll buy you some treats to bring back to your mom. How's that sound? Instantly, Ning's spirits lifted. A smile returned to her face as she hugged Chen Hanqing. Sure. Thank you, big brother. Children are often straightforward. If one can discern their thoughts, it becomes easy to understand their hearts, as their reasoning is far less convoluted than that of adults. The four of them took a bus to the city, where Chen Hanqing purchased beef chuck, pork ribs, and pork head meat. He also accompanied Youchu to buy a mobile phone, while Shen Hanhun picked up spinach, cucumbers, and chives. Wang Zibo led Ning to a small commodity market to buy some hairpins and ties, then to a supermarket for chips, spicy strips, and cake. After a bustling afternoon, they settled for a simple lunch at KFC. The most bewildering moment for Chen Hanqing was encountering Huang Hui at this particular KFC. Perhaps due to Youchu's striking beauty, Huang Hui recognized her as the stunning girl from the airplane and came over to greet them. This was quite the twist. While Wang Zibo and Ning remained oblivious, Chen Hansheng and Shen Youchu exchanged knowing glances, both acutely aware of the implications. It was not surprising, given Huang Hui's penchant for portraying herself as a high-class individual. Her presence in the city was somewhat expected. Nonetheless, none anticipated an encounter with this familiar face, evoking a sense of peculiarity. Chen Hansheng couldn't help but marvel at the whimsical nature of fate, reflecting on the oddity of meeting Huang Hui twice in a lifetime. What bad luck, he thought. Fortunately, it was merely a chance encounter, and Wang Zibo remained unaware of Huang Hui, sparing him from yet another episode of being sycophant. Chen Hansheng mused, is the world truly this small? Just a few days into my rebirth, and I've already crossed paths with this green tea type twice. I hope Wang Zibo doesn't fall into the same old trap again. His mind wandered to many old acquaintances from his past life, such as Kong Jing, Nie Xiao, Chao Jinda, and Huang Liqian, who had eventually become core figures in his endeavors, alongside Zhang Mingrong, Wen Ling, and Xiao Anping, who could also be considered friends. He contemplated their current situations. Sister Jing was likely still working at Shantong, while the little secretary might have returned home or stayed in Jianya seeking a job. He needed to devise a plan to bring her on board. Otherwise, he would soon find himself overwhelmed with work, and finding a new secretary would be less than ideal. Anping might still be gathering funds for her mother-S treatment for uremia. As for Zhang Mingrong, it was uncertain whether the girl, determined to remain in the big city, had succumbed to the pressures of life. Wen Ling, on the other hand, had probably moved to another city after graduating. Alas, some people are destined to remain strangers in this life. The group returned home at 2:30 in the afternoon, only to find the elder lady had retreated to her room for a deep slumber. The sleep patterns of the elderly are often lengthy and unpredictable. Sometimes, standing for a while may leave them fatigued, prompting a brief respite. Shen Youchu thoughtfully covered the elder with a blanket, recognizing that even in summer, the elderly body is not as resilient as that of the young, defying conventional reasoning. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, Shen Youchu and Xiao Aning busied themselves in the kitchen, washing vegetables, while Wang Zibo stood nearby, chopping pork ribs and occasionally lending a hand. Meanwhile, Chen Hansheng sat on a stool, clutching his phone, diligently attempting to recall a particular number. 139 x times 3021. That should be it, he mused, dialing the number. After an extended pause filled with the sound of ringing, a faint and weary female voice finally answered. Hello? Who is this? It was unmistakably Nie Xiao. Good evening. May I ask if I'm speaking with Ms. Nie Xiao? Chen Hansheng inquired politely. If this is about some kind of business, then please go away. I'm very tired. Don't bother me, all right? Came Xiaoyu's impatient retort from the other end. Rest assured, I am not one of those fools. I am reaching out to you regarding something of great importance. Are you currently working in Jianya? He probed, deducing from her fatigue that she likely was indeed employed there. Yes, I am working in Jianya. What is it that you need? She replied. Would you believe me if I told you I wish to hire you for a position at my company? Chen Hansheng said with a teasing tone. Really? Nie Xiaoyu scratched her head, a look of confusion adorning her face. Don't joke with me, big brother. I'm just a recent graduate from a second-tier university. It's unlikely that a company would proactively seek me out. You need not doubt my sincerity. To be candid, I am a graduate of Jianya University of Finance and Economics, and I have established my own company, which is now in need of secretary, he continued, weaving a tale with a touch of solemnity. I've heard that you once served as the vice president of the student council in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences. I tend to be nostalgic and prefer to have colleagues from my alma mater, so I hope you'll consider my offer. What is your current salary? I will offer you double, he declared with grandiosity. If you're unsure, you can verify my credentials at the university. I am from public administration class 2. If you're interested, feel free to give me a call. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 26, Wang Zibo's Existential Doubts. On the other end of the line, Nie Xiaoyu felt a mix of confusion and inexplicable excitement as she stared at Chen Hansheng's number, lost in contemplation, unable to regain her composure. Shen Youchu, also eavesdropping on the conversation, was not surprised. After all, Chen Hansheng often conversed with her late into the night, and he had mentioned his desire to rehire Nie Xiaoyu on more than one occasion. I still need to call Xiao Yuer, Chen Hanxing explained. After all, she shares a good rapport with the little secretary, and I ought to inform her. Oh, Shun Youchu agreed, recognizing the importance of keeping Xiao Rongyu in the loop. Nie Xiaoyu shared a close bond with both women, akin to the camaraderie found in the friendship of Hu Linyu, and Chen Hanxing regarded her as a younger sister. However, words spoken without intent may be interpreted with significance. Wang Zibo, stationed at a distance, found himself puzzled by this exchange, nearly nicking his finger with a knife while chopping the ribs. He shifted uncomfortably, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Youchu, then at his carefree childhood friend, his gaze flitting back and forth between the two in confusion. Xiao Yuer had been the object of Chen Hanxing's affections for 3 years. Why was he mentioning her in Shun Youchu's presence? Why did Chen feel the need to report to her? Moreover, given Shun Youchu's demeanor, she seemed aware of Xiao Yuer's existence. But even if she knew, wouldn't she feel a twinge of jealousy at her husband reporting to another woman? At that moment, 3 large question marks hovered over Wang Zibo's head, yet he felt too shy in Shen Youchu's presence to directly inquire with his friend. Chen Hanxing, being quite perceptive, noticed Wang Zibo's distracted demeanor and saw through his thoughts immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to share the truth about his rebirth with his childhood friend. There were many future events that would intertwine with Wang Zibo, such as persuading old Chen Liang and the Empress Dowager, and the fact that he simultaneously had 2 girlfriends. Xiao Rongyu and Shen Youchu would inevitably come to light. With determination, he turned to Shen Youchu and quietly said, I do not wish to keep this from Wang Zibo, especially since you and Xiao Yuer cannot hide it from him. Let me have a word with him. You can continue with your cooking. Understood, Shen Youchu replied obediently. All right. With that, Chen Hanxing snatched the knife from Wang Zibo's grasp and ushered him into a bedroom. The atmosphere was serene, and as Chen Hanxing sat down, he crossed his legs and lit a cigarette for both himself and Wang Zibo. He took a deep drag and then, with a weighty expression, began, Zibo, as your brother, I must divulge a monumental secret about myself, one that is intrinsically linked to your future as well. You may find it hard to believe, and you might think I've lost my mind, but I assure you, I am not deceiving you this time. Are you willing to listen? Do you think I wouldn't know whether you're lying or not? Just say what you have to say, Wang Zibo responded, sensing the seriousness in Chen Hanxing's demeanor, a stark contrast to his usual playful self. Under the weight of this atmosphere, he felt inexplicably anxious. Wow, Brother Bo, you're quite confident, but I'm not a normal person. I know, Wang Zibo interjected, immediately agreeing. Chen Hanxing, momentarily at a loss for words, retorted, Stop interrupting. When I say I'm not normal, I mean because Soon, he succinctly recounted how he had simultaneously dated both Xiao Rongyu and Shun Youchu in his previous life, leading to both having children and the ensuing chaos, as well as the loyalties of Nie Xiaoyu, Chen Lan, and himself as staunch supporters of Chen. He even recounted the tragic and melodramatic tale of his relationship with Huang Hui. Furthermore, he described his marriage to Xiao Rongyu's close friend, Bian Shishir, and their daughter, including the fact that he had become her godfather, essentially covering all the pivotal events of his past life. Approximately an hour later, Chen Hanxing, his lips parched and cracked, observed Wang Zibo's dumbfounded expression and was not surprised. If he had reacted differently, that would have been the true shock. After a long pause, Wang Zibo shook his head, pinching his own cheek in disbelief. Chen, why do I feel like you're pulling my leg? But, he trailed off, now questioning the very fabric of his existence. But what? Nonsense. I've told you. This time I'm genuinely not deceiving you. Soon, I'll also be on a call with Xiao Yuer. Chen Hanxing spat. After a while, I'll bring Xiao Yuer to Jianya. A proud person like her would never accept me juggling 2 relationships. I share this with you because you are my brother, and I won't hide anything from you. And also because I need your assistance in this lifetime, Chen Hanxing stated earnestly. But, Wang Zibo still struggled to process the information. However, his confusion was entirely understandable. If he had accepted Chen Hanxing's words without a shred of doubt, that would have been the true anomaly. You're in quite a pickle, aren't you? Regardless, I've laid it all out for you, and you must help, whether you want to or not. Time for dinner. Without further ado, he left Wang Zibo to grapple with his bewilderment alone. At the dining table, Youchu noticed Wang Zibo's absence and glanced over at Chen Hansheng. The profound understanding developed over the years between the two was palpable, and Chen Hansheng grasped her intent with ease. With a casual wave of his hand, he responded nonchalantly, "It's all right. He will recover in due time. Just save some food for him." This was a matter that no one else could assist him with. It was something he must gradually come to terms with on his own. Had it been in his past life, if Shen Hanin had brought this issue to his attention, it is likely that she and Xiao would not have fared much better than Wang Zibo does now. Fortunately, this time, the three had been reborn, and as long as there was evidence, the credibility of their situation would be significantly enhanced. In the span of 2 days, Chen Hansheng and his companions had arrived at the Luqua airport in Jianya. Inside the Xiao vehicle, Shen Youchu sat alongside the recently tearful Aining and her grandmother. "Brother, when will we be able to return home?" Aining sobbed, wiping away her large tears. She understood that within their current household, her brother was the most influential voice. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Hansheng observed the pitiful Aining, and a wave of paternal affection surged from the depths of his heart, his tone contrasting sharply with the earlier conversation he had with Wang Zibo. "When the winter or summer vacations arrive, or during the National Day and May Day holidays, your brother and sister will take you back, all right?" Hum. Aining sighed. "I wonder how those little girls are doing over there." Upon returning to the Tianjing mountain community, Shen Youchu took charge of the household affairs, while Chen Hansheng led Wang Zibo to his company. The handsome enterprise of this lifetime. At this hour, the employees were enjoying their lunch, and the security guards were eating their boxed meals, which consisted of 1 meat dish and 2 vegetarian dishes, freshly fetched from the cafeteria. Upon noticing their boss's return, they greeted him warmly. "President Chen, you're back." "Hey, young Wang is here too." Wang Zibo, having visited several times before, was initially addressed as Manager Wang by the guards, but he later corrected them. After Chen Hansheng had shared a few cigarettes and engaged in light banter, he then took Wang Zibo inside the company premises. Chapter 27. No drinking while driving. Observing the office's decor and contrasting it with the stark simplicity of his past life left him speechless, as the disparity was beyond mere words. They entered a quiet office where a few employees were still at work, and upon seeing their boss, they greeted him enthusiastically, including Su Ning. "Chairman Chen, you've returned." "Yes." Chen Hansheng introduced Wang Zibo, saying, "This is my childhood friend Wang Zibo, a graduate of Jianya University of Technology. Please help him familiarize himself with the setup and processes here. I need him to handle the modeling and development of a game. In short, he is in your hands. Don't feel compelled to spare him any kindness on my account. If he deserves reprimanding, then reprimand him. If he deserves a beating, then so be it." Wang Zibo looked at Chen Hansheng in disbelief, thinking, is he really this ruthless? Su Ning nodded. "Rest assured, I'll take good care of young Wang." Currently, the company's liquidity was barely under 1.7 million, and to invest nearly 1.4 million into an unknown project without so much as a preliminary investigation seemed excessively reckless to Su Ning. He felt compelled to discuss the matter with his boss. Chen Hansheng stepped aside with him, listening quietly as Su Ning expressed his concerns. Su Ning was truly someone who had the company's best interests at heart. Chen Hansheng, being from the future, could afford to invest boldly in magic domain without hesitation, yet he found himself unable to articulate the reasons behind his confidence. So he concocted a casual justification. "I've been following this game for a while. I assure you it will be a massive hit." Chen Hansheng offered Su Ning a reassuring nod, saying, "Don't worry, Lao Su. I'll handle everything. The rest is up to you. I must take my leave now." With that, he dashed off, leaving Su Ning and Wang Zibo in a state of astonishment. President Chen, Su Ning wanted to express that everyone's opinion varied, and just because he liked this game did not mean everyone else would. But he dared not stop Chen Hansheng from leaving. He had no choice but to place his unwavering trust in his boss. After all, he was the one receiving a salary. Once outside the company, Chen Hansheng shook his head with a wry smile. Lao Su is quite capable and knowledgeable, but he can be rather long-winded, almost as if he were a nagging matriarch. Not feeling rushed to return home, He drove to Yiwu Small Commodities City to purchase some items for his grandmother and Aining. Afterward, he returned to the financial university to take a look around. Overall, there were no significant changes. Checking the time, it was already 5:30 p.m., and General Liu, responsible for the development of Magic Domain, had just called him to confirm the dinner venue at an upscale restaurant not far from Dongda. Upon entering the private dining room, Chen Hansheng was surprised to find that General Liu was quite young. "Hello, President Chen. Thank you for investing in our project. I look forward to further cooperation in the future." Liu appreciated Chen Hansheng's youth, recognizing the challenges of establishing a company valued in the millions at such a young age. "CEO Liu, you flatter me. You're only a decade older than I am. So let us not be too formal since we are entering into a partnership. How about this? You can call me Chen Laudi, and I'll refer to you as Liu Ge." Chen Hansheng was courteous to Liu, who would soon be the head of a company valued in the tens of billions, an authentic bigwig. Although Chen Hansheng had amassed wealth exceeding 1,000 billion in his past life, he still held a deep respect for Liu, given that he was reborn and recognized the foundations of his current life. In truth, Chen Hansheng had a fondness for both Magic Domain and the future release of Soul of Heroes, both of which he enjoyed immensely, lamenting their eventual decline. For someone who had struggled with internet addiction in his youth, Liu was akin to a benefactor, as without him, Chen Hansheng would never have experienced such splendid games. General Liu was momentarily taken aback. Typically, young entrepreneurs carried a certain arrogance, often indulging in ostentation. He had harbored a similar mindset when he embarked on his entrepreneurial journey in his 20s, a sentiment shared by many young individuals. However, Chen Hansheng's demeanor was refreshingly unique. "Since Chen Laudi has said so, it would be unreasonable for me to maintain my pretenses." Liu was straightforward. "Let us eat first, and we can discuss the contract later." Exactly. That's the spirit. After the meal, Chen Hansheng felt that their collaboration was all but solidified. Once Magic Domain launched, his worth would multiply exponentially. This opportunity was firmly in his grasp. No drinking while driving, and no driving while drinking. The shadows of his 2 rebirths had transformed him into a law-abiding citizen, and on the return journey, he allowed the driver from the other party to take him back. Upon arriving at Tianjing Mountain Community, he felt a slight buzz from the alcohol. Chen Hansheng retrieved his keys and opened the door, entering the house without changing his shoes, heading straight for the bathroom to splash water on his face. Shen Youchu was tidying up the room for her grandmother, and, upon hearing the commotion, hurriedly stepped out, heading to the kitchen to pour a bowl of perfectly warmed boiled water, which she carefully brought to Chen Hansheng. He accepted it gratefully and took a hearty sip. Shen Ningming was engrossed in watching television. Her youthful curiosity was piqued by the novelty of it all. While in the village, she had only ever seen the small black and white television belonging to the village chief. She had never encountered a color television before. Chen Hansheng approached the sofa and affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. "So, how is your brother's home?" As he spoke, the scent of alcohol wafted from his mouth, and Ning, perceiving the peculiar odor, pinched her little nose and remarked, "All right, brother, your home boasts a large television, and it is colorfully vibrant. Not to mention that it remains pleasantly cool. Furthermore, the sofa is grand and extraordinarily comfortable." The little girl animatedly gestured as she spoke, and upon witnessing in Ning's delight, Shen Youchu couldn't help but smile gently. Memories of her past life, particularly those fleeting moments in Tianjing Mountain Community, flooded her mind, making her realize how much Xiao Chen had truly done for her. "There is something I must discuss with you," Chen Hansheng said, directing his gaze towards Shen Youchu. "As for Ning's schooling, there is no immediate rush. I will make arrangements for her." "Oh," Shen Youchu nodded in acknowledgement. "Additionally, during this holiday, do not confine yourself indoors, poring over books and crafting insoles. Take Ning out for a stroll, perhaps to the small commodities market to buy some clothes for her and grandma." Shen Youchu was attentively listening when Chen Hansheng suddenly fell silent. Concerned, she inquired, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I merely forgot to bring some daily necessities for grandma and Ning before coming back," he recalled, having indulged a bit too much earlier. "I'll go retrieve them. I'll accompany you. Let us go." The two descended the stairs side by side and reached the side of the Xiao car. Just as they were about to open the door, a chilling voice interrupted them. "Brother Chen, Upon hearing the voice and the familiar address, Chen Hansheng immediately recognized who it belonged to, and Shen Youchu, too, was well acquainted with it. They turned to see Luo Xian standing behind them. Chen Hansheng furrowed his brow slightly, while Shen Youchu lowered her head, shifting her gaze to her boyfriend. Chapter 28. The little junior sister of this life. At that moment, Luo Xian was clad in a white lace-trimmed dress, her hair styled in a half ponytail. Her fair complexion, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled white jade, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. The strong scent of alcohol emanating from her indicated she had recently been drinking. She stared incredulously at Chen Hansheng and Shen Youchu, her eyes filled with hostility and warning, particularly upon beholding Shen Youchu's exquisite beauty. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Hansheng preemptively interjected. "What are you doing here? And you've been drinking?" He questioned sternly. "Of course, I came to find you. If I've been drinking, it must be because I was thinking of you, Brother Chen. Let us reconcile, shall we?" Her tone was nearly pleading. Despite the fact that they were together in this life, they had once again parted ways, much like in the first. "I've already told you that we are truly incompatible. How many more times must I repeat myself before you comprehend?" His patience waned. Luo Xian was akin to a ticking time bomb, and he had no desire to provoke her, especially not with Shen Youchu by his side. Yet, he hesitated to be overly harsh with this stubborn girl, as she had accompanied him through much of his university journey and had genuinely cared for him. Had it not been for her excessively obsessive nature, perhaps he would have married her in his first life. "I don't understand. What must I do for you to change your mind?" she exclaimed, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably as tears of frustration and sorrow streamed down her face. Perhaps due to her inebriation, she swayed unsteadily, appearing as though she might collapse at any moment. "Alas, I already have a girlfriend, and we are married. We are truly incompatible. You should return home. Aunt Huang must be worried about you," Chen Hansheng urged gently, aware that being brutally honest would likely drive her to madness. Indeed, as soon as Luo Xian heard that Chen Hansheng had a new girlfriend and was married, her steps faltered, and with wide, anguished eyes, she cried out, "How could you? No one but me. How can you marry another woman? I don't believe it. You're lying. You're lying." Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her mind felt hazy, the alcohol mingling with her fury. Having not slept for a day and a night, her nerves were frayed, leading to temporary oxygen deprivation in her brain. Instinctively, she crouched slowly, hugging her knees and sobbing before tilting sideways and collapsing. Chen Hansheng, feeling both helpless and heartbroken, approached her swiftly to assess the situation, relieved to find she had merely fainted. "Ah, what a calamity! If I were born in ancient times, perhaps I would take you all in, but with Shen Youchu and Xiao Yu'er, I have already reached my limit. That is their boundary as well, unless Xiao Chun." Actually, Shen Youchu, observing Luo Xian's plight, felt a pang of sympathy. "You wish to say that she is truly pitiable and deeply enamored with me, urging me to assist her, correct?" Chen Hansheng surmised, understanding Shen Youchu's straightforward thinking. She candidly admitted. "Have you considered that perhaps, due to her affection for me and her unfortunate circumstances, you might leave me to fulfill her wishes?" Though this notion seemed somewhat foolish, it was entirely plausible that Shen Youchu, being the kind-hearted soul she was, might indeed entertain such thoughts. He recalled how, in his previous life, both Xiao Rongyu and Shen Youchu had become pregnant without his knowledge, only for the news to reach him through their mutual friends. He had been so distraught that he resorted to venting his anger through exercise. Xiao Yu'er's pride and Shen Youchu's overwhelming kindness had led them both to attempt to sever ties with him to benefit the other, a period that had been his most agonizing phase. As Shen Youchu faced Chen Hansheng's probing inquiry, she too recalled the various tribulations of her past life with Xiao Rongyu. However, she did not dwell on it for long before shaking her head resolutely, indicating that she would not. "We are already married. I do not wish to part ways with you." She spoke sincerely, believing that since they had tied the knot, no circumstance would compel her to separate from him. "All right, I shall first escort her to the dormitory at the Finance University. Sending her to a hotel alone would be too unsafe for a girl. Better to go together and prevent your naive mind from wandering." Oh, due to this unexpected occurrence, Chen Hansheng, who had intended to be a law-abiding citizen, was once again compelled to drive under the influence. He first took Luo Xian to the nearest municipal hospital for an examination, confirming that she suffered from nothing more than temporary fainting due to prolonged sleeplessness and mental strain. Only then did he feel reassured as he returned with Shen Youchu and Luo Xian to the finance university. Having spent 2.5 years at the university, he was well aware of Luo Xian's dormitory-esque location. Throughout the journey, he contemplated many things. He found it difficult to entirely let go of Luo Xian, yet he knew he had to keep it within certain limits. He was determined to grasp that balance. Upon arriving at the finance university, both Chen Hansheng and Shen Youchu experienced a distinct sensation. After safely delivering Luo Xian to the dormitory supervisor, he called Huang Xiao. "Hello, Aunt Huang. Rest assured, she merely drank a bit too much and came down to my place. No, you need not worry. I've taken her back to her dormitory at the finance university, where it's quite safe." "Yes, all right. This matter must be communicated to Huang Xiao. Otherwise, as a mother, she will be plagued with worry to the point of sleeplessness, particularly since she is aware of his breakup with Luo Xian. Although it is quite late, the school remains lively, with individuals exercising on the playground and students strolling beneath the streetlights. Occasionally, a couple might unexpectedly emerge from behind a thicket or pavilion." The young man glanced around nervously, adjusting his glasses, feigning innocence about his prior actions, while the girl, blushing, lowered her head and tightly linked her arm with his, the two swiftly vanishing into the gentle mist. Chen Hansheng, from behind, let out a loud whistle, playfully teasing the couple who chose not to retreat to a hotel. "Ah, how delightful university life is. Alas, I'm no longer a graduate student in this lifetime." As he mused, he turned his gaze toward Shen Youchu, unable to restrain himself from pinching her smooth little face. "Why must you remain a graduate student in this life? How unfair the heavens are." Shen Youchu, upon returning to the Tianjin community, both his mother-in-law and Aining had already retired for the night. Shen Youchu appeared largely unaffected by the incident with Luo Xian. Or perhaps she simply concealed her emotions well. She first organized the daily necessities Chen Hansheng had purchased, then returned to the living room to sit beside him, where little Aining and her mother-in-law were already asleep. At that moment, Chen Hansheng was on the phone with Xiao Rongyu, no longer needing to exercise caution. Noticing Shen Youchu sitting beside him, he casually draped his legs over hers while reclining on the sofa. Shen Youchu attentively helped Chen Hansheng remove his socks, and after about 10 minutes, the call ended. He set his phone down and turned to Shen Hansheng. "In a couple of months, we shall move to a new place. This apartment, with only 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, is rather cramped." This was merely a minor reason. More significantly, it was the place where he had cohabited with Luo Xian, who still possessed the key. "Perhaps it is better not to. 2 bedrooms should suffice for us." Shen Youchu continued to consider the matter from a frugality perspective, even though she understood Chen Hansheng was quite capable of earning money. 2 bedrooms could work. "When Xiao comes to stay, you both can sleep with me." He half joked, though he genuinely desired their company at night. However, this was not an educational film, and he had never pressured the 2 girls, merely indulging in a bit of fantasy before sleep. Upon hearing about sharing a bed, Shen Youchu's delicate face flushed crimson. Chen Hansheng chose not to pursue that topic further, returning to the previous discussion. "In any case, I'm not short on money. After all, money is meant to be spent. Otherwise, I could easily earn a few million, ensuring we live comfortably for the rest of our lives. In a few months, I will investigate further so that when my parents come, they will have a place to stay." He reassured the dim-witted girl, who listened earnestly. Yet suddenly he recalled something, rising with a serious expression and beckoning Shen Youchu with his hand. "I just remembered something." Shen Youchu was startled by his sudden movement, her small head retracting slightly, her sparkling eyes blinking up at him. "I'm here. Once I finish my business at the company, I will take you to meet my mother. Just remember not to call her mom right away. Address her as aunt first." He recalled the embarrassing moment when, on the 2nd day after his reincarnation, he had mistakenly called Xiao Hongwei dad upon getting in the car. He feared that Shen Hansheng, upon meeting the matriarch, might instinctively call her mom, which would certainly lead to an amusing situation. "All right." She paused for a moment, then pondered deeply over Chen Hanqing's intentions, eventually grasping the logic behind his words. Seeing her expression, Chen Hanqing realized she had finally caught on. Indeed, if I, without noticing, am oblivious, then how could Shen Youchu, the simpleton, possibly comprehend? He gently cupped Shen Youchu's face, scrutinizing her closely. Oh dear, little foolish pig, why are you so slow-witted? After saying this, he released her face only to pinch it playfully, tugging at her soft, elastic cheeks with gentle pressure. Stop pinching, it hurts. Shen Youchu protested, covering her face in a pouting manner. You can't blame me. Whose fault is it that your face is so round? I'm merely helping you relax those facial muscles, Chen Hanqing said, feigning innocence. Not round at all. Shen Hanqing pouted, seemingly contemplating something, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Just say what's on your mind. Stop being so coy. Chen Hanqing waved his hand, urging her to speak. When I went grocery shopping today, I saw Jin Yangming, and he greeted me. Ah, Lu, he is a local of Jianya. It's quite normal for you to encounter him, especially since you were classmates, and he would naturally greet you out of respect for me. Did he say anything else? Nothing much, except that he was accompanied by a girl, but it wasn't Dong. In her past life, Jin Yangming was with Dong. Yet the girl she saw today was not the industrious, obedient, and understanding girl she once knew. Well, that's quite normal. After all, their meeting in the last life was facilitated by our class trip. However, you must understand that even the flutter of a butterfly's wings can alter the world. It's understandable that they did not end up together in this life. It all comes down to fate. He contemplated for a moment, offering a fitting analogy, just like Sister Jing or Mr. Zheng from the Xiaomi factory. Unless I actively seek them out, they would likely never cross paths with me in this lifetime. Chapter 29, Passion in the Office. Shen Youchu found this reasoning quite sound, yet she couldn't shake off an uncomfortable feeling. This was merely a manifestation of habitual thought. When one perceives two entities as well-suited, it is often merely a product of familiarity. When one is replaced, discomfort inevitably arises. All right, time for a shower and bed. After a long day, he felt fatigued and walked straight into the bathroom, where the sound of rushing water soon echoed. Shen Youchu returned to the bedroom, retrieving Chen Hanqing's pajamas, and cautiously slid open the bathroom door, placing the clothes on the washing machine, ensuring they wouldn't get wet. As she closed the door, her heart raced. Despite having been together for over 10 years, the thrill and shyness remained unchanged. Chen Hanqing glanced at her and scoffed. Are you a fool? The following morning, the relentless sunlight streamed through the glass, invading the bedroom and assaulting the lingering coolness within. Chen Hanqing, sprawled across the bed, was drenched in sweat, while Shen Youchu sat at the head of the bed, tenderly gazing at him, using a towel soaked in fresh water to gently wipe the perspiration from his forehead. This sleepyhead didn't rise until 11, taking his time to dress and wash up, which took over half an hour. After enjoying the lunch Shen Youchu had prepared in advance, he drove to the company located on Tianyuan East Road. Good afternoon, Mr. Chen. A middle-aged man in work attire greeted him warmly upon his arrival. What good afternoon? It's only 11. It's still morning. Chen Hanqing corrected him sharply. Only after 12 does it become afternoon. Do you understand, Lao Lu? He would never admit to having slept until noon, as far as he was concerned. It was still morning until the clock struck 12. Ah, Lao Zhang, your blueprint is quite impressive. However, I believe this section requires enlargement. Otherwise, it will detract from the overall aesthetic appeal. Lao Yang, your workshop planning this month has been commendable and deserves recognition. Dingling. Just as General Manager Chen was assigning tasks, his phone rang unexpectedly. To his surprise, it was his secretary, Xiao. Finally mustering the courage to call your boss. I thought you had been abducted. Hello. Comrade Xiao, have you given it some thought? I've agreed, but let me state this clearly. If you send me off to some inhospitable locale like Myanmar or Syria, I will walk away. Xiao felt a bit anxious, but considering the generous salary and the information she had gleaned from her recent inquiries at the Finance University, she was inclined to dismiss the notion that this was a predatory company. Wow, the imagination of a two-dimensional girl is indeed boundless, Chen Hanqing mused, shaking his head with a wry smile. I merely need you to be my secretary. You're overestimating yourself. Do you think this is an international conflict? Syria? You're not Wang Zibo. At that moment, Chen thought to himself that the little secretary remained unchanged. All right, I'm at the entrance now. Please inform the security that I wish to enter. Oh, you arrived quite swiftly. Did you take a rocket? The company was not particularly large, and soon Xiao found herself in Chen Hanxing's office. He scrutinized her carefully, noting that she bore little difference from her past self, save for a slight darkening of her complexion. Oof. Let me be the one to rescue you from this unfortunate fate. His gaze startled Xiao, causing her to clutch her chest like a frightened monkey, leaning back in alarm. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am trained. My boyfriend is Youchu Lama. If you dare approach, her anxiety escalated as Chen Hanxing drew nearer, extending his hand toward her. She wanted to scream, but felt it would be futile, considering she was in his company. Could it be that my pristine reputation is about to be tarnished here? This man has likely harmed countless innocent girls like myself. Yet, just as she envisioned herself becoming one of those women in an educational film, Chen Hanxing merely lifted her by her armpits and unceremoniously deposited her onto the sofa beside his desk. She looked at him in suspicion. Shouldn't he be removing my clothing or engaging in some lewd act? Why just throw me on the sofa? Does he prefer lounging there? Chen Hanxing could likely discern her thoughts and promptly quelled her wild imaginings. I merely want you to sit down and converse. Don't overthink it. I have a girlfriend too. In fact, he refrained from adding that her looks were hardly compelling enough for him to enact any romantic scenes in the office. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was merely a bit nervous. Upon hearing he had a girlfriend and that he meant no harm, she felt as if she had been granted a second chance at life. The mention of two girlfriends didn't faze her. She assumed he was just teasing. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Chen Hanxing, the owner of Engjun Company. Your role will be that of my personal secretary with a current salary of 3,600 per month. If you perform well, you may enjoy commission-based bonuses in the future. However, Xiao was engrossed. 3,600 was significantly more than her previous job, which offered only 2,000 monthly. Yet, a sudden twist left her on edge. Could there be some outrageous demands? Typically, secretaries on television are often exploited, but then again, if he were that type, he would have made a move already. With Chen Hanxing's keen grasp of human nature, he could easily gauge a person's inner world through their expressions and body language. He mused that her thought process was rather erratic, befitting her reputation as one of the two vibrant personalities alongside Chen Lan. However, being my personal secretary involves more than just fetching tea and passing documents. Any child just learning to walk could manage that. A personal secretary must alleviate the boss's burdens, which entails being acutely aware of every aspect of the company's operations. He provided a general overview, primarily to dispel her more risky thoughts. Then, as he had done in his previous life at the New World Electronics Factory, he handed her over to the HR department, ensuring she would experience various positions within the company, including roles as a cafeteria chef and cleaning lady, within a month. After arranging matters with his secretary, he proceeded to visit Wang Zibo, who sported two prominent dark circles under his eyes, a testament to his dedication to the task at hand. Oh dear, Boga may be a bit dim-witted and a bit of a sycophant, yet he does seem earnest. When conversing with pretty girls, he tends to sway his hips. Wait a minute. Why do I only see flaws? I can't seem to find any reason to praise him. Seated at a dedicated computer, Su Ning noticed his boss's arrival and quietly approached him to report. Your childhood friend has only consumed one meal daily since arriving, spending all other time working, excluding sleep and restroom breaks. I must say, boss, your brother is quite loyal. Ah, that is how he is. Now, tell him he can take a day off to rest properly, and his daily working hours should not exceed 12. Any violations will incur a fine of 1,000. Off you go. Though he was the boss, Wang Zibo might disregard such a message if it came from him, interpreting it as favoritism. However, as Su Ning was his superior, the message carried greater weight. By the time he exited the company, it was already 2:30 p.m. Liang Meiwan had announced her intention to visit Jianya to see him, which caused him considerable distress. Is my mother experiencing a midlife crisis with nothing better to do than create chaos for me? Chapter 30. The Empress Dowager arrives. He felt helpless. The only woman capable of suppressing his bloodline was Liang Meiwan. Since they were to meet early, he decided to face the tempest head-on. It wouldn't hurt to let the Empress Dowager know. As long as he could manage his mother-s side of things, dealing with old Chen would be so easy. Arriving at the Zhonghua Gate train station, he spotted Liang Meiwan from a distance, laden with bags, waving at Chen Hansheng. "You little rascal. Skipping home during your time off just to loiter at the company. Your father and I must have raised a white-eyed wolf. And your audacity, hanging out with Xiao heir without informing me? Were you planning to wait until marriage and children to share the news?" Inside the car, Liang Meiwan continued her relentless stream of words, her voice akin to a laser cannon with no pauses for breath. Chen Hansheng feigned ignorance. Had he not been driving, he would have undoubtedly been reprimanded. Out of filial piety and a dash of mischief, he decided to come clean to Liang Meiwan. After all, she was his biological mother. It was his Uncle Xiao and Aunt Elle who required his caution. He first drove to the building entrance, unbuckled his seatbelt, and locked the car doors. Liang Meiwan, puzzled by his peculiar behavior, looked on with curiosity. "Impudent brat, how dare you lock the car door? Open it at once. I need to get some fresh air." The stench of smoke inside is suffocating. Chen Hansheng instinctively rolled down the window, then donned an innocent demeanor as he grinned and cheekily remarked, "Your Majesty, the truth is, I am indeed with Xiao Yuer. However," "What do you mean by however?" "That little girl Luo Xian was quite nice, yet you insisted on breaking up with her. Your Aunt Huang even had a lengthy discussion with me about it. Do you realize how this creates a rift between our families? Now that there's someone like Xiao Yuer with even better prospects, you should count your blessings. Given your current state, marrying Xiao Yuer would be a monumental achievement for the old Chen family." Listening to the familiar tirade, Chen Hansheng reflected calmly on the world of middle-aged individuals. It seemed that all parents worldwide had a tendency to belittle their children in private, yet instinctively believe that their offspring were the ones who brought them prestige in public. "Mother, I've told you that Luo Xin's temperament is too extreme. We are simply incompatible. As for Xiao Yuer, I'm certainly satisfied, but it's still not enough." "Huh? Hey, you little rascal. Ahem. Your Majesty, please calm down. I haven't finished my thoughts. It's not that I think Xiao Yuer is lacking. Rather, I believe that since ancient emperors and even ordinary merchants had multiple wives, as a modern youth, having one or two girlfriends should be quite acceptable. Why are you getting physical over a mere discussion?" Liang Meiwan was currently smacking Chen Hansheng's head while scolding him incessantly. "You little rascal, have you lost your mind? Comparing yourself to emperors. Why don't you compare yourself to Sun Wukong while you're at it? Why don't you ascend to heaven?" After delivering over 100 smacks, her arm became numb, yet she was still unsatisfied and was about to switch hands. "Madam, you're going a bit too far. If you end up knocking some sense out of your son, you'll regret it when it comes to wanting grandchildren." Chen Hansheng truly found himself at a loss with his mother. While he could devise countless methods to deal with Xiao Yuer and Shen Hanhai, his mother was impervious to both soft and hard approaches. "Knock some sense out of me. I'd rather you hit me back into your womb. Do you even want to see your daughter-in-law?" Facing the formidable Liang Empress, he felt the weight of familial ties constraining him, leaving him no choice but to call for reinforcements. Indeed, upon hearing the words daughter-in-law, Liang Meijuan's hand froze mid-air, her brows deeply furrowed. "Xiao Yuer is still at home. How can you even meet her?" Who said it was her? I'll go visit her once I wrap up my affairs at the company in a few days. After all, she lives quite close." "Not her. There's really a second one." Liang Meijuan's gaze was filled with confusion, anger, and disdain as she scrutinized her son. Yet, he spoke with such conviction that she couldn't help but feel she understood him. Under such circumstances, he was almost always telling the truth. At that moment, the middle-aged woman from the harbor city appeared incredulous. Even the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes seemed to vanish. "We had an agreement that you wouldn't hit me anymore. I'm a father of 2, you know." "Huh? Wait a minute, you what? Children?" The moment children left her lips, she reverted to calling him son. The sheer volume of information she was processing today was overwhelming. Her 64 megabytes brain felt as though it had forcibly installed a 6 gigabytes program. "What I mean is, Xiao Yuer and another girl are like my children. After all, shouldn't a girlfriend be cherished like a daughter? Haha, wouldn't you agree? In truth, He wanted to tell Yang Meiwan that she had already been a grandmother to 3 children in her past life. Hearing this, Liang Meiwan seemed to consider the possibility. Her heart that had been lodged in her throat fell back down, and while she sighed in relief, a tinge of regret lingered. Just like in her previous life, she had always hoped for Chen Hansheng to have a child early, so she could help take care of them. Mother, mother. Chen Hansheng waved his hand in front of Liang Meiwan's face. Noticing her dazed expression, he thought to himself, I hope I haven't given the Empress a heart attack. When Liang Meiwan finally regained her senses, she swatted Chen Hansheng's hand away with a serious expression, her tone unexpectedly gentle. Son, we are just an ordinary family. Xiao Yuer's family background is already superior to ours, and she is not only beautiful, but also academically accomplished. She is more than a match for you. Please, you should part ways with the other girl. Listening to Liang Meiwan's earnest advice, he found it somewhat amusing. When you meet Shen Youchu, I doubt you would speak so kindly. Mother, the truth is, I like both of these girls. They both love me dearly, and I do not wish to part with either. However, he could not agree with her assertion that Xiao Yuer's family was better than theirs. Chen Hansheng stood tall, exuding confidence. In about 2 to 3 months, my company's market value will multiply several times, and by the end of the year, it will almost increase by dozens of times. By that time, both you and old Chen will be multimillionaires. Chen Hansheng, am I here to listen to your nonsense? I sincerely advise you, and you treat it as a joke? Liang Meiwan, seeing her son dodge the issue, could no longer contain her frustration. Hey, no need to resort to violence. We live in a society governed by law. I can call that girl down. At the very least, you should meet her. Liang Meiwan interpreted this as her son already cohabitating with the other girl. This changed everything. She still held some traditional views. Since her son was living with that girl, he ought to take responsibility. It seemed she would have to let down the sweet and lovely Xiao Yuer. Liang Meiwan sighed heavily, shaking her head in regret. Mother, rest assured. In fact, I'm also living with Xiao Yuer. Chapter 31. The Shocked Liang Empress. Bang! Liang Meiwan's head felt as though it had been struck by a hammer. Her body trembled, and she could barely lift her hand to strike Chen Hansheng again. How did I give birth to such a scoundrel? Rest easy. I am sincere towards both of them. I saved their lives, after all. Do you think I'm the kind of scoundrel who would abandon them after getting what I want? Chen Hansheng patted his chest, justifying himself with righteous fervor. In truth, the real scoundrels are those who deceive girls into a relationship and then abandon them. He simply wanted to provide a home for each of the unfortunate girls. If he were to wear the title of scoundrel, it would surely be preceded by deeply affectionate. Shen Youchu is the name of the other girl. You saved her and Xiao Yuer. What on earth have you been up to? Liang Meiwan was utterly flabbergasted. Yes, Shen Youchu is as beautiful as Xiao Yuer, but her personality is entirely different. Let me call her down so you two can chat. Wait, let me gather my thoughts. She needed a moment to adjust her mindset. Chen Hansheng was in no rush, as he had already consulted Shen Youchu and prepared a plan. About 10 minutes later, Liang Meiwan steadied her breathing. Please bring that girl down. I want to see what kind of girl could possibly compare to Xiao Yuer. Great. I'll summon her to meet the Empress. Stop with your sweet talk. Soon, Shen Youchu arrived at the back seat of the car, and as she opened the door, she found Liang Meiwan staring back at her. Hello, Andy. At this moment, the sun outside the car was shining brightly. Shen Youchu, with her hair tied in a ponytail, basked in the midday sun, which graced her classical beauty with a celestial glow, while her clear peach blossom eyes seemed to ripple with emotion. Her delicate nose bore a hint of resilience, yet her naturally rosy lips were soft and tender. Clad in a simple long dress and devoid of any cosmetic embellishment, she radiated an undeniable charm. It was evident that Shen Youchu had made a deliberate effort to present herself well, especially knowing she was to face the Empress Dowager Liang in the afternoon. This left Liang Meiwan utterly astonished. Xiao Rongyu, having known Shen Youchu since childhood, was accustomed to her beauty, yet Shen Youchu exuded a distinctly different allure. Mom, they're calling for you, Chen Hansheng gently reminded his mother, likely recalling how he had been left speechless upon first encountering Shen Henin in a previous life. Haha, that is my mom for you. Oh dear, you must be the little Shen. Come in, make yourself comfortable. In the presence of the breathtaking Shen Youchu, The Empress Dowager Liang utterly forgot her earlier admonition to Chen Hansheng about treating Xiao Yu well and breaking up with another girl. Indeed, this was a society that valued appearances. Being beautiful could truly open doors. Oh my, little Shen, you are simply stunning with those enchanting peach blossom eyes ahem. Chen Hansheng interjected, reminding his mother to maintain her composure. The dignity of a mother-in-law in front of her future daughter-in-law seemed to have vanished entirely. Little Shen, where do you hail from? Do you have any relatives? How long have you and Chen Hansheng been together? How long have you been living together? The Empress Dowager Liang showcased her prowess as a key member of the neighborhood gossip committee, while Chen Hansheng merely yawned, closing his eyes to listen silently to the exchange between the two women. I'm from the Sichuan Chongqing area. I only have my mother-in-law and a cousin. My parents passed away long ago. Liang Meiwan's heart ached further with each word, feeling a deep sense of compassion for the beautiful and naive girl before her. When she learned that Chen Hansheng had been injured while protecting Shen Youchu, her heart seemed to stop momentarily. Despite her frequent scolding of her only son, her affection for him was profound. Her husband and son were her everything. That rascal! How could I not know something of his magnitude? When he comes home next, I'll make sure to give him a good whack with the rolling pin. After listening to Chen Hansheng's half-truths about his heartfelt love story with Shen Youchu, the Empress Dowager Liang was completely taken in. Having spent over 30 years in the system, she could discern character and demeanor with ease. This girl, in terms of beauty, figure, education, and personality, was utterly comparable to Xiao Rongyu. In truth, the story Chen Hansheng had crafted for Shen Youchu was rooted in reality, merely a blend of their past and present experiences rearranged into a new narrative. For instance, it was indeed true that he often accompanied her for meals, helping to heal her hidden ailments. Originally, she and Xiao Rongyu had come to accept each other due to a switch, but now it had transformed into a tale where Chen Hansheng saved both of them from a car accident, binding them together through their shared love for him. As the conversation progressed, Shen Youchu found herself in tears, her emotions genuine as she recalled how Chen had bled for her, saving her from a fate of sudden death. She felt an overwhelming gratitude toward the man before her. This honesty made it easier for Liang Meiwan to accept the reality and spared Shen Youchu from any shame of deceit. After all, she was no actor like Chen Hansheng. The Empress Dowager Liang even wiped Shen Youchu's tears, thinking her future daughter-in-law was truly remarkable. She couldn't help but think of Xiao Rongyu, imagining two little figures from her childhood cartoons, one clad in angelic attire with a halo, and the other sporting horns and wicked wings. The angelic figure proclaimed that in this lawful society, marrying two women was impermissible. Yet, the devilish figure countered that Chen Hansheng was indeed in love with both, and both women accepted one another. What was there to fear? The angelic figure added, but what about Xiao Yu's parents? Would they consent? And Shen Youchu's mother-in-law and cousin? The devilish figure retorted, if the children agree, what do the parents matter? We cannot govern their world. Their happiness is what counts. Shaking her head, Liang Meiwan glanced between Shen Youchu and Chen Hansheng, who was idly playing with a lighter, and sighed. Well, I won team medal in the affairs of you young ones. Little Shen, you and Xiao Yu are both good girls. It is a blessing for my son to have caught your attention. The Empress Dowager Liang tenderly caressed Shen Youchu's cheek, sincerely declaring, since you both accept each other, I can only offer my blessings. Given that you've already lived together and wed in your village, you may as well call me Mom. Wow, what a bold move. Calling her Mom right away? Truly, she is the Empress Dowager, far more eager than my son. Shen Youchu wiped her tears and glanced at Chen Hansheng, seeking his approval with her eyes. Don't look at me. You should be calling her Mom anyway, he replied nonchalantly. The Empress Dowager Liang was practically secured, and with Chen's side easily managed, she had effectively transitioned from Shen's camp to Chen's, becoming a core member of his circle. Now, with her influence growing, there is no need to elaborate on Xiao Yu and Shen Youchu. Both pivotal figures had defected, with Wang Zibo and Nye Xiao Yu joining forces with the Empress Dowager. Things were indeed looking promising. It was true that a cheerful boy would never have poor fortune. Mom, Shen Youchu addressed Liang Meiwan with her bright, enchanting eyes. And with utmost sincerity, Liang Meiwan replied, If Chen Hansheng dares to bully you, just tell me, and I will deal with him. No. Xiao Chun treats me very well. Shen Youchu seemed to forget how Chen often scolded her, pinched her cheeks, and even bit her face at times, all of which she subconsciously overlooked. All right, Mom. Shen Youchu's mother-in-law and sister are still upstairs. Should we go greet them? Shen Hansheng kindly suggested. You don't need to tell me. After living all these years, do you think I can't manage on my own? You hurry and take me to the city. Little Shen's mother-in-law is a senior to me, and it wouldn't be proper to show up empty-handed. Chen Hansheng thought, goodness, I finally understand the meaning behind the phrase, a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person's heart. I am El Dongbin, and the Empress Dowager is the dog. Wait, if the Empress Dowager is the dog, then what does that make me? On their way to the mall, Shen Youchu urged Liang Meiwan twice, but she was met with refusal, her reasoning straightforward. Little Shen, in our port city, the groom must always bring gifts to the bride's family. You're already married, and I haven't given you the 3 golds and the betrothal gifts. So it's even more inappropriate to go empty-handed to see your mother-in-law. She held no contempt for Shen Youchu's family background. In fact, she believed it was advantageous. The poorer Shen Youchu's family was, the more authority her son would hold in that household. She recognized this selfishness, yet it was a natural concern for her son. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Liang Meiwan chose a set of gold bangles worth 7,000 yuan as a gift for her mother-in-law. Initially, she intended to purchase a gold necklace exceeding 10,000, but after Shen Youchu's fervent objections, she settled for this alternative. Additionally, she selected a silver safety lock worth 700 yuan as a gift for Ning. However, upon the trio's return to Chen Hansheng's residence, they discovered that both the grandmother and Annin were inexplicably absent. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Youchu deduced, grandmother must have taken Annin for a stroll in the nearby park. I shall prepare dinner. Liang Meiwan was not surprised. In a household like Shen Youchu's, it would indeed be peculiar if she were not adept at cooking. The clock had already ticked past 6, and by the time dinner was ready, it would be nearly 7, which coincided with the usual dining hour for her and Chen Hansheng. In the interim, the grandmother and Annin returned at around 6:40. While the grandmother was typically reticent, upon seeing Liang Meiwan, she couldn't help but reminisce about stories from her own era. Despite the nearly 25 years that separated them, they managed to find some common ground for conversation. Liang Meiwan frequently praised Shen Youchu, while the grandmother's voice, though somewhat muffled, exuded a warmth that was unmistakable as she gently grasped Liang Meiwan's wrist, her aged and murky eyes revealing a sense of reassurance. It is a common sentiment among elders to yearn for the presence of each other's parents or forebears, as if such gatherings validate the stability of their descendants' relationships. Meanwhile, Chen Hansheng was blissfully indulging in snacks with little Annin, engrossed in the latest animated sensation, Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the 7 heroes. This tender scene, reminiscent of a father watching cartoons with his daughter, filled Shen Youchu, who was busy in the kitchen, with immense joy, her clear, peach blossom eyes shimmering with delight. In truth, her previous life resembled the present closely, albeit with a few notable absences, such as Chun Zijing, Chun Zipei, Hu Linyu, and Donger. She vividly recalled a birthday celebration for Chun Zhaojun, where nearly all members of the Little Fish, Youchu, and Chun factions were present, with the sole exception being Professor Sun, who was recuperating at home. Chen Hansheng was undoubtedly the focal point of their gathering, yet he could only command the attention of a younger generation. While the likes of Xiao Hongwei, LV Yuqing, Mo Ku, Sun Biwu, and Liang Meiwan remained largely uninvolved in the affairs of the youth. Before long, a table laden with dishes was brought forth by Shen Youchu and the considerate Annin. Liang Meiwan shot a disapproving glance at Chen Hansheng, who was still lounging on the sofa with a toothpick in his mouth, engrossed in the television. Young Master Chen, could we not maintain a modicum of dignity? Annin, at such a tender age, is assisting, while you seem utterly carefree. After dinner, you shall wash the dishes. As her own mother issued the command, Chen Hansheng dared not disobey, promptly rising to assist Shen Youchu with the chairs and tableware. As he approached Shen Youchu, he playfully pinched her cheek. This was the essence of Liang Tai Ho, Had it been Hu Quan-shi issuing commands, a grand conflict might have erupted, leaving Hu Linyu in a state of furious exasperation. Without Shen Youchu's intervention, one could only imagine that Hu Fat Girl, the spirited lass, might have engaged Chen Hansheng in a brawl. Ah, the inescapable influence of maternal lineage. Chen Hansheng quietly lamented at the dining table. Do less, and after Annie leaves, I shall take care of the dishes. Shen Youchu gently consoled him, leaning closer to his ear. She refrained from contradicting Liang Meijuan's reprimands, opting instead to assist from the shadows. Chen Hansheng understood her intentions and casually dug at his ear, dismissing the matter. Are you two whispering secrets? Little Annan, having caught wind of their exchange, inquired playfully. Little ones should not pry into the affairs of adults. Disobedience may lead to consequences. Liang Meiwan promptly interjected, reminding Chen Hansheng to maintain decorum at the table. Oh, the dishes prepared by Xiao Shen are all my favorites. I wonder if our mother-daughter duo shares a telepathic bond. Liang Taiho attempted to shift the conversation. Her efforts to redirect the topic were somewhat feeble. Yet she spoke no falsehood. Indeed, these were dishes she relished. Moreover, her aversion to ginger was well known. Many of her favorite dishes typically contained it. Yet Shen Youchu not only knew her preferences, but also her distaste for ginger, prompting her to cast a glance at her son. It appeared that this troublesome boy still possessed a glimmer of conscience. She assumed that Chen Hansheng had informed Shen Youchu of her preferences, unaware that Shen Youchu had been preparing meals for her for over a decade. She was intimately acquainted with the tastes of both her and old Shen, as well as those of Xiao Hongwei and LV Yuqing. After the family of five concluded their meal, Liang Meiwan insisted on taking Shen Youchu for a stroll alone. Thus, Chen Hansheng remained behind with his grandmother and Annan, seated in the community park, where he was particularly mindful not to smoke in the presence of his grandmother, who harbored a strong aversion to tobacco. Ultimately, he entertained little Annan, regaling her with fantastical tales, such as how Snow White was deceived by the queen into the forest and subsequently married the seven dwarfs, or how a monkey ventured to the moon to play pranks on Chang'e. His stories were a whimsical twist on beloved classics. Yet Annan listened with rapt attention, likely becoming the most captivating storyteller among her peers in the future. Initially unaware of the tale of Snow White, the grandmother recognized the story of the monkey stealing the moon, realizing it was a reimagined version. Just as little Annan was engrossed in the narrative, a faint meow emerged from a nearby thicket, which Chen Hansheng also detected. Chapter 32. Return to Hansheng. Meow. They both recognized it as the sound of kitten. Consequently, the duo stealthily followed the sound to a corner where they parted the tall weeds, revealing a calico kitten. Both Annan and Shen Youchu shared a fondness for small creatures, particularly the aesthetic charm of kittens. This particular calico was strikingly unique, with a tabby hue on the left side of its face and an orange pattern on the right. Its body a patchwork of black and yellow, chaotic yet possessing an unusual beauty, complete with adorably pink little paws. What truly captivated them were its mismatched eyes, one blue and one yellow, bestowing upon it an inherent allure. Brother, what a beautiful little cat! Annan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she carefully cradled the kitten in her small hands, gently wiping away the dirt clinging to its white fur. Can I take it home to raise? She implored, her lips pursed in a plea, her eyes brimming with longing and affection, making her utterly endearing. Well, you'll need to ask grandmother. I personally have no objections, he replied, though the house belonged to him, and he would have been free to keep it. However, with his grandmother present, he opted to defer to her authority. Grandmother, look, what a lovely little cat. May I take it home? She implored, one arm cradling the kitten while the other tugged at her grandmother's hand, her cherubic demeanor impossible to resist. Having previously kept cats and dogs while living in the village, adopting this kitten seemed almost a foregone conclusion. Chen Hansheng gazed at the kitten, his thoughts drifting to the plump white cat named Tuan Yuan from his past life. I wonder if that chubby feline would have become the school mascot in Shen Youchu's absence. Unsurprisingly, the grandmother did not decline the request. Little Annan joyfully bounced in place with the calico kitten in her arms. Brother, You should name it. Annan insisted, believing that since he and sister were university students, he would surely come up with a charming name. In truth, it is likely that Chen Hanxing's current academic aptitude is insufficient even for slightly challenging questions on the high school entrance examination. The intellectual pinnacle of an ordinary student is typically reached on the day of their college entrance exams. Although university students may appear to possess a high level of education, this phase is marked by extreme polarization. Those who are eager to learn will excel, while those who lack motivation may experience a drastic decline in their cognitive abilities. Perhaps we should wait for your sister to return before deciding on a name. The ones your brother has suggested are rather imposing. This little kitten is a female, so they are not quite suitable. Oh, let us wait for your sister to come back before naming her. By the time Shen Youchu and Empress Liang returned, it was already past 6 in the evening. He glanced at Shun Han Hanshin's attire, which was clearly different from what she wore when she left. Initially, she had donned a simple, long dress that conservatively reached just below her calves. However, she now wore sky blue, off-shoulder dress adorned with lace that elegantly accentuated Shun Youchu's figure, though her cheeks were predictably flushed, likely due to feeling somewhat exposed. Wow, which enchanting beauty is this? Miss, could you share your QQ number with me? He approached Shen Youchu, playfully teasing her, only to be met with a sharp reprimand from Liang Meiwan. Chen Hansheng, realizing the futility of his attempts, picked up the little calico cat from the living room. Upon seeing the kitten, Shen Youchu's eyes sparkled with delight as she gently cradled it in her arms, stroking it from head to tail. Empress Liang, while not particularly fond of small animals, was indifferent to them. In the countryside, kittens and puppies were exceedingly common, and her family had often been visited by the neighbors' playful kittens during her childhood. Sister, little Aining wrapped her arms around Shun Youchu's slender waist, her gaze fixed on the tiny kitten. Sister, why don't you give her a name? We've been waiting for your return to name her. I'm not adept at coming up with cute names. Oh, all right. Shen Youchu tilted her head in contemplation. She usually chose names with significant meanings. For instance, she had named Reunion when parting ways with Chen Hansheng, symbolizing her desire for reconciliation with him. How about we name her Ping and Peace? Ping is quite lovely, wishing for everyone to be safe and sound. Chen Hansheng concurred, appreciating the meaningfulness of Shun Youchu's choice. Chen Pingyan, you must live up to the name your mother has given you. Otherwise, you shall not be fed. Meow. At that moment, Ping and let out a soft mewl, seemingly responding to her newly acknowledged father. This comical scene elicited laughter from everyone present. During this period, Chen Hanxing's life was remarkably fulfilling. Each day was occupied with inspections at the company, checking in on Wang Zibo and Xiao. After dining with Shen Youchu, he would stroll through Yiwu's wholesale market or visit Shitzi Bridge. As for Empress Liang, she only remained in Jianya for 3 days, reminding Chen Hansheng not to bully Shen Youchu before her departure. He was also obligated to engage in daily phone calls with Xiao Rongyu, who had begun to complain about his favoritism, although she understood that Chen Hansheng was genuinely busy in Jianya. Thus, half a month slipped by quietly. Today, Chen Hansheng was set to return to Port City, having nearly wrapped up business affairs. He only needed to be back at the company for the public beta of Demon Domain in July. Wang Zibo had also received 3 days off, so he joined Chen Hansheng on the journey to the Port City highway. Curiously, Wang Zibo inquired, Xiao Chun, why didn't you bring Shen Youchu along? Bro, I truly question whether your mind is filled with nonsense, Chen Hansheng retorted. Why are you cursing at me again, you scoundrel? Wang Zibo shot back without reservation. Their camaraderie allowed for such exchanges. If I brought Shen Youchu back to Port City, Uncle Xiao would surely swap me out for her, right? Besides, Shen Youchu should stay in Jianya to accompany Grandma Liang and Aining. I've spent enough time with her. It's time to be with Xiao Yu again. Wow, you're living the life, my friend. Both Xiao Yu and Shen Youchu are stunning beauties. It's a blessing for an ordinary person to have even one. Yet you have both. Wang Zibo remarked, a mix of envy and admiration evident in his tone. Naturally, you can always trust in Brother Ingjuan's charm. By the way, Xiao Chen, what is my past life wife, Bien Sure up to these days? Wang Zibo suddenly recalled the tales Chen Hansheng had shared about his past life, where he had found a beauty nearly as alluring as Xiao Yu and even married her, having children and acknowledging Chen Hansheng as a godfather. He was gradually coming to terms with this reality. You'll have to ask Xiao. How would I know what she is doing? I haven't installed surveillance on her. Chen Hansheng replied candidly. Oh, so if I happen to meet her, how should I pursue her? That is indeed a conundrum. How about this? Go find Sister Xiao Hui first for some rigorous training. So you can level up. It will make pursuing Bian Shishir much easier. What? You want me to be a sycophant? Are you even my friend? Wang Zibo exclaimed. It's not quite that. After all, you've grown quite a bit because of Huang Hui, and you succeeded in showing your prowess once. It's not a loss, is it? Don't you want to shine again? Chen Hansheng teased with a mischievous grin. Let us skip that. I'd prefer to save my first time for my future wife. Wang Zibo replied seriously after a moment's contemplation. Wow, my brother Chicken Neck is still a good man. Even I, a grown man, am moved. Chen Hansheng squeaked in a mock falsetto. Ugh, spare me your antics. I feel nauseous. The two friends continued their banter throughout the journey, discussing past events, particularly those involving Bian Shishir. They reminisced about childhood brawls and amusing high school anecdotes, and their conversations could last for days on end. Time passed swiftly, and upon exiting the Port City Highway, Chen Hansheng did not rush home, but first dropped Wang Zibo off. Aunt Lu, I brought your little rascal back. He called out boisterously to Lu Yuzhen, who was not far away. Oh, Hansheng, thank you for bringing him back. Have you eaten? We just made dinner. Why not stay for a bite? Lu Yuzhen, as warm-hearted as ever, emerged with a spatula in hand, reminiscent of how Liang Meiwan cherished the honest Wang Zibo since childhood. While Lu Yuzhen had a soft spot for the mischievous Chen Hansheng, parents often favor their children as friends, especially those who have grown up together and frequently visited each other as homes. This is what one might call the ideal child of others. Aunt Lu, I want to be eating today. Dinner is ready at home, waiting for me. I'll come by tomorrow for a meal. All right then. Tomorrow, Aunt, will make you braised pork. No need for anything too extravagant. I used to relish those rustic eggs. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Yuzhen, he still did not head home, but instead drove towards the opposite direction of Chen Gou community. Son, isn't Hansheng's home in the other direction? Why is he going the wrong way? Lu Yuzhen remarked, puzzled, pointing towards a nearby Haining community. Xiao Chan is going to see Xiao Yu. Next time, you don't need to specifically invite him for dinner. If he wants to eat, he can come over even if it's just for a bowl of noodles. This encapsulates the camaraderie between him and Chen Hansheng, illustrating that despite his current wealth, he remains unpretentious in his eating habits, sometimes merely subsisting on a couple of steamed buns accompanied by pickled vegetables when hunger strikes. Alas, though your bond with Hansheng is commendable, we as parents must maintain our parental decorum. Tomorrow, please procure several pounds of pork from the supermarket, ensuring it is of the streaky variety. As you now work at Hansheng's company, it is imperative that you approach your responsibilities with utmost seriousness. There is no need for you to remind me. I am naturally diligent in my dealings with Xiao Chen's company. This exchange exemplifies the manner in which he communicates with his mother, lacking the refinement imparted by Huang Hui, which has somewhat hindered his maturation. Were Chen Hansheng present, he would likely encourage him to engage in several rounds of friendly sparring with the formidable Huang Hui, as though frequently being knocked out could swiftly enhance one's experience. Chen Hansheng, of course, would not arrive empty-handed at Xiao Rongyu's residence. By the time he knocked on her door, he was already bearing 2 bottles of Wuliangya. Upon noticing his thoughtful gesture, Xiao Hongwei waved dismissively, though his demeanor remained stern. Hansheng, there is no need for such formality on your next visit. Since you and Xiao Yu are now together and have graduated from university, we as parents should refrain from imposing too many expectations. Our only wish is for you to treat her well. For both my wife and I have cherished Xiao Yu like a princess since her childhood. Finally, as a father, he expressed gratitude for saving Xiao Yu from peril. He patted his prospective son-in-law's shoulder as a token of appreciation. Youchu observed Chen Hansheng with the fondness of a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law, growing increasingly fond of him. Initially, she had reservations upon discovering her daughter was involved with Chen Hansheng. Despite his commendable attributes, she believed that with Xiao Yu's qualifications, she could find someone even more exceptional. However, over the past month and a half, Xiao Rongyu had unequivocally declared her affection for Chen Hansheng. a sentiment that had blossomed since her first year of high school. Moreover, the news that Chen Hansheng had established a company with assets exceeding $1 million was not overlooked. Most significantly, she disclosed the incident in which he sustained severe injuries from a truck while rescuing her, emphasizing that he had done so solely for her sake. With this ace in her hand, it mattered not whether one was the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau or the deputy director of the Power Supply Bureau. All would be rendered powerless. Thus, Youchu began to view Chen Hansheng in an increasingly favorable light, recognizing that he was not only capable of earning a livelihood, but also genuinely cared for Xiao. Furthermore, the two families shared a harmonious relationship, and given the personalities of Chen Zhaojun and Liang Meiwan, Xiao would not face any indignities in the future. Uncle Xiao, you are being overly formal with me. Xiao is my girlfriend and will be my future wife. What I do is only natural. He added, purchasing items for others is considered gifting, whereas acquiring things for one's own family is merely reciprocating. Indeed, Dad, Xiao Rongyu chimed in, her face radiating joy as she gazed at Chen Hansheng. If you truly feel indebted, might I taste those 2 bottles of Maotai you have in your collection? He unabashedly made light of the situation, playfully hinting at the prized liquor. Ah, young man, so you came here for my treasured wine. Very well, let's share a few drinks today. Xiao Hongwei was curious as to how Chen Hansheng had become aware of the 2 fine bottles of Maotai in his possession. Did his daughter divulge this information? That seemed unlikely, as Xiao was generally indifferent to such matters. Perplexed, he chose to dismiss the thought and headed to his kitchen cabinet, retrieving the Maotai that Chen Hansheng had previously enjoyed in his past life. As Xiao Rongyu sat beside Chen Hansheng, observing his light-hearted banter with her father, she placed her hand on his knee. Youchu noted this intimate gesture, feeling a mix of joy and a bittersweet sense of loss. Realizing her daughter had indeed grown up. Before long, Youchu had prepared an extravagant feast. Contrasting sharply with the simpler culinary style Chen Hansheng was accustomed to from his earlier, more humble days. Though his family's financial situation had improved, they were still inclined towards modest meals. In contrast, Xiao Rongyu's family had always enjoyed an affluent lifestyle, where even a simple home-cooked meal was presented with elegance. The Xiao family dined with grace, particularly Youchu, who maintained impeccable posture while eating, whereas Chen Hansheng paid little heed to such formalities, casually resting one hand on his leg and shoveling food into his mouth. Slow down, there is plenty more to eat, Youchu admonished him, having made similar remarks countless times in his previous life. Eventually, Chen Hansheng polished off his bowl, having filled it to an impressive amount, enough to satisfy Xiao's appetite 2.5 times over. Well, Hansheng is tall, so his appetite must certainly be greater than ours, Xiao Hongwei interjected, aware of his wife's tendency to be overly meticulous. Indeed, it is primarily due to Aunt L's delicious cooking, which far surpasses my mother's. I simply could not resist indulging a bit more, he replied, deftly alleviating his own embarrassment while simultaneously flattering Youchu, who beamed with pride as Xiao Hongwei silently approved. Yes, this lad knows how to speak well and navigate social situations. It's no wonder he was able to establish a company at such a young age. Feel free to come over often for a meal. Xiao is always complaining that you don't spend enough time with her. Mom, that is not true. I was just chatting on QQ, Xiao Rongyu retorted, playfully denying her mother's accusation. All right, perhaps I misjudged, Youchu conceded, unable to counter her daughter's defiance. After their meal, Xiao Rongyu, Chen Hansheng, and Xiao Hongwei settled on the sofa to watch The Legend of the Condor Heroes, while Youchu busied herself with the dishes in the kitchen. Suddenly, Xiao Rongyu recalled something and turned to Chen Hansheng. Oh, by the way, Chen, we have a high school reunion the day after tomorrow. Would you accompany me? Absolutely. It will be a perfect opportunity to see how everyone is faring. Chen Hansheng responded with the gravitas of an elder imparting wisdom. Indeed, it has been quite some time since we last checked in on those youngsters, Xiao Rongyu concurred. Xiao, why are you picking up this young man's lingo? Calling them youngsters makes it sound as if you two are of different generations, Xiao Hongwei interjected, glancing up from the news. The two, having been misinterpreted, merely exchanged knowing smiles without offering an explanation. Chen Hansheng, no stranger to the intricacies of life. Had lived 3 lifetimes, his true age surpassing 70. Even if one considers only his first life, he was already 35 years old, while Xiao Rongyu was approaching her 35th birthday before her rebirth. In their presence, these university graduates in their early 20s were, in every sense, mere children. Xiao Yu and Chen Hansheng are clearly concealing something from me. But how old are they, really? It is one thing for Chen Hansheng to be somewhat inscrutable, given he is the owner of a company with over 100 employees and possesses considerable social acumen. Yet my daughter, whom I have watched grow up, though clever, has never exuded this air of mystery. Am I truly growing old? He pondered, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Little did he know that the 2 individuals before him possessed psychological ages that were not much younger than his own, setting aside the fact that in his previous life, Chen Hansheng had established a large corporation. Even Xiao Rongyu had been a prominent law firm director for nearly a decade, guided by a state-subsidized professor. Though she had reverted to her former self, the spirited Xiao Yu, she was far from the naive young girl she once was. However, that inexplicable maturity and the composed demeanor characteristic of the workplace are no longer easily perceptible to the current Xiao Hongwei. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Hansheng realized it was getting late, so he bid farewell to Xiao Rongyu and drove back to his residence in the Haining community. Upon returning home, he discovered his father, Old Chen, sitting alone on the sofa, engrossed in reading the newspaper. "Old Chen, your son has returned," he announced. "Oh, good to have you back. Your mother has been nagging about you for days. If you hadn't come back soon, she would have taken her frustration out on me," Chen Zhaojun replied, shaking his head in exasperation. "Your wife is just like that. You know her well enough," Chen Zhaojun added. "By the way, is it convenient for you to discuss matters concerning your relationships?" Old Chen unexpectedly interjected. Chen Hansheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. "Indeed, the Empress Dowager Liang has sold me out. We had agreed to confront Old Chen together upon my return. No wonder she isn't home. She is probably avoiding me on purpose." Chen Hansheng resolved that from now on, he would refrain from sharing anything with the Empress Dowager, deeming her quite the burden. "Did my mother mention this to you?" Chapter 33. A Conversation with Old Chen. "Indeed. However, your mother only informed me that you are simultaneously courting 2 girls, one being Xiao Rongyu and the other a similarly remarkable girl with a tragic fate. Strangely enough, both of them willingly choose to be with you. Yet when I inquired about the reason from your mother, she refused to divulge," Chen Zhaojun mused, shaking his head in resignation, before turning his attention back to his son. "Although my interactions with Xiao Rongyu have been limited, I can sense that the girl possesses a great deal of pride. Therefore, I am quite curious about the method you employed to ensure that both of them coexist harmoniously." So the Empress Dowager still holds some cards close to her chest. Chen Hansheng thought to himself, smirking inwardly. "In truth, even if I were to tell you, you might not believe it," he replied with a hint of mischief in his smile. "Oh, do share." Old Chen's curiosity was piqued. He harbored no resentment towards his son. After all, young people are prone to making mistakes. However, he was more interested in understanding how Chen Hansheng managed to keep 2 such exceptional girls willingly entangled with him. "If I were to say that both of them have borne my children and that I have subtly influenced your 2 granddaughters into accepting one another, what would you think of your son?" Stop. Old Chen could no longer maintain his composure. Upon hearing grandchildren, he nearly leapt off the sofa. "What did you just say? Grandchildren? You? Fear not. I was merely hypothesizing." Chen Hansheng quickly reassured his father, anxious to prevent him from experiencing a heart attack. "Goodness, what nonsense." Old Chen, for once, expressed some irritation. After exhaling deeply, he chastised his son. "How can you jest about such matters? Truth be told, I saved both of them by sheer happenstance on separate occasions, both instances being life-threatening. Consequently, they both fell for me. To put plainly, their feelings for me have surpassed their own boundaries." "Oh," Chen Zhaojun nodded, realizing the situation at hand. "What do you plan to do moving forward?" Although the 2 girls have accepted each other, their parents are unlikely to be so accommodating. Shen Youchu's parents passed away when she was very young, and she currently has only one elder, her grandmother. That should be easily manageable, Chen Hansheng explained to Old Chen. As for Uncle Xiao and Aunt El, when the time is right, I, along with Xiao Yu, will persuade them with the aid of some allies, even if they oppose us. Once my social status and financial standing reach an unimaginable height, I will be able to handle them. Unimaginable height? Your Uncle Xiao is already the executive deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, even if you become the mayor of the port city. You want to reach the heights you speak of. Do you aspire to become the deputy governor of Sudong province? Chen Zhaojun gazed at his son in astonishment. While he had always nurtured Chen Hanxing's independent thinking and abilities, he had never envisioned him rising to such a lofty political position. I have no interest in politics. I am a businessman. Once my wealth accumulates to a certain level, my status will naturally rival that of a provincial governor, Chen Hanxing revealed to old Chen, holding nothing back. In his previous life, he had been a core figure within the Chen party, and without old Chen's mediation, the dual-faceted approach would not have been so easily realized. To accumulate wealth to rival a provincial governor, you'd need at least several billion. In truth, old Chen had the capability to become a prominent leader in the city, yet due to his unambitious and easygoing nature, he remained merely an office director within the system. His perspective on the balance between politics and wealth was remarkably astute. Indeed, I only require around 4 to 5 billion. Chen Hanxing waved his hand nonchalantly. Only 4 to 5 billion. Seeing his son's nonchalant demeanor, old Chen could not help but inquire, what is the current market value of your company? The market value is approximately 370 million, and I have liquid assets of about 170 million. However, I recently invested in a project, and I only have 10,000 left now, Chen Hanxing candidly admitted. Very impressive. I had anticipated that by the age of 30, you would become a millionaire, if not a billionaire. Chen Zhaojun first acknowledged his son's talent, then redirected the conversation to reality. However, even if everything goes smoothly, it would likely take you until around 45 to achieve that level of wealth. By then, your Uncle Xiao might insist that Xiao Yu marry right after her graduate studies. Chen Zhaojun's words trailed off, for he dared not speak too definitively, as he observed his son's carefree yet somewhat disdainful expression. He could not shake the feeling that his son had transcended his expectations. Truly, he is my biological father, Chen Hanxing thought. In his first life, he had become a billionaire at 32 and amassed a fortune of around 4 billion by 35, based on the trajectory of his previous life. If he continued to be profitable, he wouldn't reach the tens of billions until he was over 50. He was not surprised. After all, this was his biological father, and his independent thinking and abilities were nurtured by Chen Zhaojun from a young age. Dad, by the end of this year, I will become a millionaire. Not just 1 million, but possibly 3 to 5 million. Don't even mention tens of billions. Within the next decade, I am destined to become a billionaire or even a centibillionaire. Chen Hanxing contemplated the forthcoming transformative events, such as the widespread adoption of smartphones, the proliferation of automobiles, the emergence of WeChat into public consciousness, and the complete integration of online shopping into daily life. And he estimated a rough timeline. If all goes well, it could take 4 to 5 years, if not, perhaps 7 years. Chen Zhaojun was at a loss for words. Should he commend his son for his audacious confidence or question his abilities? Business is not without its risks. Losses and even bankruptcy are possible. In any case, remember one word, old Chen teased, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Chen Hanxing. What word? He almost blurted out something irreverent, perhaps due to his frequent banter with Wang Zibo lately, but he could guess what his father was hinting at. Steady. This echoed the lessons from his previous life. Just as in the past 2 generations. It appears old Chen remains unchanged, Chen Hanxing mused. If in his first life he had inevitably made mistakes leading to losses and bankruptcy, now, from a certain perspective, he felt as if he were a deity. In truth, this lifetime has been the most relaxed for him, as both Xiao Rongyu and Shen Youchu have also been reborn. The harrowing scenarios reminiscent of their past life will no longer torment him, and he is freed from the burdens of sweet reminiscences, subterfuge, and the pretense of ignorance. As long as he can successfully manage the pivotal figures of Xiao Hongwei and LV Yuqing, the task will be nearly complete. Nevertheless, he harbors an unsettling feeling deep within, a sense that this is still insufficient. The naive darling has already held a wedding in the village. And Xiao Yuer is also seeking an opportunity to make up for lost time. If he could obtain a marriage certificate with both of them. Being a scoundrel is indeed a challenging endeavor. Chen Hanxing couldn't help but click his tongue in exasperation. Chun Zhaojun, observing his son seemingly lost in contemplation, assumed he was carefully considering the notion of stability he had mentioned. He patted Chen Hanxing on the shoulder and picked up the phone, stating, "All right, just ensure you don't provoke your Uncle Xiao into drawing a weapon against you. I should call your mother back home now." "Come on, that is hardly likely." Chen Hanxing shivered at the thought. If he dares to exchange me for Xiao Yuer, she would be left mourning. However, upon deeper reflection, given Uncle Zhao's doting nature towards his daughter, while an outright exchange may be improbable, a severe beating is certainly within the realm of possibility. "Hey, I've finished my conversation with my son. You can return now." He disregarded his own son and dialed Liang Meiwan to come back home. Chun Hanxiang understood that his mother was providing him and old Chun with some private time to converse. He felt no inclination to break the unspoken agreement and retreated to his room to engage with his laptop. As soon as he logged onto QQ, he noticed his QQ level displayed as sun, accompanied by 3 moons and 3 stars. Damn it, I painstakingly reached a crown last life. And now I'm back to square one. Feeling bored, he first perused the online status of his high school classmates, including Lu Xiaoming, Xia Wanxiu, and Gao Jiaoyang. Oh, look, everyone's gathered today. He continued scrolling until he stumbled upon a group chat boasting 99 messages, aptly labeled as the high school class group, with the group icon featuring a class photo. Prominently in the center, as expected, was the princess of Gangsheng, Xiao Rongyu. He himself was situated in the last row, playfully draping his arm around Wang Zibo's neck, grinning impishly. Damn, why do I look a bit chubby here? Xiao Yuer still sports short hair, and Wang Zibo looks darker than a laborer from coal mine. Gao Jiaoyang is flaunting his new watch. What show off? He evaluated nearly every familiar face before finally checking the messages, noticing a lively discussion among their class leader, Lu Ziyu, and several class officers, all engrossed in academic topics. "Oh, old Zhang, you've also been accepted into graduate school? My goodness. Class leader, did you really secure a recommendation?" Their homeroom teacher, old Su, occasionally chimed in with necessary comments. Upon scrolling back up, he discovered an amusing detail. Lu Ziyu and the other class officers only began to show off after Xiao Rongyu's arrival. The skies have cleared, and the rain has ceased. The younger fellows think they've got it made. These pretentious youths still hold a lingering affection for my Xiao Rongyu, but alas, she has already borne my children. Chen Jun, hey, why aren't you chatting in the group? Chen Jun, what are you up to? He first messaged Wang Zibo and then inquired about Xiao Yuer. Ding dong. Xiao Yuer was the quickest to respond. The fish hiding in the sea, blowing bubbles. Xiao Chun, you won't believe it. I was just having a lively chat with Xiaoming and Wanxiu, but then Lu Ziyu and the others started discussing academics, each one trying to outdo the other. When they step into society, they'll realize that acing the entrance exam isn't everything. While they're still job hunting, you'll already be a billionaire. Xiao Rongyu harbored no doubts about Chun Hanxing's ability to earn money, and her current mindset had surpassed that of these freshly graduated youngsters trying to act superior in her presence. Chen Jun, they're just a bunch of nonsense. You know they stick to wherever you are. The fish hiding in the sea, blowing bubbles you. Xiao Yuer first sent an expression of distaste before adding, what you said is so disgusting. If they're nonsense, then what am I? Chen Jun, you are undoubtedly a beautiful little mermaid. The fish hiding in the sea, blowing bubbles. I'm currently chatting in the QQ group we created back in the day with Xiaoming and the others. The absence of Chen Hanxiang in this group was merely due to the girls occasionally discussing body images or intimate topics. Indeed, it was not only boys who would discuss which girls were attractive. Girls, too, would share risque conversations among their close friends. Ding dong. At that moment, Wang Zibo's message arrived. The youth who knew not of youthful folly. Haven't you said anything either? Chen Jun, I'm occupied with Xiao Yuer. I have no time for those fools. The youth who knew not of youthful folly. There's a high school reunion 2 days from now. Are you going? Chen Jun, if Xiao Yuer is going, do you think I can miss it? Their exchanges, in contrast to those with Xiao Yuer, were notably terse, embodying the essence of true camaraderie. Chapter 34. Wang Zibo and Hu Linyu. Today, Chen Hansheng had promised Xiao Yuer to accompany her shopping. Although Gangsheng may not boast the vibrancy of Jianya, it still harbors its share of shopping centers and entertainment venues. He spent the entire morning with Xiao Yuer, purchasing a dress, a pair of pristine white Nike sneakers, and various trinkets, such as hairpins, earrings, and bracelets. Naturally, Chen Hansheng took on the role of a porter, while Xiao Yuer indulged herself with milk tea, starch sausages, and a small bucket of Odin. She would occasionally feed him, her high ponytail swaying as she did so. Xiao Chun, do you think if you hadn't been reborn in your first life, you would have come looking for me later? Xiao Yuer, a sweet and whimsical girl, often fantasized about their life after marriage when she was with Chen Hansheng. Now, upon learning that he was still single at 30 in his first life, while she lived alone in America and only returned home during holidays, it felt as though she had opened a door to a new world. Well, that is hard to say. The crucial point is that after you rejected me in our senior year, I lost the desire to confess my feelings. He recalled how, during the holidays, whenever he passed by her house, he would occasionally see her, and they would exchange pleasantries about how each other was doing and when they planned to settle down. Can you tell me more about that? Xiao Yuer asked curiously. Let me think carefully. Sometimes I even forget my parents' birthdays. He placed a hand on his forehead, closing his eyes to ponder deeply. Xiao Yuer sat beside him, her long, fair legs resting on Chen Hansheng's lap as she munched on fries. Couples passing by pretended to be casual, but couldn't help casting envious glances at them, particularly the boys, who looked at Chen Hansheng and Xiao Rongyu with a mix of admiration and jealousy. Their girlfriends, noticing their boyfriend's unusual attention, turned to look as well. Ah, I remember now. He suddenly opened his eyes, as if having an epiphany. Quick, tell me. Xiao Yuer seemed eager to hear about Chen Hansheng's past life, as if it would help her understand him better. In truth, it was not a matter of great honor. Upon reaching the age of 28, shortly after celebrating my birthday, I found myself ensnared by the devious machinations of a company, leading to my financial ruin. At that time, I was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. I called Wang Zibo back from Hangzhou to join me for a drink, only to discover that he had succumbed to inebriation before I did. Ultimately, it fell upon me to haul him into a taxi for the ride home. My misfortunes seemed unending. Not only had my career disintegrated, but I also encountered an utterly incompetent driver. The mere thought of him makes me wish to desecrate his ancestors' graves. Imagine, we were engaged in a perilous melee with a truck in an intersection, yet Wang Zibo, blissfully unaware, was sprawled in the back seat, escaping the worst of it. As for me, I was not so fortunate. I was nearly ejected from the vehicle, and a shard of glass had embedded itself in my ribcage, perilously close to my heart. At that moment, I nearly met my end. Fortunately, it missed my face, or I would have been deprived of a livelihood. Initially, when Xiao Yuer learned of my injury, she expressed concern. However, upon hearing my jest about relying on my looks for sustenance, she couldn't help but chuckle. This laughter, however, did not amuse Chen Hansheng. What are you laughing at? He asked Xiao Yuer. Is there something wrong with what I said? Haha, no, please continue, she replied. Soon, the commotion attracted a small crowd, and a kind-hearted Annie called for an ambulance. The doctor assessed my injuries and concluded that while I had only superficial wounds elsewhere, the glass embedded in my rib was a more serious matter, necessitating surgery to extract it. After the operation, the pain was excruciating. Yet, when I awoke that afternoon, my first sight was of you sitting by my bedside. You know, at that moment, I truly longed to embrace you, but alas, my strength was lacking after the surgery. Oh, why didn't you confess your feelings then? Xiao Yuer teased, her tone playfully haughty. While I explained my parents and grandmother were present, how could I possibly confess in front of them, especially with Luo Xian sitting beside me? True, Luo Shimi was also there. She is your ex-girlfriend, after all, and would certainly be aware of your surgery. Indeed, but at that time, Aunt Huang had to leave the province for business, so she only stayed for a day. The rest of the time, you kept me company recounting amusing high school anecdotes, like how I would sneakily eat the little cakes from your desk while spending all my money at the internet CAF, and how I never brought a backpack to class. relying on you for notebooks and pens. Cut it out. You were quite the scoundrel in high school, and you've only become more audacious. Ahem. I did all that to get closer to you. By the way, will Lao Su be attending the gathering tomorrow? I deftly changed the subject. Lao Su, of course, was our beloved high school teacher with whom Chun Hanxing shared a close bond, and who had tragically passed away due to lung cancer in a previous life. He often brought him the finest cigarette filters available. Of course, he will be there. We should prepare some small gifts for him. Definitely. I already thought of a cigarette filter for him. Subsequently, I recounted to Xiao Rongyu the unfortunate tale of how Lao Su succumbed to lung cancer in a past life. Initially, I merely intended to explain, but Xiao Rongyu unexpectedly insisted that Chun Hanxing quit smoking altogether. Ultimately, after his vehement protests, she relented to allow him to smoke just one cigarette per week. Fine, I'll just hide and smoke without you knowing. If I catch you smoking behind my back, I'll have Youchu and the others ostracize you. Xiao Rongyu had grown increasingly accustomed to shun Youchu's presence. She reasoned that since the three of them were destined to coexist, they might as well do so harmoniously, lest their interactions become awkward. They certainly did not possess Chun Hanxing's audacity. All right. I swear on Wang Zibo's charm with women that I shall never smoke again. Chen Hanxing raised his right hand, making a solemn vow. Yet, Xiao Rongyu couldn't stifle her laughter. Ha! Xiao Chun, why do you always pick on Zibo? You must remember your promise. Or not only will Zibo suffer, but sure will remain single for life. Rest assured, without Zibo, there will be no shortage of suitors for Bien Sure. I wonder if she is dating anyone these days. Indeed, if Sure currently has someone pursuing her or is already in a relationship, it would greatly worry Xiao Rongyu. That is hard to say. If all else fails, I could introduce Hu Linyu, that fierce girl, to Wang Zibo. Suddenly, a vivid image of Hu Linyu, the female martial artist, flashed through my mind. Bien Sure would say to Wang Zibo, I am sorry, Zibo, but I already have a boyfriend. You're a good person. Meanwhile, Hu Linyu would declare, Zibo, I like you. Let us be together. I will take responsibility for you. And Wang Zibo would remain silent, gazing at the two, ultimately collapsing in tears in the restroom. Hee, the thought alone is quite thrilling. Chapter 35, High School Reunion, 5,500-word chapter, a significant one. Yet, he could only ponder these thoughts internally. It was not that he looked down on Hu Linyu. Rather, her staunch feminist ideals would never yield to a man. Moreover, they were fundamentally incompatible. Wang Zibo was earnest and straightforward, while Hu Linyu was boisterous and whimsical, making them more akin to two close friends than romantic partners. Xiao Chun, what are you laughing about? Xiao Rongyu inquired upon noticing her boyfriend's goofy grin. Huh, am I laughing? You are, and it's quite mischievous. Chen Hanxing feigned indignation. TSK, how can you say that? Be careful, I might accuse you of defamation. Don't think just because you're a lawyer, I wouldn't dare sue you. The next day, at 2:30 p.m., Chen Hanxing arrived in his little car, Xiaoli, to pick up Xiao Rongyu, accompanied by Wang Zibo and Gao Jiaoyang. It wasn't that he didn't want to pick up Xiao Rongyu first. Rather, Wang Zibo and Gao Jiaoyang had arrived at his building at 2 o'clock. Although both he and Wang Zibo held a disdain for Gao Jiaoyang, who perpetually flaunted his arrogance, their 3 years of high school had forged a bond, even if only through mutual insults. Life often presents such peculiarities. One may detest someone, yet still share moments of camaraderie. Xiao Wei, are you truly with Chen Hanxing? Gao Jiaoyang eagerly sought confirmation upon seeing her enter the car. Yes, I've been with Xiao Chun since graduation, she succinctly replied. Since graduation? Together? This revelation shattered Gao Jiaoyang's steadfast resolve, leaving him as despondent as a weathered elder. Wang Zibo stifled a laugh, his face turning a deep shade of red, teeth clenched tightly against his lips. Gao Jiaoyang! Chen Hanxing called out, but to no avail, so he turned to Wang Zibo. Zibo, give him a slap. Huh? Wang Zibo pointed at Gao Jiaoyang, incredulous. Just do it. If you don't, he'll succumb to despair. Oh, okay. With that, Wang Zibo delivered a resounding slap to Gao Jiaoyang, jolting him back to reality. Wang Zibo, why did you hit me? Gao Jiaoyang erupted in a furious outburst, glaring at Wang Zibo with wide eyes. Enough. I permitted him to do so. Look at you, wallowing in self-pity. You. Gao Jiaoyang was aware of his earlier embarrassment, but soon fell silent once more. When the four of them arrived at the Grand Hotel in Port City, Lu Xiaoming, Xiao, and a few other high school female classmates had just alighted from a taxi. Xiao, with her keen eyes, immediately spotted Chen Hanxing's red little Xiaoli car, which he often drove when returning to Port City. Chen Hanxing, congratulations on being with the princess of our Port City #1 high school. You must treat us to a grand feast sometime. The speaker's words were casual, yet they struck a chord with the listener. Gao Jiaoyang felt a pang of despair, as if his heart were being crushed. Watching the lively exchange between Rongyu and Lu Xiaoming, he sensed that life had lost its vibrancy. Wang Zibo glanced over, but offered no words of comfort. After all, he had often confronted Gao Jiaoyang in the past. Back in high school, the entire grade knew of Chen Hanxing's pursuit of Rongyu. In truth, many others were also vying for her attention, but Gao Jiaoyang was undoubtedly the most ostentatious among them. As the group entered the room, they found it already bustling with people who were divided into clusters, reminiscing about their high school days or discussing their futures. When Chen Hanxing and his companions made their entrance, the atmosphere briefly quieted before the chatter resumed. Chen Hanxing, how did you manage to win over Rongyu? You're truly lucky, Chen Hanxing. Dude, you're something else. The conversations were steeped in envy and jealousy. While not all the young men present had pursued Rongyu, the vast majority had harbored secret affections for her. Chen Hanxing's response was succinct. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. The girls, on the other hand, maintained a more subdued demeanor. They first pulled Rongyu into their circle, then formed a small group, cautiously inquiring how she and Chen Hanxing had become a couple. Xiao and Lu Xiaoming, who were already in know, were also eager to hear the tale once more. This group engaged in lively conversation while snacking on seeds and peanuts. Teacher Su is here, someone suddenly shouted, and at the doorway stood a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, dressed casually. Teacher Su. Many called out, but one voice stood out. Damn, Lao Su. You've become even balder than last year. It was none other than Chen Hanxing, the only one bold enough to address the teacher so informally. Haha. Teacher Su chuckled heartily. You've graduated, and I've aged. Naturally, I'm going to get balder. You didn't even attend last year's reunion, and you still have a gall to say that. Teacher Su remained genial, harboring a relationship with Chen Hanxing akin to that of old friends. He preferred a more relaxed rapport with his students, unlike Wang Zibo, who was the epitome of formality, making their exchanges feel somewhat distant. In contrast, Chen Hanxing evoked a sense of home for him. Hey, Chen Hanxing noticed Teacher Su reaching for a cigarette and promptly intervened. How many times have I told you? Cut back on smoking. You might end up with lung cancer one day. He snatched the pack from Teacher Su's hand and, reaching into Rongyu's bag, produced a gift box to hand to him. Here, this is for you. Make sure to use it often, or I want to remind you. Meanwhile, Chen Hanxing instinctively grabbed a cigarette from the pack he had just confiscated, ready to light it, but another hand swiftly snatched it away. He turned, ready to protest, but was met with Rongyu's serious expression. Teacher Su shouldn't smoke, and neither should you. Ever since learning about Chen Hanxing's comment that Teacher Su had lost his life to lung cancer due to smoking, she had taken it upon herself to confiscate all of Chen Hanxing's cigarettes. To those watching, this was simply Rongyu flaunting her affection for Chen Hanxing. Oh wow, how sweet. The girls in the class couldn't help but tease, while some boys feigned indifference, though their hearts were secretly breaking. Teacher Su glanced at the gift box in his hand, recognizing it as the latest model of a cigarette filter he had seen on television. He found it curious that Chen Hanxing, a known smoker, would buy such a thing. However, he quickly understood and felt touched. Compared to the canned goods and beer others had gifted him, this thoughtful present showed genuine care, a detail often overlooked. After years in the teaching profession, he could appreciate Chen Hanxing's intention. Indeed, this young man had not only founded his own company, but had also secured a romantic relationship with Rongyu. It seemed he was thriving both professionally and personally. Teacher Su patted Chen Hanxing on the shoulder before sitting down to join the conversation, creating a warm atmosphere. However, this camaraderie was soon disrupted by the entrance of a fair-skinned young man with gold-rimmed glasses. He exuded an air of scholarly refinement. This was Lu Ziyu, the class monitor from Chen Hanxing's high school days and one of the few who had gained admission to Yanjing University. "Teacher Su, everyone, it's been a while." Lu Ziyu greeted Teacher Su before his gaze instinctively settled on Xiao Rongyu. His brow furrowed slightly upon noticing that her attention was entirely on Chen Hanxing, who was idly fiddling with a lighter while holding a toothpick in his mouth. What Lu Xiaoming said must be true, Lu Ziyu thought to himself. In terms of looks, academics, and family background, I surpass Chen Hanxing in every aspect. Where did I go wrong? He had once pursued Xiao Rongyu in high school, but had kept his feelings discreet, only making a vague confession. Initially, he had assumed that someone like Chen Hanxing, a rogue in his eyes, would repel her affections, yet the reality was harsh. As an array of dishes was served, the group of college students and Teacher Su engaged in animated discussions. Inevitably, the topics revolved around their post-graduation plans. What are your plans after graduation? Who is applying for graduate school? Where are you heading for further studies? Among them, Lu Ziyu felt particularly proud, having secured a place in the graduate program at Yanjing University with the prospect of landing a high-paying job in a state-owned enterprise post-graduation. Such pretentiousness. Chen Hanxing thought disdainfully as he listened to Lu Ziyu and the class officer's boast. If they were merely gathering to show off within their own circle, Chen Hanxing wouldn't have bothered to pay attention. However, Lu Ziyu's incessant bragging and his furtive glances toward Xiao Rongyu were particularly irksome. Xiao Chen. That Lu Ziyu is always stealing glances at Xiao Yu. He really something, Wang Zibo muttered to his childhood friend. He had often accompanied Chen Hanxing in fights during high school, and while Lu Ziyu would frequently reprimand him in his capacity as class monitor, Wang Zibo was typically more timid around girls, but quite bold with his male peers. After all, he wouldn't have followed Chen Hanxing into brawls day after day otherwise, even if it was often Chen Hanxing who instigated the trouble. Wow, you noticed too? Chen Hanxing chuckled. This fool has been acting pretentious for ages, and he has still sneaking glances at Xiao Yu. Let us give him a little surprise. A subtle smile graced his lips as he cast his gaze towards the delicate visage of Xiao Rongyu. What is the matter? Xiao Rongyu, sensing her partner's attention upon her, instinctively turned her head. There, Chen Hanxing gently brushed his fingers against the corner of Xiao Yu's lips, an affectionate gesture that did not escape the notice of several keen observers. Look at you, you've got oil on your lips. Stay still, let me wipe it off. In that instant, Xiao Rongyu discerned his intentions. It was no jest. Director Xiao of Rongxing Law Firm, the proprietress of Guokao Electronics, and the most esteemed disciple of Professor Sun in the legal realm. Each of these titles positioned her far beyond all present, with the exception of Chen Hanxing. She had long been aware of the subtle antics from Lu Ziyu's group. Since Xiao Chen was intent on performing, she decided to engage in the act as well. Thank you, Xiao Chen. With a beaming smile, she softly uttered this sweet sentiment, slowly raising her hand to tenderly smooth the disheveled strands of Chen Hanxing's hair. This scene felt akin to a sharp thorn piercing the hearts of certain onlookers, more acutely sour than biting into a lemon. Lu Ziyu clenched the spoon in his hand, his knuckles turning white. Oh, is this still the proud little princess from Port City No. 1 High School? Teased Xiao, unable to resist poking fun at her close friend. You seem like a delicate Cinderella, all doe-eyed and dependent. If it were sure, she would probably exclaim, so sour. As Xiao Rongyu listened to Xia Wanqiu's jest, her thoughts drifted to Bian Sure. If friendships had hierarchies, Lu Xiaoming and Xia Wanqiu would belong to the second tier, while Bian Sure occupied the first. She glanced at Wang Zibo, standing behind Chen Hanxing, feeling a twinge of concern for their fates intertwined in this lifetime. Ahem. No one is allowed to mock my little fish. Chen Hanxing raised his arm, wrapping it around Xiao Yu's slender waist, addressing Xia Wanqiu and the gathering crowd. The acting skills of the duo were nothing short of textbook examples. No one would suspect that these two, whose hearts carried an age beyond 50, were playfully toying with the younger crowd. Hanxing, you are one lucky dog. How on earth did you manage to find such a stunning girlfriend like Xiao Rongyu? At the dining table, the boys were almost uniformly lamenting Chen Hanxing's extraordinary luck in securing Xiao Rongyu's affections, while the atmosphere among the girls was notably subdued. Xiaoyu, how long have you and Chen Hanxing been together? What amusing tales do you have? The scene was vibrant, with only Lu Ziyu and a few class officers forming a third faction, quietly murmuring amongst themselves, not plotting mischief against Chen Hanxing, but rather indulging in some light-hearted gossip. After all, they knew Chen Hanxing had been brawling with delinquents since childhood, and they had once witnessed him and Wang Zibo, each wielding a wooden stick, chasing after 5 burly men, a moment etched vividly in the memories of their entire class. Once the meal concluded, the group naturally proceeded to the karaoke lounge. Initially, they intended a drive, but old Su suggested a post-meal stroll, given that the distance was merely a kilometer. Thus, over 30 men and women ambled along the street in clusters. Among them, various factions emerged, with the boys predominantly rallying around Lu Ziyu and a few class officers, while the girls naturally gravitated toward Xiaoyu. Only Chen Hanxing and teacher Su engaged in conversation, with Wang Zibo quietly listening, occasionally inserting a comment that rendered the atmosphere somewhat tense. However, Wang Zibo's demeanor was simply his nature, and they knew that occasionally he would join in on discussions that lacked substance. By the way, how is your business developing, young man? Teacher Su inquired of Chen Hanxing. Old Su, in a few months, you'll have to address me as Manager Chen. Chen Hanxing replied with a hint of arrogance. Haha, it seems your business is thriving. Of course, just consider the capabilities of Chen here. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at the karaoke venue. Upon entering the prearranged private room, everyone eagerly began selecting songs. Being freshly graduated university students, most of their choices were this year's chart toppers, with a fair share of nostalgic hits. Xiao Rongyu glanced at Chen Hanxing, who was chatting with Wang Zibo, suddenly struck by an idea. Xiao Chen, let us sing a duet, something special. Leaning in close, she whispered her plan into his ear. Sure, sounds good. Chen Hanxing nodded. I'll show you the prowess of the karaoke king, Chen Ingjun. Standing up, he placed one foot on the table. Accepting the microphone Xiaoyu handed him, adopting a swagger that had long ceased to surprise anyone. Hey, why aren't you and Chen Hanxing selecting a song? A curious female classmate remarked, noticing the duo standing there without choosing a tune. Xiao Chen and I plan to sing a piece a cappella. We hope to receive your feedback, Xiaoyu replied politely, in stark contrast to Chen Hanxing's nonchalant demeanor. Everyone was intrigued. What would these former school luminaries choose to perform? As the rhythm began, Xiao Rongyu stomped her foot to set the beat, then suddenly grasped Chen Hanxing's hand, parting her enticing lips. Love is like the reflection of one's face in a mirror. The closer you get, the less you see completely. I once thought love was bitter or sweet. Willingly, without regrets. As I revisit the scenery, what song were Xiaoyu and Chen Hanxing singing? Curiosity swelled among the audience. This prelude was entirely unfamiliar. Xiaoyu's vocal prowess was impressive, even coaxing Chen Hanxing into staying on pitch. Yet what was this song? The crowd remained puzzled, none of them having heard it before. However, as the duo reached the climax of their performance, they were left in stunned silence. Love crystallizes time. At the line of love's return, I await our reunion. The sky will clear, hearts will warm. Sunshine at my fingertips, the fairy tale unfolds, and one day, when we meet again, our faces remain unchanged. At that moment, the expressions around the room were one of wide-eyed astonishment, nostrils flaring, mouths agape as if they could swallow a light bulb. It seemed as though they collectively held their breath, fixated on the couple standing before them. Once the song concluded, the atmosphere in the private room was palpably thick, until someone broke the silence. Wow, what a divine song. My goodness. Xiaoyu, what was that? Tell me quickly. I need to download it from the internet. Lu Xiaoming instinctively overlooked Chen Hanxing. Despite the fact that they had sung together, it was evident that Xiao Rongyu had primarily carried the performance, while Chen Hanxing merely echoed her melody. Ahem, this song hasn't been released. It was written by a friend of mine. I thought it was quite nice, so I borrowed it. What can anyone say to that? They certainly couldn't press Chen Hansheng for details. He was clearly covering for Xiao Rongyu. Though only she knew that this was no mere friend-esque composition. It was a song from a future comedic yet philosophical masterpiece titled Love Apartment. Chapter 36, The Armor Fusion. Published in 2009, it narrates the delightful, everyday escapades of a group of tenants residing in an apartment of love. Capturing the essence of the youth of the post-00s and post-10 generations. Through humorous language and unique plot design, it portrays the emotional lives and life attitudes of contemporary youth, winning the adoration of audiences. Its popularity has endured for over a decade, even intensifying, as it remained one of the must-watch dramas for young people who stayed up late in 2019 during Chen Hansheng's first life. The song they just sang, The Return Line of Love, would only emerge in 2012. In his previous life, Chen Hansheng and Xiao Rongyu had even dragged Shen Youchu to binge-watch this series, completing all 4 seasons with even Wang Zibo, Bian Shi, and Hu Linyu having seen it. They had once engaged in discussions about how Zhang Xiaoxian would explain things to Nu Alan and who was more beautiful between Chen Meijia and Qin Yuma, as well as the identity of the mysterious Xiaokai downstairs. Among them, Xiao despised LZ Xiao the most, her feminist ideals standing in stark opposition to such a scoundrel. However, upon witnessing LZ Xiao weeping profusely over Meijia's death in the Infinite Dream, she remarked that he wasn't so bad after all, even uttering a profound saying, "How is LZ Xiao so much like Chen Hansheng, aside from being better looking?" In response, Chen Hansheng retorted that Hu Linyu was akin to the chubby girl Ame from the EIO World Environmental Organization. Although Xiao was somewhat plump and short-legged, it was not to such an extent that, had it not been for Shen Youchu stopping her, she might have scratched Chen Hansheng a couple of times. Alas, it would be 3 more years before the apartment of love could air. It was truly frustrating. He wished it could come out sooner, as he wanted to binge-watch it with Little Fish and Shen Hanhun a few more times. On their way home in the evening, Chen Hansheng, Xiao Rongyu, and Wang Zibo strolled along the asphalt road through the fields, chatting and laughing. For Wang Zibo, the sensation was quite peculiar, for he knew that both Xiao Chun and Little Fish hailed from the future, and he was curious about what event awaited them. Then there was Bian Shi, who would eventually become his wife. Currently, few were aware of this fact. However, for Chen Hansheng, in order to counter the anti-Chen factions led by Xiao Hongwei and El Yuqing, he needed to amass sufficient support from the Chen faction. In truth, given the nature of old Xiao, a devoted father, as long as Xiao Rongyu persisted, he would have no choice but to acquiesce with tearful eyes. Yet, what he desired was for both El Yuqing and Xiao Hongwei to willingly accept Shen Youchu, which posed a significant challenge. Chen Lan, Nie Xiao Yu Old Chen, and the Empress Dowager were all staunch supporters of the Chen faction in the future. It was likely that he would need to disclose the matter of his rebirth to them, and then employ some subtle strategies. My dear in-laws, I beg your pardon. In fact, this life was quite easy for him, devoid of the tumultuous love triangle from his past life. He needed not engage in time management or intricate schemes, just a simple, joyful existence. While the trio was engaged in light-hearted conversation, they spotted a figure of a girl ahead. Chen Hansheng, tall and with a broad view, immediately recognized the girl by her silhouette. "Oh my, Luo Xian, is she here to ambush me?" As they approached, Xiao Rongyu and Wang Zibo also discerned that the girl was indeed Luo Xian. Wang Zibo cast a disgruntled glance at Chen Hansheng, while Xiao Rongyu calmly regarded Luo Xian's hostile yet astonished gaze. Junior sister Luo, it has been a while Xiao Rongyu initiated catching Luo Xian off guard. She was aware that in this life, Luo Xian had been in a relationship with Chen Hansheng for 2.5 years. Thus she knew she had to take the initiative. "Xiao Shiji, how is it that you are with Chun Xiao?" Luo Xian was quite bewildered, recalling that Chen Hansheng's new girlfriend was the girl with peach blossom eyes she had seen downstairs at his home. Yet, how could it be that Xiao Rongyu was now by Chen Hansheng's side? She glared at the hand Xiao Rongyu had linked around Chen Hansheng's arm, feeling a mix of anger and confusion. "Junior sister Luo, your words are quite amusing. Why can't I be with Xiao Chen? I know you hold great affection for him, But you two have already parted ways. He is now my boyfriend. But Chen Xiao clearly. She longed to voice that Chen Hansheng had told her he was married to another girl, yet Xiao Rongyu would not grant her the luxury of rambling. You were about to say that Xiao Chun has another girlfriend, correct? Then there is no need to elaborate. Xiao Chun, let's be on our way. With that, she took Chen Hansheng by the arm and circumvented Luo Xian, leaving Wang Zibo awkwardly shifting his weight to one side, just as he managed to lift his foot, only to be suddenly grasped by Luo Xian. Xiang Zibo, what on earth is happening here? How could such a proud person like Shiji Xiao knowingly be with someone who has a girlfriend? Originally, she had planned to take advantage of Shun Youchu's absence during Chun Hanxing's high school reunion to make a move, but unexpectedly, Xiao Rongyu had appeared. If she felt nothing but threat and dissatisfaction towards Shen Youchu, Xiao Rongyu was for her a presence akin to bloodline suppression. During their years at Hong Kong City No. 1 high school, she had been overshadowed by this senior, both in terms of family background and physical appearance, for a full 2 years. I really don't know. Wang Zibo glanced at Luo Xian's reddening eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't very well say that both Xiao Chun and his 2 girlfriends were reborn. Could he? I don't believe it. Given your relationship with Chen Xiao, you must know something. Luo Xian's eyes widened, her tone resolute. Just then, a notification chimed from Wang Zibo's phone. An incoming message from Chen Hanxing. Do not follow us. Just accompany Luo Xian and see her home. I fear she may do something foolish again. Remember, if you sense anything amiss, come find me immediately. After sending the message, Chen Hanxing turned to Xiao Rongyu, who merely huffed and turned her head away. I have no choice. Luo Xian is far too unstable. I have done my utmost to avoid her. Yet 2 years of feelings are hard to sever. If something were to happen to her, I would feel guilty. If only she could be my sister. In truth, he spoke rightly. In his heart, his parents, little fish, and Shen Youchu undeniably occupied the foremost position. Luo Xian's standing was comparable to that of Chen Lan, perhaps even slightly higher, placing her in close proximity to little fish and Shen Hanan. There was no need to elaborate on his parents and wife. While his bond with Chen Lan was rooted in their childhood companionship, forging a deep sibling connection. As for Luo Xian, it was precisely the depth of their relationship over the past 2 years and her devotion to him that solidified her significance. Yet, Xiao Rongyu's next words left even him momentarily speechless. Sister, I find it hard to believe that you and junior sister Luo Haven-T engaged in anything over these 2 years. Oh my, has little fish's prowess grown so formidable? A single remark rendered him speechless. Was this a sign of her surpassing her mentor? Ahem. Well, it was somewhat inevitable. You see, junior sister Luo is quite fervent in her affections. I was not the one to pursue. Rather, it was thrust upon me. At this moment, the advantage of his shamelessness became apparent. While most would feel guilt or embarrassment, his explanation left even the stern Xiao Rongyu at a loss for how to continue berating him. Xiao Chun, how can you be so thick-skinned? As she spoke, she pinched Chen Hanxing's ear. Chen Hanxing would not simply allow her to bully him, and thus they began to playfully tussle as they walked. But his strength far surpassed hers. Soon, she found herself at a disadvantage, refusing to yield, and bit down on his hand. A scene reminiscent of the early days of their relationship in the previous life, when they had both noticed this detail. Ahem, as the two were engaged in playful antics. The cough of a middle-aged man caught their attention. Turning around, they were surprised to find it was Xiao Hongwei. Dad, Uncle Xiao. Both of them ceased their activities, with Xiao Yuer promptly moving to Xiao Hongwei's side, while Chen Hansheng, undeterred by any awkwardness, joined her. Uncle Xiao, rest assured, with me, the foremost expert of Port City, safeguarding her, your little Yuer is safer than any ancient empress in a royal palace. Well, that simply won't do. If you claim Yuer is an empress, does that imply you intend to establish several concubines? Xiao Hongwei jested, but Xiao Rongyu and Chen Hansheng's expressions clearly faltered. Oh dear, father-in-law, please don't jest. If you frighten me to death, your little Yuer may end up a widow. He thought this, but responded with a cheerful retort. Uncle Xiao, your words provoke me. How could I, a man of integrity, bear to part with such a beautiful girl like Yuer? Unless Unless I find another girl as stunning as her, only then might I consider second empress. Ha ha ha. You little rascal, I've watched you grow since childhood. Do you think I am unaware of your true nature? It's getting late. You should head home to prevent your parents from worrying. He assumed Chen Hansheng's latter remark was merely a jest, unaware that Chen Hansheng had indeed taken two empresses. Alas, Xiao Chen's antics were truly insidious and omnipresent. One could easily fall into his traps, and one wondered how his father would react when the truth surfaced. Xiao gazed at her father with a hint of sympathy. The father who had spoiled her so thoroughly since childhood now bore signs of aging, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes becoming increasingly pronounced. Thank you, Dad. Huh? Xiao, what is wrong? My precious daughter, don't cry. Has that rascal Chen Hansheng bullied you? That scoundrel. I shall pursue him this very instant. He immediately released Xiao and spun around to chase after Chen Hansheng, moving with the swiftness of a national-level sprinter, which is hardly surprising given his background in law enforcement. Dad, just as she was about to dissuade him, she recalled that Chen Hansheng had indeed bullied her in their previous life. Although she had forgiven him, it wouldn't hurt for her father to vent some frustration on his behalf, especially since he had dared to resist her ear-tugging moments earlier. Indeed, the age-old adage rings true. Never provoke a woman. Chen Hansheng walked boldly, puffing on a cigarette as he made his way home when he suddenly heard urgent footsteps behind him. Instinctively turning around, he found himself in a blind spot of a streetlight, only catching a glimpse of a shadow lunging at him, leading him to suspect that a thug was attempting to rob him. He instinctively activated his combat mode. Goodness, what the hell, an assassin? Wing Chun Master Chun is here. He silently chanted his mantra, reminiscent of his childhood days watching the animated series Armored Warrior, where they always shouted, "Armor Merge," before battle. Chapter 37, An Assassin. Shouting his battle cry, he lunged at the shadow's arm. The figure hesitated for a moment, but as a reflex, the person, trained in police techniques, broke free from Chen Hansheng's grasp and attempted to counter him. However, the opponent was no pushover. Chen Hansheng, having grown up fighting with local delinquents, was more than capable of holding his ground. Thus ensued a fierce exchange between the two, lasting over a dozen rounds, until Xiao hurriedly arrived, calling for a ceasefire. Stop! What on earth are you two doing fighting? She gasped for breath while observing the comical scene before her. Chen Hansheng had his arms wrapped around Xiao Hongwei's waist, while Xiao Hongwei firmly held Chen Hansheng's wrists, preventing any further movement. Xiao Rongyu found the spectacle utterly amusing. The old and the young had gotten into an absurd brawl. Huh? Xiao, quickly call our dad. Someone has ambushed me. Gaggle. Gaggle, gaggle. Xiao could no longer hold back her laughter, despite still catching her breath. You called for me? Hearing Chen Hansheng's words, Xiao Hongwei felt a twinge of frustration. He had merely come to seek justice for his daughter, only to have been struck by Chen Hansheng. And now he was being labeled as an assassin? Goodness. Uncle Xiao. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chen Hansheng immediately released Xiao Hongwei. Why would you attempt to assassinate me? Chen Hansheng was utterly bewildered. What was the meaning of a father-in-law attempting to assassinate his son-in-law? Had Xiao revealed their secret? That couldn't be right. Xiao wasn't foolish. Who is attempting to assassinate you? Have you watched too many palace dramas? I merely asked why you were bullying my daughter. Huh? Uncle Xiao, don't think that just because you're my future father-in-law, I won't dare to accuse you of defamation. How have I bullied Xiao? Chen Hansheng raised his hands innocently. If you haven't bullied her, then why was she crying? Dad, I was simply overwhelmed with emotion, feeling grateful for how well you've treated me all these years. A silence enveloped the three. Undoubtedly, Chen Hansheng was the most wronged of the trio. His hand was still being pinched by Xiao Hongwei, and he finally understood the meaning of the phrase, "do ease grievance." Oh, so that is how it is. Hansheng, you're quite strong, I see. This big fellow certainly hasn't grown in vain. You should head home now, Xiao and I will take our leave. Chen Hansheng could only gaze at Xiao Hongwei in disbelief, while Xiao turned to him with a cheeky face. Upon returning home, he found both old Chun and Lady Liang watching television. When they saw their son return, they promptly switched off the TV and gave him a gentle reprimand. You little rascal, You ought to return home earlier next time. Otherwise, your father will drag me into waiting for you. Now off to bed." With that, Lady Liang took the still grinning old Chen back to their room. "Honestly, if you're worried about me, just say so. Why must you drag old Chen into this? When did my mother become so proud?" Back in his room, he took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Zibo. "How are things on your end?" "Wang Zibo, not too bad." Luo Shimi was just squatting on the ground crying for a bit, then insisted on asking me about Xiao Yuer and Shen Youchu. "Shen Hansheng, did you tell her?" "Wang Zibo, am I that foolish?" "Shen Hansheng, yes, you are." "Wang Zibo, Shen Hansheng, and then?" "Wang Zibo." Then she stormed home in a huff. I saw her enter the house. Upon reading this exchange, Chen Hansheng decided not to reply. As long as Luo Xian was fine, that was all that mattered. The next morning, as Chen Hansheng was on the phone with Shen Youchu, he rummaged through the kitchen for food, but after a long search, he found nothing. He cursed and lamented to Shen Hanhan, "Am I not your biological child? Why is there never breakfast left for me? Shen Hanhan, if it were you, would you let me starve?" "Of course not. But Uncle and Annie must be too busy with work." She initially responded with conviction, then proceeded to explain, as at that moment, Shen Hanhan was out buying groceries with a Ning, making the phone call rather noisy. Shen Hansheng, too lazy to cook for himself, hung up the phone and went downstairs to buy buns for breakfast. "Big brother, it's already 10 o'clock. Why is Big brother still talking about breakfast? Shouldn't it be time for lunch?" "Because Big brother is always busy until very late. He is quite exhausted." Shen Youchu refrained from mentioning that Chen Hansheng was simply too lazy to get out of bed and instead made excuses for him, attributing it to his busy work schedule. "Oh, when will Big brother be back? I really miss him." In front of Gangsheng No. 1 Middle School, by the dumpling shop, Chen Hansheng, having indulged in 2 baskets of dumplings and a bowl of soy milk, contentedly patted his belly and arrived at Xiao Rongyu's doorstep. Upon entering, he was surprised to find it was Xiao Grandma who had opened the door. "Ah, Xiao Grandma is here." Chen Hansheng greeted her politely, glancing around the living room and kitchen. Only Xiao Yuer was present in the living room, engrossed in a legal channel, while Xiao Hongwei and Lu Yuqing must have gone to work. "What did you say?" "Speak up." "I said, hello, Grandma." Chen Hansheng knew well of her selective deafness, but he couldn't just ignore her and leave. He had to shout loudly to get through to her. "Huh? What? I'm in great health." Chen Hansheng was speechless, finally managing a sheepish smile as an acknowledgement. He settled down beside Xiao Yuer in the living room. She was clad in a pink pajama set, her disheveled hair cascading around her, exuding a vague yet enchanting charm. "So, fair lady, where shall we venture today?" Chen Hansheng asked, his gaze unabashedly lingering. "I don't feel like going out today. I'd rather avoid encountering those troublesome girls," Xiao Yuer replied, her expression darkening. Chen Hansheng frowned. Could he really be blamed for this? "Rest assured, she is likely preoccupied with thoughts of you and Shen Youchu, and certainly wouldn't he have the time to hunt for me. Then I have no desire to go out, unless..." "Unless what?" Chen Hansheng inquired, his eyes fixated on the neckline of her pajamas. "Unless you help me with the laundry today," she said, pointing to the bathroom and tilting her chin, urging him to take a look. This surprised him. He stood up to peek into the bathroom and returned with an eye roll. "Isn't there a washing machine at home?" "Well, it's not suitable for half-sleeve shirts. They'll end up wrinkled, and they won't be as clean as hand washing." "I don't care. Are you going or not?" "I'm fine, I'll wash it." He had come here with a purpose. Otherwise, it was all the same whether he spent the day out or at home. "Oomph. Since you made me wash fish skin in the morning, I'd like to eat fish in the afternoon." He walked to the bathroom, picked up a cream-colored half-sleeve shirt, inhaled its faint fragrance, and closed his eyes in enjoyment, though his words contradicted his feelings. "Oh, this shirt smells of sweat. Only a good man like me would wash it for you." Xiao Yuer ignored his banter, munching on Oreo cookies while watching the Legal Weekly. She had long since figured out Chen Hansheng's ulterior motives. However, she chose not to expose him, feeling a mischievous urge to toy with him. Normally, she couldn't outsmart Chen Hansheng, but if he had a request of her, the tables would turn in her favor. At noon, around 11 o'clock a.m., the two ventured to the food street in the city center, relishing pancakes and duck blood vermicelli soup. Street foods they both adored, just as Chen Hanxing did when he was worth hundreds of billions in his previous life. Frequently, the trio of him, Xiao, and Shen Youchu would dine at the Jiangling University town or Yiwu small commodity city for hot pot or skewers. Occasionally, they would invite Feng Gui and Shen Rui, the young couple, as their home was conveniently located near the university. Xiao Chun, I want to buy some squid skewers and potato towers. Do you want anything? Chen Hanxing shook his head, feeling quite full. Unlike Xiao Rongyu, who insisted on sharing half of whatever she ate with him. Seemingly unaware of the trend where girlfriends would sample everything and leave the rest for their boyfriends. No wonder so many boys gained weight after starting a relationship. Thankfully, he had learned from experience. He never ordered food for himself, only consuming what Xiao Rongyu offered. In contrast, Shen Youchu had a completely different approach. She always opted for slightly cheaper, yet spicy dishes. She would never just taste a bite before offering it to Chen Hanxing, unless it was something he particularly liked or if he specifically asked her for it. Luckily, Shen Hanxing's habits prevented him from becoming Chen Pangpang. As the rain poured throughout the night, his love overflowed like the rainwater. The butterflies on the windowsill fluttered like beautiful verses from a poem. Suddenly, his phone rang, the familiar tune being Jay Chou's Calixiang, released on August 3, 2004. Chen Hanxing initially thought it was Wang Zibo, but upon checking his phone, he realized it was his little secretary. Hello, Comrade Xiao Yu, what is up? Director Chen, I have familiarized myself with all the departmental projects. May I take a break now? The little secretary's voice was listless, addressing him as per his instruction, as after years of calling him Director Chen, switching back to calling him boss would be quite a change. Speaking of the past month's work, she had undergone similar training in her previous life, albeit her first experience was at the New Century Electronics factory. Nonetheless, this knowledge was essential for a company secretary. A crown must be borne with its weight, he remarked, humorously bestowing a compliment upon her. Comrade Xiao Yu, I grant you 4 days of leave to recuperate, but I also have a small task for you. Huh? Another one? The little secretary pleaded. Director Chen, please spare me. Oh, don't worry. I've said it's a small task. Do you not trust your boss? Chen Hanxing feigned seriousness. The title of Director Chen was something he had requested her to use, a nod to their shared history. I'd love to believe that. But didn't you say before that everything would be manageable? This is hardly manageable. I'm on the verge of exhaustion. For the past month, she had been consumed by work, sleeping merely 6 hours a day. While this might not be overly exhausting for a high school student, she was a university student. Although university students possess a higher academic standing, data shows that a regular student's peak intelligence and physical condition occur during the days of the college entrance examination. If one does not sleep at least 10 hours a day, they awaken like a zombie, as if entering university marked the beginning of a rapid decline in human capability. In the 602 dormitory, Fengqiu Jinyangming once famously remarked, if in my senior year I was a nascent immortal, then in my final year, I'm just a pile of nascent immortal waste. At that time, Dai Jinyo scolded Jinyangming for insulting the cultivation civilization, leading the two fools to have a duel, resulting in both of them showing up to class the next day with swollen faces. Cough, Nye Xiaoyu. Chen Hanxing suddenly raised his voice. I'm assigning you a task. Over the next few days, take some time to visit Yiwu small commodity city, around the entrance of the financial university or near Janya Polytechnic, to find a few stores with reasonable prices and higher foot traffic. Upon hearing this, Nye Xiaoyu felt relieved as it was indeed a small task. Oh, Director Chen, you finally understand how to care for your little secretary, she thought to herself, knowing if anyone else heard, they'd likely misconstrue her words. Xiao Rongyu was also aware that Nye Xiaoyu had been reinstated by her boyfriend. Moreover, she was quite concerned about Nye Xiaoyu's current situation, as in her previous life, Chen Hanxing treated Nye Xiaoyu much like he did Chen Lan, regarding her as a younger sister. Moreover, her relationship with Xiao Yuwerer and Shen Hanhang was exceptionally harmonious. Otherwise, in her previous life, the little secretary would not have attained the esteemed titles of a loyal member of the Chen faction and the second-in-command. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Chen Hanxing finally revealed his sly intentions. Xiao, I didn't sleep well last night. I'm utterly exhausted and need to rest a bit, he remarked, feigning a yawn for effect. Then let us return home, Xiao Rongyu countered, unwilling to let him have his way so easily. That one tea do. Chen Hansheng decisively rejected her suggestion, asserting, my mother despises it when I sleep in. If I go home, she one tea allow me to rest. Then, that one tea do either. He continued, Xiao Shu and LV are at my place. How could I possibly sleep there? He had anticipated the retort from Xiao Yuer, fully aware that she had discerned his true intentions. Xiao Yuer was not only astute, but also the pride of Professor Sun. Having encountered various individuals while handling numerous cases at the Rongsheng law firm in her previous life, if she couldn't see through his ruse, it would have been better for her to find a block of tofu to end her life. However, both of them chose to keep their thoughts unspoken, engaging in a silent game of wits, even though their hearts were as clear as day. Ultimately, employing his silver tongue and audacity, Chen Hansheng persuaded Xiao Rongyu to accompany him to the hotel with the condition that he would accompany her to visit relatives in the countryside the following day. He would have to rise early and face her relatives, which he would typically refuse, but for the sake of tonight's feast, he acquiesced. In this lifetime, Xiao Rongyu remained untouched. After her graduation ceremony, she was brought back to Gangsheng by Xiao Hongwei, which contributed to Chen Hansheng's urgency. After all, Shen Youchu had already shared numerous intimate moments with him, even having a marriage ceremony of sorts in her village, though it was not particularly formal, as Chen Hansheng's parents were absent. Yet, for Shen Youchu, having Chen Hansheng was sufficient. Embracing an equitable approach, he felt compelled to lavish affection upon this regal fish queen. Upon arriving at the hotel front desk, they were greeted by a 30-something woman, who was neither unattractive nor particularly beautiful, but her demeanor suggested an inclination to be kicked. It was perplexing how this hotel could have selected such a person for the front desk. Good evening. May I inquire if you have a reservation, or would you like to book now? We have a reservation for room 302, they replied. As they ascended to their room, the front desk clerk eyed Xiao Rongyu with a hint of disdain, thinking, that girl is simply stunning. But why is the man so ordinary? Could he be immensely wealthy? Yet, his attire is rather unremarkable. Unbeknownst to Chen Hansheng, who was solely focused on a culinary delight of fish, the clerk was questioning his worth. Entering the private dining room, he eagerly stripped off his clothes to shower, while Xiao Rongyu furrowed her brow in mild confusion. This isn't his first time. Why is he so impatient? Could it be due to the effects of his rebirth? Although his spirit has become rather indifferent, is his body still yearning? What she failed to notice was her own gradual transformation back into that proud Xiaoyuer, albeit only in the company of those close to her, before outsiders. She remained the aloof goddess. Likely, the only one unchanged since their rebirth was Youchu, still as simple-minded as ever. Chapter 39. Has Wang Zibo encountered trouble? When Chen Hansheng emerged from a shower after merely 3 minutes, Xiao Rongyu made a startling observation. Having been a couple for over a decade, they often spoke their minds candidly. After careful consideration, Chen Hansheng conceded, you may have a point. However, I disagree with your assessment of Shen Youchu. She merely internalizes her feelings and bears everything silently. The reason you perceive her as unchanged is simply that she has yet to express herself. Please, as if I could understand Youchu better than you do. Xiao Rongyu rolled her eyes, unperturbed by the banter. Isn't the goal to develop together? You know me. I've always aspired to be an exemplary student. Ugh, an exemplary student? How old are you now? Xiao Yuer made a grotesque gesture, expressing her skepticism. Their conversation meandered, largely revolving around past events, including 2 significant gatherings where the Xiao Yuer faction, the Youchu faction, and the Chun faction all convened. These occasions celebrated the entry of Chun Zijing and Chun Zipei into elementary school, gathering over 20 individuals at 2 large tables, with the 2 little princesses being doted upon by their extended family. What are you doing? As their conversation flowed, Xiao Rongyu noticed an unusual glint in Chen Hansheng's eyes. What do you think I'm doing? He shrugged innocently, his expression provoking annoyance. You know me. I've always been upright, steadfast, and pure as jade. Ugh. Just as he spun his tail, Xiao Rongyu unexpectedly leaned in, delivering a tender kiss. Chen Hansheng was taken aback, yet savored the moment. When did Xiao become so forward? However, he pondered for less than a second before being swept away by her fervor. Moments passed, and Rongyu's enchanting eyes glistened with a delicate sheen. Gazing deeply into Chen Hansheng's, her lips parting slightly. Xiao Chen, thank you. Thank you for that night. Her words were somewhat nebulous, leaving ambiguity in their wake. Yet Chen Hansheng understood her sentiment perfectly. Oh, so this is gratitude for rescuing me during that accident, he mused. Why express thanks to me? With that, Chen Hansheng wrapped his arms around Rongyu, pinning her down. She in turn gasped for breath, drawing him closer. Xiao Chen, you're tugging on my hair. At that moment, the setting sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a brilliant blaze. As if the fading light was eager to release the last vestiges of warmth and brightness. Returning birds hurriedly flitted past, their calls echoing in the stillness, narrating the day's toil and triumphs. The snow fell heavily, persistently, mirroring the scars upon which I lay amidst the snow. I cared not for my wounds. At 9:30 that evening, the room resonated with the sound of Shui Jiqian's Serious Snow, which served as Xiao Yuer's ringtone. As she and Chen Hansheng slumbered peacefully, Xiao Yuer recognized her mother, LV Youchu, calling, signaling the commencement of her mother's insistence for her to return home. Earlier, she had fibbed to her mother about accompanying Chen Hansheng to a social gathering, promising to return late. She dared not stay out overnight, knowing all too well that with Xiao Hongwei's years of experience, he would surely suspect something amiss. Hello, Xiao Yuer. Has Hansheng finished his gathering? Yes. We're heading home now. Oh, that's good. LV Yuching's tone reflected a mix of tension and relief. Although she was aware that her daughter was with Chen Hansheng, the innate worry that stemmed from a mother's heart was inescapable. Upon realizing her daughter was accompanying Chen Hansheng to a business gathering, she understood something significant. Her daughter genuinely cherished him, and they were contemplating marriage. Such an occasion was not casually attended with just anyone, indicating that Chen Hansheng was introducing Xiao Yuer to his business associates, a public acknowledgement of their relationship. Mom, Xiao Chen and I are downstairs now. We're about to head back. Worry not, Aunt LV. With me around, Xiao Yuer won't lose a single hair on her head. Chen Hansheng yawned, interjecting humorously. When Chen Hansheng returned Xiao Rongyu to the Kangwu community, he found Xiao Hongwei, as usual, engaging in idle chatter with the security guard while smoking. Upon seeing Chen Hansheng, he patted him on the shoulder and advised him to drink less for the sake of his health. He took on the role of a mentor, imparting wisdom to this young man who might one day become his son-in-law. Rest assured, Uncle Xiao, I know my limits. In a couple of days, let us indulge in a couple of bottles together, but you mustn't hold back. Xiao Hongwei couldn't help but smirk, realizing the young man's audacity. He decided to drop the pretense. You're just thinking about my liquor stash, aren't you? If it weren't for Xiao Yu accompanying you, I would take care how much you drank. Uncle Xiao, you can't say that. You're not still holding a grudge, are you? The elder before him was like old Chen, blunt and unreserved. Xiao Hongwei, perhaps unconsciously, reached for his waist as he sensed Chen Hansheng was alluding to their previous competition. This gesture startled Chen Hansheng. What on earth are you doing, Uncle Xiao? What do you think I'm doing? Just a little itch, scratching it. He wasn't lying. It was July, and the nights in Port City were stiflingly hot, causing him to sweat and feel a bit itchy. However, he realized that this action seemed to have become instinctual. Hansheng, you should head home early. Despite being a young man, your parents will worry. He was already ushering him away, although he held a favorable view of Chen Hansheng. He couldn't shake the feeling that this young man might one day take his daughter away from him. He harbored no disdain for Chen Hansheng, yet there lingered a sense of discomfort at the thought of his daughter, a delicate flower, being placed amidst the muck. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. He pressed the answer button, and his previously relaxed demeanor turned grave, infused with a menacing energy, as if he had transformed into a predator. Damn it! Chen Hansheng cursed inwardly, then immediately sprinted in a particular direction. 5 minutes later, he arrived at Wang Zibo's home, breathless and clutching his chest. However, he found not Wang Zibo, but Lu Yuzhen. Aunt Lu, where's Wang Zibo? How is he? Lu Yuzhen's face was drawn with worry as she grasped Chun Hansheng's hand. Tearfully lamenting, "Hansheng, Zibo has been sent to the hospital. I really need your help." "Aunt Lu, there is no need for further explanation. Wang Zibo is my brother. It's my duty to help. I'm heading to the hospital now." With that, he hailed a taxi and made his way to the First People's Hospital of Port City. Upon alighting, he spotted Wang Zibo's father waiting at the entrance. "Uncle Wang." "Ah, Hansheng." Wang Zibo's father seemed at a loss for words. It is inherently awkward for an elder to ask a younger individual for money, especially in Port City, where the affluent are few. He knew only the Chun family, who were relatively well off, but by now, old Chun and Liang Taiho had long since switched off their phone for the night, leaving him no choice but to reach out to Chen Hansheng. "Uncle Wang, let's go see Wang Zibo first." His intentions were straightforward. His immediate concern was ensuring Wang Zibo's safety. Upon arriving at the 6th floor in front of the operating room, Chen Hansheng paced anxiously while inquiring about the events leading up to this moment. It turned out that 6 months ago, Lu Yuzhen had met a woman while selling eggs. This woman had claimed that the government was implementing a series of subsidy policies for the impoverished, promising tenfold returns for anyone who opened a bank account with her and deposited money for 6 months, with returns expected by mid-July. This was evidently a scam, one so blatant that even a child would recognize it post 2012. These con artists exploited the desperate financial aspirations of middle-aged individuals, luring them in with promises of exorbitant returns. They would verbally assure victims of returns in 6 months, but would have them sign contracts stating returns would only occur after several years. By the time they had siphoned enough money, they could declare the bank bankrupt, leaving no legal repercussions for themselves. Today happened to be the day Lu Yuzhen was to collect her tenfold return, having saved 6,000 yuan over the past 6 months. She was anticipating a windfall of 60,000. The amount seemed so substantial that she insisted on bringing Wang Zibo along for assurance. However, as expected, the money was not forthcoming. Though Wang Zibo was honest and occasionally a bit naive, he could still discern the nature of the scam. When the perpetrators presented their contract, which stipulated a 3-year wait for the promised tenfold returns, he realized his mother had fallen victim to fraud. Initially, he had intended to seek help from his childhood friend Chen Hansheng, knowing him to be astute. However, Lu Yuzhen was far less composed. 6,000 was a significant sum for their family. In her panic, she clashed with the security guard, who forcefully pushed her to the ground. This ignited Wang Zibo's protective instincts. Though he often found his mother's incessant chatter irritating and looked down on the uneducated rural mindset, he loved her dearly. Witnessing her being shoved to the ground shattered his composure. In a fit of rage, he confronted the security personnel. Wang Zibo was quite capable of holding his own, but against 5 or 6 men armed with implements, he was at a disadvantage. In a moment of carelessness, he suffered a fractured rib dangerously close to his heart. If that rib punctured his heart, even a deity could not save him from death. This was the source of his panic and fury. "Damn it, you shameless scoundrels. I will make you pay for this." The situation was dire. Wang Zibo required a risky surgery costing 30,000 yuan, and with hospital and medication fees, the total would reach at least 36,000. Yet, even if they sold everything they owned, they could only scrape together 8,000. Selling their home was not a feasible option, so Lu Yuzhen had no choice but to borrow money. Her friends managed to gather only 5,000, insufficient even for half of the surgical costs, leaving her with no alternative but to turn to Chen Hansheng, her son, as childhood friend. "Uncle Wang, rest assured, Zibo will be fine. Once he recovers, I'll be coming over to enjoy some of your famous braised pork." Chen Hansheng observed the tears welling in Wang Zibo's father's eyes, which threatened to spill over at any moment. Typically, parents maintain an air of authority in their children's eyes, yet their love for their offspring is no less profound than a mother's. "Just wait until Zibo is well. I'll make you all braised pork and spare ribs," Wang Zibo's father choked out. He understood that Chen Hansheng was trying to comfort him. In his youth, Chen Hansheng often visited their home for meals. Despite their modest means, they would always bring out the best food they could spare whenever he came over. Both he and Lu Yuzhen regarded Chen Hansheng as a son. As they waited in the corridor, every glimpse at the glowing red letters above the operating room door added to their burden. 6 hours later, the operating room door swung open, and Wang Zibo was wheeled out, lying on a pristine white bed, his chest marked by a gruesome incision that had been stitched up, yet still horrifying to behold. Chen Hansheng and Wang Zibo's father followed closely behind the gurney into the ward. "How is he? Doctor, how's my son?" They spoke in unison, their faces betraying their anxiety and urgency. The surgery was remarkably successful. Although his rib was fractured, it had fortunately shifted away from the heart, posing no imminent threat to his life aside from some pain. The situation was significantly better than we had anticipated. With a collective sigh of relief, the two of them felt reassured that as long as there was no danger to life, everything would be acceptable. At 6 in the morning, Xiao Rongyu, Xiao, Lu Xiaoming, and Gao Jiaoyang had all arrived. This trio of men and women was indeed gathered together, having received the news from Chen Hansheng, who had only informed Xiao Yuer. To everyone's surprise, they all showed up. Each brought along some fruits or canned goods, a customary gesture for visiting the ill. Yet, Chen Hansheng's behavior was even more audacious. Upon discovering that Wang Zibo was out of danger, he nonchalantly pilfered the cigarettes from Wang Zibo's pocket. "How are you feeling, Zibo?" Xiao Rongyu was the first to speak, followed by the other two girls, and finally Gao Jiaoyang, who awkwardly inquired about his condition. "I'm fine, really. There's just a bit of pain," Wang Zibo reassured them. He had awakened before they arrived, having merely fainted due to overwhelming pain, which did not cause any substantial harm to his body. Aside from Gao Jiaoyang, who shared a deeper bond with him, the rest were just casual friends, exchanging idle chatter. With the knowledge that Wang Zibo was mostly all right, they all sighed in relief. Uncle Wang sat quietly by, while Lu Yuzhen had yet to arrive. On one hand, she felt the need to be present at home, and on the other, she grappled with guilt towards her son. Wang Zibo had long been aware of her secret savings, and he had cautioned her against it, suspecting deceit, yet she had not heeded his warnings. Now, faced with the consequences, this traditional and straightforward middle-aged woman felt an overwhelming sense of remorse and guilt. After conversing for a while, Wang Zibo glanced at his father, offering him a reassuring look. He instinctively turned to Chen Hansheng, who sat nearby, leisurely enjoying the fruits Gao Jiaoyang had brought. Such quintessential Chen behavior, he thought to himself. Although he had lost consciousness, he remembered hearing his childhood friend as urgent inquiries upon exiting the operating room. With Wang Zibo's situation being relatively safe, Chen Hansheng reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor. At that moment, a doctor entered the room, addressing Wang Zibo and the others with a serious tone. "While the patient is out of immediate danger, the rib has indeed sustained a fracture. We have stabilized and sutured it, but he will require at least 20 days before he can attempt to get out of bed. Furthermore, it will take over a month for the injury to heal fully. During this period, please refrain from applying any pressure to the affected area or engaging in roughhousing, as this could pose significant risks." The group nodded in understanding, though Xiao Rongyu turned to Chen Hansheng, who often engaged in playful roughhousing with Wang Zibo. Chen Hansheng, meanwhile, was apathetically munching on an apple, feigning ignorance of the situation. "Hey, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, rubbing the area on his waist that Xiao Yuer had pinched, glaring at her fiercely. "Did you hear? For the next few months, you can't bully Zibo." "Who is bullying him? I'm the biggest animal lover." "Damn it," Wang Zibo interjected. "That doesn't matter. If something happens to Zibo, how will I explain it to Shi? "What?" Lu Xiaoming asked. "Who is Shi?" "Chen Hansheng. Are you sick?" Gao Jiaoyang remarked, annoyed by the constant coughing. Xiao Rongyu and Chen Hansheng exchanged perplexed glances. Chen Hansheng was the first to react, smacking the bed beneath him and casting a fierce look at the incessantly chattering Gao Jiaoyang. "I was going to ask you. I coughed because I ate the fruits you brought for Wang Zibo. My throat is in this condition because of you. Isn't that a little suspicious?" Gao Jiaoyang clarified. Shi is Zibo's aunt, very close to him. If something were to happen, how would he explain it to her? Chen Hansheng secretly gave Xiao Rongyu a thumbs up, thinking Xiao Rongyu has really leveled up. She can spin a tale effortlessly. Indeed, Aunt Shi cares deeply for Zibo. "Oh, I see." After a brief tug of war over the situation, the matter of Aunt Shi was glossed over. However, Gao Jiaoyang felt embarrassed from Chen Hansheng's earlier retort and sought to provoke him again. Chen Hansheng, stop gnawing on your fingers. We are university students, members of society's elite. Such behavior is utterly unbecoming. So, the rest sighed, recognizing Gao Jiaoyang's antics had returned. The atmosphere fell into an unusual silence, as if time itself had paused. This silence epitomized the unique dynamic of their small group, comprised of 3 men and 3 women. Within this circle, Chen Hansheng and Xiao Rongyu were undeniably the most captivating figures, while Gao Jiaoyang stood out in his own right. Each time he attempted to show off, the others would silently listen, fully engaged. Amusingly, Gao Jiaoyang remained blissfully unaware of this, believing their silence indicated their agreement with his opinions. This only fueled his pride. As he continued to voice his thoughts, a subtle yet humorous interaction that added levity to their daily lives. Gao Jiaoyang, go fetch us some lunch. Typically, Chen Hansheng would have sent Wang Zibo for this task, but today, due to his injury, Gao Jiaoyang was assigned the chore. Why should I go? Don't you have legs? Look who is talking. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this state. Gao Jiaoyang's expression was akin to someone who had just swallowed a fly, a mix of confusion and indignation. It was evident to everyone that he was merely putting on a show, yet he persisted. I'm not going. Why should it be me? There are plenty of others here. He attempted a final stand, but Chen Hansheng was eagerly awaiting this very moment. How can you be so brazen? You always claim to be a gentleman, diligent and capable. Wang Zibo and I are both injured, and the rest are girls. Is this what you call gentlemanly behavior? Fine, I'll go. Go on, Pikachu. As soon as Gao Jiaoyang reluctantly exited to fetch lunch, the room erupted in laughter, a release of the tension that had been building. Xiao Yuer, your Chen Hansheng is quite the talker. Chun, I bet Gao Jiaoyang is cursing you as he descends the stairs. Meanwhile, Wang Zibo's father, who had been observing the 6 of them, couldn't help but marvel. If only Zibo had even half of Hansheng's charm, or just a fraction of his eloquence. I wouldn't have to worry as a father. After enjoying the lunch that Gao Jiaoyang begrudgingly brought back, they gradually departed. Lu Yuzhen, having learned that her son was in stable condition, felt somewhat relieved and rushed to care for him. Since it was merely a false alarm, the previously canceled plan to visit Xiao Rongyu's grandparents was back on the table. As a cherry car was parked in the hospital lot, the 2 of them promptly made their way to the home of Xiao Rongyu's grandparents. Upon reaching the countryside, Chen Hansheng, holding Xiao Yu's hand, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, our grandparents' house is truly the crown jewel of the rural area." He surveyed the self-built 2-story villa before him, which appeared both grand and unique. He recalled that in his previous life, this place had not been like this at all. Although he had visited frequently, he distinctly remembered that in 2006, it had not possessed such opulence. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Rongyu connected the dots between her past and present, discerning the reason behind this transformation. Do you remember the Land Rover that Dad bought you in your previous life? Oh, I do. Now I understand. The money for the car was actually meant for renovating our grandparents' house. Xiao Rongyu marveled at Chen's quick wit, but she would not shower him with praise in front of this dogman. Instead, she intended to tease him a little. Dad was so good to you, yet you always made him angry in your past life. Let us go see Grandpa and Grandma first, shall we? With a haughty little chin lift, she pointed ahead, prompting him to open the door. At that moment, Chen Hansheng, with a toothpick in his mouth and carrying a box of milk, canned goods, and several packs of cigarettes, swaggered into Xiao Rongyu's grandparents' home. Upon entering the courtyard, 2 large cats, startled, leapt onto the eaves, their bright and watchful eyes fixed on the stranger. Cats in rural homes are often like this. They can be quite affectionate with familiar faces circling around them and rubbing against their legs. Yet they regard strangers with utmost caution, as if facing an adversary. Steamed buns. Flour rolls. Come here. The 2 cats on the eaves perked up at Xiao Yu's sweet voice, recognizing it as familiar, and they jumped down to avoid Chen Hansheng, instead nuzzling against Xiao Rongyu's exposed fair legs. Are the names Steam Bun and Flour Roll yours? Yes. I named them when I was little. Aren't they lovely? Indeed. Very charming names, haha. Of course. Xiao Rongyu crossed her arms proudly. It really is true that pets resemble their owners. The fat cat named Reunion that Shen Youchu had in her past life, and the calico named Peace in this life both bore significant meanings. This reflected Shen Youchu's traditional, meticulous, and down-to-earth nature, even in naming. In contrast, Xiao Rongyu's naming style leaned towards the cute, with no particular significance behind steamed bun and flour roll, simply embodying the sweetness of her character. Upon entering the living room, they found the house empty. Xiao Rongyu then tugged at Chen Hansheng's shirt and led him to a bedroom door, only to find it locked. Grandpa and Grandma must be out working in the fields. Chen Hansheng had observed the yard earlier and noticed there were no shovels or hoes lying around. Typically, such tools would be left in the yard, just as they were at his grandmother's home. Let me make a call. Chapter 42. The Film Emperor, Chen Hansheng. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Grandma. Yes, I've arrived. P.S. right beside me. Okay, after hanging up, Xiao Rongyu glanced at the eavesdropping Chen Hansheng, her eyes darting playfully before she pulled him towards the fields. What are you doing? Chen Hansheng feigned ignorance. Xiao Yu replied, I'm taking you to find Grandpa and Grandma, but I need to use the restroom. Chen Hansheng clutched his stomach, sporting a look of constipation. Cut it out. I know you too well. You just want to slack off. Xiao Rongyu playfully punched his belly, eyeing him disdainfully. What? Are you my intestinal parasite? After about 10 minutes of walking, guided by Xiao Rongyu, they arrived at a lush expanse of fields. It was midday, and the rice stalks shimmered with golden hues under the scorching sun, the plump grains seemingly struggling to bear the weight of the heat, bowing their heads low. The wild grass along the ridges had wilted in the sun, losing its vibrant green. A few dragonflies flitted about, their wings rapidly beating as if battling the heat. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would sweep through, causing the rice waves to ripple softly, breaking the midday stillness only to quickly restore it, as if the entire field lay in a deep slumber, awaiting the evening's coolness to awaken. Grandma, amidst a throng of aunts and uncles, Xiao Rongyu spotted her grandmother. Standing at 168 meters tall, she leapt gracefully in the sunlight, her hands sweeping over her head, leaving behind a faint scent. Her call drew the attention of the many workers in the field, who squinted against the sun to see the familiar figure of Xiao Yu, accompanied by a tall young man. Ah, my sweet granddaughter has come. Xiao Rongyu's grandmother exclaimed with a smile. Several nearby neighbors gathered, eager to join in the moment. Wow, Xiao Yu is as beautiful as ever. Indeed, she's been a beauty since childhood. Oh, and who is that tall boy beside her? Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle Qin, Aunt Lin, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Rongyu politely greeted her grandparents and neighbors before sprinting to embrace her grandmother, who was now half a head shorter than her at 168 meters. The neighbors, witnessing this tender scene, couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia for their own aging. Grandma, I miss you and Grandpa so much. Oh, my precious granddaughter, I've missed you too. Following closely behind, Chen Hansheng echoed Xiao Yu's greetings to her grandparents, and soon all eyes turned to him. You must be Xiao Chun. Grandma assessed him from head to toe and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, indeed, you are quite tall. Ha ha. Chen Hansheng chuckled awkwardly, responding warmly to Xiao Yu's grandmother. Yes, I think I'm rather tall too. This boy not only has height, but also treats Xiao Yu very well, Grandma remarked. At that moment, Grandpa added, I heard from Youchu that Hansheng saved Xiao Yu's life. He even got into an accident and ended up in the hospital for it. Upon hearing this, Chen Hansheng felt a surge of warmth as he approached Grandpa, grasping his calloused and slightly dusty hands, overwhelmed with emotion. Grandpa, you truly know how to speak. This child is indeed worthy of guidance. What? Grandma, surprised, shifted her gaze between Xiao Yu and Chen Hansheng. Is this true? Her somewhat clouded eyes reflected both concern for her granddaughter and amazement and gratitude towards Chen Hansheng for risking his life to save Xiao Yu. Yes, each time this incident was mentioned, Xiao Rongyu's gaze towards Chen Hansheng softened immeasurably. If it weren't for Xiao Chun, I might never have seen you again. Oh dear, why are you only telling me this today, old man? Grandmother chided her elderly companion while guiding little Yuer towards Chen Hansheng, taking his hand and ultimately placing their palms together. Little Chen, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. As he became aware of the gazes from his grandparents and numerous relatives, Chen Hansheng felt as though a romantic and touching background melody began to resonate within him. Grandma, how could this be called gratitude? He inhaled deeply several times, then suddenly tightened his grip on his grandmother's hand, bowing his head to glance at little Youchu before turning his serious and solemn gaze back to his grandmother. With a blend of theatricality and sincerity, he declared, "For me, little Youchu is my life. Everything I do stems from my own volition, as long as she is safe and sound. That is the greatest gratitude I could ever wish for." As he spoke, Chen Hanqing's eyes narrowed slightly, reflecting a faint mist under the glaring sunlight. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky, rubbing his eyes with his fingers as if to wipe away the tears threatening to spill. Little Chen. Though Xiao Rongyu was aware of the performative nature of his words, she could not suppress her emotions, tightly embracing him with tears welling up in her eyes. These two children are truly heartwarming. Little Youchu's boyfriend is so deeply affectionate. They are such a loving couple. Oh man, I seem to be reminded of that rainy night over 50 years ago when the onlookers were profoundly moved by Chen Hanqing's performance, their curiosity transforming into recognition and admiration for him. Damn it, why is there so much dust in this field? My eyes are blinded. Old man, let us set aside our work for now and head home to prepare some food for these two kids, Xiao Rongyu's grandmother suggested through misty eyes to her husband. However, before the grandfather could respond, the surrounding villagers eagerly picked up the couple's farming tools. "Hey, you two hurry back and cook for Hanqing and Xiao Youchu. We'll take care of your work today. Hey, don't forget about me. I can't let you two hog all the good deeds." Another chimed in, "I'm Xiao Youchu's uncle, so don't even think about competing with me." The grandparents were reluctant to trouble their neighbors, but they could not resist the warmth of their enthusiasm and were eventually ushered away from the fields. This is the unpretentious bond among rural folk. Though it may be direct and unrefined, it brings forth genuine warmth akin to that of family. At 5:30 p.m., after relishing the meticulously prepared dinner by the elderly couple, Chen Hanqing retrieved cigarettes, wine, and health supplement from the trunk of the small car, dutifully following Xiao Rongyu from house to visit the relatives. The relatives were well aware of Xiao Hongwei and Lu Yuqing's affluent family background, and Xiao Rongyu was regarded as their cherished jewel, leading them to inquire about Chen Hanqing's identity. Xiao Rongyu's introduction was succinct. "This is Chen Hanqing, my high school classmate, now my boyfriend, and he currently runs a company valued at over 2 million. The goodwill Chen Hanqing fostered earlier in the fields had earned him the respect of nearly everyone in the village." At 8 p.m., after politely declining the elder couple's offer to stay overnight, they drove back to the urban area of Gangxing. After seeing Xiao Youchu safely home, they did not return, but instead headed to Luo Xian's residence. Chapter 43. Changing Cars. Ever since Luo Xian last saw Xiao Youchu, she had been engulfed in a state of bewilderment, repeatedly calling Wang Zibo, Chun Lan, and even Chen Hanqing's college roommates to unravel the mystery. Today, Jin Yongming specifically questioned him on QQ. "Fourth brother, when did you start playing both sides? Is Shen Youchu not enough for you? You didn't even tell me about such an important matter. How could you be so inconsiderate?" Sighing, he thought, "This crazy girl only knows how to stir up trouble. Yet I can't bring myself to let go." A bittersweet smile flickered at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the lonely number locked away in his phone. That smile mirrored his resignation to fate's whims. As a long sigh escaped his lips, resonating with the ringing of the phone in the stillness of the car, his soul was calling out, singing an ancient yet strangely familiar melody. The sky smiled down, and his world shimmered vibrantly. Love is a light, so wondrous, guiding us to the future we desire. Luo Xian's ringtone was Aurora, released by Angela Zhang in December 2004. He inadvertently lifted his gaze to the heavens, where the moonlight cascaded like fine grains of sand, gently draping over the lush shrubs beside the community, casting a patchwork of shadows. The leaves swayed with the wind, and the bright stars twinkled, weaving a harmonious melody of light and sound amidst the chorus of croaking frogs. As Chen Hanqing's thoughts drifted away, the melody of the song inexplicably intertwined with his memories, as if it were stitching together the gaps of recollections buried deep within his heart. Magical aurora, a fantastical prophecy. Hurry to seek the mysterious love. Love is a light, so marvelous, illuminating our courageous future. Magical aurora, the language of legends. This is the gaze of lovers. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to hear Luo Xian's voice. Senior Chen. This song is truly beautiful. Indeed, not only is the song beautiful, but so is the one singing it. You're my senior. I don't care. In your eyes? Only I can be beautiful. All right. Only you are beautiful. You are beautiful. That was a brief exchange lasting mere seconds. It was not a song. Yet it surpassed one. He recalled the New Year's Eve in 2004. The moon was bright that night, and Luo Xian had tightly embraced his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Delicate snowflakes floated down like softly scattered white petals, bringing both coldness and tranquility to the two of them. It was also on that night that he and Luo Xian shared their first intimate moment. The memories of that unforgettable experience lingered in his heart, causing him to become somewhat dazed, lost in deep reminiscence. Senior Chen, you finally deemed it worthy to call me. Have you come to a realization? Why are you silent? On the other end of the line, Luo Xian's voice was filled with surprise, tinged with anxiety, eventually shifting to uncertainty and concern. You. Chen Hanqing's throat constricted as he swallowed hard. It's nothing much. Come downstairs. I'm waiting for you at the entrance. After speaking, he hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Luo Xian, who was about to call her sister Chenlan, felt a mix of surprise and trepidation. The surprise stemmed from Chen Hanqing's call and his presence downstairs, while the trepidation arose from her fear of being reprimanded for her recent behavior towards the people around him. Knowing Chen Hanqing, she guessed he was coming to confront her about her actions. Initially, Chen Hanqing intended to scold her, but after the mental whirlwind brought on by Aurora, he found himself unable to chastise this lovesick little junior. Never mind, as long as I could see Senior Chen, I would willingly endure any reprimand. Thus she, disregarding the need to change her clothes, dashed out of the house clad in cartoon pajamas and slippers. Inside the compact car, Chen Hanqing rested his hand on the open window, puffing on a cigarette, the smoke dissipating into the gentle breeze of June. A soft patter reached his ears. Turning his head, he spotted Luo Xian rushing towards him, the sound of her delicate feet in purple slippers striking the ground. The little junior sister, noticing him, accelerated her pace, while Chen Hanqing casually discarded the half-smoked cigarette and opened the car door, leaning against the vibrant red vehicle. Brother Chen, hey, slow down, wait. Luo Xian, like a nimble little deer, sprinted directly towards the man she had longed for day and night. With a gentle leap, her fair and tender limbs entwined around him like soft vines, her gaze resolute yet tinged with a hint of tears. Under the hazy moonlight, the once lovers embraced tightly. A scene that should have painted a beautiful picture, yet reality was far from a fairy tale. Bang! With a dull thud, Chen Hanqing's lower back collided sharply against the car door frame due to Luo Xian's momentum. The pain sent a shiver through him on that sweltering summer day, and as he attempted to shield himself, he found himself restrained by the little junior sister's unyielding embrace, ultimately gritting his teeth to endure the most excruciating moment. Luo Xian, sensing she might have inadvertently hurt him, reluctantly released her hold. He clutched his aching waist, unable to stifle a gasp of discomfort. Ouch! Damn it! Instinctively, he raised his fist, prompting Luo Xian to shut her eyes, bracing for reprimand. Yet after a prolonged wait, nothing came. When she finally opened her eyes to the sound of another dull thud, she discovered that Brother Chen merely struck the back of the car, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it! Why is this car so hard? I'll replace you by the end of the year. In truth, he could have evaded the impact. However, given Luo Xian's sprinting speed, had he moved aside, it wouldn't have been his waist that bore the brunt, but rather her front-facing assets. Hiv. Are you still laughing? I didn't scold you, did I? Chen Hanqing feigned anger. Well, I came here to tell you to stop bothering Lao Lu and Zibo. In fact, Luo Xian felt quite pleased. Brother Chen's lack of scolding indicated he still held feelings for her. Buti no bu. If they're essay next time, I swear I'll never speak to you again. Chen Hanqing threatened in a low voice. Don't. I want to say anything more, okay? Luo Xian quickly capitulated. Yet her confusion lingered. But I want to know why you are dating two girls at the same time, one of whom is Sister Xiao, and most importantly, how can they accept each other? Damn, do you think you're Newton or Einstein, wanting to know everything? Chen Hanxing spat, his irritation rising despite his initial desire to remain calm, the pain in his waist protesting otherwise. Just tell me, Luo Xian pleaded, tentatively taking his hand and swaying gently as she pouted. Given their location in the harbor city, rife with Xiao Hongwei's dark influence, Chen Hanxing quickly withdrew his hand. Chapter 44. Angels and Dog Shit. However, when he gazed into her tearful yet determined eyes, he pondered for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. Because I owe both of them my life, and out of gratitude, they chose to accept each other. So that is how it is. But I am your first love. I want to accept them. Luo Xian protested, her lips forming a cute pout. Impressive. Have you forgotten that we've already broken up? Chen Hanxing looked down at Luo Xian, his peripheral vision discreetly glancing at her neckline. In this life, Reborn, it was the first time he was so close to Luo Xian, causing his heart to flutter. Shaking his slightly dazed head, he opened the car door and sat inside, seemingly preparing to leave. Brother Chen, yet, just as she thought he would leave without a second glance, he exited the car again. This time, however, he carried a pack of tissues, a bottle of water, and a box of Band-Aids, before walking a short distance to retrieve a lost slipper. What are you standing there for? Come here. He impatiently gestured towards a nearby rattan chair. Oh, okay. Only then did she realize she had lost one of her slippers. Looking down, she noticed her delicate feet bore several scratches, and as she shifted her weight, a twinge of pain reminded her of her injuries. Strangely, she and T felt anything amiss while near Chen Hanxing. Approaching the rattan chair, instead of sitting, she tilted her head, intently gazing at his not-so-handsome face. What are you staring at? Sit down. However, this time she disobeyed, suddenly wrapping her arms around Chen Hanxing's neck and fiercely planting a passionate kiss on him. Chen Hanxing found himself caught in a conflict of rejecting her while simultaneously relishing the moment. Yet an unsettling sense of being watched compelled him to withdraw from the encounter sooner than he wished. All right, enough. If you keep this up, I'm leaving. Brother, please. Just agree to get back together with me. It's nighttime. Don't have any delusions. Chen Hanxing retorted. Yet his hands were busy pressing her down onto the rattan chair, lifting her tender legs to wipe away the dirt with a tissue soaked in water, applying Band-Aids to the more serious wounds. Quickly head back. If there is a chance in the future, perhaps, maybe, possibly, we might get back together really. How long must I wait? I never said definitely. And first, you must behave. If you do anything that annoys me again, it'll be forever impossible. Having completed his ministrations, he rose abruptly, ignoring the gaze of the little junior sister, and walked straight to his car, driving away, leaving her in a state of excitement mixed with confusion. As he made his way back to Haining Community, he lit another cigarette, the wisps of smoke mingling with his thoughts that dissipated into the evening breeze. If there's truly a chance, I won't let you down. Creak upon entering his home, Chen Hanxing cautiously peeked in, noticing the living room lights still on, yet no one was present. Is that you, Chen Hanxing? Ah, I knew you wouldn't be asleep. Mom, it's Wang Zibo. He mimicked Wang Zibo's voice with a playful tone. You little rascal. You still know how to come home? If it weren't for waiting for you, your father, and I would have been asleep ages ago. I was with Xiao. You were visiting relatives in the countryside. Can you blame me? Chen Hanxing retorted against the monarchic rule of Liang Taiho, determined to rebel until the end. Is that an excuse? Visiting relatives until 10 at night? Which countryside stays up that late? I'm dead. Seeing his rebellion thwarted, Chen Hanxing could only find an excuse to concede, then kicked off his shoes, lounging on the sofa to watch television. Could you turn down the volume on the TV? Chen Hanxing. He decided to cease his futile attempts at watching, realizing that Empress Liang was deliberately targeting him. He feared that soon she would complain about the noise he made while bathing. Thus, he tossed his clothes haphazardly onto the sofa and retreated to his bedroom for slumber. Chen Hanxing, what time is it? Still asleep while the sun has already risen. At 8 in the morning, the familiar nagging voice of Empress Liang once again invaded his ears. His eyelids fluttered, and he slowly lifted his drowsy gaze. The glaring sunlight, imbued with a hint of warmth, streamed through the glass onto his somewhat disheveled bed, accompanied by the summer cicada's incessant chirping. Alas, Empress Liang must be intent on tearing me apart. Forced into wakefulness, Chen Hansheng rubbed his eyes and shuffled into the bathroom to freshen up. When it came time for breakfast, he was met once more with the rebellion he had not completed the previous night. Damn, I wake up at 11 every day in Jianya. This regular sleeping schedule you've disrupted could lead to cancer, you know? Get lost. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. With your kind of laziness, even cancer wouldn't bother with you. Liang Meiwan, glancing at her perpetually infuriating son, scolded him while surreptitiously placing the only chicken leg from the plate into his bowl. Just say you care about me, you stubborn old lady. However, he dared not voice this sentiment in front of Empress Liang and could only grumble inwardly. After finishing breakfast, Chen Hansheng sank onto the sofa, his feet instinctively propped on the coffee table. Fortunately, the Empress had retreated to the kitchen to wash dishes, leaving only old Chen in the living room. I heard from Uncle Wang that you lent him 30,000. Chen Zhaojun cast a sidelong glance at his nonchalant son, casually inquiring as if engaging in small talk. Wang Zibo got beaten up and needs surgery. I know. Uncle Wang has explained everything to me. And what do you plan to do next? The question hung in the air without context. Yet Chen Hansheng easily deciphered the underlying intentions of his father's words. That's simple. First, have Uncle Xiao apprehend the ones who assaulted Wang Zibo. They shouldn't even think of getting out for a year or two. Upon mentioning this, a defiant smirk spread across his face, his brows and eyes dancing with a fierce determination. While apprehending them is easy, this organization must eventually be eradicated entirely. How do you intend to handle that? Uncle Xiao's family will take care of everything. Chen Hansheng replied dismissively. It's not that simple. Although Uncle Xiao is already the deputy director, he cannot arbitrarily arrest people without evidence and legal authorization. Chen Zhaojun mistakenly assumed his son was referring to Xiao Hongwei, unaware that he had inadvertently mentioned Xiao Rongyu. This organization has managed to establish itself in Port City for so long, undoubtedly with the guidance of someone well-versed in the law. Old Chen sees through it all. Yet, even if they were skilled, could they surpass Xiao Yu? Chen Hansheng mused silently. Xiao Yu was the prized disciple of Professor Sun, and while he wouldn't dare claim she surpassed her master, she had certainly inherited a significant portion of the old lady's prowess. How could a mere small-town scam organization possibly compare? After contemplating the disparity between them, he finally conjured an apt analogy. Father, what do you think is the difference between an angel and dog excrement? Chapter 45, A Chance Encounter with an Old Friend. What do you mean by angel and dog excrement? His father seemed perplexed by the sudden emergence of such a statement from his son. Oh, it's nothing. I'm heading to Xiao Yuer's place. Go ahead, but don't forget to visit the hospital to see Zibo. Old Chen refrained from probing further into the matter of the fake bank and the angelic dog excrement, as it was evident his son was concealing numerous secrets from him. Understanding Chen Hansheng's character, he knew that when his son chose not to speak, even the sharpest knife at his throat would not elicit a word from him. When he was ready to share, he would do so in his own time. Got you talk too much, old man. Just mind your own wife. Chen Zhaojun, this brat. 10 minutes later, Chen Hansheng arrived at Chen Gou community, finding himself on the sofa at Xiao Yuer's home. At that moment, Xiao Rongyu, clad in a pink cartoon pajama set, sat sleepily on the soft sofa, exuding a hint of silliness, likely due to a poor night's sleep. Did you stay up late last night? He ventured tentatively. Yeah, was it because of the materials for that fake bank? Chen Hansheng was taken aback. He had asked Xiao Yuer to prepare legal loopholes regarding the fraudulent bank, and with Director Xiao's capabilities, that shouldn't have been an issue. Could it be that those behind the fraudulent bank were quite formidable? No, my mom was on the phone with Grandma all night, and I was listening in, which made me lose track of time. By the time I started preparing the materials, it was already 11:30. Xiao Rongyu leaned against her boyfriend's shoulder, her still drowsy head finding solace there. Who would have thought you had this quirk? Enjoying the chatter between middle-aged women and old ladies. Smack! Xiao Yuer playfully punched Chen Hansheng's chest, her tone teasingly accusatory. It's because my mom and grandma were discussing you. Otherwise, why would I be so idle? Chen Hansheng raised an eyebrow. Oh, Sogahumph now, my lack of sleep was all because of you. How you plan to make it up to me? I could lend you my shoulder to lean on. You, Xiao Rongyu, feeling slighted, tugged at his hand and playfully nibbled on his clean, white teeth, leaving a row of faint bite marks. Chen Hansheng, truly, you're like a mouse, always nipping at me for no reason. I seem to enjoy nibbling on Shen Youchu too. Next time you want to bite me, just give me a heads up. Why? Xiao Rongyu paused, guessing that he might have been unprepared earlier, hence the bite was a bit painful. In life, there are many such examples. When you are forewarned about impending harm, the pain felt when prepared versus unprepared is vastly different. Well, I know when you are about to bite. I'll just happen to spill a little on my hand while in the restroom. Yikes, how disgusting. Oh, so you find me disgusting now? Xiao Rongyu, you ungrateful soul. Just watch, I'll take care of you. With that, he seized a cushion from the sofa and playfully struck Xiao Yuer on her backside. Ouch, Chun pig. You dare hit me. Xiao Rongyu shielded her rear, glaring fiercely at Chen Hansheng, a sudden surge of rebellious spirit rising within her, propelling her to grab a weapon from the sofa and engage in a playful skirmish with him. The two of them exchanged playful blows, each taking turns to strike, occasionally colliding their makeshift weapons in unison. They frolicked for over half an hour, and by the time Xiao Rongyu, dripping with sweat, headed off to freshen up and apply makeup, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Chen Hansheng had already had breakfast at home, but Xiao Rongyu had consumed nothing. Coupled with their prolonged, playful tussle, her stomach was now issuing severe warnings to her brain. Thus, as they descended the stairs, she persistently urged Chen Hansheng to take her to the snack street at Central Plaza to buy her a grain pancake. However, just as Chen Hansheng drove toward their destination, he suddenly hit the brakes. At first, Xiao Yuer was oblivious to the situation, mistakenly believing they had merely encountered a traffic light, engrossed in her phone. However, as time passed, she slightly furrowed her brow and glanced at her boyfriend in the driver's seat. Xiao Chun, what are you doing? Chen Hansheng surprisingly ignored her, squinting ahead and nudging his chin toward the front. Following his gaze, Xiao Yuer turned to look as well. The moment she did, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She recognized a familiar face. The expressions and sentiments of the two individuals in the car were entirely different. Chen Hansheng bore an expression of confusion, tinged with curiosity, whereas Xiao Rongyu's face lit up with surprise, her heart racing with excitement. This acquaintance was both familiar and foreign to them. Familiar due to their extensive interactions in a previous life, yet foreign as this was their first encounter in this lifetime. Quick, Xiao Chun, I want to get out. Xiao Yuer, uncharacteristically impatient, began to rhythmically pat Chen Hansheng's shoulder with her delicate hands, urging him to stop the car. Hey, don't rush. Just let me find a place to park first. Xiao Rongyu was aware that she was somewhat losing her composure, but in front of her boyfriend, she felt no embarrassment, instead turning her head away with a hint of stubbornness. Once they found a parking spot and exited the vehicle, Xiao Rongyu disregarded her boyfriend, dashing towards the person she had just spotted. Fortunately, Chen Hansheng, being tall and having long strides, quickly caught up with her. What are you so anxious about? She 1T run away. It's different. We don't even know what she's doing here in Gangxing. Will she leave soon? Oh. Chen Hansheng shrugged indifferently. He deemed the encounter with this familiar face to be of little significance. However, after a moment as contemplation, a playful idea struck him. Let me initiate the conversation. He greeted Xiao Yuer with a nod, signaling her to let him take the lead. What are you up to? Xiao Rongyu queried, observing her boyfriend's odd yet teasing smirk, uncertainty lacing her voice. Chen Hansheng refrained from answering, and as they approached the figure, he stepped in front of her, blocking her path. Hello there, beautiful. My heavens. What's wrong with you? Scaring people in broad daylight. She appeared quite startled, her expression a mix of confusion and indignation. Apologies, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Hansheng, a fortune teller. You've got the wrong person. I don't need a fortune teller. You should look elsewhere. The girl dismissed him, instinctively suspecting that this tall, seemingly rough individual was a fraud. Wait, you're from Janya, as she attempted to leave. Chen Sheng hastily began his fortune-telling. Crazy although he was accurate, the girl dismissed it, thinking it was merely a lucky guess. How dare you question Master Chen? Your hometown is in Yiyang. This revelation caused her to halt, turning back to scrutinize the fortune-teller with suspicion. What else do you know? Chen Sheng smirked. Oh, little missy, you attend Dongda University. The girl remained silent, her vigilance towards this stranger intensifying. It seems you still don't believe me. Allow me to share another detail. He paused for effect, and she fell for it. Is there more? When you were 6, you were bitten by a purplish venomous snake on your hand, causing you to faint for 2 days and nights. How do you know that? She gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. This was a secret shared only with her parents. How could he possibly know? Was it true he could read fortunes? Well, what do you think, beautiful? Do you believe me now? Chen Sheng raised an eyebrow at Xiao Yuer, who had informed him of this incident. Meanwhile, Xiao Rongyu observed the entire exchange with an expression of disbelief. She was aware that Chen Sheng could be quite oblivious at times, but never to this extent. However, she soon realized something was amiss. No, Xiao Chan wouldn't act without reason. Only that girl Chenlong would behave this way, indicating there must be a deeper significance. You know my name? Yet, she quickly recognized how foolish her question was. If he knew about her snake bite, he certainly knew her name. Of course, Bien Sure, a student majoring in business law at Dongda University. If I'm not mistaken, you've also been accepted in a graduate school, correct? The familiar face was indeed Bien Sure. At that moment, Chen Sheng stood tall, his gaze serene and ethereal, stroking an imaginary beard with a nonchalant demeanor, embodying the essence of a sage. As the timing seemed right, he signaled Xiao Rongyu to take her turn. Xiao Yuer quickly responded with a self-introduction. Hello, sure. I'm Xiao Rongyu, the girlfriend of this esteemed master. Bien Sure thought to herself, wow, this girl is stunning. Xiao Rongyu has a beautiful name too. Hello, I'm Bien Sure. You too, her sentence trailed off, but her meaning was clear. Why were they telling her all this? Don't misunderstand, we're not human traffickers. Chen Sheng reassured Bien Sure. My girlfriend also attends Dongda University. I noticed a dark aura about you, suggesting potential calamity. To create a favorable connection for my girlfriend, I felt it necessary to give you a warning. His reasoning was sound, leaving Bien Sure feeling a chill run down her spine. What should I do? Now, she believed Chen Sheng was indeed a fortune-teller. How else could he know so much about her? Well, this calamity isn't hard to avert. I perceive significant karmic ties for you in this location. You can see my past lives? Yes, I have a slight understanding. He nodded slowly, his demeanor humble. Master Chen, what karmic ties do I have here? How can I avert this disaster? Bien Sure inquired anxiously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead from the oppressive sun and her nervousness. Well, for the sake of my girlfriend, I shall lend a hand. Follow me. Inside the Xiaoli car, Chen Sheng undoubtedly occupied the driver's seat, while Xiao Rongyu and Bien Sure settled into the back. The two friends engaged in lively conversation, sharing a wealth of common ground as they both attended Dongda University, particularly the Xianning campus for graduate studies. Their bond deepened quickly, as Xiao Rongyu knew Sure as well as a sister would. Their destination was the First People's Hospital of Gangxing. At that moment, Wang Zibo lay in his hospital bed, chatting with Lu Yuzhen, while his father was at work, having gone through nothing more than a false alarm. Wang uncle was still trying to save up for Chen Hanxing's surgical fees, though he intended to refuse any payment. Mom, next time, when you're doing these things, please listen to me more. Even if I don't understand, I could ask Xiao Chun. If you don't trust me, can't you at least trust Xiao Chun? Mom understands. From now on, although a night has passed, Lu Yuzhen, the mother, remains engulfed in profound guilt. She gazes at her son, whom she often scolds, and recalls the moment when he disregarded his own safety to protect her that fateful day, plunging her into deep contemplation. Hey, did I give you permission to mention my name? Chun? Hurry up and settle my appearance fee. Wang Zibo, without needing to guess, instantly recognizes that it is Chen Hansheng who has arrived, for only a childhood friend would dare to be so shameless. Indeed, the door swings open, and Chen Hansheng strides in boldly, closely followed by Xiao Rongyu. Oh, Hasheng and Xiao, you are here? Who is this? Hello. Annie, I am Bien Sure, a university classmate of Xiao US, just here for a visit. Oh my sure. You should have just come instead of bringing something. It's nothing, Aunt Lu. We're all classmates. Cough, Aunt Lu. I was hoping to have some of your farm fresh eggs today. Did you bring any? Chen Hansheng casually inquired with ulterior motives. Oh dear, I forgot to bring them today. Please wait a moment while I rush home to prepare some. It just so happens that Zibo hasn't had lunch yet. You all don't need to buy anything. I'll make you braised pork. Lu Yuzhen, believing her words, promptly rises and heads toward the door. No need, Auntie. I was just saying that. I'll go downstairs and buy some myself. There is no need for that, although the food downstairs is delicious. It can't compare to the healthiness of Annie's cooking. I'll leave first. You all chat. Little Chun, you're so mischievous. How else could I send Annie away? He boastfully puffed out his chest, subtly signaling Xiao Rongyu to watch the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Wang Zibo, who had been silent on the bed, was now writhing in excitement, the bed creaking under his movements. What did you just hear? That girl's name is Bien Sure. She is the Bien Sure that little Chun, Xiao Yu, and Shun Youchu mentioned. My future girlfriend. Zibo, this is Bien Sure, Xiao Yu's university classmate, Chen Hansheng introduced. What do you think? ISNT she beautiful? Hello, I'm Bien Sure. I heard from Xiao Yu that her classmate was hospitalized, so I came along. I hope you don't mind. Bien Sure felt somewhat awkward, her words tinged with unfamiliarity, yet was far better than someone else's demeanor. Wang Zibo, on the hospital bed, was desperately trying to keep his body still while maintaining a casual expression, striving to hide his excitement. Puffed. Chen Hansheng could no longer contain his laughter and seized a convenient excuse to take Xiao Rongyu, who was also struggling to stifle her laughter. I'm a bit hungry. I'll go to the restroom first. Once the room was left with just the two of them, Wang Zibo swallowed nervously and said, I'm Wang Zibo, Xiao Yu's high school classmate. Indeed, Wang Zibo appeared to be quite introverted. Before coming here, Chen Hansheng had already briefed her on Wang Zibo's personality traits. Preparing her mentally, Huff Bien Sure took a deep breath and casually initiated a topic. I heard you got injured while protecting Aunt Lu. Upon hearing this, Wang Zibo felt relieved and relaxed his previously tense demeanor. Yes, my mom was deceived by a fake bank, and I was right there. Thus, the first conversation between Wang Zibo and Bien Sure unfolded almost serendipitously. Meanwhile, the two eavesdroppers outside the door stifled their laughter. Fully aware of the peculiar situation that had transpired, yet only Xiao Rongyu knew that this was all the brainchild of Chen Hansheng. On their way here, Chen Hansheng had told Bien Sure, to overcome this calamity, you must connect with a certain person, for only then can the threads of past lives intertwine. That person, of course, was Wang Zibo. What amused Xiao Rongyu further was that Chen Hansheng had more than one trick up his sleeve. I calculated it. Wang Zibo was your savior in the previous life. Hence, this life, you share such a profound connection. This web of half-truths not only facilitated a budding friendship between Xiao Rongyu and Bien Sure, but also forged an inexplicable bond between her and Wang Zibo. Reflecting on this, Xiao Rongyu couldn't help but marvel at her boyfriend's unique mindset. Why does little Chen always come up with such strange yet effective methods? However, she still felt that their actions bordered on deceiving Bien Sure. Little Chen, do you think our intervention might do more harm than good? Chen Hansheng, engrossed in the conversation, was momentarily distracted by her interruption. He leaned closer, cradling Xiao Rongyu's delicate face. What I say is not untrue. They were lovers in their past life. Thus, there's significant karmic connection, right? True. But as savior, do you remember that foreign old dog from Australia? What was his name, Ollie? I remember, but that. Cut it out, darling. Rounding up, Wang Zibo saving Sure's reputation is akin to saving her life. Xiao Rongyu found it amusing to hear rounding used in such a context, gradually warming to Chen Hansheng's perspective, realizing her boyfriend wasn't entirely dishonest. Having resolved Xiao Yu's confusion, they continued their shameless eavesdropping. Under Bien Sure's deliberate guidance, the two inside the room conversed pleasantly, though predictably. Wang Zibo was the one responding rather than initiating topics. This made the two outside anxious for him. I originally planned to visit Shen in Port City for some sightseeing and photography, but I didn't expect such an incident to occur. Shen isn't particularly entertaining, and the monkeys there aren't very friendly. Today I had your Port City's specialty, the Phoenix goose. It was absolutely delicious, especially the tender meat. It's alright, just a bit pricey. I wouldn't usually buy it. What is wrong with Wang Zibo? I just wanted to find a topic to keep the conversation going. This was typical of Wang Zibo. He had a knack for killing conversations. If it weren't for her good mental fortitude, she might have exploded in frustration. Yet, she kept her grievances to herself, remembering Chen Hansheng's words about him being her savior and admiring Wang Zibo's bravery in saving his mother. She felt that this somewhat awkward boy could indeed be a friend. Hasheng, Xiao, why are you both squatting there? Huh, we're tying our shoelaces. Oh, but you don't have shoelaces. I'm helping Xiao tie hers. The two outside listened attentively, oblivious to when Wang Zibo's mother returned. Fortunately, Chen Hansheng concocted a plausible excuse to deflect. However, Lu Yuzhen's interruption thwarted their eavesdropping plans. Taking the various food containers from Lu Yuzhen, Chen Hansheng swung open the hospital room door, eager to dig in. In truth, he wasn't particularly hungry. It was primarily Xiao Rongyu who hadn't eaten anything since last night until noon today and was now famished. Aunt Lu's braised pork is truly delectable. Xiao sincerely praised. Indeed, when I was a child, I adored visiting Aunt Lu's house for meals. How did Sure enjoy her meal? Lu Yuzhen shifted her gaze toward Bien Sure, sensing that this high-achieving and aesthetically pleasing young woman appeared somewhat aloof from their circle. However, this was a perfectly normal phenomenon, as everyone at the table, apart from her, had known each other for at least 4 years, with Chen Hansheng and Wang Zibo having been acquaintances for nearly 20 years. It was hardly surprising that Bien Sure found it challenging to seamlessly integrate into their camaraderie. Aunt Lu's braised pork is delicious, but I have a greater fondness for spicy scrambled eggs. Oh, don't you find it spicy? In Lu Yuzhen's recollection, girls rarely had a penchant for spicy food. I hail from Yang, where in southern Hunan, we have always embraced spiciness. Fortunately, Bien Sure's cheerful disposition readily allowed her to keep the conversation flowing, ensuring that the atmosphere around the dining table remained vibrant. Had it been some foolish sycophant, it would have turned into a disaster. The afternoon sunlight cascaded like golden grains of sand, silently slipping through their fingers as time eluded them, again and again. Amidst their brief yet joyous exchanges, the originally bright and scorching light had softened and dimmed, akin to the stage lights gradually dimming at the end of a performance. When a few individuals in the hospital room turned their gazes toward the window, the clouds, reminiscent of cotton candy, had been suffused with the sunset's afterglow, transforming into a resplendent tapestry that sprawled across the horizon. Unbeknownst to them, these 4 young souls had conversed until 6 in the evening. Bien Sure glanced at her phone and furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a lingering desire for more from this bizarre yet delightful experience. As if she had known these 3 individuals for ages. Could it truly be, as Chen Hansheng suggested, that she and Wang Zibo, and perhaps even these girls, shared a past connection? With a deep breath, she cast aside her distracting thoughts and genuinely beamed her smile. It's getting late. I should find a place to stay. It was a pleasure meeting everyone today. Thank you for your warm hospitality. Sure, it's too late today, why don't you? As her close friend prepared to leave, Xiao stood, intending to invite her to stay at her place, but before she could finish her sentence, Chen Hansheng patted her shoulder, interjecting, Indeed, it's getting late. Let us find Sure an affordable hotel, shall we, Xiao? Aye, all right. Let us go. Chen Hansheng didn't allow Xiao the chance to protest, directly taking her hand and leading her out of the hospital room. Wang Zibo and Bien Sure remained oblivious to any unusual tension. Once outside, Xiao finally whispered her confusion. Chen, isn't finding a hotel unnecessary? Sure could just stay at my place. Ah, did you see how excited your friend was? It seems her brain short-circuited. Chen Hansheng chuckled, playfully ruffling Xiao's hair. I'm not. Xiao, slightly miffed, swatted his hand away. Hee, You truly are adorably naive. While you both hit it off today, inviting someone to stay at your home on the first day of acquaintance may come across as overly enthusiastic and suspicious. But I understand your concern for sure, but one mustn't rush into things. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet once the university semester begins. Why fret over just this day? Oh, let us go. We'll find a hotel for sure. And tomorrow we can leave Wang Zibo behind and explore Wagushan. Chapter 48, Borrowing Money. After bidding farewell to Bien Sure, the two resumed their culinary escapade at the Hualien Shopping Mall South Snack Street. They strolled amidst the bustling crowd, enveloped by the enticing aromas of various delicacies. The skewered meats sizzled and crackled, exuding the fragrance of cumin, while the batter for jianbing wafted steam from the griddle, and the sweet scent of roasted chestnuts wafted enticingly into their nostrils. Laughter and lively chatter rippled through the vibrant snack street, as if the entire world had momentarily narrowed down to just the two of them among the throng of humanity. Xiao, do you think we will return to our past lives? Chen Hansheng remained silent, for he too was uncertain. He pondered the fates of the two little ones, Zijin and Zipei. Xiao began to reflect on her own children, recalling that Shun Youchu had posed a similar question to her not long ago. With Empress Liang and Old Chun, and Uncle Xiao and Aunt Lu. Even if they're no longer with us, there are still Professor Sun and Aunt Mo, Wang Zibo, Bien Sure, Nie Xiaoyu, Chen Lan, Ning, Dong Er, Shang Yin, and let us not forget Hu Lin Yu, that fierce girl. In essence, these two little princesses are cherished by so many. Chun Hansheng had initially intended to mention only Empress Liang and Old Chun, but found himself inadvertently listing so many individuals, all of whom regarded Zijin and Zipei as part of their family. Indeed, those two little ones truly are princesses with everyone revolving around them. Chun Hansheng's comforting words proved effective. As Xiao thought of how many people cared for her children, she temporarily set aside her longing. However, when she glanced up at Chun Hansheng, she only caught a glimpse of his chin as he gazed upward at the moon. The moon shone brightly, illuminating the night, rendering brightness useless. I like you, he thought, and yet my affection is futile. Whenever he looked at the moon, he couldn't help but think of that stubborn junior sister and, naturally, his youngest daughter, Chun Zining. Zijin, Zipei, your father misses you dearly. The deep summer night was both tranquil and cacophonous, the croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas mingling with the sounds of vehicles navigating the sweltering air, creating a captivating melody. Moonlight bathed Chun Hansheng's sleeping visage, as if he were smiling, while a crystalline tear slipped onto his pillow. Perhaps the scene unfolded not just for him alone, but for three or even many. The following morning, Chun Hansheng awoke naturally, stretching contentedly with a yawn. Life without Empress Liang was indeed a refreshing reprieve. He had only learned the previous night that his mother had returned to the countryside, allegedly to pay respects after a relative's passing. Once he confirmed it wasn't his grandparents, he dismissed the matter. He stretched luxuriously and rolled around on the bed a few times before reluctantly making his way to the bathroom to wash up. Slumping onto the sofa, he contemplated the day as plans. Today, Xiao would accompany Bien Sure on a shopping excursion, while he intended to organize some documents in the morning. But what to do in the afternoon? He certainly planned to visit Wang Zibo at the hospital, but he mused that Wang Zibo, being a young man, didn't he require his constant company? Perhaps he could seek out Luo Xian. No, that wouldn't he do. This was, after all, Uncle Xiao's territory. Yes, visiting him would be a good idea. He just wondered if he was still in Gangsheng. With the plan solidified, he felt invigorated, starting his small car and speeding toward his destination. He arrived at the billiards hall, a place he had often frequented in his past life, breathing in the familiar scent of stale smoke that evoked a sense of nostalgic reunion. Hansheng, it's been ages. Have you graduated? The front desk attendant, familiar with Chun Hansheng since his freshman year, handed him a red KJ and welcomed him back into the haze of smoke. Hansheng, what brings you here today? Just wanted to play a couple of rounds. I'm a bit bored and thought I'd look for Zhang Weiyu. They were two individuals who relied solely on sheer brute strength, adhering to the belief that extraordinary feats could be achieved through extraordinary effort. Thus, their conversation unfolded amidst a cacophony of sounds. Ah, Lao Zhang, your timing is impeccable. He just returned from Janya a few days ago. Indeed, a cheerful boy is often favored by fortune. Well, actually, Lao Zhang has had a streak of misfortune. His mother fell ill recently, reportedly suffering from a kidney ailment, which, as you know, can be quite financially draining. Oh, so he is currently scrambling to gather funds? Yes, at present, Lao Zhang is borrowing money from various sources. While his brother is working in Janya to make ends meet, it's not an easy situation. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a ringing emanated from his mobile phone tucked away in his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID and found it oddly familiar, yet could not place it. Hello? As soon as the call connected, a familiar, raspy voice resonated from the other end. Han Sheng, it's Zhang Weiyu. Do you remember me? What? Speak of the devil. And he appears. The other party seemed momentarily taken aback, but the gravity of his mother's illness dulled his curiosity about everything else. He promptly invited, "Can I meet you for a chat?" "Sure, just let me finish this round." Han Sheng was in no rush. After all, such kidney-related ailments are typically chronic, and as long as they could be treated, there was no immediate urgency. "All right, how long will it take? I'll come and pick you up." Zhang Weiyu maintained his composure, despite an overwhelming sense of urgency within, and refrained from pressuring him. 10 minutes later, Zhang Weiyu's second-hand tricycle arrived punctually outside the billiards hall. With someone willing to drive him, he felt no inclination to bother with his dilapidated Xiao. "Long time no see, Han Sheng. It hasn't been that long, has it?" He recalled that in his previous life, Zhang Weiyu had gifted him something the day before his birthday. However, in this life, it had likely been over a year since their last meeting. "Hey, Han Sheng, let me be direct. My mother has developed uremia due to diabetes, requiring monthly medication and dialysis. I've exhausted all my savings. Hence, I wish to borrow some money from you." Han Sheng was well aware of the situation, but chose not to respond immediately, instead gazing silently at Zhang Weiyu. The latter did not shy away, his gaze clear and resolute. "How much do you need?" 40,000. Just that amount would suffice. With it, I can manage to earn the remaining funds. How do you know I possess such an amount? I'm merely a fresh graduate. Are you suggesting I ask my family for money? 2,000 is a trivial sum for him, barely making a ripple. Yet he knew well that nothing in this world comes without a price. Despite their previous camaraderie, he would lend it to Zhang Weiyu, perhaps even gift it, but he absolutely could not allow him to perceive it as too effortless. "I spotted you in Janya last year when you joined a gaming company. Upon further inquiry, I discovered it was your own venture." "Oh, so you've been discreetly inquiring about me? How underhanded." Han Sheng jested. "Heh," Zhang Weiyu chuckled. "Han Sheng, you remain as amusing as ever. To be candid, I recently invested in a project, and I currently have less than 200,000. Zhang Weiyu, assuming he might be putting Han Sheng in a difficult position, quickly assured him, "I can repay you promptly and even offer interest." Han Sheng raised a hand, signaling him to pause. "Given our friendship, I am determined to assist you. However, I have 2 conditions." "All right, state them." Han Sheng nodded slightly. "To be frank, while Zhang Weiyu may embody a rogue persona, he is genuinely filial and capable of shouldering the responsibilities of an elder brother. Apart from lacking formal education, he possesses commendable qualities. Firstly, you must bring Zhang Weilei back from Janya to care for your mother. That is no problem. I had already intended to do so. Secondly, you will accompany me back to Janya." As he spoke, Han Sheng beckoned him closer. Upon learning the second condition, Zhang Weiyu appeared momentarily perplexed. Yet soon a light of understanding dawned upon him. "All right, I can manage that. I'll have Weilei return immediately." Han Sheng nodded in satisfaction. "Then let us depart at once." "Huh? Right now back to Janya?" Zhang Weiyu hesitated, having not yet bid his mother a final farewell. Nonetheless, he harbored no concerns about Han Sheng deceiving him and withholding funds. Based on his previous experiences, he knew that if Han Sheng committed to something, he would follow through. Where else would we be going? "Of course, we're heading to the bank to withdraw money." "Ah, thank you, Han Sheng." Observing Zhang Weiyu bowing in gratitude, Chen Sheng silently approved. It appears that true talent shines, regardless of circumstance, whether in his previous life or this one. This fellow's emotional intelligence has always been remarkably high. If it were that fool Wang Zibo seeking a loan, he would likely ask, you're lending me money so soon? Do you trust me this much? Such superfluous inquiries were his hallmark. While this disposition isn't inherently negative, it can become quite irksome. After parting ways with Zhang Weiyu, Chen Hansheng patted his rumbling stomach and casually sought out a noodle shop, ordering a bowl of spicy beef noodles. Suddenly, his phone rang again, this time revealing a call from Shen Youchu. Fearing something might be amiss, he promptly answered. Hello, what's the matter? A slow, measured breath preceded her response. Today, I took a Ning to primary school. Shen Yuchu's voice remained soft and melodious. Though it was barely audible, Chen Hansheng had to lean in closely to catch her words. Oh, how did Ning fare? She is doing well, though she is still somewhat shy around new people. I'll be returning in less than half a month. I'll bring Wang Zibo and Xiao to meet her, allowing her to socialize more, which will greatly benefit her development. Right? I've already asked Xiao to scout for a few rental storefronts near the financial university and Yiwu Commodity City. You should visit with her in the coming days and select a suitable shop for your old business. Oh, on the other end, Shen Youchu acknowledged but then recalled her friend. What about Linyu? Hupanya is probably interviewing for a civil service position right now. Let her experience the process. This time, Shen Youchu remained silent, and Chen Hansheng understood her inner dissent. She did not wish for her friend to face setbacks. He had previously informed this Navi girl that in his past life, Linyu's unsuitability for the bureaucratic environment ultimately led to her dismissal. Rest assured, facing some challenges will be beneficial for her. Otherwise, with her current capabilities, not even 10 donkeys could bring her back. Noticing the absence of sound on the line, he grew slightly impatient, yet composed himself to continue encouraging her. If her character isn't tempered, she will inevitably encounter difficulties. Allowing her to face some obstacles within the system now will be advantageous for her future. Finally, Shen Youchu responded, indicating that his motivational words had taken effect. Yes, indeed, children should behave well. Let us not have her adopt any of the spoiled behavior of little fish. I haven tea. Haha, you're truly adorably foolish. Chen Hansheng could easily envision that at this moment, Shen Youchu's eyes, resembling blooming peach blossoms, were filled with playful reproach and shyness. Her lips pouting slightly as her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, weakly retorting. After concluding the sweet phone call with Shen Youchu, he glanced at the time. It was merely 12:30. Deciding to seize the moment, he drove over to the hospital. Today, Wang Zibo's condition was markedly improved compared to the first day. At least he could manage some simple movements, unlike the first day when Lu Yuzhen had to feed him. Hey, chicken neck brother, you seem to be doing well today. It appears your time spent alone with classmate Shir yesterday had a positive effect. Get lost. What does that have to do with Shir? With both parents absent, their conversation flowed without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Chun, do you think I could really marry such a beautiful girl in the future? Wang Zibo gazed up at the stark white ceiling, seemingly lost in thought, his expression a mix of fascination and bewilderment. Chen Hansheng understood his childhood friend all too well. This was a classic manifestation of his insecurities. Zibo, I didn't want to bring this up, but I feel compelled to share it with you now. Go ahead. Am I really going to say it? What is there that you can't share with me? Chen Hansheng's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he fixed his gaze on his friend. To be honest, in my previous life, I felt you were unworthy of being Shir. What the hell? I thought you'd offer some comforting words. Ha ha ha. Did you really think I would? Nevertheless, there is really no such thing as being worthy or unworthy. You are honest, grounded, and steadfast, capable of selflessly dedicating yourself to friends and family without expecting anything in return. This is both your flaw and your strength. Exactly. If you were to meet someone like Huang Hui, your personality would merely render you an ATM for her. However, if you encounter someone like Bien Shir, that is where your traits become advantageous. Advantages. Wang Zibo fell into silence once again. There is no need to overthink it. What will be, will be. Just remember one thing. Do not change yourself for the sake of others. Pursue Bien Shir with your truest self. Hum. I understand. Xiao Chun. Although we are close enough that such politeness is unnecessary, I still want to thank you. After a long pause, Wang Zibo finally uttered these words. Thank you, mother? Don't get all sentimental with me. You're not a beauty. Wang Zibo's face darkened, and he retorted without a second thought. You bastard I. Aunt Lu is back. Chen Hansheng turned to the door of the ward, raising his hand in greeting. Huh? I. Ha ha, look how scared you are. He couldn't help but laugh heartily at Wang Zibo's comical expression. Get lost. I can't argue with you. Can't I just stop talking? Chen Hansheng remained unfazed, scrutinizing him thoughtfully as if he were missing something. What are you staring at? Zibo, think about it. Yesterday, I let you meet your future wife in advance. And today I'm teaching you how to pursue girls. Shouldn't you offer me something in return? What can I possibly give you? Well, you can repay me right now. Chen Hansheng's expression turned grave as he looked at him. Okay, what is it? His instincts told him that his friend was up to no good, but considering what had transpired yesterday and today, he felt that taking a minor loss was acceptable. Just call me Dad once. Is that too much to ask? Get lost. Sure. Aunt Lu is coming. Don't say anything. Chen Hansheng glanced at the corridor, his eyes darting back and forth, reminding the agitated Wang Zibo to keep quiet. Damn it. Trying to trick me again. Wang Zibo, how can you curse like that? Wang Zibo merely shrugged in response, staying at the hospital until 4 in the afternoon. They finally received the call to drive and pick up the two sisters after Xiao Rongyu accompanied Bian Shishir to finish their outing. Xiao was undoubtedly delighted. Today she and Bian Shishir had shared numerous heartfelt conversations, deepening their bond. From a moment Chen Hansheng saw her until they got into the car, a sweet smile lingered on his lips, drawing the attention and admiration of passing boys. The two had begun to transition from ordinary friends to good friends, and the next step would be evolving into best friends. Reflecting on this, Chen Hansheng also thought of Zheng Gimi, a formidable character capable of holding her own in the cutthroat world of business and one of his many cherished female friends. Tigu, if you are watching from the heavens in your previous life, please come and witness this male friend of yours, with an ethereal charm, striking beauty, and universally adored. Xiao Chen, what are you thinking about? Sitting in the back seat, Xiao Rongyu caught a glimpse of Chen Hansheng's troubled expression in the rearview mirror. Ahem, I'm not thinking about anything. Oomph. Xiao Rongyu clearly didn't believe him, yet she didn't press further, unaware that his melancholy stemmed from thoughts of women. By now, it was afternoon, and the sun had begun its gentle descent, losing the harsh intensity of midday. Its rays softened, casting a languid and harmonious outline over the bustling train station. Today, Bian Shishir was set to return to Jianya, and the two sisters shared a brief, tender embrace as they parted. Chen Hansheng could hardly comprehend the swift, emotional connections that blossomed between girls. After bidding farewell to Bian Shishir at the train station, the two found a nearby rattan chair and sat closely together. So, did that security guard go inside? Due to the overwhelming evidence of the intentional assault, with numerous witnesses present, the verdict was straightforward. However, due to legal procedures, Aunt Lu's actions were deemed instigatory, leading to a reduced sentence of only 45 days. Naturally, they were discussing the incident involving Wang Zibo's assault. The individual responsible was currently engaged in sewing and receiving ideological education. Yet, when Xiao Rongyu noticed her boyfriend's slightly furrowed brow, she realized he was dissatisfied with the outcome. Damn it, even if it takes a year and a half. I still want to beat Wang Zibo. Huh? Why do you want to hit Zibo? Haha, I don't know, it just came out. Poor Zibo. Getting beaten and then scolded by you. Her laughter revealed the dimples on either side of her cheeks, effortlessly captivating anyone who gazed upon her. Well, it's unavoidable. After all, he is still under the protection of legal agreements. However, once I go to court with the other party's lawyer, those agreements will no longer hold. Xiao Rongyu's understanding of the law far surpassed Chen Hansheng's. She possessed considerable experience in dealing with such matters. Chen Hansheng nodded absent-mindedly, his gaze on Xiao Rongyu growing increasingly audacious as his hand around her slender waist began to wander. What are you doing? No. She struggled against him, but her strength was no match for Chen Hansheng's, and she couldn't break free. Fortunately, understanding the public setting of the train station, he refrained from further actions. allowing Xiao to breathe a sigh of relief and stop her struggles. If it were Youchu, Chen Hanxing mused that she would likely not resist, but would undoubtedly shyly bury her face in his embrace. All right, it's 6 o'clock, and my mother is calling me home for dinner. Xiao Rongyu glanced at her message. LV Yuqing urged her to return home as well. How I envy children like you who have a mother. Alas, my mother is a heavy drinker. Chen Hanxiang sighed deeply, displaying a countenance of dejection. Huh? Xiao Rongyu, fearing something was amiss with Liang Meiwan, anxiously inquired. What happened to her? Oh, my mother is quite well. I merely envy Aunt LV for cooking for you. You scared me. Upon hearing that Liang Meiwan was fine, Xiao Rongyu let out a heavy sigh of relief, then cast a mildly irate glance at Chen Hanxiang. My mother has been at my grandmother's house these past few days, while old Chun still provides 3 meals a day at work, leaving me to subsist on junk food daily. Then come to my house for dinner. I shall ask my mother to prepare more food. Yet, seeing him starve, Xiao Rongyu could not bear it. I was just waiting for you to say that. Time flew swiftly in the port city, and before long, it was mid-August. During this period, both Chen Hanxiang and Xiao Rongyu returned to their hometowns to celebrate a joyful mid-autumn festival, and Wang Zibo had recovered considerably, with no major issues remaining. Xiao Rongyu, leveraging her own prowess, decisively crushed the lawyers behind the fraudulent bank, ensuring they received their due punishment and reclaiming all the money defrauded from Liu Yuzhen, as well as Wang Zibo's surgical expenses and compensation for mental anguish. This incident earned her the title of lawyer Xiao among the elders of the port city. Even Xiao Hongwei and LV Yuqing were left utterly astonished upon learning of this, recalling that their daughter had been studying international trade. When had she delved into law? Old Xiao had even consulted a seasoned lawyer in the port city, who could only describe Xiao Rongyu in 4 words, difficult to fathom. At the entrance of the south gate of Chen Gou community, Xiao Hongwei waved to his daughter, Xiao Rongyu, in the small Shali car, giving her instructions. Call your father when you arrive at Jianya. Got it, Dad. And you, Hanxiang, must take good care of Xiao Rongyu. Rest assured, Uncle Xiao, Jianya is my territory. Chen Hanxiang had to return to Jianya due to company matters, while Wang Zibo, still recuperating, needed to rest at home. And Xiao Rongyu was naturally preparing for the impending school term. My daughter has truly grown up, with a boyfriend, maturity, capability, and her own secrets. I must be getting old. At this moment, the midday sun blazed brightly, casting its rays upon the face of the once Wu Yinzu of Port City. With a gaze both resolute and wise, yet not devoid of maturity, he watched his daughter's smile recede into the distance, unconsciously mirroring a bittersweet and melancholic smile of his own. On the Jiangang Expressway, Xiao Rongyu munched on chips while lamenting to Chen Hanxiang. You have no idea how pretentious that teacher is. I merely wanted to switch majors. Passing the judicial examination should suffice, yet they still require a re-examination. A fortnight prior, Xiao Rongyu had submitted her application for a major change. She was currently studying international trade and needed to return to business law to be in the same class as Bian Shi and to interact with Professor Sunday. With your capabilities, I doubt you need to fear a re-examination. I bet that Proctor would end up calling you teacher instead. The re-examination is no big deal. It's just that I had promised Shi to visit the Acehang Shopping Center and Deshang Boutique today. Xiao Rongyu pouted her rosy lips, visibly miffed. Oh. Upon arriving in Jianya, Chen Hanxiang first dropped Xiao Rongyu off at Xianning for her re-examination, then made a detour to Tianjing Mountain Community to check on Shen Youchu and her mother-in-law. Since Shen Ningning had not yet finished school, he finally pressed the accelerator to reach the now-renamed Xingyue Ingjun Company on Tianyuan East Road. He had even designed a logo for this name, a radiant moon exuding silver light, cradling a resplendent star, reminiscent of a crescent moon embracing a star. Chapter 51, Cadillac vs. Shali. This logo exuded a contemporary and stylish aura, imbued with a unique romanticism. In Chen Hanxing's eyes, the moon naturally represented the pure and luminous Xiao Rongyu, while the star symbolized the treasure of the starry sky, Shun Han Hai. Whenever he gazed upon this logo, thoughts of them would naturally spring to mind. Damn it, how did I ever think of using Ingjun as a name? Xiao. As he entered the office, Chen Hanxiang immediately summoned his secretary. Within 2 seconds, Xiao appeared before him from the adjacent office. Director Chen, you've finally returned. Hey, did you miss me? Oh, please, I wouldn't dare. With a girl like Youchu around, who would find you meaningful? Having been in the company for over a month, she had encountered Chen Youchu several times and found the boss's wife to be entirely unpretentious, even courteous and friendly, akin to a close friend. Huh, Shen Youchu is just like that. What is so special about it? Chen Hansheng waved his hand dismissively. The little secretary rolled her eyes. Director Chen, you really know how to put on an act. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they finally got down to business. By the way, how is the implementation of the proposal I mentioned progressing? You mean that 2D side-scrolling fighting game, right? Yes. What is the current development status? The secretary pondered for a moment, then provided a rough overview. The dynamic backgrounds and the corresponding professions and skills for each character have been designed, but the game mechanics, graphics rendering, and some core elements are still under development. Do you have more specific information? Please bring it to me. Certainly. The secretary retrieved 2 almost identical documents from her bag, checked the markings she had made, and handed one to Chen Hansheng. Not bad. If we maintain this pace, we could enter public testing by March next year. He calculated in his mind. Once this game launched, his worth would swiftly surpass the billion mark, a pace far quicker than in his previous life. Damn, having a solid foundation is indeed advantageous. Back then, developing Rocket 101 nearly exhausted me. In truth, he was destined to soar after 2007 in his first life, but due to some extraordinary circumstances, he experienced a significant downturn, resulting in his company's bankruptcy and personal debts amounting to 17.4 million. Reflecting on this, a fierce and confident glint flickered in his eyes. After spending nearly 2 hours at the company, ensuring that the plan was free of any oversights, he drove towards Xianing University Town. It was now 5 in the afternoon, a bustling mealtime for university students. Chen Hansheng squinted, searching for Xiao Rongyu, who was making her way towards him. However, he found it somewhat amusing that wherever Xiao Rongyu passed, people deliberately parted to create a path. The rate of head-turning for Xiao Rongyu was nearly 99%. As for the remaining 1%, perhaps they were simply blind. Yet, amidst the focus of attention, Xiao Rongyu remained remarkably composed. This was not an act, but rather a genuine habituation. Wow, that girl is extraordinarily beautiful. She is simply my ideal goddess. I know her. She is the campus belle from our school in Jiangling District, named Xiao Rongyu. So she is Xiao Rongyu. Hello, Junior. I'm Dong Anpo, a doctoral student from Dongdali College. Are you also a doctoral student at Dongda? At that moment, a somewhat handsome young man, impeccably dressed, extended his hand towards Xiao Rongyu. Today, she donned a lightweight, form-fitting khaki shirt, its clean lines devoid of any excess. Her straight-leg trousers, reaching just above the ankles, exuded a subtle air of professionalism, having served as a law firm director for over a decade in her previous life. Her demeanor radiated a maturity far beyond her actual age. At least in public, she refrained from revealing her sweet, youthful side. Thus, it was no surprise that this individual, named Dong Anpo, mistook her for a doctoral student. Hello, senior. I'm merely a graduate student, she replied, addressing the suddenly appeared young man with little more than a polite acknowledgement, hardly sparing him a glance as she continued toward the inconspicuous red Xiao Li parked on the road. Undeterred, he felt a surge of pride upon seeing the direction she was heading. He jogged ahead of her, gesturing toward a stately black Cadillac DTS parked nearby, and said apologetically, "Sorry, Junior, I didn't mean to imply you look old. It's just that your aura truly resembles that of a doctoral candidate." Noticing her lack of response, he resorted to his trump card. "That Cadillac is mine. May I invite you to dinner?" This time, Xiao Rongyu did not utter a word, merely moving toward the car as if drawn to it. At least, that was the impression among the onlookers. The pivotal detail was that only 2 cars were parked by the roadside, the Cadillac and the red Xiao Li positioned directly behind it. "Ah, Dong Sr., it's great to have wealth in the family," murmured the crowd, their envy palpable as they noted that even a stunning beauty like Xiao Rongyu was willing to share a meal with him. It's all thanks to my Cadillac." Dong Anpo basked in their envious remarks, shrugging nonchalantly as he adjusted his bangs, fully embracing the image of a dashing gentleman. In an effort to showcase his gallantry, he took deliberate strides to his car, ostentatiously opening the passenger door. "Ha ha, man, you're impressive." Chen Sheng, who had been observing from within the car, nearly burst into laughter. He had managed to contain himself until he witnessed the young man actually opening the passenger door. At that point, he could no longer hold back. With a playful spirit, he suppressed his laughter and exited the car, striding toward Xiao Rongyu. "Hello, beautiful. Would you do me the honor of joining me for a meal?" Seeing the mischievous glint in Chen Sheng's eyes, she felt a spark of mischief herself. "Sure, I'm actually headed to watch a movie. Could you accompany me?" "What the heck is happening?" "No way." Gasps of disbelief filled the air as onlookers processed the scene. The goddess is actively inviting a guy to go to the movies. Many students stared in astonishment at the tall young man, whose roguish demeanor marked him as anything but a model student. Their eyes widened, some even agape in shock, including Dong Anpo, who still had his hand on the Cadillac's passenger door. "Damn it, a punk in a shabby Xiao Li dares to compete with me." He fumed, his anger evident as veins pulsated on his forehead, possibly exacerbated by the heat. At that moment, the crowd had effectively divided into two factions. One side comprised the affluent and attractive doctoral student Dong Anpo with his Cadillac, valued at no less than 500,000. The other featured the ambiguously background yet tall Chen Sheng and his old Xiao Li, worth less than 100,000. Chapter 52. Just as beautiful as my sister. At first glance, Chen Sheng seemed to be at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, the true arbiter of this contest was none other than the campus belle, Xiao Rongyu. Chen Sheng, however, paid Dong Anpo no mind, instead focusing intently on the leading lady, Xiao Rongyu, with a contemplative expression. Accompanying you to the movies is not out of the question," he mused, stroking his chin as if in deep thought. After a few moments, he declared his terms, "But you must allow me a kiss." The crowd erupted in astonishment. "Dude, you're bold. Is this even human?" His audacity knows no bounds. Don't go too far. Who invites a girl like that? Just as everyone anticipated Xiao Rongyu to dismiss him coldly, she surprisingly rose on her toes and leaned in. "Mua. No, my goddess." The spectators stood in stunned silence as they watched Xiao Rongyu enter Chen Sheng's Xiao Li, gradually vanishing from their view, leaving Dong Anpo standing on the street, bewildered by the refreshing breeze that accompanied his confusion. This battle concluded with the Xiao Li emerging victorious. Today, the enchanting Xianning University town was destined to be an extraordinary night. On the Dong University BBS, posts about the campus belle, Xiao Rongyu being kissed by a boy resembling a delinquent were flooding in. "Wow, I saw the campus belle, Xiao Rongyu today. She got forcibly kissed by a rogue. Cute smuff. The original poster must be talking nonsense. Quit rambling. Oreo and Oreo. Who the hell is that guy? Basketball-loving chicken. I have the original video. 5 yuan for a copy. Black fan or radiant spot? I'm in for a copy too, just 3 yuan. In stark contrast to the uproar at Dong University, the protagonist had arrived at Tianjing Mountain Community. Xiao Rongyu took a deep breath in front of door number 1403. After glancing back at Chen Sheng, she extended her delicate fingers and knocked gently. It wasn't too long before the door swung open, revealing Shen Ning, who had just returned from school. She tilted her head, her 2 playful pigtails framing her face as she curiously regarded this unfamiliar, yet equally beautiful sister, asking in her sweet, childlike voice, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for in the same location, with the same people but different mindsets and purposes." The previous life as Xiao Rongyu had also stood at Tianjing Mountain Community, with Shen Ning opening the door. Yet this time, the emotions were not of anxiety or despair, but rather a mix of anticipation and hope. This was her first encounter with Shen Youchu's family in this life. Gazing into Shen Ning's innocent and curious eyes, Xiao Rongyu couldn't help but slowly lift her up and, after a moment's hesitation, planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. This surprised Chen Sheng slightly. Usually, Shen Ning would shy away from strangers, yet she embraced Xiao Rongyu without hesitation. "Looks like being beautiful truly is an advantage." Chen Sheng mused to himself. "I'm looking for your sister. Brother is here too. The little girl. now in Xiao Rongyu's arms, looked around and, free from her previous visual obstruction, spotted Chen Hansheng, her bright eyes brimming with joy and longing. Sister, brother is back, and there's a pretty sister looking for you. In the living room, they found only Shen Youchu, who had just emerged from a kitchen. Dressed conservatively, even in summer, she wore long pants that concealed her ankles, paired with a simple black half-sleeve shirt and an apron tied around her waist. This scene unfolds within the confines of home. Had it been outside, she would have undoubtedly donned long sleeves. You all have returned. She altered her address from you to you all, yet her gaze towards Chen Hansheng brimmed with joy and longing. However, with Xiao Rongyu present, she refrained from expressing her sentiments further. Chen Hansheng had previously discussed Xiao Yuer's visit with her while in the harbor city, deciding it prudent to allow both women to cultivate a bond with each other's families. This, he mused, might serve as a significant asset in navigating future familial complexities. Youchu. Naturally, upon arriving here, the interactions between Xiao Rongyu and Chen Hansheng had to be curtailed. Otherwise, rather than alleviating familial tensions, they would merely ignite the powder keg. Presently, Xiao Yuer's role was that of Shen Youchu's friend, having come here solely for her sake. Rongyu. The two exchanged greetings, and to Chen Hansheng's relief, there was not a hint of suspicion. Shen Ningning remained blissfully unaware of the intricate dynamics among the three adults. The meal will be ready shortly, Shen Youchu gently announced, gesturing towards the kitchen where steam wafted from the frying pan. Let me assist, Xiao Rongyu offered. No need. We are merely awaiting one last dish, she declined, not due to any rift between them, but from her inherent inclination to consider others first. Xiao Yuer, understanding her nature, turned her attention to Shen Ningning, retrieving 2 exquisite hairpins and charming hair ties from her small bag. Aining, this is a welcoming gift from your sister. What do you think? Aren't they lovely? Meow. Suddenly, a languid mule emerged from beneath the sofa, followed by a diminutive calico cat that wove itself around Xiao Rongyu, occasionally emitting a delightful chirp that was utterly endearing. Spotting that Ping'an had finally ventured out, Aining eagerly lifted it with both hands. So adorable, Ping'an. Do you wish for everyone to be safe and sound? Xiao Rongyu knelt to pet Ping'an, the soft, silky fur lifting her spirits. However, the playful kitten leapt from Aining's grasp, drawn by the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. Fortunately, Chen Hansheng's reflexes were swift, and he deftly caught it. You rascal, Ping'an. What mischief are you plotting in the kitchen? Planning to steal a bite? With each pause in his speech, he playfully flicked the kitten, which retaliated by swatting at his fingers. Don't be rough with it. It's still so small. I'm not being forceful. Just look at it. It has the energy to scratch me. Oomph. Xiao Yuer scoffed lightly, dismissing the uncouth man and turning to Shen Ningning, presenting the hairpins and ties in her outstretched palm. Upon seeing the delightful items, Aining's eyes sparkled with desire, yet she hesitated to reach out, instead glancing toward Chen Hansheng, silently inquiring if it was permissible to accept her sister's gift. Go ahead and accept it. This sister will cherish you just as your brother does. Thank you, sister. They are so beautiful. With her brother's approval, little Aining joyfully accepted the hairpins and ties, for such trinkets were scarce in her possession. Although Shen Youchu adored her younger sister, she had primarily provided practical gifts, food, clothing, and shoes throughout her upbringing. In contrast, due to her own family circumstances, Xiao Rongyu had seldom considered such fundamental aspects of life. Thus her gifts leaned more towards decorative items. Come, let me help you put it on. Thank you, sister. Aining looks truly lovely. Sister's also beautiful, just as stunning as the elder sister. The warm hues of the setting sun poured through the living room window, enveloping the white marble floor and warming the hearts of the two individuals, one large and one small. Observing this tender scene, Chen Hansheng could not help but smile with genuine warmth and satisfaction. Chapter 53, Loans. Having just emerged from the kitchen, Shen Youchu beheld this tableau, and notably, she witnessed Chen Hansheng's unreserved smile directed at the two. For reasons unknown, her nostrils tinged with a bittersweet sensation, and as she swallowed, a lump formed at her throat, her willow-like brows quivering slightly. Life at this moment felt truly splendid. She softly inhaled, then mirrored Chen Han's beaming expression. Her smile radiated from the depths of her being, seemingly capable of enchanting all who beheld it, healing the world around her, as if it could encapsulate the entirety of summer in Jianya. The sumptuous dinner unfolded harmoniously among the 5 family members. The grandmother's demeanor towards her granddaughter's friend was exceptionally gracious, yet her tranquility remained unshaken, as if nothing could disturb the serene depths of her soul. After the meal, the grandmother retreated to her bedroom for rest after a brief period in the living room. Shen, Youchu, and Xiao, Rongyu busied themselves with washing the dishes in the kitchen. Initially, Shen Hanhai intended to prevent Xiao Yuer from assisting, yet this time he found no suitable excuse to refuse her help. Meanwhile, Chen Hanxing and Aining were engrossed in watching the animated show Dream Factory, which aired at 7:30 p.m. on the Central Children's Channel. The cheerful, melodic theme echoed through the living room, prompting Shun Ningning to clap her tiny hands in delight. Pinyin, nestled in the corner of the sofa, groomed its hind legs, occasionally glancing at Shun Ningning or Chen Hanxiang, and at times it was captivated by the vibrant television screen. Brother, Chen Hanxing looked down at the little girl with a fond expression, his voice laced with curiosity. The jumping dragon is so cute. MHM, and Sister Deer is very adorable too. Cartoon Happy Island, where joy is plentiful. Dear young viewers, welcome to the scheduled broadcast of Dream Factory. Today's feature is Big-Eared Tutu. Shen Ningning watched with great enthusiasm. However, Chen Hanxiang felt indifferent towards the flat, paper-like character with a large head, oversized ears, and sparse hair, opting instead to playfully touzle Aining's hair. Damn it, can't we just watch Sister Deer all the time? Brother, what are you watching? Abruptly, Aining inquired, noticing Chen Hanxiang gazing towards the kitchen. Aining, who do you think is prettier, your sister or Xiao Yuer? He countered with a question, feeling a deep sense of contentment watching the 2 women interact harmoniously. I think both my sister and Xiao Yuer are incredibly beautiful. I can't choose. The little girl tilted her head, speaking earnestly. Do you like Xiao Yuer? I do. Xiao Yuer is so beautiful, and she gives me lovely little gifts that I adore. As she spoke, she shook her head excitedly, showcasing the hairpins and ties Xiao Rongyu had gifted her. Oh, would you like Xiao Yuer to stay by your side like your sister? Yes. All right, I'll do my best to make it happen. How does that sound? Sound great. Hee. Chen Hanxing chuckled at Aining's beaming expression, sharing in her joy. Today's endeavor was undoubtedly a promising beginning, as he drove Xiao Rongyu, embodying the role of a friend. As a new semester has yet to officially commence, the dormitories at Tokyo University remain closed, rendering it unsafe for her to be left alone in a hotel. Consequently, Chen Hanxiang decided to take her to the dormitory at his company. How is it here? She inquired. It's tolerable, though there's a hint of your foot odor lingering on the bed, he replied. Xiao Yueru playfully rubbed her nose, feigning disgust. What odor? I wash my feet daily. You can smell for yourself. Chen Hanxiang, in a mischievous manner, removed his shoes and directed them towards her nose. What are you doing? She protested. Proving my feet don't stink, he asserted with confidence. All right, you should hurry back to accompany Youchu. You haven't seen her in over half a month, and she surely misses you. In truth, she was reluctant to let Chen Hanxing leave, fearing that in such an intimate setting, he might lose control. Kiss me, and then I'll go. Not a chance, she retorted. Fine, I'm leaving without a kiss. Chen Hanxiang paid little heed to her words. But just as he stepped out of the dormitory, a fragrant breeze swept past him. Turning back, he found Xiao Yueru rushing towards him, her soft lips gently brushing against his cheek. Mua Chun Pig, remember to buy me some snacks tomorrow. Ha, so easy. Upon returning to Tianjing Mountain Community, it was already 9 o'clock. Aining had gone to sleep in her grandmother's bedroom, and the living room was enveloped in darkness. Only Shun Youchu sat quietly on the sofa, engrossed in a book, illuminated by a small pink lamp gifted by Xiao Yueru, casting a warm, gentle glow. Upon seeing Chen Hanxing return, she switched on the lights in the living room. I've told you countless times, there's no need to conserve electricity. If you strain your eyes, it'll cost more to treat them. Oh, I understand. Shen Youchu pouted, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with a mix of grievance and longing, resembling a wronged child. Come here, Chen Hanqing beckoned with a finger. As she approached, he wrapped her in his arms. However, he refrained from any overly intimate gestures, instead using one hand to massage her nose, under her eyes, and at her temples. This is eye exercise. Remember the spots I pressed. Do it when your eyes tire. Are you tired? If you are, I can make the bed. Huh. Can I interpret that as you trying to tempt me? Chen Hanqing teased as he gently grasped Shen Youchu's chin, locking eyes with her innocent and shy gaze. Sigh. For some reason, he suddenly exhaled deeply. Shen Youchu, sensing his unease, instinctively inquired, is something bothering you? With Grandma and Aining around, I can't even share a bed with you. Therefore, I've decided that by the end of the year, we shall move to a new place, specifically the Jinling Yuding Garden from our past life. Shen Youchu was no longer the naive girl she once was. She now recognized that Chen Hanqing's notion of sharing a bed often implied mischief. Her cheeks, once slightly flushed, now burned crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, unable to confront his penetrating stare. All right, stop focusing on that silly book. Come to bed and chat with me. Chen Hanqing, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, seizing her hand and leading her towards the bedroom, while poor Shen Youchu being forcibly dragged back. Remember to switch off the living room lights. The next morning, a groggy Chen Hanqing inhaled the enticing aroma of pork and green pepper buns wafting through the air, rousing him from his drowsy state. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was already 9 o'clock. There were several messages, including one from Su Ning inquiring when he would arrive at the office, which he promptly disregarded. Another message from Chun Lan reminded him that school was about to start, and she needed him to pick her up in Yangzhou, but he brushed it off, hoping to delay for another day. After dressing in his pajamas and donning slippers, he entered the bathroom, where he found the toothbrush Shen Youchu had already prepared for him, complete with toothpaste. He picked it up naturally and began his morning routine. At the dining table, as he savored his buns, he admired Shen Youchu, who was on her knees cleaning the floor. From this angle, she resembled a housekeeper, which inadvertently reminded him of thrilling scenes from adult films. Unfortunately, Grandma and Aining were still at home. Damn it, we must move by the end of the year. Hello. Xiao, expedite the bank loan process and borrow an additional 4 to 5 million. I urgently need it. Chapter 54. The Puzzled Secretary. But the current funding requirements for the company don't necessitate that much. Is this truly advisable? Company needs can wait. I need it urgently. Hurry up. He hung up the phone, muttering dissatisfaction about his secretary. That fool Xiao. Why is she so slow about borrowing money? Achoo! 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 At that moment, Xiao, at the bank processing the loan, sneezed 3 times in quick succession. Which lunatic is cursing me this early in the morning? The bank's deputy manager, maintaining professionalism, inquired politely. Miss Nya, are you coming down with a cold? Perhaps. By the way, Manager Xiao, I need to borrow an additional 5 million. Why the sudden increase? My boss wants to develop a new project. Upon arriving at the company, Chen Hanqing first sought out Xiao in his dormitory, carrying a beige thermal container. This was saved for you by Shen Youchu. He placed the container on the table and removed the lid, revealing 4 buns prepared by Shen Han that morning. Xiao wasted no time and devoured one of the plump buns. However, the buns were quite filling, and she could only manage 3 before feeling satisfied, prompting Chen Hanqing to finish the rest. What are your plans for today? I've made arrangements with Sure to visit a private dining establishment by Changshu Lake. It's quite delicious. ISNT that the place I took you and Wang Zibo to when we first entered university in our past life? Yes. Sure adore their spicy, stir-fried bamboo shoots. Oh, should I drive you there? Chen Hanqing playfully jingled the keys to his car. No need. We want to browse the malls along the way. By the way, are you bringing Youchu? Xiao believed that since they would be meeting each other's families, it was essential for friends to maintain a certain bond as well. That's a good idea, but bringing Shen Youchu might make you both feel embarrassed. Why do you say that? Buddha says, do not speak. You will understand when you experience it yourself. How mysterious. With Chen Hanqing's encouragement, Xiao Yueru became increasingly determined to invite Shun Youchu along for the outing. Chen Hansheng, using his intuition, knew that Shun Han would undoubtedly agree. Not out of love for shopping, but because she never turned down a friend's invitation. In their past life, she often accompanied Yu to watch those mindless Korean dramas. In truth, Shun Han had little interest in them, yet she watched attentively, simply out of loyalty to her friend. Indeed, within 10 seconds, Xiao Yueru hung up the phone, having made arrangements. Ah, now that you've taken Shun Youchu away, who am I supposed to play with when I return home this afternoon? Chen Hansheng reclined in his executive chair, resting his forehead in his hand, letting out a sigh of resignation. Ha! Why don't you go accompany Ping'an for some leisure? What amusement can a foolish cat provide? I would rather saunter around Industrial Avenue. He replied, What business do you have over there? There's no Gokul Electronics now. Isn't there still New Century? I intend to pay a visit to an old friend from a previous life and ascertain whether it's Lao Hong or Gou who currently holds sway. The mere thought of those two invoked a peculiar mix of anticipation and nostalgia within Chen Hansheng. The anticipation stemmed from the possibility of encountering his dear friend, while the nostalgia was tinged with the realization that he could not yet take advantage of TGE's situation. The company was bustling with numerous affairs. Although Chen Hansheng lacked proficiency in computers and coding, he possessed an exceptionally advanced mindset from 2019, granting him unwavering confidence in the overarching direction of the gaming industry. Su Ning was the most burdened among them, having issued a stringent directive regarding the current game project, insisting that it be developed precisely as he envisioned. As a result, the head of the technical department had barely closed his eyes during this period, with dark circles becoming his hallmark. Next was a female employee, around 35, standing at 5 feet 5 inches, whose elegance and charm were still palpable. She held a significant position as a technical supervisor and mentor, Zhang Yuan. Approaching Chen Hansheng with a document in hand, she inquired about the various details of the new development project, displaying an impressive sense of responsibility. Mr. Chen, how confident are you about this project? Upon her utterance, all eyes in the office turned to Chen Hansheng, composed of the company's upper management, rendering her words devoid of any need for discretion. I encountered this game in a foreign gaming company. It's a novel mode with considerable market potential. I am certain that once it launches, our company's valuation will multiply by at least 10-fold. Is it truly that exaggerated? Su Ning exclaimed, his eyes widening behind his black-framed glasses. With the company's current valuation nearing 4 million, a 10-fold increase would amount to 40 million, and with his 5% stake, his bonus would exceed 100,000. Absolutely confirmed. So, everyone, let us rally together. Ali G. Chen Hansheng smirked, painting grand visions. Director Chen is at it again with his lofty dreams, Xiao Yu remarked, observing her colleagues being inspired by their boss, her expression tinged with skepticism. By now, she had gleaned some insights into Chen Hansheng's character, his domineering nature, penchant for reprimanding, and decisive manner. Nonetheless, he displayed generosity upon the completion of tasks, frequently distributing bonuses. These traits illustrated his business persona. Having ascended to the position of company secretary, she enjoyed equity incentives, albeit a modest 1%. Yet, she felt content as her monthly earnings, including salary and bonuses, approached 4,500. The boss treated her well, engaging in friendly conversations, and her colleagues were amiable. Although the initial phase was exhausting, she deemed it all worthwhile. However, one question lingered in her mind. Why had Chen Hansheng selected her as the company's secretary? She possessed a degree of self-awareness. Compared to other employees, her experience was not profound, nor did she possess a particular expertise. Yet, the boss had deliberately nurtured her abilities since her onboarding. She had once speculated that her looks might be the reason, but after meeting Shen Youchu, she completely dismissed that notion. Moreover, Chen Hansheng's treatment of her resembled that of a sibling, devoid of any romantic undertones portrayed in dramas. Could it be that Director Chen and she were acquainted in a past life, and that the heavens, witnessing her current misfortunes, had sent him to rescue her from adversity? Hey, Xiao, what are you staring at? Just as the secretary was lost in thought, Chen Hansheng's voice interrupted her contemplation, drawing her away from her closest approach to the truth. Oh, nothing, just pondering some work-related matters. After Chen Hanxing departed, Su Ning patted Xiao on the shoulder, his tone laced with envy. Xiao, you truly are fortunate. What fortune do I possess? Your role in the company far surpasses mine, she candidly responded, aware that Su Ning was undoubtedly the second in command. I'm not referring to ability. Haven't you noticed how the boss treats you distinctly compared to others? Really? The secretary scratched her head, nibbling on the tip of her Doraemon pen. Of course. Mr. Chen regards you as one of his own. Chapter 55, The Red High Heels. Upon exiting the company, Chen Hanxing drove towards the New Century Electronics Factory located at 157 Industrial Avenue, Jiangling District. He glanced at the nearby, overgrown wasteland, a tangle of weeds reaching waist height, feeling a surge of melancholy and reflection. In his previous life, by this time, the Gokul second-generation smartphones, White Moonlight and Treasure, had already been launched. He ambled to the entrance of New Century, where a middle-aged security guard halted his progress. Who are you looking for? I'm here to see you, my good fellow, Chen Hanxing replied, handing the guard a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. However, the guard did not accept them, instead narrowing his almond-shaped eyes in confusion. Let us not misunderstand. I merely wish to gather some specifics about New Century. Is Mr. Zheng still in charge, or has Mr. Hong taken a lead? Upon hearing Chen's inquiries, the guard relaxed, realizing that this information was not a closely guarded secret. Accepting the cigarettes, he reciprocated by offering one of his own. To be honest, these two big shots have been at odds for nearly 2 years, neither yielding to the other, resulting in a significant decline in the factory's performance. Recently, employees have mentioned that Mr. Zheng has decided to step down. What? Chen Gou is leaving? That doesn't seem like her character. The guard's revelation left Chen Hanxing bewildered, based on his understanding of Zheng Guanti and Hong Shiyong. Their standoff should not have been so brief. After all, New Century boasted deep-rooted foundations, and it was entirely plausible for them to persist for 3 to 5 more years. Given Zheng's business acumen and temperament, it was improbable that she would capitulate so swiftly. He slowly crouched down, furrowing his brow as he took a deep drag from a cigarette. Could Chen Gou have devised an alternative solution? But aside from completely vacating New Century, what other viable options did she possess? He remained in this position for 7 or 8 minutes, and when he finally stood up, his legs trembled from the prolonged crouch. Here, my good fellow, this is a token of appreciation. Please treat yourself to some drinks. Whoa, I can't accept this. The middle-aged guard closed his eyes in discomfort as he pushed away the stack of 100 yuan bills that Chen Hanxing offered, estimating its thickness to be around 1,000. Why not? If I've enjoyed your cigarettes, we are now brothers. What is wrong with treating a brother to a drink? Well, the guard hesitated, but Chen Hanxing insisted. I simply admire Mr. Zheng and wish to keep abreast of matters concerning New Century. He patted the guard's shoulder and stealthily tucked the money into the guard's pocket. All right then, while I can't promise much, I assure you that I can keep you informed about the factory's happenings. As he confidently patted his chest while making promises, he jovially engaged in light banter with Chen Hanxing. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the New Century Electronics Factory, a woman adorned in luxurious designer attire sat before a computer displaying surveillance footage. Her features were exquisitely delicate, and even without makeup, she exuded a captivating charm. Her long, flowing coffee-colored waves cascaded down her back, imparting an aura of both languor and sharpness. She brushed aside a few stray strands from her forehead, sipped her iced coffee, and turned to her assistant. Yin Yin, please summon the security guard at the entrance. Understood, General Manager Zheng. After bidding farewell to New Century, Chen Hanxing drove while contemplating his next course of action. Initially, he intended to assist his close friend in dealing with the rotund and affable Lao Hong, as he was reluctant to linger there any longer. However, now his friend had taken the initiative to intervene, and until he grasped the full context of the situation, he could not act impulsively. He had considered reaching out to the district government for insights, but given his status as merely a small company valued at over 3 million, he doubted the district leaders would spare him a moment of their time. It appeared he would have to await the arrival of the security guard. Regrettably, Zhang Weiyu had pressing matters to attend to. Otherwise, a nostalgic reunion would have been delightful. Glancing at his friend, he pondered whether he should visit Sister Kong. He could not quite fathom why he felt drawn to these familiar places today. With a destination in mind, he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel towards the direction of his past recollections. Upon arriving and closing the car door, Chen Hansheng approached the building where Kong Jing resided. He stealthily leaned against the door, attempting to discern if anyone was inside. Yet, he was aware that Kong Jing's home was equipped with a security door, rendering him unable to hear anything. After a futile attempt at eavesdropping, he sighed and turned to descend the stairs. Damn it, today has indeed been rather lonely. Suddenly, in the intermittently dim and brightly lit corridor, a sound echoed. Chen Hansheng, an experienced driver, recognized it as the click of high heels against the floor. However, in his current mood, he paid little heed and continued his descent. Upon reaching the second floor, he unexpectedly spotted the source of the sound. A pair of wine-red stiletto heels adorned with an emerald octagonal gem, accentuating the delicate contours of a well-shaped foot. Following this, he beheld a pair of slender calves clad in black stockings, leading up to thighs similarly enveloped in black, and a sleek, form-fitting skirt that extended just past the knee. He discreetly assessed the proportions and concluded they were between those of Xiao Yuer and Shen Henin. Yet, as his gaze traveled upwards, his foot hovered mid-step, fixated on a familiar, alluring visage. It was indeed Sister Jing, exuding her characteristic allure. Unconsciously, he inhaled the faint, familiar fragrance in the air, dissipating the tension that had built in his chest. While he found himself at ease, Kong Jing, who had been on guard, subtly glanced at Chen Hansheng. Upon confirming she did not recognize him, she quickened her pace slightly, her ears attuned to any sounds behind her. However, she felt a slight relief when she realized he had not followed her and seemed to remain stationary. Summoning her courage, she peered through the gap in the stairwell, confirming that Chen Hansheng stood there, unmoving. Alas, she could only see his head, oblivious to the complex emotions of excitement, nostalgia, and enjoyment playing across his face. It was only upon hearing the resounding thud of a door closing that Chen Hansheng's mischievous smile returned, and he resumed his previously halted steps. Indeed, the boy who smiles is seldom unfortunate. Returning home, Kong Jing exhaled softly, patting her rising and falling chest, her gaze following the retreating silhouette of the small Xiangli under the warm glow of the setting sun. She glanced at the white spray bottle tightly clutched in her hand and chuckled in resignation, realizing she had perhaps overthought the situation. Settling onto her soft sofa, she shook her slightly dazed head, her eyes momentarily lost in thought as she stared at the wooden coffee table before her. After a lengthy pause, her focus returned, drawn to the fiery orange sunset and the sky ablaze with hues of crimson and gold, intense yet ethereal. Perhaps it was indeed time to depart. Chapter 56, For Lacking One. Humming softly, Chen Hansheng adjusted the seat back of his car, resting his head on his hands while conversing with Xiao Rongyu over the phone. "How was your day? Did you three enjoy yourselves?" "Absolutely," she replied cheerfully. "Aren't you feeling even a tad guilty?" "Why should I feel guilty? Please book a hot pot restaurant. We'll be heading out shortly." With a chuckle, Chen Hansheng found Xiao Yuer's slightly prideful demeanor quite amusing. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Xiao Rongyu exchanged glances with Bian Shi and then with Shen Youchu. She did not feel the overwhelming guilt Chen Hansheng suggested. Rather, she experienced a peculiar sensation. Shen Youchu had joined their group as Xiao Rongyu's friend, and it was hard not to like someone with Shen Henin's personality and appearance. Bian Shi was no exception. The trio had spent the day exploring the supermarket in Xianing University Town, enjoying lunch at Changsha Lake Park, and finally returning to Yiwu Small Commodity City in Jiangling. In terms of expenses, they had each made varying purchases. Xiao Rongyu spent 37 yuan on snacks and 327 yuan on an outfit, totaling 364 yuan. Bian Shi spent exactly 30 yuan on snacks and 74 yuan on hair clips and earrings, summing up to 104 yuan. Shen Youchu spent 35 yuan on shrimp sticks for her sister and 2 yuan on 2 cheap ballpoint pens for studying, totaling 55 yuan. It would be unrealistic to claim that Xiao Yuer and Bian Shi felt no pang of awareness. After all, none of them were extravagant spenders. Xiao Rongyu's higher expenditure stemmed from her family background, yet she never squandered her money. The saying "no comparison, no harm" rang true. Xiao Yuer mused to herself, fully aware of how exaggerated Chen Hanqing's earning capacity was. Yet Shen Youchu maintained her original spending mindset, something that left her feeling slightly inferior. Nevertheless, she bore no resentment. It was merely a moment of introspection. As they exited Yiwu's small commodity city, they were greeted by the conspicuous sight of the red small Xiangli. "Hey Xiao Yuer, why aren't you sitting in the passenger seat?" Bian Shi inquired as they climbed into the car. Xiao Rongyu, mindful of Shun Youchu's presence, felt unable to reveal the truth to her friend just yet. "We three finally have a chance to hang out. Of course, I'll accompany you and Youchu." "Oh, then it looks like Master Chen will have to endure a bit." At present, Shi has already regarded Xiao Yuer and Chen Hanqing as friends, and Shen Youchu can also be counted among them, although they have just met today and need some time to establish a foundation of emotional connection. She glanced at the right side where Rongyu sat, then looked to her left at Shen Youchu, and with a touch of envy, she playfully exclaimed, "Xiao Yuer, Youchu, could you possibly share some of your beauty with me? Being sandwiched between the two of you really makes me feel insecure to the point of depression." Shen Youchu, not accustomed to receiving compliments, shyly lowered her head, stealing a glance at Chen Hanqing through the rearview mirror. Sure. I fear that if you were to succumb to depression, the number of boys pursuing you in our class would exceed a handful, wouldn't it? "Oh, what's the big deal? I currently have no desire to date anyone," Sure retorted. Rongyu looked at her friend, a charming smile curving her lips like a beguiling fox. "Is that so? Is it that you are unwilling to find someone, or is it simply that no one meets your standards? Why are you always bringing me up? What about Youchu? With your beauty and gentle demeanor, you must already have a boyfriend, right?" Originally, Sure aimed to divert attention, but this question made Shun Hanhin quite anxious. She was, at present, merely a friend to the other two, just as Rongyu was to her before. "I do have someone, but how should I tell Sure?" Shen Hannin's mind was in turmoil, unsure whether to reveal her status or not. "Of course she does," Chen Hanqing interjected, sensing Shun Youchu's hesitation. "Oh, really? How did you meet your boyfriend? When did you get together, and how does he treat you?" Upon confirming that Shun Youchu indeed had a boyfriend, Shure's curiosity was instantly piqued, and she bombarded her with questions. He's very good to me. We met in college and started dating in our freshman year." Shen Hanhin tried to keep her explanation brief, not wanting to complicate the dynamics among the three of them. "That's wonderful. Both of you have boyfriends, and you got together in college, making me wish to find a boyfriend who loves and cherishes me too." Ahem. Chen Hanqing, who was driving, coughed awkwardly. In the back seat, Shen Youchu and Rongyu exchanged glances, both feeling an odd sensation brewing within. At this moment, Sure found the sudden silence in the car peculiar. However, Chen Hanqing, adept at banter, quickly found a new topic. "The hot pot I had today is said to be incredibly spicy. Shen Youchu, Sure, you both are in for a treat." "Oh, really? That sounds amazing," Sure exclaimed, patting Shen Youchu's shoulder, her tiny fist raised in anticipation as if ready for battle. "Youchu, how about we compete to see who can handle the spice better?" "Oh," Shen Youchu was momentarily taken aback. It was her first time hearing that eating spicy food could be competitive. Yet, she found the suggestion quite intriguing. "Sure, let's order a yin-yang pot. One side spicy and the other with mushroom broth." "Perfect." Sure mischievously snapped her fingers, wrapping her arms around the shoulders of both girls, laughing joyfully from the heart. Shen Youchu and Rongyu couldn't help but giggle at her antics. Chen Hanqing observed this warm and cheerful scene in the back seat, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him. Now they just needed Wang Zhibua, that devoted admirer. As he contemplated this, he instinctively picked up his phone and sent a text to Wang Zhibua. "Hey, chicken neck, you better recover quickly. Come to Jianya. We're one short here." Ding. Over in Gangcheng, Wang Zhibua picked up his little phone, perplexed by the message from his childhood friend, unsure of what Chen Hanqing was rambling about. "What do you mean one short? Isn't it 3 short? With your lackluster skills, I wouldn't even want you if it were 3 short." Wang Zhibua grimaced at the message from his friend, knowing he had no retort. He wasn't particularly good at gaming. having often dragged Chen Hanxing down in their childhood mahjong sessions. What are you even talking about? Of course, I'm inviting you to join us. Don't you want to duel with Shi? Wang Zhibua, am I that superficial? Are you all together now? With that, Chen Hanxing simply shut his phone, opting not to respond further. Wang Zhibua's question was utterly redundant, and he couldn't be bothered to elaborate. That's just how casual friendships work. Shi is such a wonderful girl. It's a pity that her beauty is wasted on a fool. Chapter 57. The beginning of the school year in the evening. As they drove back to Tianjing Mountain Community, Chen Hanxing and Shen Youchu sat in the summer car, filled with the rich aroma of hot pot. How was your day? He asked, one hand on the wheel while the other gently pinched Shen Youchu's slightly sweaty, rosy cheek. It was great. Tomorrow is the start of school. Have you packed everything? I've got everything ready. Good. Once we finish the registration tomorrow, give Xiao a call and see how she's been. Try not to mention the milk tea shop. Keep it casual. Got it. The night passed without incident. Today was August 26th, the day of the graduate school opening at Jianye University. Chen Hanxing took Shen Youchu to the Xianing University town, where Xiao Aning accompanied her elder sister, whispering sweet nothings. Sister, will you be back tonight? Of course. Brother has a house, so I don't need to stay in the dorm. Is your school far from home? Not far. Brother has a car and will arrive quickly. Will there be bad people bullying you at school? No. With brother around, no one will dare to bully you. Shen Youchu patiently answered each of Xiao Aning's questions. What if brother can't handle the bad guys? This time, Shen Youchu hesitated, gazing intently at her younger sister before glancing at Chen Hanxing, who was on the phone with Wang Zhibua, his words laced with humor. A smile unconsciously curved her lips. That won't happen. No one could defeat brother. He is the strongest in the world. Xiao Aning beamed with joy, clapping her little hands overhead. Yay! Brother is the strongest. No one dares to bully sister. Chen Hanxing, unaware of the conversation, turned back to look at the two sisters, assuming Xiao Aning was simply excited about her new surroundings. Jianye University is located in the northeastern part of Xianing University town, close to Qixia Mountain, with Xiaoyer's Dongda University and Wang Zhibua's Jianye University of Technology nearby. Chen Hanxing had visited Jianye University many times in his past lives, especially in his second life, while Shen Youchu had also studied here for 3 years, making her quite familiar with the layout. Registration was a swift process. During this time, many university students noticed them, or rather, Shen Youchu, but they merely glanced before turning their eyes away in disappointment. At this moment, Shen Ningning was holding Chen Hanxing's left hand while grasping Shen Youchu's right, giving the impression that they were a family. Since we're stuck in traffic, let's take Xiao Aning for a stroll here and head back home around noon. Sound good? Jianye University is quite expansive. The trio strolled for a good 2.5 hours, while the two adults were relatively unfazed. It was Shen Ningning's first visit to a university in this lifetime. Her curious, wide eyes flitted from side to side, absorbing the sights along the way. During this time, Shen Youchu made a phone call to Yu, discussing various recent trivialities, which were largely in line with what Chen Hanxing had surmised, lamenting the myriad injustices and intrigues within the system. Shen Youchu was deeply concerned about her friend, yet she could not divulge the matter concerning the milk tea shop, ultimately pouting as she ended the call. At 11:30, the traffic on Xianing Avenue had significantly dwindled. The three returned to the Xingyue Company in Jiangling to pick up Xiao Rongyu before heading to Tianjing Community for lunch. In 2 days, Xiao Rongyu would also be starting her semester at Dongda. Chen Hanxing had business at the company today and was occupied until after 4 in the afternoon before he could accompany her to Dongda for registration. The process was largely similar to the previous day, and since fewer people registered in the afternoon, they completed it in under 10 minutes. However, just as they exited the campus, Chen Hanxing's phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he found it was the middle-aged security guard from the New Century Electronics factory. Hey, brother, do you have any news? He inquired. The guard paused momentarily before clearing his throat and responding, Ahem, I want tea hide from you, my younger brother. Shortly after you left that day, Manager Zheng called me into his office. Chen Hanxing replied with a slight grunt, not surprised by his friend's actions. He had long been aware of the hidden cameras installed by Zheng Guani at the entrance, and the ongoing rivalry with Hong Shiyong was not a secret in Jiangling. There was no need for the guard to keep anything from him. Rest assured, brother. Manager Zheng merely inquired about our conversation, and I spoke the truth. Even if I hadn't tea, some employees at the factory were already aware of it. Then why did you call me today? Chen Hanxing asked. Manager Zheng left New Century? No, it's not that Manager Zheng left. Rather, a technical chief engineer of the factory has resigned without reason. Who was the technical engineer? Chen Hanxing had a vague suspicion of who it might be, though he wasn't entirely certain. I believe his name was something like Li Xiaokai. Chen Hanxing exclaimed. Yes, that it, Li Xiaokai. The guard finally recalled, though he felt puzzled as to why this outsider seemed more informed about the factory personnel than himself. Li Xiaokai has resigned? Could it be that he was fed up with the turmoil at the factory, or Chen Hanxing formed a vague hypothesis? Though he could not be certain just yet. Brother, whenever you have time in the next few days, let me treat you to a meal. No need for thanks. It's not a secret. You would have learned about this sooner or later without me. The two exchanged some banter before Xiao Rongyu, though curious, patiently waited for Chen Hanxing to finish his call before speaking up. Xiao Chen, do you not plan to let New Century off the hook in this lifetime? Since Rongxing Law Firm had previously handled legal matters for New Century, she was privy to many inside stories regarding the love-hate relationship between Youchu and New Century. Not really. Old Hong isn't suited for the mainland. It's better for him to return to Hong Kong and enjoy life. So, you intend to assist Chen Gou in this lifetime? Xiao Rongyu had met Zheng Guani during her first trip to America due to the Shaolin monk Zhao Tong. And at that time, Chen Hanxing had referred to her as Chen Gou. Little did she know that in her previous life, the amiable Chen Gou had spent 5,000 yuan to sleep with her man. The ambiguous nature of their relationship was known only to Nie Xiaoyu and Jiang Yunyan. Others assumed they had a legitimate business partnership and friendship. Indeed, how could I stand by and watch Chen Gou become a damsel in distress? However, the situation this time was more complicated. In her previous life, she had been the one to drive away Old Hong, which facilitated the emptying of New Century. Yet in this lifetime, Chen Gou was isolated and helpless. In the following moments, Chen Hanxing recounted his recent visit to New Century Electronics, the guard's words, and his speculations to Xiao Rongyu. Oh, so according to you, Chen Gou is quite likely a simplified version of exactly, but we cannot be certain yet. We must wait for further news from the guard. Xiao Rongyu unconsciously addressed her boyfriend. What is it? If Chen Gou were not so beautiful, I would think you two were siblings. Xiao Rongyu. Haha, what are you doing, Xiao Chen? Just before Chen Hanxing could call her name again, Xiao Rongyu had already dashed away, leaving him chasing after her with mock annoyance, his long legs striding purposefully towards her moonlit figure. Chapter 58. Do you miss Lu Feifei? In the early morning light, the sun filtered through the branches, casting a mosaic of shimmering light upon the earth, reminiscent of scattered silver, a truly enchanting sight. In the depths of the dark night, this silvery sunlight finally dispelled the gloom. It was now the early autumn of Jianya, and the air in the early morning and evening carried a hint of crispness, causing those who rose early to involuntarily shiver. Today, Chen Hanxing woke unusually early. After enjoying the breakfast prepared by Shun Youchu, he drove to the office. Nie Xiaoyu stood at the company entrance, sporting dark circles under her eyes and a dazed expression. She yawned widely, then wearily settled into the back seat of the car. Minister Chun, it's the weekend. Waking up this early will give you wrinkles. What the weekend? The boss hasn't slept, so what are you complaining about? If I knew you'd bully the little secretary. Don't play the pity card with me. Chen Hanxing was unyielding towards his little secretary. Today, he needed to meet a client, and bringing her along served two purposes: to familiarize her with the basic processes of business and to have a companion to ease the discomfort of his early rise. Initially, he had intended to depart from the Central Gate bus station, but upon arrival, he discovered that a major accident had occurred at an intersection, leading to road closures. Reluctantly, he had to proceed via the Huning Expressway to their destination in Huqing. As Chen Hanxing exited the car, he patted the hood of the vehicle and complained in a tone of exasperation. Damn it, it's barely 300 kilometers, and it took you 3.5 hours. It's not that I wouldn't take you in. It's just that you're utterly useless. The little secretary watched Chen Hanxing vent his frustrations about the early morning drive with sympathy, silently wishing for the day when little Xiao wouldn't encounter a boss as heartless as him. Let's go. The client is waiting for us at the hotel. Okay. Upon entering the hotel suite, Chen Hanxing spotted a lean man in his 30s who rose to greet him as he entered. They exchanged pleasantries and shook hands. Brother Chen, are you certain you want to pursue the game Rainbow Island? Its market potential in the country remains uncertain. While it has undergone market research and public testing in South Korea, it may not fare as well domestically. Wang Jie was genuinely concerned for Chen Hanxing, still hesitating over whether to fully invest in the innovative game Rainbow Island. Wang Gou, my suggestion is that we each manage half of the operation. To be candid, I have a stake in this as well. Not long ago, my cousin visited South Korea and learned about this game, which piqued my interest and prompted me to conduct some research. Personally, I believe this game holds great promise. Chen Hanxing's gaze was resolute yet tinged with uncertainty, as if he had deliberated extensively before finally arriving at a decision. Half each, then? Wang Jie fell into contemplation. He too found the game appealing. However, the company had recently suffered a financial loss, leading to a precarious cash flow situation. Furthermore, this South Korean game harbored a considerable element of risk. He had intended to secure a loan from the bank to take a gamble. Yet, Chen Hanxing's unexpected arrival brought him both surprise and delight. If someone were willing to share the burden of financing, the risk involved would significantly diminish. Minister Chen had been exceedingly confident within the company that this game would become a sensation. Yet before the chairman of Shen Gou, he feigned hesitation. What a cunning fox capable of theatrics! Unperturbed by Wang Jie's contemplation, Chen Hanxing remained nonchalant. The intricacies of such a commercial collaboration to launch a game necessitated careful consideration. His ability to make a swift decision stemmed from a perspective akin to that of a deity. Excellent. Let us each take a 50% stake. However, since we were the ones to discover this opportunity in Korea, we shall discuss the matter of equity in the end. Wang Jie opted for caution, albeit with his own motivations. Chen Hanxing was indifferent to the nuances of shares. He merely sought a bit of extra income. Why complicate matters with management when he could quietly play the role of a behind-the-scenes angel investor? Brother Wang, you needn't worry. All I seek is wealth, and I have no qualms about the means. Ha ha ha, Chen, you truly are forthright. Then let us finalize this matter. I shall host lunch today, and we shall enjoy a few drinks together. Wang Gou, let us postpone today. I have some business to attend to. I'll pay you a visit another day, and then we can drink for 3 days and nights. Very well. Let us reconvene on the day of Rainbow Island's official launch in September. Ultimately, Chen Hanxing successfully secured 50% of the operational rights to Rainbow Island for 6,320,000. As he watched Wang Jie's vehicle gradually disappear from view, Xiao cast a sidelong glance at her boss, only to find him hurriedly lighting a cigarette. Minister Chen, we only had one client today. What other business do you have? Chen Hanxing inhaled sharply, exhaling 2 plumes of smoke through his nostrils, appearing quite comical. His gaze drifted toward the western sky as he mused aloud. It is time to see my precious daughter. Nanny? Minister Chen, when did you have a child? You didn't mention it to me. She is not Shen Youchu's. Chen Hanxing replied candidly. What? The secretary's eyes widened like brass bells. Her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. How could you do this? Youchu is so gentle. How could you betray her? Chen Hanxing scratched his ear and flicked the earwax he had extracted toward the secretary. I'm referring to my goddaughter. Huh? Goddaughter? Let us hurry. I still have to be the savior. Shang Yinyan's residence was located in Qingpu District, which is part of the suburban area of Hu City. It took an hour and a half to drive from People's Square to that location. Throughout the journey, Chen Hanxing remained silent, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Shang Yinyan's beautiful legs clad in black stockings, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. Upon arriving in the QP area of Hu City, the once thriving garment manufacturing hub could now be described as desolate. Most assembly lines had ceased operations, with only a few workers sporadically transporting fabric, indicating that only a handful of factories had managed to survive the previous turmoil. He wondered if Shang Yinyan's family had sold their business. Perhaps a phone call would clarify. I finally see all dreams blooming. the youth in pursuit, their voices resounding. Shan Yinyan's ringtone was Invisible Wings, released by Zhang Xiaohan in March of this year. Chen Hansheng reminisced a bit. In this lifetime, their relationship during university was quite amicable. Both were known for their expansive social circles. They often playfully flirted with each other, and even during a class gathering in the latter half of their freshman year, they exchanged glances filled with unspoken affection. However, as their sophomore year began, Luo Xian returned triumphantly and became Chen Hansheng's official girlfriend, leading to a gradual return to tranquility between him and Shan Yinyan. "Hello, Hansheng. What made you think of me all of a sudden? Just this vibe?" Chen Hansheng involuntarily shrugged his shoulders, his hand instinctively scratching at an itch on his neck. The secretary in the back seat, thinking something might be crawling on him, regarded him with a peculiar expression. "What? If you didn't miss me, what else would you be daydreaming about?" On the other end of the line, Shan Yinyan recognized the pun and burst into laughter, which resembled a goose's honk. "You are still as amusing as ever. Youchu must be very happy by your side." Chen Hansheng scoffed. "What a statement. Every girl in my presence is quite content. Have you come to Hu City? Is your family still in Qingpu?" Instead of answering, Chen Hansheng pursued his line of questioning. Shan Yinyan hesitated for a moment before responding. "No, I've moved." "Oh, you've moved? How intriguing." He chose not to confront her directly, instead following her lead. "I'm currently in Qingpu. Should you extend some hospitality?" "You're truly in Qingpu?" Shan Yinyan asked, astonished. "Enough chit-chat. Just tell me if you're treating me to a meal or not." There was a brief silence before a melodious voice responded. "Since you put it that way, how could I not invite you? I'd be haunted by your insistence for a lifetime otherwise." "Then what are we waiting for? Share your location." As a moderate area within Hu City, Songjiang boasts an economy far more developed than that of an average provincial capital, housing 8 undergraduate institutions. In a modest residence within Songjiang University town, Shan Yinyan, after hanging up the phone, exhaled a breath of fragrant air, momentarily lost in thought as her mind drifted back to a particular day 3 years prior. She recalled a class gathering during the latter half of their freshman year, where more than 20 people sang karaoke at a KTV in Jiangling. She and Chen Hansheng nestled in a corner, playfully touching and flirting. The memory elicited a soft chuckle from her. Alas, he now had Shen Youchu by his side. Turning her head, she glanced at the long-neglected makeup bag on her vanity, pursing her lips before walking over. In the Qingpu district, Chen Hansheng, after ending the call, suddenly turned and playfully tapped the secretary's head, causing her to retract like a turtle upon realizing she had been eavesdropping. "Adults are speaking. What business do children have in listening?" "Minister." The secretary, usually boisterous, now spoke in a meek and pitiful tone. "Spit out quickly. Could you please refrain from doing anything to hurt Youchu? She's truly kind and—" "Are you attempting to PUA me, Xiao? Do you think I'm unaware of how wonderful Shen Youchu is? Then why are you still involved with other women?" The secretary hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Chen Hansheng, unable to contain himself, playfully flicked the secretary's forehead, causing her to shield her head instinctively. "Just say what you need to. Why resort to violence? I am your boss. Don't forget, whether it's hitting you or making you marry Wang Zibo, you must comply." "What nonsense! I refuse to marry him. If I must wed, it would be to the likes of Ryoma Ekizan or SHG Ni, those exquisite gentlemen. If all else fails, then perhaps Kanemitsu Tezuka will suffice," the little secretary proclaimed with fervor. Chen Hansheng was already well aware of her peculiarities and felt no desire to engage in further discourse. Why not simply rid himself of this bothersome presence? "Nishaoyu." "Humph," the little secretary huffed, emitting a disgruntled sound without uttering a word. "One attitude. The organization has assigned you an important task." At this moment, Chen Hansheng's gaze was intense and earnest as he regarded her, prompting the little secretary to rein in her emotions, leaning slightly forward in anticipation of his next words. "Please meander through nearby malls or shops and select a few locally inspired gifts for Shen Youchu and Xiao Aining. You wouldn't be trying to divert my attention on purpose, would you?" The little secretary began, but then instinctively leaned back, her practiced motion evoking a twinge of sympathy. "Can you refrain from harboring such thoughts about your boss?" "I, Chen Jun, am steadfast in my principles. He scoffed before urging her, "In any case, hurry along." "Oof, I shall take my leave then." With the little secretary's incessant chatter now absent, Chen Hansheng could finally indulge in comforting his beloved daughter without reservation. He had no concerns for the little secretary's safety. It was not that Xiao was unattractive. She possessed a modicum of charm, but it was overshadowed by her naivete reminiscent of a two-dimensional character. In the opulent metropolis of Hu City, where beauty flourished amidst extravagance, Xiaoyu's standing was akin to Hu Linyu's in the second class of the park, a figure mercilessly trampled underfoot. "Hey, where are you?" Chen Hansheng inquired as he arrived at Songjiang University Town, seeking the whereabouts of Shang Yinyan. "I'm almost there. Just wait a moment for me. Another 2.5 minutes, and I shall commence the countdown. Damn this place. Even parking fees are a nuisance." Chen Hansheng muttered, grumbling as he exited his vehicle. After parking nearby, he idly observed the parade of luxury sports cars and the alluring figures clad in provocative attire strutting past. His resolve to upgrade his own vehicle by year-end only strengthened. "Hansheng." At that moment, a sultry voice, laced with a hint of coyness yet tinged with worldly allure, reached his ears. He turned to find none other than his precious daughter, the tantalizing Shang Yinyan. His gaze roamed over her, taking in her stylish ensemble. Unlike the fresh and understated look she had sported during their class reunion, today she donned a chic, form-fitting Korean-style sweatshirt that revealed her collarbones, paired with black stockings and chic ankle boots. The term seductive seemed custom-tailored for her. Clearly, Shang Yinyan had made a deliberate effort to present herself attractively, with dark-eye makeup enhancing her allure and her lips slightly parted, easily invoking a desire for intimacy. "What do you think? Am I beautiful?" she queried, well aware that she could not outshine Shen Youchu, yet still seeking validation. It's decent, though significantly better than what you wore at the reunion." His words were laden with implications, which she readily perceived. Observing her lower her gaze to touch up her lipstick and fidget with her feet encased in stockings, she eventually tossed her hair back and looked up at him with a dreamy smile. These little gestures were trivial to the astute detective Chun Kanan, akin to a child's play acting. "If you like it, come visit me in Hu City more often. I promise to dress up for you each time. Who would want to come to this wretched place? Damn, parking cost me $10. His irritation flared at the thought, and he angrily tossed a chewed toothpick to the ground. "Is it easy for me to earn that meager salary through toil and sweat?" "Goose, goose, goose," Shang Yinyan mused, feeling as though there was an enchanting aura around Chen Hansheng, one that always brought laughter and joy, just as it had in the past. If anything had changed, it was that he seemed even more audacious, more mature, and undeniably more charismatic. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Chen Hansheng waved his hand in front of her, interrupting her reverie. Nothing, just thought you looked quite handsome today," exuding a strong masculine charm. "Wow, you only just noticed today?" Flattered by her compliment, he adjusted his collar and shoulders, a familiar swagger enveloping him. "Ladies, do not become infatuated with me. I am but a legend. All right, let us dine. I haven't had breakfast, and I am famished." Shang Yinyan playfully nudged Chen Hansheng's chest, pleasantly surprised when he did not flinch. "Let us go, then, to eat." Chapter 60, Tissue and Fingers. Today's meal was on Shang Yinyan, who had chosen a self-service hot pot restaurant with a private room. Chen Hansheng surveyed the modest space, barely 10 square meters, containing little more than a table and chairs, accompanied by a small cart to facilitate the removal of their outer garments. The old Shang Yinyan would never have selected such an establishment. She would have insisted on at least a sofa and a private restroom. This small detail revealed her desire to maintain the facade of affluence while attempting to save face, even at the cost of her dignity. Once the waiter had served all the dishes, Chen Hansheng remained silent, focusing on cooking the lamb and shrimp. Sensing the atmosphere had grown a bit cold, Shang Yinyan, well acquainted with this man, knew he could effortlessly engage in conversation even with strangers, let alone with an old friend like herself. Thus, she refrained from speaking, instead preparing her own share of meat and vegetables and placing them in front of him. Thus, the silence in the room lingered for a full 15 minutes. "Hick," he belched contentedly, patting his full belly and popping a toothpick into his mouth, exuding satisfaction. I'm full. I'm leaving. He stood up, and Shang Yinyan followed suit. Are you really leaving? She was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend his abrupt departure. Surely this game of push and pull should have reached its conclusion? Watching him stride out of the room, her taut heart and body collapsed back into her seat. Confusion, disbelief, despair, and reluctance flooded her mind as she sat there, grappling with the emotions of a family's bankruptcy, tears of loved ones, her own plight, and the disdain of friends, all swirling within the fragile heart of a mere 22-year-old. Alone in the private room, she gazed blankly at the bubbling broth, her mind a tumult of chaos while her heart remained eerily calm, almost deadened. The girl helplessly rested her elbows on the table, her fingers, now devoid of the once vibrant wine-red locks, grazed her scalp, producing a faint rustling sound. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Droplets of crystalline water trickled down her cheek, mingling with her foundation, leaving her uncertain whether they were steam from the hot pot or tears of sorrow. Could it truly be that I have misinterpreted my feelings? Yet, I have not aspired for anything extravagant. Why must I be subjected to such treatment? Once sadness takes root, it unfurls like a vessel that has sprung a leak, determined to drain itself completely before it can cease. The originally gentle and whispering rain had now transformed into a torrential downpour. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the private room was commendable. Thus, the wailing thunder did not escape into the outside world. It was uncertain how long the girl had been weeping. She could only feel the uncomfortable stickiness of some liquid on her face. She reached up to wipe it away, only to find it stubbornly clinging on. As she extracted her hand, which had been pressed against her cheek, and reached toward the tissue, she unexpectedly brushed against someone else's fingers. Panic surged through her, and she instinctively withdrew her hand, lifting her gaze to meet the owner of those fingers. You, what the hell? I just stepped out for a quick smoke, and you're wailing like a banshee? The boy's incredulous voice echoed in the room, unable to contain herself any longer. She enveloped him tightly, pressing her face into his chest as she sobbed uncontrollably. He occasionally patted her back in a gesture of comfort, his hand lingering there, almost possessively. After what felt like an eternity of tears, the girl gradually pulled away from him, her body still trembling as she met his gaze with her swollen, red eyes. Chen Hanxing faced her enchanting yet sorrowful look with calm composure, raising an eyebrow and offering a faint smile, instinctively brushing at the dampness on his chest. Damn it! You silly Shang Yinyan. You've smeared your snot all over my shirt. His formerly gentle expression shifted to one of exasperation as he looked at her. Shang Yinyan, catching on to Chen Hanxing's incredulity, felt a rare blush of embarrassment creeping onto her cheeks. I'm sorry. I'll buy you a new one, she offered. Oh, just forget it. He replied nonchalantly, stripping off his shirt and tossing it onto a small side table, revealing his chiseled physique. This sight left Shang Yinyan momentarily dazed. Although she had seen many men's bodies before, her feelings for Chen Hanxing were entirely different, and she felt a twinge of shyness at the sight of him undressing. All right, care to share the story of your father's bankruptcy? He inquired directly, cutting through any pretense. Ah, you already know? She exclaimed, taken aback. Stop dawdling. Just tell me. But first, let me make it clear, I only want the truth. Under the weight of Chen Hanxing's unwavering gaze, Shang Yinyan took a deep breath, resolving to share her tale. My family's business began to crumble in the second semester of my sophomore year, though I was unaware at the time, until one day. Her narrative unfolded with meticulous detail, while her listener appeared somewhat indifferent, occasionally scratching his ear or shifting in his seat, even stealing glances at her black stockings. Through Shang Yinyan's account, it became clear that after discovering her family's factory had gone under, she had resorted to working as a hostess at a business KTV, where her charm and quick wit helped her evade the unwelcome advances of men on several occasions. However, one fateful day, her father, Shang Furong, somehow learned of her situation and demanded her immediate resignation. Reluctantly, she complied, only to later discover that it was her friend, Xiao, who had revealed her secret. Ultimately, Shang Furong sold their original home to settle most of their debts, and they now rented a small storefront in Songjian University Town, starting a modest catering business to slowly repay their obligations. thus beginning a new chapter in their lives. Chen Hanxing nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Qi is quite a decent person. By the end of this year, you and she should come to Jianya. Back to Jianya? Shang Yinyan blurted out, disbelief lacing her tone. Let us go find your father, Chen Hanxing said, wiping his shirt with a tissue and swiftly putting it back on. He glanced at Shang Yinyan, who was still dazed and lost in thought. Hurry up. Oh, wait for me, she called, rushing to the front desk to settle the bill. They chose not to take a vehicle, as her family's restaurant was conveniently located within the university town, a bustling area where even a modestly appetizing dish could yield a decent profit. This is it. Shang Yinyan pointed to a shop named Yinyan Breakfast. Chen Hanxiang surveyed the establishment, noting the sparse crowd. Out of a dozen tables, only about half were occupied. Given that it was midday, it was understandable for a breakfast spot to be less busy, but fortunately, the menu offered not only soup dumplings but also braised chicken rice and wontons for lunch. He approached the front counter, where a woman in her 40s stood. Hello, may I take your order? He recognized her as Shang Yinyan's mother, though she did not recognize him, which was hardly surprising since this was their first encounter in this lifetime. Compared to her previous life as a refined lady adorned in gold and silver, she now donned simple, practical attire, complete with an apron that suited the image of a hard-working individual from the lower echelons of society. Hey, Shang Yinyan's mother exclaimed upon seeing her daughter. Yinyan, weren't you out to lunch with friends? Why are you back so soon? Mom, this is my friend, Shang Yinyan gestured towards Chen Hanxiang. Oh dear, I didn't recognize you. My apologies, she said, flustered. Actually, I'm here to see Uncle Shang, Chen Hanxing interjected. Shang Yinyan's mother looked puzzled, unsure why her daughter's friend would seek her husband. However, seeing the look in her daughter's eyes, she refrained from asking further. Oh, your Uncle Shang has gone out to restock, but he should be back soon. You two can head upstairs to wait for him. Let's go to the second floor. Chen Hanxiang realized there was indeed an upper level, reminiscent of the cozy ambience of the 1206 CAF. The space upstairs was relatively cramped, perhaps less than 60 square meters, a stark contrast to their former villa. Hanxing, can you tell me why you want to see my dad? Shang Yinyan ventured cautiously. The secrets of fate cannot be divulged. Chen Hanxing replied, shaking his head slowly, adopting an air of mystique. I simply wish to ask you one question. Are you willing to return to Jianya with me? Shang Yinyan paused, taken aback. Previously, he had mentioned wanting her and Xiao Qi to return to Jianya, but now, with her parents burdened by debts, she felt obligated to stay by their side. Going to Jianya would only add to their emotional and financial strain. Yet, a part of her longed to return, not solely for Chen Hanxiang, but for a life unencumbered by restrictions. However, her family was in dire financial straits. Sighing dejectedly, she finally conceded, I'm willing. But my family, as long as you're willing. I have no interest in hearing any more excuses, Chen Hanxing interrupted, removing his shoes. The second floor lacked air conditioning, making it quite stifling. He then reclined on the sofa, propping his feet up on the coffee table, completely at ease, bordering on impolite. However, Shang Yinyan felt no offense. This was the Chen Hanxing she knew, arrogant, domineering, and utterly unrestrained. One touch, she teased, noticing Chen Hanxing's gaze lingering on her thighs. She leaned in closer, the intoxicating scent of her perfume wafting through the air, a fragrance she had deliberately chosen for him that day. Ahem, he pretended to be serious. Don't assume I'm that lecherous. I'm just a virtuous boy who can't handle your provocations. What if I choose to provoke you anyway? She flirted, lightly caressing her lips, her smile enchanting and alluring, reminiscent of a blooming red rose, igniting a restless desire within him. Gulp. Chen Hanxing swallowed hard, his sinful hands itching with anticipation. Yinyan. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from downstairs, and Chen Hanxing recognized it as Shang Furong returning home. Damn. Fortunately, my self-control is strong. Otherwise, I would probably be in a panic, hastily pulling up my trousers. Yinyan, why don't you introduce your friend to your father? At this moment, Shang Furong had ascended to the second floor, casting a glance at Chen Hanxiang, who appeared to be a disheveled rogue. His brows involuntarily furrowed, yet, as an elder, he refrained from reprimanding him. This is Chen Hanxiang, my university classmate, and he currently runs a company valued at several million. Shang Yinyan introduced Chen Hansheng, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Indeed, quite remarkable. Shang Furong genuinely exclaimed. Heroes emerge from youth, as they say. Chen Hansheng mused to himself, thinking that perhaps old Shang was feeling sentimental. After all, who could deny that his daughter was also his daughter? Putting on a facade of composure, he hurriedly stood up without even putting on his shoes, greeting with a grin. Uncle Shang, it's true that heroes emerge from youth. But there's another saying I believe is more fitting for your current situation. Oh, Shang Furong, intrigued, wondered what this young millionaire, so lauded by his daughter, would comment on his present circumstances. Please, Hansheng, share your thoughts. Chen Hansheng grinned widely. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the impoverished middle-aged. Shang Yinyan. Shang Furong twitched at the corner of his mouth, recalling that the saying should be do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Uncle, I want to beat around the bush, Chen Hansheng stated directly. I'm here to assist you in realizing that do not underestimate the impoverished middle-aged. Uncle, I find myself in this predicament. Uncle, we are all businessmen. As the saying goes, wise men do not speak in riddles. Our transaction is quite simple. I will help you make a comeback. A comeback? Shang Furong's gaze turned vacant. Had he not longed for a resurgence? However, he would need at least 2 million in funds, and he currently owed over 400,000 in debts. Despite Yinyan claiming he had a company worth millions, his available liquid assets could barely exceed 1 million. Why would he lend all his liquidity to me? Could it be because of Yinyan? He glanced at Shang Yinyan, who was fixated on Chen Hansheng, and shook his head helplessly. Yinyan clearly had feelings for him. If that were the case, there would be no need for this transaction. What are your terms? Upon his inquiry, silence enveloped the room until Shang Yinyan swallowed audibly, breaking the stillness. Meanwhile, Chen Hansheng leisurely donned his shoes, and when he finally stood up again, his gaze was playful, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Resembling a rogue. The condition is, at that moment, both Shang's father and daughter tensed in anticipation of his next words, only to be met with his retreating silhouette. As Chen Hansheng's figure descended the stairs and vanished from sight, the pair remained in a state of bewilderment, utterly clueless about the so-called condition. Why was he becoming increasingly inscrutable? What was this young man up to? After a prolonged silence, the father and daughter exchanged glances, each detecting profound confusion in the other's eyes. Shang Yinyan inadvertently glanced at the spot where Chen Hansheng had been seated, her gaze suddenly sharpening. Dad, look at that. She pointed at a reflective white card on the coffee table, both of them recognizing it as a bank card. Shang Furong was taken aback, his hands trembling as he picked up the weighty, thin card, noticing a note beneath it inscribed with 6 crooked Arabic numerals. After a moment's pause, he hurriedly retrieved a POS machine from the drawer beneath the coffee table. Please use your bank card. Ding dong. Please enter your password. Shang Furong grasped the POS machine, his dark, pudgy fingers slowly tapping in 0 for 1206. Please select a service item. It was indeed the password for this bank card. Thank you. Please hold on. Ziz. Who at that moment? Both father and daughter felt their hearts racing, breaths quickening as they focused intently on the data being gradually displayed on the POS machine, their hearts lodged in their throats. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 3 million. Shang Yinyan covered her alluring lips, her eyes wide with astonishment, her body frozen as if under a spell. Meanwhile, Shang Furong, embodying the calm demeanor of a former millionaire, thrust the bank card into Shang Yinyan's hands, his plump figure darting downwards at an uncharacteristic speed. However, by the time he reached outside, the rogue's figure had already vanished. Could this be what the ancients meant by with a flick of the sleeve? One conceals their achievements and fame. Simultaneously, Shang Yinyan, still dazed on the second floor, suddenly felt her thigh vibrate. She pulled out her phone from her pocket, discovering it was a message from Chen Hansheng. My condition is that you must call me Dad from now on. Chapter 62. The Aggrieved Secretary. The sunlight poured down from the sky, imbued with a gentle warmth. The streets in the afternoon were sparsely populated, with the occasional vehicle gliding by, emitting soft engine sounds. The trees lining the street cast diagonal shadows on the ground, resembling a natural ink wash painting. Chen Hansheng was driving his little Xiao from Songjiang towards Putuo district, and it was already 3 in the afternoon. He needed to return home early. He had promised to accompany Shan Han Hai to a Sichuan restaurant, and the Huning Expressway was his preferred route. To play Chopin's Nocturne for you, in memory of my lost love. A voice like the night breeze. Heartbreak sounds beautiful. As he drove the Xiao, Chen Hansheng hummed along to Nocturne, the lead track from Jay Chou's album November Chopin, released in November 2005. This song, upon its release, garnered an initial order of 1 million copies, surpassing the previous album, Sevenly Fragrance. In Shanghai, it sold a staggering 100,000 copies on the first day, ultimately accumulating sales of 5.5 million copies. With such astounding figures, one could only imagine the emo storm this song incited back then. After the song concluded, he remained enveloped in its ambience, lamenting why he could not produce such remarkable music. Damn, thank goodness I'm not like Wang Zibo, a foolish sycophant. Otherwise, I will be crying after listening to this song. Why does it always feel like something is missing? Halfway through the journey, Chen Hansheng felt an inexplicable void, though he couldn't quite pinpoint it. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, his phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was his little secretary. Damn, Xiao is still in Qingpu. After a brief moment of contemplation, he answered the call, deciding to take the initiative. Hello, Xiao. Why did it take you so long to return my call? Don't you know my time is precious? Minister Chen Yu, what you? Spare me the explanations. Just give me your location. Chen Hansheng decisively interrupted the spell casting of his secretary. I am currently at the Yingpu Street in Qingpu, near the commercial plaza, he said. Beep, beep, beep. The secretary attempted to struggle for a moment, but alas, her boss hung up the phone with finality. Her arm, holding the phone, fell limply to her side, a look of bewilderment and speechlessness etched upon her face. You unscrupulous boss. You are nothing but a despicable rogue. On the journey back to Jianye from Huqing, the secretary maintained a stern expression in the back seat, her humorless demeanor evoking both amusement and guilt in Chen Hansheng. Xiao, my beautiful, kind, and lovely secretary, he mused. Chen Hansheng's self-proclaimed sincere attempts at charm only earned him a cold huff from her. So resilient. Are we? Damn it, can I not handle you? Faced with the challenge of winning over his secretary, he decided to unleash a trump card. I heard that figures of Sakuraji Hanamichi and Rukawa Kid from Slam Dunk will be released next year. Yes, I know, next year, she replied, realizing she had inadvertently engaged in conversation with her unscrupulous boss. In truth, the mention of Slam Dunk had piqued her interest, but her focus had momentarily been diverted by Rukawa Kid, leading her into her boss's trap. She had originally intended to select a special gift for her beloved boss at the end of the year, but alas. Chen Hansheng shook his head in melancholy, his tone laden with a sense of loss, as if mourning something precious. No need to feel sorry. She momentarily set aside the fact that this was a ploy by her boss, and chose to forgive him for the sake of the wild and aloof Rukawa Kid. Thus, their conversation resumed, flowing effortlessly as they chatted, with the secretary's inquiries about the so-called daughter deftly sidestepped by Chen Hansheng. Presently, she remained oblivious to Xiao Rongyu, let alone Shan Yinyan. Though Xiao Rongyu had spent several nights in the company dormitory, it was not within the main building, but rather in a discreet 2-story house situated behind the company. I wonder how many alluring and captivating young ladies have graced that place. By the time they arrived in Jianye, it was already 6 in the evening, the sun casting its final rays, illuminating the sky with a breathtaking display of fiery clouds. As the minutes passed, the hues deepened, crimson as flame, resplendent as dawn, as if the very heavens were ablaze. Chen Hansheng rolled down the car window, inhaling the fresh air from outside, his spirits inexplicably lifted. Xiao currently resided in the company's staff dormitory, albeit a more upscale single room. After bidding farewell to his secretary, he returned to the Tianjing mountain community, sorting through the gifts he had procured for Xiao. For Shun Youchu, he had chosen a delicately engraved hero fountain pen, knowing well that even during her holidays, she would study diligently at home, making this pen quite practical for her. Little Aining received a beautifully crafted rabbit paper cut, as children are often enamored with such charming items. For his grandmother, he selected traditional pear syrup candy from the old Changwang temple, renowned for its soothing effects on coughs and throat discomfort, offering a sweet flavor. Chen Hansheng had instructed his secretary to procure some items, and she fortuitously returned with 4. The last piece was a small embroidered pouch, exuding a unique fragrance, laden with meaning, perfectly aligned with Xiaoyu's romantic disposition. Could it be that Xiaoyu has developed prophetic abilities? How fortuitously well she shopped. How do you like them? I specifically visited multiple supermarkets to find these for you. Chen Hansheng remarked as he observed Shen Youchu, who was cautiously placing the pen back into its case. Upon hearing his question, she looked up, her dark, enchanting eyes radiating innocence, accompanied by the softest of smiles. I like it. Now give me a kiss. Chen Hansheng's bold request caught him off guard, yet he leaned in closer, disregarding the presence of others in the living room, playfully nudging her. Sister's gonna kiss brother. Teehee. Little Aining, who had been quietly admiring her rabbit paper cut, suddenly perked up at the unexpected conversation, clapping her small hands in delight. His grandmother exhibited a mild reaction, patting Aining's head, signaling her to quiet down before taking her hand and leading her back to her own room. Ah, Grandma truly knows how to give us some privacy. Hey, Grandma has created a space for us, so if you don't kiss me now, it would be quite unreasonable. I will kiss you. All right, come here. He inched his face closer, while Shen Youchu shut her eyes, lightly pressing her soft, rosy lips against his. Chen Hansheng found her kiss too gentle, leaning in slightly more, inadvertently bumping noses. With a delicate pout, she touched her nose, casting a playful glare at Chen Hansheng's teasing eyes. Let us go downstairs for dinner. Okay. Chapter 63, A Reunion of Brothers. Once downstairs, they did not take the car. Chen Hansheng took Shen Youchu's delicate hand, swinging it back and forth, which made her feel somewhat awkward. Yet she allowed him to lead. They arrived at a Sichuan restaurant named Wei Shuang Ku, and as soon as they approached, the pungent aroma of spices assaulted Chen Hansheng's senses, tightening his relaxed expression into one of stark tension, accompanied by a couple of sneezes. Shen Youchu looked up at him, instinctively wanting to change restaurants, but he anticipated her thoughts. This place is perfect. We're not switching. Shen Youchu, slightly taken aback, complied as they settled into a corner by the window. Chen Hansheng glanced at the menu, casually ordering a few house specialties along with a non-spicy egg fried rice, which he then handed to Shen Youchu. That's enough to eat. At least order one more. You know I can eat. Oh. Shen Youchu scanned the menu and without hesitation ordered the cheapest mapo tofu. Observing this, Chen Hansheng couldn't help but chuckle. Well done. At least he didn't order a bottle of mineral water this time. A few days prior, when he had accompanied her here, she had ordered a bottle of mineral water solely because it was the cheapest item. I didn't want you to be upset. Haha, silly. I'm not truly angry. Chen Hansheng, unable to resist, reached out and playfully pinched Shen Youchu's cheeks, making a teasing sound. After a moment of playful banter, their conversation shifted to mundane topics, with Chen Hansheng asking questions while she answered. When the first dish arrived, their dialogue ceased. Following there were spicy chicken, chili crab, and pepper fish, all dishes he had chosen. As he looked at the vibrant red peppers glistening with oil, he became cautious in his breathing, wary of a sudden cough. Shen Youchu picked up a piece of fish soaked in the red sauce and slowly chewed it without a hint of discomfort, her face unflushed, her breath steady. Despite having witnessed her consume Sichuan cuisine numerous times, Chen Hansheng still swallowed hard, relieved he had the foresight to order the egg fried rice. Preserving his dignity as a man. Finally concluding the pungent dinner, Chen Hansheng stepped outside and inhaled deeply, relieved to find the air less oppressive than before. Hey! Chen Hansheng suddenly called out. Oh! Shen Youchu instinctively turned her head. The early autumn breeze gently swept by, carrying a refreshing essence, causing the hem of her long sleeves to flutter softly and her hair to become slightly tousled. Strands playfully veiled her eyelashes, and she tenderly tucked them behind her ear, revealing her exquisite, flawless face resembling a delicate goose egg. What are you being silly for? Not silly. She pouted her adorably small lips, feebly retorting. Write a letter to Feng Gui and Shen Rui, informing them to be prepared. I may summon them at any time in September. Let us go. Let us stroll around Lion Bridge. It's been ages since I was there. All right. Tonight, Shun Hanins was undeniably elated. Chen Hanxing not only accompanied her for a meal of Sichuan cuisine, but also to wander around Lion Bridge. With this man by her side, her heart brimmed with both peace and satisfaction. The only source of her slight unease was the expensive garment Chen Hanxing had purchased for her at Lion Bridge, which she deemed excessively costly. The following morning, Chen Hanxing awoke groggily, and after completing his morning routine, he headed to the living room to greet his grandmother, who was watching television. With Shen Youchu and Ning absent, he surmised they had gone to drop Ning off at school. He casually grabbed a few still steaming buns from the dining table, hastily stuffing them into his mouth and swallowing them without much chewing. Afterward, he relieved himself of the morning's first burden, emerging from the bathroom feeling refreshed. Grandma, I'm off. Home. His grandmother slowly turned her head, responding with a nasal tone. Today, he was to attend the opening ceremony performance of Xiao. Since he currently resided alone in the Tianjing mountain community in Jianya, Xiao Rongyu temporarily stayed in the school dormitory. Fortunately, luck was on her side, as she was assigned to the same dormitory as Bian Shi. The journey from Jiangling to Xianing took about half an hour, during which the security guard from the New Century Electronics factory called him. Hey, brother. Little brother. Just as you expected, someone has left the electronics factory again. Who? The head of the workshop planning department, Xiao Jinda. Upon hearing the name, Chen Hanxiang was nearly certain of his previous conjectures and could not help but commend Zheng Gimi in his heart. Thanks for the hard work, brother. When you have some free time the next few days, give me a call. Let us have a drink. No worries, brother. I genuinely haven't had time lately. Maybe next week. After hanging up, Chen Hanxiang felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. He honked the car horn vigorously, drawing puzzled glances from those around him. It seemed that once again, he could join forces with Gou to wander the world like legendary heroes. Hey, Xiaoqing, I'm about to take the stage. Go for it. I'm right here. At least you know your place. At this moment, Chen Hanxiang was beneath the performance stage, messaging Xiao on QQ. Having used a touchscreen phone, he found his Nokia N91 cumbersome, having to press each key individually to type. Hurry up, 2008. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, he inadvertently spotted a familiar face, one from this life. Before the acquaintance could notice him, he stealthily approached from behind and playfully startled him. What the heck? Which weirdo are you? Why is it you? I was wondering the same thing. What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? I'm accompanying my girlfriend. What? Is your girlfriend from Dongda or a graduate student? Their conversation was free of reservations, carrying an air of playful rivalry. Of course. If even you could win over Shin Youchu, why can't I find a graduate student from a prestigious university as my girlfriend? Wow, impressive. If my mother hadn't insisted I find someone locally in Jinya, I would have gone to the capital to find a lady from a prominent family. Huh, old six. Your boasting skills have only improved. What boasting? Just speaking the truth. All right. Jin Xiao is impressive. Chen Hanxiang gave a thumbs up to Jin Yangming, who had long been his equal in the past, now re-emerging into the scene. But back to the point, what is your girlfriend's major at Dongda? I don't know. Seriously, you don't even know your girlfriend's major? I'm swamped with work. How could I pay attention to such trivial matters? Get lost. He playfully shoved Jin Yangming, causing him to stumble. Since I call you fourth brother, do you really take me for a little brother? After steadying himself, Jin Yangming lunged at Chen Hanxiang, and the two, ignoring the bewildered stares from onlookers, began playfully shoving each other. Now, I declare the opening ceremony officially begins. With the host's melodious voice resonating through the venue, Jin's bravado was soon quelled by the battle-hardened Chen Hanxiang, who playfully demanded mercy. Hey, fourth brother, stop. Let us just watch the performance. Ha! As if a mere insect could challenge me. Thus, the two, who had just been bantering about a fight, now sat side by side like close friends, engrossed in the performance, critiquing every girl on stage. Fourth brother, what is your taste? That S not even plump. It's just a bit padded. How do you know it's padded? Have you touched it? You can see through her facade with just a glance. Wow, are you Sun Wukong or a gourd baby? Can you really see everything? I'm the reincarnation of Erlang Shun. Is that not enough? Jin Yongming was never one to back down in a verbal spar, and had he been able to match Chun Hanqing's strength, he might have still been throwing punches. Look, fourth brother, that S my girlfriend. As the next performance began, Jin Yongming pointed at a girl on stage. That one, the one who S about 165 meters tall, with dark gray hair. Following Jin Yongming's finger, Chen Hanqing scanned the stage and, with his guidance, managed to identify her among the 6 girls performing. The distance from the stage was not far, allowing him to clearly see her features. She was indeed striking, standing at 165 meters. Her fair skin and well-proportioned figure exuded elegance. With an oval face and alluring Danfeng eyes, her beauty could rival that of Shang Yinyan, though her assets were not as pronounced. The performance was a dance, and she executed it with remarkable grace, her movements fluid and confident, standing out as the best among the 6. This impressive display led him to internally scoff. Damn it, old 6, you wretched fellow. How do you even deserve her? He cast a sidelong glance at Jin Yongming, who was fervently cheering for his girlfriend, struggling to reconcile the image of little Jin with such talent. Yet deep down, he still leaned towards Donger, this former caretaker from his past life, who was exceptionally wonderful, obedient, understanding, and nurturing. Although Donger may not quite measure up to Jin Yongming's current girlfriend, he ultimately leans towards those he knows. However, to him, Jin is more than just a friend. He's akin to a brother. If the two truly suit each other, why should he fret over trifles, tearing down one wall to patch another? As the performance concluded, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience, with many speculating about the identity of the enchanting girl with phoenix eyes standing on stage. Listening to their discussions, Jin couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips, strutting about with an air of superiority. What a fourth brother Shen Youchu. My Xiao Han is no slouch either. Shen Youchu boasts a score of 988, while Xiao Han S is merely 8, but she can dance. Her overall score would surely be higher. Rounding it up, it could reach 9. That is almost equivalent to Shen Youchu. Proudly contemplating this, he cast a triumphant glance towards Chen Hanqing, who always exuded an air of indifference. It was fortunate Chen Hanqing remained oblivious to Jin's shameless attempts at boosting his girlfriend's score. Otherwise, he might have dealt him a slap. Fourth brother. Sometimes I feel a girlfriend's excellence can be a burden. I share that sentiment. Sigh. In the entire 602 dormitory, nay, in the whole of Class 2 in the management department, or even throughout the university, only you and I can truly empathize, fourth brother. Hee. Chen Hanqing chuckled awkwardly, internally cursing Jin for his audacity, before shifting his gaze back to the stage. At that moment, the girl who had just finished dancing departed, and the female host, with graceful and measured steps, approached the center, microphone in hand, her voice melodious and clear. We thank the Foreign Language Institute for their splendid performance. Next, please welcome Law School's Xiao Rongyu, who will enchant us with the ancient Guzheng, embodying the legacy of Chinese history. Let's give her a warm round of applause. The applause mingled with murmurs of excitement from the audience. Xiao Rongyu was the prospective campus beauty from Jiangling District. Hey, I recall a recent scandal on the school BBS involving her and a boy. Indeed, it's a pity the video only captured his back, leaving us in the dark about his appearance. Among the crowd, a pair of boys resembling roommates began speculating on the identity of the boy in the video. I remember him being quite tall. Oh, how tall? Well, about the height of this guy on my left. One who had seen the video discreetly gestured for his roommate to glance at the tall boy beside him. Meanwhile, Chen Hanqing was entirely focused on the performance and remained unaware that someone had inadvertently identified the real person. Jin Yongming cautiously placed a hand on his shoulder, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Fourth brother, let me tell you, Xiao Rongyu is every bit as stunning as Shen Youchu." What? You know her? Chen Hanqing glanced between the podium and Jin Yongming, intrigued. Of course, it's rumored that Xiao Rongyu already has a boyfriend, not long ago. She caused quite a stir on the East University BBS. Oh, he nonchalantly replied, fully aware of the situation. Hey, why aren't you curious? I. Just as Jin Yongming began to express his thoughts, Chen Hansheng covered his mouth, and as he struggled, he followed Chun's gaze toward the podium. In that instant, it felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new realm. Wow, this is Xiao Rongyu. Today, she had clearly made an effort to adorn herself. Dressed in a flowing gown reminiscent of the Han Dynasty, her ethereal long hair danced in the breeze, half-tied in a bun with a delicately carved wooden hairpin. Her charmingly radiant face lit up with a sweet smile, revealing two playful dimples. Standing serenely at the center of the stage, the midday sun cast a divine light upon her, enhancing her tranquil and sacred aura. The light outlined her slender silhouette, draping her in a veil of brilliance. And her silent presence seemed to encapsulate the essence of time, isolating her from the world, creating a mesmerizing tableau. Although she stood there, the audience felt an overwhelming sense that she could float away at any moment, like a fairy on the verge of transcending the mundane. In that moment, Xiao Rongyu truly embodied the sentiment of this melody could only exist in heaven. How often can one hear it on earth? Wow! The 985 graduate students present at the opening ceremony were momentarily awestruck, their eyes glued to her singular figure on stage. Not only the graduate students, but even Chen Hansheng, who accompanied them, found himself momentarily dumbfounded, swallowing rapidly as hormones surged through him. My little fish, if only Youchu could don such attire. No, if she could wear black stockings or a maid outfit. Just contemplating this made even someone who had lived 3 lifetimes feel his face flush. Yearning to find a crevice in the ground to hide away, shedding his clothes and rolling around in abandon. Hey, hey, hey. Fourth brother, fourth brother, fourth brother. Jin Yongming called out thrice, finally resorting to a gentle slap on Chen Hansheng's chest, rousing him from his daydream, his expression a mix of frustration and lingering desire. What is wrong with you, you fool? Why are you shouting at me? I saw you grinning like an idiot, drooling even. I thought you had Parkinson's. Parkinson's? Get lost. Don't come near me. Fourth brother, I'm just saying, let us maintain some decorum. You are, after all, a taken man. Ha! A true man should seek fortune far and wide. Does the wisdom of our ancestors mean nothing to you? What kind of logic is that? Jin Yongming was left speechless, his expression akin to someone who had just tasted something foul. As the performance concluded, Xiao Rongyu gracefully turned, disappearing amidst a thunderous applause and cheers. Shen Henin was simply too reserved. Otherwise, these two could easily dominate the beauty standards in Jianya. Chen Hansheng, anticipating the moment, retrieved his phone from his pocket, opening one of his 2 pin chats with fish hiding in the sea. He quickly typed a message, ding dong. As expected, Xiao Rongyu promptly messaged him post-performance, her content aligning closely with his expectations. Fish hiding in the sea. So how was it? Was it acceptable? Chun Ingjun, it was absolutely perfect. If it weren't for the crowd, I would have rushed up to embrace you. Fish hiding in the sea. Aren't you worried you won't be able to leave East University today? Chun Ingjun, I would take on 10 of them. Gaggle, gaggle, gaggle. Laughing heartily, was he chatting with Chen Hansheng? In the backstage makeup room, Bian Shishir was assisting Xiao Rongyu with her makeup, as the bright sunlight had caused her to perspire, smudging some of her makeup. Sure. Can you help me take a picture with Xiao Chen later? Xiao Rongyu handed her phone to her friend, her beaming smile causing several nearby girls to shyly avert their gaze. In the audience, without Xiao Rongyu's performance, Chen Hansheng found no reason to linger. Under the lingering gaze of Jin Yongming, he stood and made his way down. Fourth brother, where are you going? To find Xiao Rongyu. Jin Yongming, where are you going to find the makeup room? She asked me to go. Chen Hansheng spoke candidly. Xiao Rongyu asked you to go. Little Jin couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, rolling his eyes at him, adopting an expression that conveyed he wouldn't believe a word he said. Ha, it seems you're skeptical, aren't you? Fourth brother, do I appear easily deceived? Just then, Jin Yongming's phone chimed, and upon checking, he saw it was his girlfriend, quickly answering the call. Hello, Xiao Han, you danced splendidly just now. Oh, it's nothing, in my heart. You're the most beautiful. MHM, as it happens, I have a friend here too, I'll go with him. All right, After hanging up, Jin Yongming looked curiously at Chen Hansheng, who was currently frowning and sniffing the air. Have you contracted rabies? No, no, no. Then what are you smelling? I detect a certain scent. Chen Hansheng leaned closer to little Jin, whispering conspiratorially in his ear. What scent? The scent of a sycophant. I'll sycophant your sister. Jin Yongming understood the mockery and retorted hastily. Don't say that. If you're to fawn over Chunlan, I wouldn't be pleased. Get lost, get lost. Aware he couldn't argue with Chen Hansheng, he waved his hand dismissively and moved a little farther away. The two continued their banter as they descended from the audience platform, almost jogging to the makeup room at Jin Yongming's urging. Just as they were about to push the door open, little Jin halted him, then took out some hair gel from his bag and spritzed it on his hair, adjusting his hairstyle, followed by checking his clothes and pants for any stains. Fourth brother, how do I look? Well, are you going to see your girlfriend or on a blind date? What do you know? This is about maintaining elegance and composure at all times. Chen Hansheng, uninterested in his ramblings, pushed open the makeup room door and strode inside. The people within turned to look at him momentarily before returning their gaze. It was quite common for someone to visit the backstage to see their girlfriend. Some even brought flowers. Xiao Han, following closely behind, little Jin spotted his girlfriend first, and he pretended to be composed as he walked towards a girl in dance attire with phoenix eyes. He held the girl's hand, introducing her, fourth brother. This is my girlfriend Zhao Zihan. Xiao Han, this is my university roommate Chen Hansheng, whom I often mention. Hello, brother Chen. I often hear Yongming say that you two get along incredibly well in the university dorms. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Little Jin's girlfriend was not shy at all, extending her hand graciously. Chen Hansheng, naturally, was not one to be awkward either, shaking her hand briefly. You're too kind. Zhao, beauty. To be honest, little Jin is like a younger brother to me. What younger brother? You're only a few months older than me. Let us go. Let us go, it's time for lunch. Little Jin, not wanting to be taken advantage of any longer, urged them to head out for lunch. Wait, you found your girlfriend, but I haven't found mine yet. Shen Yu, what meat? Are we having barbecue later? Chen Hansheng pretended not to hear clearly. Sure, we'll have barbecue later. When did I say we're having barbecue? Is brother Chen's girlfriend also from Dongda? Zhao Zihan asked her boyfriend curiously. I'm not sure. Little Jin refrained from speaking the truth, sensing that this matter was more complicated than it appeared. Oh, as they followed Chen Hansheng, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. They had spotted someone, a person who could truly be referred to as a fairy in today's performance. Xiao Chen. Xiao Rongyu's melodious voice rang out, drawing the attention of many nearby as she approached the boy. What was even more astonishing was that Xiao Rongyu affectionately linked her arm with his, a hint of playful affection in her demeanor. Come with me. Why? Hurry up. Unable to resist Xiao Yu's charm, Chen Hansheng had no choice but to let her pull him toward Bian Shi. This left Jin Yongming, Zhao Zihan, and a crowd of onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Chen Hansheng, your Xiao Yu insisted that I take a photo of you two as a reward for my hard work. You owe me a cup of milk tea. Sure. Having spent much time with Xiao Yu and Chen Hansheng recently, now regarded them as friends. What did I expect? Just this? And for you not pleased? Who doesn't know how to be grateful? Watching Chen Hansheng's comical antics, Xiao Yu and Bian Shi both stifled their laughter. All right, you two, find a decent background. We still need to eat after the photo. Here will do. Xiao Rongyu pointed to a piece of red fabric. Okay, the two stepped in front of the red cloth. Turning around, Chen Hansheng casually stood there, his expression exuding a playful charm, while Xiao Rongyu, with a sweet smile, nestled beside him, raising one hand to make the simplest peace sign. Observing this scene, Bian Shi suddenly felt a twinge of envy for her friends. Are they taking wedding photos? When will I find a boy worthy of a lifelong commitment? Ready. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Click. With a flash of the phone camera, a couple's photo, symbolizing love, was born. Xiao Rongyu eagerly bounced to retrieve the phone, gazing at the picture of herself in ancient attire alongside a nonchalant-looking Chen Hansheng, recalling the countless dreams she had entertained over the years. In my dreams, Xiao Chen and I are married. Chapter 65. Pregnant? When she had nestled beside Chen Hansheng, There was a fleeting moment when she genuinely felt as if they were married. It's just average. My fear side didn't come through in the photos. Fourth brother, you only got a half right. It should be the aura of a king. Aren't you going to introduce me? Jin Yongming elbowed Chen Hansheng, his expression oddly oscillating between him and Xiao Rongyu. Xiao Yu, this is Jin Yongming, my university roommate. And beside him is his girlfriend Zhao Zihan. Hello, I'm Xiao Rongyu, Chen Hansheng's girlfriend. She recognized little Jin, but was slightly surprised that the girl beside him wasn't Tidong. They exchanged handshakes and introductions, during which Zhao Zihan felt an inexplicable sense of being overshadowed, while her boyfriend pulled Chen Hansheng aside to whisper something. Fourth brother, what's going on with you? In the corner, little Jin asked, puzzled. What is going on? Chen Hansheng grinned knowingly, pretending to be oblivious. Did you break up with Shen Youchu? Little Jin inquired skeptically. Chen Hansheng shook his head, no. What the hell? Are you playing both sides? And with Luo Shimmy too. At this moment, little Jin was grinding his teeth, nearly ready to take a bite out of him. My breakup with Luo Xian was genuine. Now it's just Shen Youchu and Xiao Rongyu. Chen Hansheng spread his hands. Aren't they enough for you? You don't understand a father's joy. Get lost. Scoundrel. The brief conversation came to a close, and the two resumed their merriment as they returned to the two women, laughing and reminiscing about the amusing moments from their university days. Such a harmonious rapport could only be achieved by the unique duo of Wulong and Fengshu from 602. Had it been the clumsy Daijinyo, they would have surely faltered. After capturing their memories with a few photographs, the group of five made their way to a nearby barbecue restaurant. The sight of sizzling beef and lamb on the grill, coupled with a rich aroma of meat wafting through the air, made their mouths water in anticipation. This is absolutely delightful, exclaimed one. Xiao Chun, I want that piece of pork belly. Xiao Han, this steak is the best cut, it's yours, said another. The atmosphere at the dining table was exceedingly warm, with Chen Hansheng acting as the connective thread of their circle, initiating the conversation. Lao Lu, what have you been up to these days? Well, I don't have a specific job right now. I've just been dabbling in a bit of business. I've barely made around 10,000 in the past 2 months. Came a reply. Chen Hansheng couldn't help but choke on the enoki mushrooms he was chewing, his face contorting as he accepted the water Xiao Rongyu offered to him, drinking deeply to regain his composure. Fourth brother, what's that supposed to mean? Xiao Jin inquired, a frown etched on his face. Oh, nothing, just happy for your success, Chen responded, with a chuckle. The three women couldn't contain their laughter at the antics of these two characters. And Xiao Han revealed the truth. Yangming had been working as a cashier in a newly opened supermarket by his mother. The place saw a steady stream of customers, yielding a profit of around 3,000 each month. Oh, I see, Chen Hansheng remarked, having anticipated this. That indeed amounts to less than 10,000. I've noticed that the boys from the finance university are quite amusing, remarked Bian Shur, who had met both Chen Hansheng and Jin Yangming during her time there, finding them both uniquely captivating in their own right. However, she was unaware that these two were the university's one-of-a-kind Wulong and Fengshu. Zhao Zihan chimed in, I agree. Chen Gou is practically an enhanced version of Yangming. Amidst the laughter, a phone rang unexpectedly. Excuse me, I'll take this call, Zhao Zihan said apologetically, waving to the other four as she exited the bustling barbecue restaurant. Who is it? Chen Hansheng casually asked Jin Yangming, who replied, it's Xiao Han's cousin. Chen nodded slowly, not paying much mind, and turned back to serve Xiao Rongyu some corn sausages. Overall, the meal was a joyful occasion, with the 5 university students leaving the barbecue restaurant in high spirits. However, as they strolled about, Xiao Rongyu suddenly made a dry heaving sound. Jin Yangming paid little attention, assuming it was just a result of overeating. Bian Shur approached her friend to check, finding nothing amiss, and handed her a bottle of mineral water. Zhao Zihan shot a surprised glance at Chen Hansheng, while the two reincarnated individuals were acutely sensitive to the retching sound. Chen gently patted Xiao Rongyu's back, and as their eyes met, they both sensed a flicker of doubt and joy within each other's gaze. With a slight squint, he nodded imperceptibly, and Xiao Rongyu understood her boyfriend's meaning. I have something to attend to at the company. I need to head back first. I'll accompany you, Xiao Rongyu said, affectionately linking her arm with Chen Hanxing's. Then let us reschedule. I also need to return to the supermarket this afternoon. Thus, the quintet disbanded on the spot. Jin Yongming accompanied Zhao Zihan back to East University, while Shishir preferred to wander them all alone, not wanting to be a third wheel. The two had their plans come to fruition drove off to the nearest Tongrintang pharmacy in Xiao district. Xiao Chun, why so soon? Didn't we have precautions? Xiao Rongyu questioned, perplexed. Well, perhaps these little rascals are just too potent, breaching our defenses, he replied. What on earth? Xiao Rongyu exclaimed. I don't care. You go buy it. All right, Chen Hanxing shrugged nonchalantly, emerging less than a minute later with the supplies. Let us head to that mall over there. Oomph. Xiao Rongyu huffed, crossing her arms in mock reproach. This is all your fault. Fine, it's all my fault, he conceded, typically eloquent and playful. Chen found himself at a loss for words, solely preoccupied with whether Xiao Rongyu was carrying their shared essence. Upon reaching the second floor of the mall, Xiao Rongyu suddenly posed a question. Xiao Chun, if it really happens, should we still name her Zijing? I don't think so. After all, Zijing is Zijing. She cannot be replaced by anyone, including our child. Oh, I'll go check, she replied. All right, go ahead. Watching Xiao Rongyu enter the restroom, Chun, feeling a bit anxious, decided to follow suit. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the mingled scent of disinfectant and feces triggered an urge for a cigarette. Yet, with the possibility of Xiao Rongyu being pregnant, he reluctantly stowed the cigarette back in its pack and resolutely tossed it into the urinal. Watching as a fine pack of premium cigarettes was carried away by the swirling yellow liquid, he sighed inwardly, lamenting that he had intended to indulge in smoking a bit more before having children, only to face this situation so soon. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang unexpectedly. Initially thinking it was the security from the new century, he was surprised to see it was Luo Xian. Hesitating for a moment, he answered the call. Senior Chun, the voice on the other end spoke. What you up to? Chen Hanxing replied with feigned seriousness, just taking a dump. After a brief silence, Luo Xian continued. I start school tomorrow, but my mom is still in Hu City. Can you pick me up in Gangshan? After a moment as contemplation, Chen agreed, sure, but when I pick you up in Jian, yeah? You need to head straight back to Finance University and not to Tianjing Mountain Community. He warned Luo Xian, knowing the girl could be troublesome if not kept in check. Chapter 66. The apron is too small. There was a pause on the line, and Chun understood Luo Xian was deliberating, from his knowledge of her character. If she agreed immediately, she might act impulsively elsewhere. However, if she took her time, it indicated she would likely honor her word. All right, but you must come and pick me up tomorrow. Don't worry, I've never lied to you, he assured her. Inwardly, Luo Xian scoffed, recalling all the fibs her senior had told her. Senior, I missed you so much these past few days. Chen Hanxing responded. Many girls have said the same. You are the 10-086th. As he bantered with Luo Xian while inhaling the unpleasant aromas of the restroom, he figured it was time to conclude the call. Stepping into the corridor, he fortuitously encountered Xiao Rongyu, who appeared calm and composed, her exterior giving no indication of any distress. Even Chen Hanxing, with his roguish demeanor, could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. What's the matter? Xiao did not respond, instead enveloping the moment in silence. You need to speak. Chen Hanxing rubbed his hands together, his face betraying an eagerness to inquire. Xiao Chun. Xiao Rongyu hesitated, her words teetering on the brink of revelation. Is there or isn't there? Please, just tell me. Observing her boyfriend in a state of utter disarray, Xiao Rongyu took a deep breath, her petite fists clenched tightly, as if she had summoned an immense resolve. In truth, I... Each of her pauses struck Chen Hanxing's heart like a hammer. In truth, I'm not pregnant. The simplicity of those 5 words fell upon Chen Hanxing's ears, and he sensed an unexpected twist in the narrative. What the hell? After holding in for so long, you're not? Then why the anxious demeanor? At this moment, Chen Hanxing wished he could unleash his frustration with a resounding smack to Xiao Rongyu's head. He exhaled a breath of exasperation, simultaneously shedding the weight from his heart. He actually did not wish to have a child so soon. At that moment, a mischievous smile crept onto Xiao Rongyu's face, her body slightly leaning to observe Chen Hanxing's peculiar expression. Xiao, Chen. Oh, hif. I just wanted to see how flustered you'd get. Who told you to bully me all the time? Xiao Rongyu assumed Chen Hansheng was upset, and so she playfully shook his arm to elicit his affection. Hif. Although Chen Hansheng could not strike her, indulging in a playful spat was still permissible. However, I truly felt nauseous earlier. Xiao Rongyu confessed candidly. I've been rehearsing for days, staying up late, and after eating so much meat today, I'm feeling quite queasy. Chen Hansheng remained indifferent, unwilling to listen to Xiao Yuer's excuses. Mua, realizing her boyfriend was genuinely upset, she tiptoed and planted a soft kiss on his cheek, leaving a faint lipstick mark. This kiss elicited a twitch from Chen Hansheng, who had been maintaining a stony silence, his lips betraying a smirky, triumphant smile. Do it again. Xiao Rongyu shook her head in refusal. No, your face is so dry. Is it? I apply Frog Prince cream every day. He felt his face and deemed it not particularly dry. Suddenly, he recalled a conversation he had with Luo Xian in the restroom, and he casually probed, by the way, do you have classes tomorrow? None in the morning, but my afternoon is full. Although I do have a class with Professor Sunday, Chen Hansheng nodded slightly, extracting useful information. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about Xiao Rongyu unexpectedly seeking him out while picking up Luo Xian in the afternoon. So, how is the old lady doing? She's doing all right. Professor Sun always presents a stern demeanor in class, making it difficult to discern any other emotions. Wu Jie and Sun Tang should have returned to the country 2 years ago. I suspect their presence has contributed to the old lady's rather ordinary state. Chen Hansheng stroked the stubble on his chin, analyzing the situation with reason. That does make sense. Xiao Rongyu nodded, agreeing with Chen Hansheng's assessment. Let us take it slow. Professor Sun has already appointed me as the representative for the law class. I'll visit her more often these days, as this gradual interaction will foster a more natural bond. Chen Hansheng raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize you were so shrewd. Even with all your cunning, you can't outsmart me. After spending over 2 hours wandering around Xianning University town with Xiao Yuer, Chen Hansheng sent her back to her dormitory and walked downstairs while making a phone call. Hello? What is up? The voice on the other end belonged to Wang Zibo, sounding deep and resonant. Of course, I was just thinking about you, Boga. Wang Zibo fell silent for a moment. Please don't gross me out. Chen Hansheng rolled his eyes. Why, you have no sense of humor at all. Get lost. What kind of humor am I asking for? Chen Hansheng chuckled. Let me get straight to the point. I'll pick you up tomorrow to return to Jinyi. Wang Zibo was slightly taken aback, given his childhood friend's character. He shouldn't be this kind-hearted, leading him to speculate. Are you planning to pick someone else up as well? Are you really Wang Zibo? Chen Hansheng asked, somewhat astonished. Yes, who else could I be? When did you become so clever? Get lost. You dog. Oh good, don't be mad. Who else are you picking up tomorrow? Ignoring his childhood friend, he retorted with a question. Who else could it be? Luo Xian, of course. Oh, then you. Beep. Wang Zibo. Upon returning to Tianjing Shan community in the evening, as he pushed open the door to room 1403, he was greeted by the jubilant voice of Shen Ning, brother. Chen Hansheng affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. I heard from your sister that you scored first in the class on today's exam. Yes. Ning nodded vigorously, running to the coffee table to present the test paper adorned with a bold red 100, waving it before Chen Hansheng. Well done. Keep it up. Chen Hansheng nodded. Today I specially bought delicious treats for you, your sister, and your grandmother. As he spoke, he brought out the duck blood vermicelli soup, chicken soup dumplings, and a bag of pumpkin pastries that he had hidden beside the stairs. Ning sniffed the air with her tiny nose. It smells so good. Meow. Attracted by the aroma, Ping Un, who had been lying by the coffee table, padded over to Chen Hansheng's feet, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Shen Youchu, who had been bustling in the kitchen, heard the commotion and emerged. She had tied her hair in a bun, wearing a set of worn, dark loungewear and an apron that clearly could not contain her ample figure. Chen Hansheng approached her, teasingly inquiring, Did you miss me? Of course I did. Shen Youchu replied shyly, lowering her head, unable to meet Chen Hansheng's unabashed gaze, responding with a bashful tone. Haha, your voice is even quieter than Ping and S. Meow. Compared to Chen Hansheng's comparison, Shen Youchu's already flushed cheeks grew even warmer. Yet her heart brimmed with happiness. She felt genuinely content with the serene and enjoyable life she currently led. Let us eat first. Shen Youchu awkwardly redirected the topic. After saying this, she returned to the kitchen to bring the prepared dishes to the dining table. And then she removed the oil-scented apron to go call her mother-in-law to join them for dinner. The dinner spread was quite sumptuous, featuring shredded pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried asparagus with dried tofu, and the duck blood vermicelli soup that Chen Hansheng had purchased. The air itself seemed to savor the aroma of these dishes, joyfully wafting into every corner of the living room. Once the family of four settled down according to age, they began to enjoy this dinner filled with happiness. Chapter 67. The Cheerful Grandmother. Grandmother, brother, sister, I'm full. Little A Ning finished her meal first, covering her little belly with glee as she hopped off the dining table. Meow. Following her, Ping An, who had been sniffing around under the table, waved its tiny paws, seemingly requesting its delayed dinner. Wow, this little one is quite the appetite, much like a chubby cat at a reunion. Yes, Ning often feeds her snacks. By the way, have you sent the letter to Feng Gue and the others? Yes, I have. At the dining table, Chen Hansheng and Shen Youchu engaged in casual conversation. Meanwhile, the grandmother listened quietly to their dialogue, her expression unwavering, though the slight quiver of the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes revealed her contentment and kindness. The grandmother's life had been tumultuous. She lost her son in middle age and her husband in old age, leaving her with two granddaughters for whom she toiled day and night to provide an education. Now, she had finally reached a time to enjoy her twilight years. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of guilt for the trust his grandmother had placed in him in his past life. Although the duality of life had ultimately been achieved, she had worried and suffered for her granddaughters during that period. Surely, she must have felt disappointment in him back then, Chen Hansheng mused. He presented a pumpkin pastry from the table to his grandmother. Grandmother, I bought you some pumpkin pastries. Please try them later. If you like them, I'll buy more next time. The grandmother, taken aback by Chen Hansheng's sudden address, squinted at the two younger generations, the corners of her aged mouth trembling slightly upward in a semblance of a smile, though it was not overt. All right, she replied, her voice elongated, as she lifted her gaze to the dazzling, incandescent light hanging from the ceiling, lost in thought. On this early autumn night, a gentle breeze caressed the air, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the moonlight cascaded over the earth like water. The sporadic chirping of cicadas seemed to serenade the lingering essence of summer. In this delightful evening ambience, people strolled leisurely or sat quietly in the coolness, savoring the tranquility and comfort, attuned to the subtle changes of the shifting seasons. In the Tianjing mountain community, a family of four, after finishing dinner, chose to go downstairs for a walk. Aining had made many friends in the community. They chased each other and clapped their hands, their laughter echoing through every corner of the building, spreading joy to all. The grandmother sat quietly on a rattan chair by a flower bed, watching her little granddaughter, occasionally glancing at her other granddaughter and son-in-law who were a bit farther away. Chen Hansheng inquired, "Has Xiao who called you recently to complain?" "No complaints," Shen Youchu pouted, shaking her head gently. "She just asked me about some other matters." "What matters?" Chen Hansheng instinctively asked. "Lin Yu asked me if you treat me well." "Ah, that who fatty." Chen Hansheng chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "You can always count on Master Hu's knack for meddling and worrying." However, Shen Youchu's tendency to bottle everything up truly complimented her. "So how did you respond?" "You treat me very well." When she uttered this, Shen Youchu's gaze was exceptionally resolute, her words delivered with unwavering certainty. "Ha ha!" Chen Hansheng couldn't help but burst into laughter at her adorably earnest demeanor. Shen Youchu thought to herself, "I didn't say anything wrong." The laughter from him transformed her initially steadfast yet endearing expression into one of shyness and sweetness. In a rare moment of initiative, Shen Youchu buried her head against Chen Hansheng's shoulder, her trembling little hands entwined around his waist with a mix of longing and trepidation. She pressed her soft lips together and slowly closed her innocent yet alluring peach blossom eyes, greedily inhaling the scent of Chen Hanshen. Shen Youchu, I'm here. Shen Youchu sensed his heartbeat quickening, which inexplicably made her feel tense. You are the first person, apart from my parents, who makes me feel at home in your presence, just as it was in my past life. As the gentle evening breeze swept by, dispersing the heat and restlessness of summer, it welcomed the coolness and tenderness of early autumn. Shen Youchu felt something brush lightly against her head. She couldn't tell if it was the evening breeze or his hand, or perhaps both. In the distance, the grandmother gazed up at the starry night sky, her face illuminating with the brightest smile she had worn in over 20 years. Today, she seemed genuinely joyful. Typically serious, she had smiled 3 times, each smile more natural and liberating than the last. Perhaps only she knew that today marked the 43rd anniversary of her marriage to her beloved husband. The next day, the morning sun dispelled the night's curtain. Birdsong drowned out the cicadas, and dew clung sporadically to the leaves of the bushes, ready to embrace the earth. A new day began. Chen Hanshen, nestled under the covers, kicked the quilt aside, releasing a surge of pent-up energy. Refreshing. He rolled back and forth on the bed several times before springing upright in a sudden fit of enthusiasm. Striking a martial arts pose reminiscent of IP Man Wing Chun, Chen Hanshen. I could take on 10. After a brief bout of silliness in bed, he glanced around at the living room and bedroom, realizing he was the only one at home. Shen Youchu and Aining had gone to school. Where could his grandmother be? He dismissed it, knowing that the elderly often have their own routines. In the kitchen, he found breakfast prepared by Shen Youchu. After devouring the meal, he headed to the office. Mr. Chen, Chief Chen. The employees greeted him as he entered, except for the little secretary who called him by a special nickname. In the boss's office, Chen Hanshen lounged in his chair, casually resting his feet on the desk. Xiao, Su Ning, and Zhang Yuanyuan stood before him, each holding documents to report on their work. As the little secretary, Xiao was the first to report. Chief Chen, yesterday the chairman of Shengtu Games in Hu City, Wang Jia, signed all the relevant materials and contracts. Now, we need to develop new projects and also take on Rainbow Island. The employees are overwhelmed. If they're overwhelmed, then we should hire more. Chen Hanshen replied nonchalantly. What salary standard should we use for the new hires? Xiao continued to inquire. Let us set it at 85% of the formal employee salary. If their performance is good and their skills are satisfactory, we can increase it to 90% and make them permanent after 3 months. Chief, I don't have any major issues on my end, except that the new project's picture-in-picture background and the skill connection bug have been fixed. You should take a look later, Su Ning reported next. MHM good? Chen Hanshen acknowledged, then turned to Zhang Yuanyuan and asked, What about you, Zhang? I have no issues. Everything is running smoothly. All right, then let us head over to the RD department. As he left the company, Zhang Yuanyuan looked at Xiao and asked Xiao, Can I take a look at the project cooperation agreement for the Hu City project? No. Chief Chun said it must remain confidential. All right then. Zhang Yuanyuan appeared indifferent, turning back to inquire Su Ning about some aspects of the new project. The little secretary rolled her eyes, observing the two engaged in conversation, thinking to herself how overly eager Zhang Yuanyuan seemed.